match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back's on cart. Come on, back's on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! Did you say that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Hello, potential future champions. It is I, Zoe, and I want to welcome you to day 2 of the 2025 OWCS opening weekend. As it's still early days in the season, I want to be your guide and tell you all about what we have in store for you this very year. So let's start with the most important part, and that's of course drops. That's right, we got them again for you, so make sure to connect your Twitch account to your Battle.net account and collect them drops that will also be enabled on our featured co-streamers each and every day. I think our social media will let you know which these co-streamers are in due time, so you can make sure to open all them windows and all them tabs in all your browsers. It's gonna be a good time, regardless. Also, of course, I want to quickly go over the schedule. It's pretty straightforward, as we have 3 stages, and 3 live events. So let's dive a tiny little bit deeper. Our qualifiers are, of course, already finished. And we're just getting started now with the regular season of Stage 1. 8 teams per region are now battling it out in a round-robin format. That means everyone plays against everyone at least once. Competing to stay in the top 6, of course, so that they don't have to play through relegation matches to keep their spots in future stages. What's that? Relegation matches? Yes, that's right. The bottom 2 are running the risk of being actually relegated, eliminated, kicked out of the OWCS circuit, and then they have to go back on the grind and fight their way back up. And that means partner teams too. Everyone can be relegated, which makes this whole thing extremely entertaining and exciting and a little funny, honestly. Now, only the top 2 teams from each region will make it out of the playoffs and secure their spot at our prestigious live events, where they will be facing off, of course, against the best of the best for a ton of prize money and, you know, bragging rights. It's going to be a tough battle ahead. We've seen how that went last year. Korea on top. Will it be different this year? We'll find out. We'll find out in China, in Riyadh, as well as once again in Stockholm at DreamHack. Lots of fun stuff and exciting things in store for this year. But before we diving deeper into it and also into today's matches, let me bring on a special guest. You know him. We love him. It's leg day. It's been approximately 20 years since we last chatted. How are you doing? What are you up to? Tell me all about it.
It's been an unfortunately long time. Hello, fellow future champion. I'm happy to be back talking some Overwatch with you for just a little bit. You got through all the spiel of the admin. Now we can talk about what's been going down yesterday and in the future as well. I'm so happy to be back.
Yeah, no, it's great to have you on again. I see hair is still on fleek, on point. I don't know what the kids say these days. You're also not a kid anymore, so you probably can't help me out with that. Let's talk about what we've seen thus far, though. Obviously, lots of shakeups in the offseason regarding the teams and the rosters, but also we have hero bans in the mix. We talked about that at great length yesterday. What are your thoughts, how this has been panning out so far?
I think that hero bans are, particularly for us as broadcasters, one of the most amazing opportunities we've had in a long time to give evidence, like characterization of a team's backroom. It feels like when we talk about coaching and staffing for a lot of our teams who play such an integral role in how these teams do, a lot of things for our audience can kind of be hearsay unless it's like directly in an interview, or like we can't really evidence it at the time until like some auxiliary content comes out where these coaches talk about it. And between that and being able to pick both map and map type, we've got a fantastic opportunity this year to really give more characterization to those backrooms.
We do. We're really stress testing the coaches, the players. Like, you really can now finally see how much depth there is, because so many of them say like, we're meta proof. I was like, well, now you have to actually show it, since you can be so specific with the bans. Looking at yesterday's matches, specifically the EMEA region, which team stood out to you? Did anyone really, like, I don't know, maybe disappoint, fall a little short of expectation? Looking at Gen G here specifically.
Yeah, maybe Gen G falling short of expectations, but on the other side, I would like to do a real zoom in on your player of the match for that particular match, which was Jwoo, coming through from Virtus Pro, I believe. And Jwoo is... In Europe, we have, like, the Reinhardt ancestry tree of, like, there's, like, Cloudy up there and Fraggy. I like to say that there's also, like, a tree of the ancestors when you have your Lion King moment of, like, amazing Korean Tracer players like, say, Byeolbi, Prophet, then Proper and Stalker are probably the next generation. I'd say in the new OWCS generation, the biggest candidates to join that kind of roster of ancestor level Tracers are Jwoo and Taejong, who's going to be doing his first showing today as well. And Taejong is definitely going to be a big player to look out for.
Which is crazy, because heading into that match, like, we were worried about him being so green, going up against, you know, the veterans of the game. He took it to them, made Top Dragon look a bit like, I don't know, man. I don't want to say like a fool, but he was outplaying them on the Echo, on the Tracer, on the Genji, like all the stables. He was on it. And that as the new guy, I think just goes to show where that skill level can be for that team. So very, very exciting. But it's early days, right? Like, first match jitters out of the way, Gen G. I mean, we know they have the talent, right? Right. Let's talk about this match one then. Do you have a favorite for this one? Al-Qadsia will go up against Team Vision, so we have the two Saudi teams going at it.
Yeah, my Taejong bias is still standing strong for this one for Team Vision. But I've got to admit that Alcadzia have like so much to play for here when it comes to a little bit of like newcomers' reputation. They're a little bit green despite the names on this roster being legitimately world championship tier. Unfortunately, our expectations of Alcadzia thus far have been met with them getting their teeth kicked in by Team Peps twice in a row in both the Open Qualifier and yesterday. So for Alcadzia, they may be coming into this with a touch of a chip on their shoulder in day 2 of EMEA, which is maybe a little bit early to be forming a chip, but like the stakes are so high for some of our Saudi players, right? With our mid-season being in Saudi Arabia itself, there's a lot of like hometown pride here to make sure that you're not the team that's getting relegated, you're the team that's going there and waving the flag.
Right on. Yeah, but I mean, it's a round robin, right? So like everyone is still testing strength, seeing where they're at. Not all the teams played versus each other either in the qualifiers, since some teams came through due to just being a partner team. So yeah, still everything up for grabs. I'm excited for this one to see which Saudi team is going to come out on top, and for all the action we're going to bring in the casters. But before I let you go, Leg Day, where can people find you?
Find me at Leg Day on X. Oh, Leg Day Gaming, I believe, on Blue Sky, and Leg Day Gaming on Twitch.
That's right. You will be co-streaming some of the action, I'm sure. So we'll see you around, and I hope to have you back on the show very soon. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to hear it from Leg Day. Also, always a pleasure to hear it from Rose and Jack. Yay, Rose is back!
We're
she
right
did
here.
it!
Am I back? I might be so back, but or it could be so Jover. I'm not exactly sure yet. We're gonna wait and find out.
No, we're back. Don't worry. No tech issues, don't worry. We got them all ironed out. Day number 1 is over, and we're in day number 2 now. We're chill. Everybody's chill.
So chill. So ready. So vibing.
I guess so. He's gone forever. This is so sad. This is so sad.
What?
Yeah, so Rose, today, the games, oh man, it's tough. I had so much expectation for Gen G. They're going against Twisted Minds later on today, and I just want them to perform. But of course, the first game that we have on our screens in EMEA, we've got 2 today, and then 2 tomorrow, and 3 NA games today and 2 NA games tomorrow, is Alcadzia versus Team Vision. We saw Alcadzia yesterday, Rose, and something that we spoke quite a lot about was how high the expectations are for them as well. People like Checkmate, Tread, who was in the league, at the OWCS last year and was talking a very big game, saying I can take down some of the best tanks in EMEA. They did not really show up yesterday at all. I mean, Landon, Haku in the backline, a very historic player in Landon, was in the Overwatch League. Checkmate, of course, a champion of the Overwatch League too. Labda, a very flexible player, but they just weren't showing up at all. And honestly, from Peps, it was kind of a roll.
It really was a roll. Like, Team Peps looked so solid in their match yesterday. I know, looking at the predictions, I think Zoe and I both had Team Peps as, or Alcadzia. I don't even remember. You know what?
You both had
let's not roll back the tape.
No, we should. I think we should, actually. Both of you had Alcadzia and I had Team Peps, but I did change halfway through rehearsals.
You were like, you know, maybe I'll just do something.
Well, you know. This, dude, okay. It's okay.
I'm getting nuked because my...
We're good. No, it's fine. It's because you predicted wrong. I think that's the main problem. But yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think a lot of people had Alcadzia kind of winning that game. The strength of Peps has always been kind of, I wouldn't say unknown at all. I mean, I'm hoping we see Soon as well come out at some point. But let's just roll on to this game, of course. Team Vision, like Leg Day was kind of saying, Taejong might be a little bit of a Tracer GOAT, maybe an upcoming Tracer GOAT. Did play on, funnily enough, a team called OWCS back in Stage 2 of Korea last year, and that was the famous team with Jaehong back. So, like, it was a lot of older players that had kind of come together and played. They didn't do so hot, sadly, but honestly, Vision here, coming in at last place into the EMEA OWCS, they have not many expectations, not many weights placed on their shoulders. So it's up to them to really come in and start swinging and maybe upset a couple of teams here. And Alcadzia, on the other hand, hey, maybe they are the team that they can upset. We will be getting Rose back in just a moment, so you'll have to deal with my voice for a little bit. I'm sure you don't mind. But can Alcadzia actually come back and show us a form that we expected of the team straight out of the gate? Of course, it is a brand new team, brand new season, first match jitters maybe, and Team Peps kind of being a lot of veterans on their squad, also kind of like, it's another day, it's another season, it's whatever, just kind of rolling through. And we'll see if OWCS can kind of redeem themselves coming into today if they take down Team Vision. We are going to jump to a quick break, though, make sure we get those tech issues sorted out. So yeah, we'll be right back.
Change outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here
Well,
Welcome back.
welcome back, one and all. It appears we have once again lost Rose, so send some thoughts and prayers. I wanted to set this up but instead we got something else really exciting, but it's not actually.
It is. No, it's exciting.
It's good news. I will be casting Mitchell.
Yes. Okay, I'm excited. I'm actually excited, Zoe.
So early in the season, and no one has ever asked for this. I don't know.
Everybody's been asking for this, Zoe. You've just not seen it. You've just not seen
maybe
it.
I've just ignored it on purpose.
No, we're gonna dominate. We're gonna crush this, guys. It's gonna be fun.
That's setting the expectations pretty high. I like it. Also, I'm just one of many. It's not even special. Everyone casts with Jaws at least once in their career. I guess I just have to get it over with, right?
Honestly, I think at this point it's been about 15 different casting partners I've had in Overwatch. So
sick.
There you go. There you go.
I don't know if I love or hate that for you.
Hey, I mean, well, honestly, I don't know how to feel about it either, to be very honest with you. But then again, I'd rather have you than Matt. So there is that. Right, OWCS versus Team Vision. Juno being banned by OWCS here.
They also had a lot of Juno bans yesterday, right? That was like the top ban.
Yeah,
one of the top bans.
Juno, Kiriko, any kind of, or Juno, Lucio, Hazard, anything that's very strong right now, I think you're just going to ban, and trying to get teams off of a comp that they like, obviously, but also if you're not confident in that kind of Juno mirror as well, I think that is very beneficial for you to ban something like that. It's a Sombra ban on the other side as well. So We saw a little bit of Sombra yesterday, but it was mainly to counter like the Mag Wrecking Ball, which is, okay, fair enough, very annoying, to be fair, and I would hate to play against that as well. So running a Sombra isn't too bad, but maybe protecting a DPS ban, although I do think OWCS banned first. So yeah, maybe they're expecting OWCS and Checkmate or Labda to kind of run out with that one.
I do really love how many layers this is adding, because as we're not so familiar with a lot of those teams and players, we're not quite sure if those were protection bans, specific bans, or just a troll ban, of which we've seen plenty yesterday already. So yeah, I think as the season progresses, we probably get a better understanding of what priority bans look like against and for which of the teams.
Yeah, like if you're playing against someone like Kevster and you're not okay on the Tracer duel, you're going to ban Tracer at least once in the map, that on a map that very much favors Tracer, or maybe like a control. That would normally be a fairly safe ban, I think, for a lot of teams that don't want to play the Tracer. And as the season goes on as well, and all these patches kind of come out too, it's going to force teams into a position where, oh, there's like a hard meta, which there kind of is now, but we're seeing a lot more variety than we did last season. Thank God Mag was out of the pocket. Goddamn, thank God they nerfed him.
We got to see him yesterday. Wasn't that so much fun?
Okay, I don't mind the Malga if there's a little sprinkle in soy. You know, if you put too much salt in the pasta water, it goes a bit weird. Like, just a little sprinkle is all you need.
Spoken like a true chef.
I don't cook, as you can tell.
I can tell, yes. That was my takeaway here.
Is there a correct amount of salt that you put in the pasta water? I didn't even know.
A dash of salt, yeah.
A dash, okay. I just put like
salt.
a little sprinkle and then hopefully it works.
I don't think you can taste a sprinkle. Either way, I'm excited. What do we expect to see from Team Vision here, given the players that we have on that team?
Well, I think Tracer is going to be the name of the game here. Taejong and was kind of hyped up. Well, okay, kind of hyped up. I was hyped
It's like
up. Last
people
year,
were saying.
people were saying. No, actually, I was saying. I think Taejong is an incredibly solid player, and I like what Harry was saying earlier, leg day, and that Taejong might be another player that a lot of people are going to keep their eyes on for these Tracer players that are just going to shoot up and maybe match the likes of Kevster later down the line.
He's extremely young too, right? He's like a 17-year-old prodigy or something like that. Exactly. I might be making this up. Let me look this up.
No, I mean, it's crazy to think about, especially going from like the Overwatch League as well, where there was the age limit.
18-year-olds.
I mean, still like 18.
That's still a baby. That's an infant.
Is there much of a difference? Like they're pretty
Not
close.
really.
Like exactly.
But yeah, Taejong has been in tier 2 for quite some time, so it's great to see him breaking into that tier 1 scene. They filled both of their foreigner slots, or whatever we call that.
Right.
Simple is also now in the mix. Simple, you've seen him on Uprising Academy back in the days. You've seen him on Runaway. I think most recently Simple was actually playing for Poker Face, so he's been in the Korean tier 2 scene as well. So they made some really great pickups together with their Saudi players that they all brought in for this season.
And Poker Face felt like a team that there was just going to get just gutted coming into this year, and it kind of did. Like even players like Fixer came out of the team. Like
it's the pipeline.
Exactly, it really is, because
it's a pipeline team.
Realistically, a Crazy Raccoon or Team Falcon's going to drop any of their players or make changes. Maybe they'll make a small change, but like nothing crazy. So good luck getting one of those players. So Poker Face did honestly fill that slot of like, hey, we want really good players that can compete against the very best in the world, and I think Team Vision have done exactly that. Let's jump on to Samoa, though. OWCS versus Team Vision, going down to Volcano as our first stage here on Control. Juno ban for OWCS and a Sombra ban for Team Vision. Yeah, Labda also has been a player that I've been keeping my eye on throughout last year and going into this year. Him and Checkmate and Tread and Landon, maybe a small like communication gap there you would expect, but Checkmate has played on mixed language teams before, so you'd expect it would be a very easy transition for him.
So his English is actually pretty much flawless. He just pretends he doesn't speak it whenever we ask for interviews, but like he does in fact communicate very well in English. Looks like we're heading into a mirror match here as well, unsurprisingly, although we did see some variations yesterday whenever we were on Volcano at least.
Yeah, we'll get the name switched around as well. It's actually OWCS on the right there, Vision on the left. But yeah, mirror match, no real surprise with the Hazard. Juno band obviously is going to be Kiriko, so just go fast comp basically. We'll see how Tread does kind of navigate this matchup too. These walls, Zoe, they've been kind of crazy. Like The hazard wall, initially when it first came out, it's like, okay, that's going to be really annoying. Not as big as a Mei wall, but there's so many chokes and doorways in the game, and kind of illustrated point perfectly there, that are perfectly sized for the hazard wall. And blocking off the healing just like that does net Tread a kill. Oh, all right, Tread. Okay, well, Tread pushing all the way to spawn. Luckily for Vision, they're right there, so maybe they'll be able to get a punish, but looks unlikely for the time being. Good wall, actually. Stopping Taejong getting into the spawn door. Another small stagger. Habs are taking a whole heap of damage. Luckily for them, though, they didn't end up going down. Although, OWCS, we did see a little bit of it yesterday. They aren't too afraid to play all the way up. They have got Rush, so they could potentially just want to run them down, but it looks like they're going to let Vision come in. Take this high ground real quick, potentially bait them in. This rush and an early sound barrier from Haku might be good, but Haku actually just gets sniped straight out by Slow Drive. Is this actually going to be recoverable here from OWCS? It doesn't look like it. Slow Dive just going absolutely crazy, sniping Haku at the beginning of that fight, removing the potential of a sound barrier from OWCS from that fight and eliminating them completely. Perfectly played there from Vision Esports, just going first. It looked like Landon had the advantage there, but losing Lucio, that AoE healing plus the speed to help Tread get onto the backline is not good if you're OWCS. So that'll be 47% on the point, as Vision now are going to gain some percentage of their own.
That's right. And I'm back. I can now basically see the game.
So back.
I couldn't before. So sorry, you were left on your own regardless
sure.
of my company, Joss. I'm just your hype woman at this point.
No, honestly, mad respect for that. I mean, look, you casted the highest level StarCraft, so you got to put respect on Zoe's name when it comes to commentary, okay? It was nice shot by Labda. Looked like, okay, the Lucio kind of almost standing there AFK, but a very, very good placement there from Tread's downpour. Nets them a fight, and most importantly, they're only expending 2 ults, so Checkmate's going to have the blade for next fight and this beat. We've seen a lot of Genjis not receive that beat when they pull that blade. That's going to have to come online here, because Vision have got one of their own.
I mean, Vision coming into this fight with 3 ults, so they should be set up pretty well.
I mean, the downpour is going to be a bit of an issue. There's the sound barriers. Oh, the Ajax,
no.
Labda from across the map hits the Lucio, takes him down. Mark that as 2 Ajaxes there, chats. One from FD God yesterday, and another from...
you're actually keeping tally of the
yesterday.
Ajaxes.
Oh, 100%. Oh, yeah, that's going to be the new OWCS feature where we keep track of every single Ajax. That's going to happen. I've just spoke it into existence. I've not actually talked to production about this, but we'll make it happen. At least I'll do it on socials. No ultimates now for Vision. That was their sound barrier deleted, and Taejong getting owned with that blade. And Taejong down. A rush for Vision Esports trying to touch that point, and OWCS are just going to run all over them. That was the one ultimate they needed, Zoe, and unfortunately, AJ'd. Checkmate with the blade, but yeah, it's just a victory flare for him.
That's right. Okay, my game feed is now sorted. Joss, I'm here.
We're so
For
back.
real. We are so back. For real, probably not. But I wasn't really intending to cast. I'm literally here just for emotional support and quipping in once in a while.
You know, sometimes
So
everybody
there's
needs that, you know, sometimes.
That's
a little bit
right.
of
You just need a
emotional
friend. Just need a friend on the
Exactly.
server.
You need your friend when you're playing ranked and you're playing on your own. You need someone in the Discord call with you.
I'm here for narrative. That's what I'm here. I'm bringing the drama. Like
Bringing the drama?
I'm bringing the drama. Like IMO or IMOH.
Yeah.
Let's go with IMO, sure. Playing against his former team. He was actually with OWCS for 1 month. So surely we can run that narrative of a grudge match, right?
There you go.
That's
There's
the drama.
That's
there
the
we go.
headline.
I brought
Put
it.
on the tabloid.
That's the headline for this one.
Nice early wall there from OWCS. Bit of a harder one to actually get off here, but Checkmate failing the wall climb there, it looks like, as Taejong makes full advantage of that, just kind of runs him over, hits him with a dash. Points going to unlock, but OWCS doing the smart thing here. They are backing off ASAP, looking for Labda to get a pick, but Slow Dive also doing the same thing. Good first cap from Vision. A rare mistake there from Checkmate. Decent poke. Silly Sojourn's waiting. This point is just, okay, now we stall for 20 hours and hopefully someone gets the kill. Quick deflecting dash out from Taejong. Now Labda's in a little bit of trouble. Wall placed in front of it. Lucio's trapped too, so Landon didn't receive any support there. Good wall from IMO. Looks like Labda trying to get something, but unlikely to get anything at this point. Good cleanup from Vision Esports, looking a little bit more surgical now. A little bit of charge gain there. That was kind of nice from Tread, actually, just sitting in the disruptor shop for a little while, just getting Landon to this rush, knowing that Simple's probably going to have rush on line 2. Of course, we know it's about 3% away. AOY as well, it's almost got that sound barrier. Rush goes super early for Simple, just dashes straight in, and Labda's already dead. Nice little Suzu coats too, as Checkmate does take out AOY. It shouldn't matter, I mean, that's fight over. Done and done. No chance without your Landon, without your Kiriko. All right, Vision Esports, okay. This is very clean from them. OWCS.
They're also so economical with their ultimate usage.
Yeah.
It's actually really, really impressive to see that cohesion on display, given that they're a fairly new team.
Right, then that's Landon going down. The rush was with the blade. Is going to get pulled from Chejong in just a moment. Both sound barriers have been deployed. IMO ends up going down first. A slow dive. He's getting escorted by supports. Both of them wrapping their loving arms around him, making sure he stays up. I mean, they've lost IMO, but they're in OT, and Haku's on the points. Tread, can he get back in time? I mean, overtime will end up triggering there because OWCS did get a little bit of time on the clock, but they can't get back in time. 100-0 from Vision Esports. That was, yeah, 100% a blowout.
I mean, the players are also very familiar with each other, given that they are all coming from the Saudi E-League, so they've all played against and with each other at one point or another.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these, yeah, the Saudi E-League, and we see a lot of kind of players transition from them up towards OWCS and kind of scattered throughout. So yeah, there's been a lot of history between a lot of the players, to be fair. And like you mentioned before, IMO playing on OWCS before, playing with a lot of these players. There's going to be a lot of friendly rivalry, but we'll turn it into like villain rivalry. Or so.
That's right.
You'll try.
Yeah, we're in charge of the narrative. They can't do anything about this.
It's so true. We are the tabloids. We print the headlines.
That's right.
Same mirror again. No too surprise, of course. I would imagine most teams will be playing Juno here, although I feel like, wait, Taejong just rando dies, okay, to Haku. Alrighty. Not the best start in the world. Slow dive also taking a little bit of damage, same with AOY. Looks like they're going to have to back up. I like how aggressive OWCS are playing. Whenever they're playing on the back foot, at least these last couple of rounds, it feels like they don't know how to really just push and pressure out Vision Esports. But when they're in the lead, when they're in the driving seat, they feel very much in control. Good first point cap, and Tread controlling this high ground is going to be #1 on the mission brief for Tread. Oh, good kill from Checkmate, though. Yep, slow dive dead. Oh, good reset, too. Picking off Taejong. Okay, Checkmate.
They're going aggressive. They're actually hunting them towards the spawn. This is actually what you want to do.
Oh,
that's the kind of aggressive play that OWCS needs to put on.
Yeah, exactly. Just get staggers, man. Just that's all you need. Hey, take that to your Celica games. If they're running back to spawn, see if you can get a pick. That buys you an extra 20 seconds. Like, waiting for teams to reset is frustrating if you're on the other end of it. Sound barrier coming up for AOY, though. Simple 2 is coming up. Oh, dear. Okay, well, dude, okay. So we call that getting hazarded. Hazarded? Getting hazarded?
Hazarded?
Yeah, he got one shot. Haku can really do much. There is a rush going on the point, though, and Checkmate has got the sound barrier. Doesn't look like he needs it, though. A very late rush from Simple. That's got to be a bit of a mistake. They have to find picks here. Checkmate extremely low, dancing around those surfboards. Make sure he stays alive. Dashes straight past slow dive. Picks up the mega health pack. And Vision Esports are going to lose out on this fight. As a Checkmate is going to find these resets. 68% and counting. A nice little teleport away and a self-Suzu there for Simple. Bit of a scrappy one. Does like Vision are going to be able to touch, but Checkmate is round the corner, ready to rock and roll with the blade. They cannot give up this point. Well, they can, but it won't be ideal. And yeah, unfortunately, that nice little hazard wall there from IMO will end up stopping OWCS touching. But it looks like an aggressive push here. No sound barrier coming in through from Haku just yet to support this play, but it doesn't look like they're actually going to need it. There comes the the downpour from Tread, but doesn't look like he managed to get anybody, and everybody from OWCS super low, but a late sound barrier from Haku is going to save the rest of the team. Checkmate, unfortunately, falling. However, Vision Esports, they have to get onto the point here. It's almost being capped by OWCS. A late ultimate here from Labda too, but he's so low, can't afford to peek. It's 6 HP. Slow dive does take him down with just a generic left click as overtime for OWCS is quickly approaching. They managed to find the cap in the midst of this fight, and this is going to continue straight through OT as a slow dive just runs for his life.
OWCS did need to use almost everything, and Landon going down now as well. So this is Vision Esports' opportunity to actually finally getting a hold of that point, and did it economically as well, coming into the next fight with 3 ults. So they should be able to stabilize here to some extent.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you said that last round too, how economical they are. And especially in these comps, that's super important because they're very high impact ults. You can combo a lot of the time, but like you can just win the fight off just a rush, just a hazard ult like the downpour, just a blade. So we'll see if Landy just wants to unlock it. Yeah, just pops it straight onto the point. Well, Vision Esports are going to do the same thing, and they're going to have to fight on the point to make most use of it. Landa going super low, though. Had to self-Suzu. Here comes the downpour. Blade's going to get popped as well. Lapta's already fallen, as Suzu ends up coming in, trying to save Taejong. He's trying to chase off the Lucia, but Hako a little too slippery. Ends up running away, and Tread. OWCS losing their tank. Taejong can now just walk freely into the backline. A bit of a scrappy trade, though, and a little teleport away, but unfortunately for Landon, not quite far enough, as AOY does chase him down, as Vision Esports managed to save the sound barrier for the next fight.
Yeah, that's actually huge. I mean, Haku is getting closer to his as well, and Checkmate might be having a blade, but they're cutting it close here as we're approaching the 90% mark for Vision Esports as well.
It's just so large. OWCS need beat blade. They're just going to get beaten into. Now OWCS need to be able to touch as well. Checkmate is going to be the target, and AOY is rightfully trying to pressure Checkmate out. Sound barrier comes in for Haku, lands on 3. Checkmate's got to stay alive, and someone is capping. OWCS find the back cap, and AOY only just realizing it now, trying to get the flip. Shred is going to be here, but Checkmate finds 2. Slow dive, and Imo are dead. Taejong does end up finishing him off, but it's actually going to be enough. AOY is the only one on point right now for Vision Esports to try and find an OT refresh. Taejong does end up falling to Tread too. The micro missiles end up coming in as OWCS, off the back of Checkmate's double kill blade, managed to clutch out the round and find the map win.
Oh man, that is so frustrating. That could have been theirs. Like, they would have had the opportunity, of course, the beat coming in aggressive to push them away from the point, but still. Also, for everyone in chat who's wondering why I'm like chiming in on the cast, we're experiencing some technical difficulties, trying to source an actual caster. I too cannot really see the feed. I am actually not, because I still can't really see the feed, so I have everything on delay. So you're not getting much out of me, but I'm here. You know, I'm just here. I'm in a supportive role, and I can appreciate that. And you're killing it, Jaws. For now, we're heading into a quick break. We see what we figure out when we're coming out after this one. For now, OWCS is on top, but that was a close match. Hope the series continues in that fashion.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And we're going to welcome Rose back as well. We should be good. Yes, we should be good. Thank you, Zoe, as well, by the way, for stepping in and casting with me over that first map. That was a good time. I enjoyed it. It was good. Zoe's saying it wasn't casting. It was. We dominated.
It was definitely still casting. And I also got a
Exactly.
nice glow up. So, you know, I'm
true.
vibing.
All right.
I would love to be Zoe for a day.
So that first match, Rose, pretty close, actually. OWCS clutching it out in the final few moments. Checkmate coming in with a very, very clutch blade. There's the Ajax. Make that 2 for EMEA so far. And OWCS as well. The Observers catching that one live in 4K. Perfect stuff, as always. Saw the FD gold with 1 as well yesterday. So, yeah, we'll definitely keep track of that as we go throughout the season. Yeah, Checkmate looking really clean on the Genji. But what I was saying, Rose, actually, during this round specifically was when OWCS are in control, they feel like they're very in control. They can push you to spawn. They can psycho their ults really well. They can just control the whole map. But as soon as they start slipping a little bit further behind, they require these big, like, clutch moments. And Vision, round 2, ended up 100-0ing them. And Vision were just able to do OWCS's game plan, right? Just push them all the way to spawn over and over again. And OWCS kind of struggled to kind of grapple with that aggression. So, yeah, we'll see if OWCS can make some small changes there in the interim, although they obviously still took a map, as we see Team Vision now choose a hero to ban first and also the map.
I think what I didn't get a chance to say before I got yeeted off the broadcast by my internet is that I've been so excited to see Team Vision because they are the underdogs of EMEA.
Yes.
They were not expecting to be here. They were the 15th seed coming into our double elimination bracket stage of the qualifiers, and then they ended up winning 2 like super gritty map 5s in a row in order to actually make it into the OWCS for stage 1. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that like they have this give and take that they are playing versus OWCS, another one of those teams that you look at and you aren't surprised to see them here in OWCS. So what can Team Vision actually bring to the table? Because you saw that firsthand, right, Jack? They can do the same game plans. They can have the same type of aggression in this lobby. They just have to figure out how to keep that going throughout an entire map. So maybe this is going to be the way. Blizzard World for Team Vision.
Okay, yeah, and they also banned D.Va first as well. So Team Vision taking D.Va away from Tread. And we do have a small substitution as well. AOI out and 1 in. So they're subbing in a support here. So we'll see how much that does end up changing things. And a Lucio ban too from OWCS. So slow kind of comps now. And something that we've seen, I spoke about yesterday, Rose, in Japan, we've seen Kiriko Juno being played, or something like this, maybe an Ana and a Juno. It's heavy, kind of like solid healing. I do think the more safe backline is what OWCS are running right now.
Yeah.
Something like the Brig and the Juno, or the Brig and the Ana, though.
But I do think that's exactly why we see AOI getting switched out of the roster, is if you do have this Lucio ban, that is one of AOI's best heroes.
Right.
And so bring in somebody like One who is so good on these flex supports. You have the option to go for a double flex support backline. You might even see One potentially take a look at maybe going over to Zen at some point if you want to run Zen Ana with Simple on the Ana. There's so much flexibility here if you're going to go for a bit more of this divey type of hazard with Taejong on the Genji to be able to pick that up. So I want to know what kind of flexibility we see there later on in the series.
Nice rotation here. Looks like Checkmate is trying to take away this high ground again, but it looks like a complete rotation here from Vision Esports. Good bio grenade onto Tread. You can see how many assists are being flung in there as well. Slow dive takes him out. Slowly but surely, Labda though, just picking off Vision Esports. Got to be careful though. Taejong is still on the point. They have gained a tick, but it's not a clean one. And Labda existing onto this high ground is just perfect for a reinitiation from OWCS. Look, they are too scared to peek him right now. Even the Juno, although pretty nimble in the skies, doesn't really want to mess with a Sojourn, especially when they're on a hot one, that is for sure. Tread once again antied. Tread only just came back from spawn. He's going right back again. Labda settles the score. One does end up falling over. His slow dive also picks up a nice kill. Imo is trying to find someone that's below him. Okay, does manage to spot out Labda in the end, but Vision unable to really capitalize there. Only just now moving forward, but it might give Tread enough time to actually get back into this.
This has been such a slow burn here for Vision Esports, but they're finally able to get that second tick. Still a recontest coming through from OWCS as Landon presses the gas on this orbital ray.
Yeah, orbital ray comes in. Slow dive already half HP before that orbital ray even hit the floor. Blade's been pulled by Taejong. That's 1 kill already, and the point almost capped. Taejong just getting rolled by Tread, though. Held up the arm. Those little needles flung into his face like he's touched a few cacti. Simple picks up 2, and that'll be it. Vision Esports with the cap on first. They're going to get the payload going. 4.5 minutes. OWCS, they are spawning roughly at the same time, and because Vision were a little bit staggered there, Rose, only a couple spawning, they aren't going to be able to take high ground instantly. So OWCS have a good spot to defend this really early.
Yeah, they do, and especially when you have this overclock, you can just set up on that high ground and you have something to really throw into the mix. Slowdive's gonna have one as well. You've got the speed rings to, I guess, even up the high ground a little bit.
Overclock. Oh, nano boost onto the hazard. Almost one-shot lap there. Clutch healing coming in, but it doesn't matter in the end. Imo is going super low, though, dashing behind the wall to try and dodge incoming fire. Falls to the pulsar torpedoes of the Juno, but here comes the rally. Should be a fight winner. Yeah, OWCS here just walking on forward. Donk walking, if you will. Pushing Vision Esports all the way back. Checkmate saving the blade, too. They're in good stead right now. As long as Checkmate doesn't instantly die to slow dive, we're chill.
Yeah, we're good. We're gaming. We're gaming.
One
There's also no Brig on the other side, so at least you can't
He's
get
dead.
shield bashed out of it. And yeah, there's no blade now.
He got shot halfway across the map by slow dive, and Taejong was like, okay, I guess I finished that fight. Good shot. And ideally here for slow dive, takes the high ground, but it's going to be kind of tough, especially Landon and Labda kind of shooting their direction. Here comes the overclock. Straight up to high ground now. The wall comes in and slow dive. Oh, and under a heap of hurt there. Nothing he could really do. I mean, you're trapped against the wall. Hazard looking at you, and Checkmate descends from the heavens. Not exactly the guardian angel he was hoping for. Labda takes 2 down, and two and a bit minutes now, Rose, for Vision Esports. They got it decently far, but classic Blizzard World second. It's a tough slog to actually cap that second point.
It's going to be a rough one, but with the orbital ray, Simple does have a good response to Landon's on the other side, and if you can just overlay those on the high ground, this might just be a way that Vision can push them back. That's also a great start. They don't even get a chance to use the ray because Landon goes down.
Yeah, Sojourn moment, number 354 of EMEA. Well, there's another Sojourn moment. Lab just behind them. Almost clocks 2 of them. Imo and Taejong and Slowdive are very low. Labda completely, like, what? It's got a disguise. Is he the spy from TF2? Guy's got a disguise on in the backline, just backstabbing the entire team. Vision did not look around to deal with the lone Sojourn on the flank.
Yeah, but how are you supposed to think about that one? You don't expect the Sojourn to be behind you. Yes, you need to be checking your angles, but when you're dealing with these hazard comps, you're really trying to make sure that you're getting sort of like front to back on some of these supports.
Oh. Yeah. Oh! Nano boost didn't end up going off. Taejong does receive the nano just in time. Looked like almost a nano jacks there, but yeah, good defensive nano boost. Knowing that you're going to die there, you have to a split second to kind of react. A good nano boost onto Taejong. Cleans 2 kills up. Can he kill Checkmate? Deflects health pack. Oh, Checkmate. He does manage to grab the mega health pack and ends up going down. A little bit of backup there with Simple coming in to join that fight. Still Rose, though, with 1 minute and 15 seconds. These fights aren't clean for Vision Esports, so they're struggling to get space.
It was really good that Checkmate was actually behind them as well because somebody on Vision was pushing the car. It allows OWCS to step back up here and Labda with the overclock. Okay, this used to be a Pharah player. Let's not forget that this was one of the premier Pharah players in EMEA, turned hit scan now for the past year.
What a stagger as well. Oh, memories of FRD here. Oh dear, that is really bad. That would have been a 2-fight time bank as well for Vision Esports, but OWCS have made it a single fight now. And it's going to be a rush one too. 30 seconds to go. One is only just spawning.
There are a couple of ultimates though for Vision Esports. You can combo this big hazard ult with something like the overclock from Slow Dive, but because of how far forward OWCS are playing, do you just get got by this Checkmate Blade?
Yeah, and they got the Ray as well. A Blade Ray, that is a pretty quick team fight. Slow dive dashing away, and there it is. Blade's going to come out. Tread does end up going down. Here comes the orbital ray. Slow dive. Didn't even see landed and checkmate coming. There is someone touching the point right now. It is Taejong, but a quick rotation from OWCS should be able to sort out the Genji. He's already used the deflect. And there come the pulsar torpedoes from downtown from Simple, though, as Imo joins the fight yet again. A Malka swap here for Tread. Ye old faithful for Tread. Last season was incredibly proficient on it. And Haku ends up falling. But checkmate on the Widowmaker is not exactly making this close. A nice triple kill. Body shot bandit for checkmate, as OWCS should be able to hold here.
Easy hold. This looked so good from OWCS. They just have to be able to match this. That second point can certainly be a pain to actually get through, but OWCS made that defense look easy, especially with Lambda on the Sojourn. Oh my god, Jaws. We are so back.
Okay, this is exactly what OWCS wanted, right? The classic hold on second Blizzard World. Very, very tough map to actually assail. Oh, and there's me.
Look at you.
There it is. I'm curious how Vision Esports are going to shift up their backline here too. I wonder if they are going towards something like a Brig. A lot of the time, especially if there's no Brig, the Ana is just going to be the public enemy number one. They are going to get dove over and over and over again. The Brig, especially in these fast comps, it feels like it's required realistically. It looks like Simple, though, coming out on Zen, of all things. Diver will back... look, he's got the kick, sure, but this is an incredibly frail backline, and OWCS, as soon as they spot this, not sure Tread's going to stick on the Malga. He's going to go Hazard, and they are just going to perma-dive that Zen.
Absolutely. I still think that this was something I was excited to see, just knowing that Simple is so good on the Zenyatta, and you can have one on also one of their best heroes. Maybe you have enough of the explosive power that you would want out of an Ana Zen comp to actually make sure that, like, you know, the dot damage from the dynamite plus the one clips from the tracer and just all of these big burst effects from this comp can actually make sure that you can pick up these kills. But yeah, I mean, Tread's gonna see this have a field day if you can get back there with somebody like checkmate on the tracer. I don't know how survivable this backline can be.
Well,
you gotta hope that you can out-damage.
It is super greedy, that is for sure. Checkmate on the Tracer as well. Byronade already used, and Checkmate only just now forced to recall. And a decent amount of healing from the Zen, from the Brig, compared to the Zen. Only 30 HPS on that Harmony Orb, so upfront damage, Discord, the tank, and just nuke. That is the idea here. Imo, though, taking care of two. Okay, eventually one does end up going down, so now only Simple alive, but it might not matter. All right. Oh, Tread. Okay, Tread's still alive. Okay, eventually dies, but kills the backline.
There's at least a little bit of a push there coming through. There's no progress on this point, but I think OWCS, they see the vision. Go after one Simple on the backline. They didn't have a quick cleanup, though, and so you saw one in Simple stay alive way too long that you weren't actually able to finish up on that damage that you put down. Can they do it this time around, though? I mean, you basically give it over a nano to one because of how much healing output you did. And Taejong is getting a big collapse.
Yeesh, yeah. I mean, again, sometimes you just got to ignore the Tracer, but unfortunately, this time is not that time. Pulse Bomb for Taejong. Checkmate does end up connecting a Pulse Bomb onto Imo, and a Nano Boost onto Slow Dive, by the way, just to keep him alive. Tread hits the reset, knowing the fight is done. And Vision Esports with just a stellar defense so far. And Simple has Transcendence. They only use one ult in that fight.
Just the nano. Transcendence is going to be beautiful as a response to something like Tread's Downpour. We see Checkmate make an adjustment, though. It's going to be over to the Genji. But look at this, like, you get hit with the dynamite damage and it just pushes you back so far. You have to wait for these cooldowns to come back before you can actually get a clear sightline onto somebody like that Ana or the Zen. Checkmate right now wants to force out this Transcendence.
Good space gain, but Checkmate a little scared of Simple there after the Discord Orb was applied to him. Checkmate is 1 HP, dashes away, but... Oh, Bob with the parting gift. Parting bullet to the brain, and yeah, reset, go again. This greedy backline for Vision Esports is just working wonders for the team right now.
Well, the Orb of Discord still does a lot to be able to make your targets just that much squishier. And so if you've got somebody that is such a good hit scan like Slow Dive, you've got the clean up there from Taejong. This is why stocks are rising a little bit for these Tracer players.
Okay.
And what a big spike.
That happens.
I would be
Nade right
worried
click.
for Labda's mental.
Okay, well, they got one more fight. They got one more fight. They got a minute.
They have 4 ults. Okay,
They have 4 ults.
maybe we're okay.
Good wall. Oh, they're actually just going to go in on this one. Where is the backup for Tread, though? Nowhere to be found. Simple wide swings hit the Discord orb. A flurry of orbs sent in his direction. Slow Dive does end up going down, though, as the orbital rate is used by OWCS. They use Checkmate, so the reliance of damage now just weighing on the shoulders of Labda. A checkpoint will end up getting secured by OWCS, but is it actually enough? Another one after a rally is popped, but there's still someone on the point. A stick on the shield dropped there by Haku onto the point, and the wall ends up coming in too. A late nano boost on IMO is once again Taejong in for the touch. 2 ticks and 92% for OWCS as IMO's just getting destroyed by the disruptor shot and the focus fire, dealing more damage than the Transcendence can actually put out healing. Labda does get anti-naded, but on top of the high ground he goes, and that will be OWCS with the point cap. But my word, was it a struggle.
That was almost an overtime there. You could basically call it that. 2.5 minutes now for OWCS to get to that second point. You can see that golden box of victory in their sights and this high ground setup already in their hands. Lab does good sight lines now into the back, but it's gonna be tough here. You have to use 4 ultimates. That makes things easier though.
Taejong's like, he's cheating.
Whoa.
He's cheating.
Wait, there's 3 people that just disconnected.
Yeah, that might be a small disconnection in a facility, that looks like, for the back line and the tank there, for Vision Esports. Ooh, okay. We'll have to wait and see what that was about. But it doesn't look like we're the only ones having internet issues today. Unfortunate, but that is just the nature of online play. Not in a LAN environment, of course, but yeah, we'll give you an update when we actually get one. But that was a filthy shot. Maybe that's what made them DC. Just,
oh, okay. It's just the Sojourn ult like through the through the lands and
yeah,
in the Wi-Fi.
The Sojourn hit the Wi-Fi and hit the Ethernet.
I thought that would be more of a Sombra thing,
well.
you know. But
Yeah, that's true.
hey,
that is true. There was a point in time where if here's some like historical lore for you in the chat. If 2 EMPs went off at the same time, this was a few years ago, it would crash an observer PC. Yeah, so it was quite literally.
I remember this.
Them getting EMP'd off the server. While it was kind of funny, it was kind of annoying.
Too lore accurate.
It's like because that was what the meta was at the time, was just like big EMP fights. So if 2 Sombras just boom hit the EMP, yeah, just DC somebody. But that's obviously not what happened here. I believe that bug has been fixed. But yeah, that's a bit of a history tidbit for you. Hopefully we'll get into the game in just a moment. 3 players from Team Vision, it looked like they had DC'd, so I can imagine, like we said, probably a facility thing, maybe a small disconnection there from the place they are all playing together. So yeah, we'll get back to it in just a moment.
But boy, did Team Vision look good. Before that happened, that first point defense looked like it was uncrackable until you ended up seeing that 4 ult stack coming through from OWCS to finally break through that bastion of defense. Who knew? On a Zen in this day and age?
Yeah, honestly,
I'll take
look,
it.
I'll take that any day of the week because I love playing Zen, and it feels good when people do very well on it because it's like, okay, actually, is it a placebo effect or is it actually really strong? I think it is very strong if you can play it correctly, and playing it correctly is so hard in this day and age of Overwatch. I personally think they should give Zen 300 HP, but that's just me and I'm not on the balance team. So, because he is extremely frail, unfortunately. But it looks like we are back in the game. Okay, unfortunately, because One Simple and IMO did end up DCing, they've lost their ults. So they will be starting from 0 again, which kind of sucks. High ground control for OWCS.
The good news is that we did just see Simple use the Transcendence. It hasn't been too difficult
Yes,
for
that
Simple
is
to
true.
build those up. We also saw the Nano already go onto IMO to stall out that first point defense. So it's not like we're losing out too much here. Vision Esports just kind of have to lock in the mental and make sure that they can actually dig their heels in, because they got to deal with this checkmate blade.
Right, and historically as well, when you're playing with the Zen, the other support gets a lot of ult charge very quickly because the Zen
look,
ain't doing much either.
one's already 50%.
Orbital rate, good wall from Tread too, blocking off all those heals. Oh, the pulse bomb, that was cheeky, Taejong. I don't think you're going to fall a champion like that, but you're going to win the 1v1 at the very least. Okay. Smacks checkmate out of the server, and that will be a reset. A minute and 15 seconds to go as Taejong on the Tracer. Just kind of lights out right now for Vision Esports.
Is it a 1v1 if you have the Orb of Harmony on you from your
Yeah,
Zen
it's a
and also the
1v1.
Orb of Discord on...
It's a 1v1 if you win it. If you lose it, it's, yeah, it was a 2v1.
Yeah, it was, it was like a 1v3. Yeah, absolutely. But Vision Esports, looks like that lag is not going to bother them one bit. They still have a defense that they can put up here with Slow Dive on the Sojourn, Overclock at the ready. The Nano coming through from one pretty quickly as well, as you see just a little bit of the dance here for one to try to get up that healing.
Yeah, we'll see if Labda can find another pick. He has got Overclock, and straight to the high ground he goes. Bit of initiation. Oh, Slow Dive from across the map. A Discord Orb was applied to Labda too. Here comes the downpour on the point. Slow Dive's able to dash out of there, slides away. Doesn't get affected, and everybody's just lining up for him. A lot of collateral damage there with 22 seconds to go. OWCS on the back foot. They've got the blade. A rally coming up soon as well, but someone needs to touch.
Yeah, and you have to deal with
And
the
this-
Transcendence. Are you going to
yeah.
be able to actually get
Four
enough
ops.
damage through that? It's going to be rough here. Vision can just hold
Oh,
this front.
Brandon.
Oh, Slow Dive.
That's game. That is going to be map. Not game, but map. That is going to be map for sure. The blade has been popped by Checkmate. He uses his dash onto the points. Has to use that deflect, and here comes the Nano Hazard. Yep, leaps straight into Checkmate's face and serves him up for lunch. And here comes the downpour as well. A Transcendence used as IMO is just immortal. The Slow Dive does end up falling as Simple 1 and IMO, the only ones left to really defend this point. Landon comes back on the Kiriko to TP to try and get back. IMO's still taking a little bit too much damage though, has to cross his arms as Labda actually finds that kill. It looks like OWCS might be able to clutch his time. Trey can get back in time as well on the Doomfist. Simple finds two though in Labda and Landon, and now it's Checkmate versus the world. Both supports up, he's been naded, he's got no recall, he's only got one blink to his name. His Checkmate finds Simple. One more kill is required from Tread here. He manages to find it, backline down now for Vision Esports. Only the DPS left. Tread manages to punch Slow Dive into the wall, ends up eliminating the DPS. Taejong is going to come back with a pulse bomb, but now both Doomfish just staring at each other in the block. A power-up punch is going to be initiated as Tread finds another kill. That pulse bomb gave him that kill onto Taejong, as somehow, someway, OWCS clutched that fight out.
What? What in the world just happened? It felt like Vision Esports had a firm handle on the situation. They were going to have that defense, no problem. And then it just felt like waves of respawns and respawns and respawns coming out from OWCS that they just had enough grit to push it over the line. I cannot believe it. That did not feel like it was their map to take.
That should not have happened. I'm going to be real.
No.
That should not have happened. Checkmate surviving that long on the Tracer. Tread coming back on the Doomfist. The Tracer pulse bombing the Doom to get power-up punch as well. Oh, that is going to sting if you're Vision Esports. Like, it's a bit of a mental block, I would say, like, especially losing 3 players to the DC. It does kind of suck, but it looked like they were clutching the victory in their hands as OWCS just ripped it from them. That was an unbelievable clutch from Tread there, hitting those power-up punches too, stunning people, and then just instantly finishing them off. The Tracer's history if you do that, and the way the payload was positioned as well, there were so many walls around him for him to achieve that too. What an unbelievable clutch there coming through for OWCS. They lead the series now, 2-0.
I think you can see some of the flaws in the squishiness of that backline in those final couple of moments. There just isn't a whole lot of point presence for something like an Ana and Zen to be able to hold their own on a cart versus something like a Doomfist. And even a Tracer, if you have that as just a wave to be able to strafe around the cart. I don't know. I want to give so much credit to Vision Esports for that defensive hold, though.
Yeah.
It's just kind of, it sucks that it was taken out of their hands like that by just some sheer grit on the side of OWCS.
And honestly, I called it there. Like I said, look, slow dive
Yeah.
picking off Landon when Landon has the orbital ray, like that's pretty much game. Like a clean
Yeah, you
team
had
fight.
good reason.
Exactly, clean team fight from Team Vision there, and it's done. But a clutch play by Tread, and also Checkmate staying alive on the Tracer. Was antied, had no recall, was like down to his like final blink, was literally just playing off blink cooldowns to try and evade damage. Unbelievable stuff there from OWCS. And honestly, for them too, probably a big mental boost. We saw how they performed yesterday, Rose, and it wasn't too pretty. And a team with players that people were expecting to do extremely well, although it is the start of the season, to be fair to them too, this is going to be a big mental win for them. So going into map number 3, I wonder if Team Vision can find that like reset button and just go again, just bring this to a map number 5, because after that, if you're OWCS, you can win anything if you played that well on Blizzard's second too.
Yeah, your confidence is through the roof at this point if you're OWCS, and I know, like, being in moments like that, you've got the adrenaline pumping, you're just feeling it so much after being able to get a big clutch like that. But maybe there is some hope. If you're a Vision Esports fan, if you saw that on a Zen backline working and you go, maybe you want to try to run something like that back, I wonder if you now take a look at some of the escort options that you have with Dorado, maybe we go to Route 66. I think there's some options here that you can still look at something like that working and lean into that a little bit more.
I mean, look, Team Vision, they're not unfamiliar with map 5s. Like during the day 2 of the bracket to actually get into OWCS, like they had a back-to-back map 5. So they've been in this kind of situation before. It's whether they can pull it out in the OWCS. That is the big question. We're going to another map pick here of Team Vision. They're also going to be banning a hero first. That's right, the players do decide, by the way, what they're banning. It's not us, and they won't be banning Mercy either unless it's a protected pick. But what do you expect, Rose, here from Team Vision to ban? And what do you expect OWCS to respond with?
I kind of wonder if Team Vision wants to look at banning something like a Sojourn. I know it's been working out super well in their favor, but then you take out a huge pocket pick for somebody like Labda or even QLM that we saw swap into the roster yesterday for OWCS. But then OWCS can respond to that and go, well, maybe we don't want you to have Ana, or we don't want you to have Zen. Okay. So I think there's a little bit of 2D chess that you can play there with the DPS and the support picks that would hinder both rosters.
Yeah, banning something like the Ana might be kind of big here. We'll have to wait and see, though. Team Vision, just going to give them a small break, and while we decide what the maps are and what they decide the bans are going to be as well, we're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with map number 3, potentially map number 5. We'll see after this.
to Oasis. To
Look around you. The system's not working. High time to try something new. Hazard on sight. Let's take out the rubbish. Rules are like bones. They're made to be broken.
Time for the reckoning!
Get ready for a downpour.
Nerf this!
Follow me to glory. Let me show you how it's done. Simple arithmetic.
You know I'm the best.
Just what I was looking for.
Maybe when hell freezes over.
Flying the friendly skies.
All right, that was pretty damn brilliant.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are waiting for our second map to be set up and ready as the teams are sorting through some things.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I have for you. That's all the information I have.
So we don't want that to happen again.
That's right. This should be, you know, we want to uphold the competitive integrity of this tournament. So we give them some time. Meanwhile, we're going to chat about what we just saw. Can we for a second? I might have just been living on the Red Rock, so I missed out on like all those cool skins, but holy,
yeah,
good
the new
stuff
skins are
coming.
pretty sick. Yeah, the Celeste bundle, I think that's the one in the shop right now. I know Finn from Zeta Division is a big fan of the new Juno skin. So yeah, make sure you check that out in the store.
Why is that? Why is that, Jaws?
Well, you know,
is there a specific reason?
He made a little tweet. It was kind of funny. Yeah, big fan of Finn too. So you know, shout out Finn. Shout out my boy.
Yeah, I'm that May skin, and I'm not usually a May enjoyer. I want to say, but
really,
that one goes hard.
You don't like May?
No.
You don't like playing Silly Heroes? I only play
no Silly Heroes for me.
May is so fun.
That is
and
that is a
Hazard
take.
too. So make sure you jump in the game if you've not seen Hazard.
It's really funny.
I'm sure you have, but
it's so funny to see Hazard in the game now and like seeing him in the video after having met the voice actor in Stockholm. At DreamHack, we all had the opportunity to hang out with him. And first of all, he's just such a lad, okay? Just such a cool homie. And usually, you know, voice actors, they kind of act it up to like fit the character. I think this character just fits him.
Oh,
like it's not the other way around. Like it is literally him.
Connor.
Maybe not physically per se, but like they are the same person. It's really funny.
Yeah, I mean, Stockholm is at the end of the year as well, of course. So if you do want to go, there potentially could be voice actors there. I hope so, because it's always nice meeting some of the people that you literally hear every day in the game, and it's cool to see them in the flesh. So yeah, make sure you check out for DreamHack tickets later down the line later this year.
Four of the voice actors were there last year, and I mean, in general, there's just so much going on at DreamHack, so it's well worth a visit. Also, you can meet us.
True.
I mean, that can be a selling point for some.
Not many.
Not many. Let's chat a little bit about this first map, since I didn't get to talk to you guys, or the first two maps. Quite frankly, if I were Vision Esports, I'd be so gutted. That was 2 maps in a row, which were very winnable.
Yeah, I'd be
like, this I would be seething. I would not be okay.
I'd do the desk slam into the feet slam on the desk. So you just put your feet up and slam the feet on the desk.
Wait, you slamming your feet on the desk?
No, I've never done that. I'm just saying, it's just kind of a meme.
Who does that?
Like reach?
A certain player that was there's a very famous gif of a certain player from the Overwatch League a long time ago that has done that. Yeah.
Who slammed his? How? That is such a take. Oh, I see. We're having a next map coming up.
Okay.
Dorado.
Yeah, Dorado.
Obviously,
okay, Escort.
Vision Esports pick.
Yes. I'm so glad we're seeing Dorado back in the map pool, actually. Yeah, Vision Esports picking that one. I'm curious what they're actually going to ban here. I'm half of me wants to say like maybe a Sojourn ban from then. And no substitutions either. I'm hearing 2 from production. So yeah, just waiting on Vision Esports and OWCS to pick the bans. But yeah, Rose, what do you think? And if you were Vision here, what do you ban against OWCS?
I mean, we were talking about this a little bit before the break, right? I said Sojourn maybe as a ban coming through from Vision, and then maybe OWCS ends up throwing an Ana ban into the mix. So like you can't go dive with Ana Zen, you can't really do Ana Brig either. So then do you get stuck with maybe something you're not super excited about playing in the back line? There's a lot of flexibility from Simple, and one, if there's no subs, it means AOY isn't coming back into the roster for Vision, but...
Do you feel Haku and Landon would be limited by such a ban?
For Ana, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. And it depends if they even try, if the Lucio's out this time again as well. Because honestly, if you're Vision right now, you can play the greedy backline again. Dorado is very doable with the Zen and the Ana, like very, very doable. So you can.
And it looked extremely good until Trench started clutching. Until it didn't. Yeah, I just.
And that's the thing. It's so quick to turn on its head as well with that comp, because it is very.
You guys called it. So the greedy backline is banned. The Soj is banned.
Okay.
It's like you guys are really good at your job. That's crazy.
That's crazy. That was honestly quite a good guess. I'm not too shocked to see OWCS ban Zen. It did give them a lot of trouble attacking Blizzard World there. So yeah, OWCS are up 2-0. We'll jump into Dorado as our third map. Vision Esports banning Sojourn first, and also picking this map. OWCS follow that up with a Zen ban. So no slow backline for Vision Esports. So that probably means they're gonna play Brig, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think you could go something like on a Brig. You could also go on a Juno, I guess, if you wanted to. But
I think that's more than serviceable, I think, on a Juno.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I just still feel like banning out the Zen does make One and Simple's lives a little bit harder. We don't necessarily see Zen get played from either Haku or Landon in a lot of these matches, but Simple and One definitely have the Zenyatta in their wheelhouse, so it makes sense that you might not want to give them the benefit of having the Zen on a backline, because you got got by it on Blizzard World until you didn't. So,
did you have the most pauses last year, Rose?
I think I did.
Did we? Okay. The curse has not been broken.
Listen, you were saying something about the. You were saying we got to keep an eye on all of the Ajaxes that we get from the Lucio ultimates, but now we also have to keep an eye on the C9s, the pause count, and timer.
To be fair,
I think we're off to a great start this year.
We're up. Hey, OWCS on socials already made the graphic. We're good to track them for the rest of the season. All right,
Excellent.
we're back in. Very, very small pause. We are chilling. We are ready to rock and roll. Lambda on the Echo, checkmate Tracer. Like what I'm seeing. Tread on the Diva too. Classic kind of Dorado style. No Winston, that's fine. I think Tread, especially on the Diva, a lot more proficient. And then Vision too. So ideally here for Tread, you are kind of protecting your backline with the Matrix, but a lot of the time I think you're going to be protecting Lambda. Your backline is very mobile. It's not going to get pinned down all too often. You just got to stop IMO from just diving on in.
And I think Lambda on the Echo is a great choice versus something like the Ana. You're going to see one see that and switch right away to go to the Brig. A little bit more stables because you have that shield to be able to deal with things like that focus beam, as well as just being able to shield dash something like the Tracer. It's going to be so flexible.
Lucio's mobile, but so is the rest of the team. Taejong takes down Haku. Almost an insta-kill from Lambda there, looking like he wants to finish off at least a little someone. Landon teleporting into the backline. A very aggressive play from Landon. He does end up meeting his maker. That maker being Taejong. Oh, good healing coming through. All right, Simple, alive, good stuff. Vision Esports, they're going to break this choke point. And looks like, yes, OWCS switching over. Okay, so the flicks coming in, and the Landon over to Juno. Tread on to the Hazard now.
I think you just need the mobility. Something that the Juno is going to be able to provide you is also an option to be able to deal with the orbital ray from Simple as well. Tread going back over to the Hazard. I feel like Hazard is just meta, and so you gotta make sure that you have something to stand up to the Hazard that's on IMO's side.
Good moves coming in from Haku here. You see IMO always trying to jump in, and Lucio's always waiting for the boot. Could have been mobility too. Those sticky bombs though, yeah. And an Echo on top of your head. Yeah, you're going to take a lot of damage. No block in the world can save you from that. You require a shield, a rather large one. Maybe a rectangle one. Yeah. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is still going to be a little bit tougher for Vision Esports to break through. I think you have good high ground control from OWCS. You have a couple of ultimates that you can rely on for this next fight as well. I'm looking at the duplicate from Lambda to be that big difference maker. Are we going to see that duplicate onto something like the Hazard? I feel like that's such a good choice. Or the Ashe.
Oh, pulse bomb for Taejong, looking directly at a wall right now. Duplication onto the Ashe for Lambda. She's not going to survive all too long. In fact, gets almost instantly eliminated. Simple finishes off the Echo as Vision Esports just kind of ignoring OWCS right now. It's up to OWCS to top the payload. They're just taking it away from them. Haku will eventually tap it for half a second, but that will be the point cap for Vision.
Big point capture and so economical at that. You only extended the Brig and Juno ultimates, which feels like a lot, but the fact that you still have the Bob to throw around that corner, you got a big pick onto checkmate to help stall things out a little bit more and give you a bit of breathing room on the payload. It feels really good now if you're Vision Esports. You also still have the pulse bomb. Maybe you're able to get around this corner before things start to get really tough as OWCS works up to 4 ultimates.
Yeah, high ground control rather imperative for Vision Esports. Luckily though, Slowdive can kind of chill up here. If he puts out enough damage, no one can really challenge him. Labs taking a lot though, but hey, you got the orbital ray. You are vibing with that one. As soon as OWCS push on forward, IMO with no mobility cooldowns just gets destroyed. And that'll be a continuation of the hold. Only using the single ult, which is nice.
For OWCS, yeah, but look at this. Slowdive already back in there throwing the Bob.
Wow. That is an aggressive beat from OWCS there. Hits 3. They're going to be able to get to the high ground, but no kills actually generated off that. More of a defensive use of the sound barrier.
Kind of making sure you don't fall to all of that damage coming through from the Bob, but I feel like that was such a heavy investment. Deal with that one ultimate. And you give up so much space for Vision Esports as well, as Slowdive takes to the high ground. And how do you get blocked? Oh, okay, that's how.
Checkmate played Slowdive there. I think Slowdive wasn't expecting Checkmate to hit the recall, but you could see Checkmate under that archway, just waiting for an opportunity to get back up there, wait for a blink so he can actually escape as the pulse bomb explodes. Really intelligent play there from Checkmate. Takes down the Ashe and maybe even looking for a small spawn camp here as well. Yep, no Slowdive's coming back. Good luck. You've got to hit a couple of headies here. There's a recall, and Checkmate has already punished him and actually forced a rotation of the supports from Vision Esports to look back and escort Slowdive through the choke.
But now you've got the orbital ray to make sure that Slowdive can get there, as well as amplifying all of that damage. And Taejong also can even up the score a little bit with the pulse bomb.
Well, here comes the downpour coming through from Tread. A rally's going to be unleashed from one. Pulse bomb connects from Tread. No chance you stay in this fight. There's a duplication onto the Hazard, but I mean, the team fight is already said and done. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Vision Esports making decent time here on Dorado. This will be the second point. Although Alcatia do have fast players here to actually go for the touch, and Checkmate's going to get in there. Half HP ends up going down. No recall. A nice little wall does help Tread survive for a little bit. There's a Taejong trying to cut off the reinforcements.
The reinforcements are cut. That second point is captured, and Vision Esports look to make their way through that third. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Also forcing Labda off of the Echo. This point is a little bit harder to use the Echo, but I also think that the Echo wasn't finding the value that Alcatia was hoping that it would. Duplicate coming in late. Now the Ashe has a bit easier of a time being able to contest with things like slow dive. They switch over to the Cassidy just briefly, but thinks better of it and goes back over to the Ashe. I think Alcatia can still have a good defense here. They just got to make sure that this orbital ray from Landon is going to get the right geometry for this fight.
Oh, Taejong's going to have a little bit of a rough time here. Dashes back to the mega health pack, but it's not really a factor in this fight just yet. Landon dodges out of the way to that downpour. And here comes the stick. Tread absorbing a lot of that damage as Landon continues to keep the team alive. And unfortunately, especially playing around that choke point, there's so many small pillars, it's hard for Landon to position himself in a place that he's not taking damage and he's also healing the team, so it will result in Alcatia getting pushed all the way back to spawn as Vision continue their roll on this payload. And a nice wall from Imo. I mean, that's an even bigger stagger that you can't really afford now.
No, it just pushes Alcatia to the limits here. One final contest that they can throw at this third point. It's going to come down to Haku's sound barrier. Maybe they can use it a little bit more offensively this time rather than trying to scurry back to spawn with it.
Yeah, if Simba gets caught out there, 2 is kind of up against that wall. They got one more fight. You know Alcatia have just used that sound barrier, so they haven't got too much left in the tank. You can orbital ray and Bob at the same time on that point and potentially get the completion. Alcatia, though, this is what they do time and time again. They push all the way up. They want to try and force Vision Esports to use ult, to use CDs before they actually get to that point.
And Tread can also soak up a little bit of damage. You've got a little bit of poke that you can do as well to maybe get this downpour and Genji Blade combo up. Labd is also very close to the Bob, so don't count Alcatia out of this one yet in terms of their ults.
Yeah, double support ultimate for Vision. It's going to be fairly strong, but look at Alcatia trying to push him to the very limit here, trying to force cooldowns out. Well, Imo is going to take down Labda as the downpour ends up coming in from Tread. It does end up stopping and stifling the push here from Vision Esports, but look at everybody. They're all kind of split. Bob's going to get deployed on the point, and they still have 2 support ults, so they might not even need him. Haku's down. Bob's on the point. The orbital ray comes in, and there's the cap. Even the blade pull there from Checkmate couldn't get back to the point in time. There's 22 seconds remaining in the time bank for Vision Esports.
Well, did you see what was happening there as well? Vision Esports actually sent somebody to the cart so that Alcatia had to turn around. They couldn't actually fight where they wanted to because Vision said, oh, we're just gonna rotate behind you and force you to come to us. That put them into a bad position where Vision Esports was able to throw up a wall there from Imo's Venture, or Hazard, sorry. I was like, wow, where's Venture? I forgot about that hero. But yeah, the Hazard just ended up coming in big with that huge rotation that Vision Esports was able to get for the end.
All right, let's see what Alcatia have on the offense. Still got to find a completion. 22 seconds, you know, for Dorado. It's not the biggest time bank in the world, but you'll take a completion, of course, over nothing, I suppose.
Defense. I will always take the completion.
Yeah, of course. I mean, defense, Brig, simple on the Juno. This will be good for slow dive too. Just eking out as much time as humanly possible. Of course, Alcatia are a little bit different in their approach on the defense. They were on the D.Va instead.
I do think banning out the Sojourn has been really smart, though. Labda has had a lot of trouble finding something that feels comfortable outside of the Sojourn, and so we've already seen the Echo and then going over to the Ashe, and now trying things out on the attack on the Tracer. Throwing anything at the kitchen sink to see if something will stick. Hopefully it's going to be the Tracer for them as Alcatia needs to complete this map. But I still feel like Vision Esports, when they take a look at the Tracer, they go, maybe we just go after a backline instead. Haku and Landon can only heal each other so much, and we already saw Vision Esports exploit that on their attack.
Good position from Labda right now. Still has to kind of deal with the enemy tracer. Forces the recall from Taejong though. He's in a decent spot. Always got to be fearful of the Ashe, however, and that's exactly why. I mean, the long-range damage is quite intense coming through from the Ashe. Tread ends up going down. Okay. Reset to OWCS. Okay, that didn't go as planned, but you're chilling. You want to get up to the high ground very fast. Don't give Slowdive time at all on the Ashe to build up ult, but unfortunately for them, they did just that.
I mean, you saw Tread even try to get the wall climb up there, and Slowdive was ready and waiting. Just a full clip into the head, and Hazard's going to go down just like that. Vision Esports have great control of this defense so far, especially if Slowdive can keep this high ground control. How do you actually get Tread up there safely when you've got the break that's also sitting and waiting to get a shield bash when Tread actually makes their way up that wall?
Well, checkmate's dead. And so's Labda. Okay, well, yeah, this offense, even Labda kind of switching here, this is really rough. I mean, Vision Esports, just a superb job. They've not lost anybody. They got ults coming up. This is looking clean, sublime right now.
Looking really good. I mean, Slowdive still hasn't been taken off of this high ground yet, so you still have Slowdive and one that are going to be able to hold the fort up there. And look at the angles that OWCS are trying to take to even just get access to that high ground. It's rough. There are all the angles getting locked down here from Vision. You even see Taejong pull out the pulse bomb.
Whoa. Yeah, okay. Well, and there goes Landon. Oh my word.
This is not looking close. Jack, like, Tread's gonna get staggered.
Yes.
Oh, this is so bad.
I'm always on my worst.
I mean, how do you respond here if you're OWCS? Your comp is honestly, but all was, I mean, they obviously switched over to the Ashe to trying to get onto the high ground, but I mean, Slowdive has just been, well, very slow in his play. Just sat there on Ashe, shooting the enemy team, and you're chill. Like, Tread needs to isolate somebody. Okay, there's the kills. Labda takes down Simple. All right, okay. You kind of spoke it into existence there, Rose.
It's the elevator strat. It's just the elevator strat. Did you see that? There were a couple of people that took the elevator up to the top of the building. You're at least able to control one of the high grounds, and then you're able to use your mobility, like the speed ring, just like the dash from the Genji, to actually get behind the team. So finally, you sniff them out, and you make your way towards this first point. And with all the ults,
they are 3xing.
Good hazard wall.
But there will be a Bob getting launched onto the payload. And here comes the orbital ray as well. Slowdive's Bob instantly killed. Downpour hits. Look at the damage IMO's taken right now. Yeah, just no way you can survive. A late Bob from Labda 2. Okay, that will be checkpoint. 3 minutes in the time bank. Good idea for there from Vision Esports. When you saw Trade instantly put up the wall on the choke, but they come out from 3 different angles to try and get the touch.
Yeah, it was perfect though. Enough of a scatter that OWCS could just sort of watch those funnel points, actually get the eliminations they need. And now, okay, maybe now we're cooking, right? Like maybe now we're gonna be a little bit smoother sailing as we head to the end of the second point. Already good damage down on IMO and forcing out the downpour so early.
Yeah, you see a checkmate try and go for a little deflect there, didn't end up working out. Taejong with the pulse. Oh, cheeky. Doesn't end up connecting, but it doesn't matter. Another DPS carrying right now. You always rely on Slowdive on that Ashe. And they might try and stagger Tread here, actually. Yeah, they're going to try. Wall in a couple of seconds, too. IMO can't die, though. Well, your spawn's pretty close.
You can. It's all right.
It's not the worst. 2 minutes now, Rose, for OWCS.
It's still enough of a stall that you're putting some big breaks onto this payload. Vision Esports have the rally still. They can throw that at something like the Blade. Checkmate has had a little bit of trouble finding the perfect avenues to be able to use this. And look at how much damage he's already taken. 30% as you look to try to get some poke. You have to peek out and you just get popped by Slowdive.
So there's almost got another Bob too. And Labda has a tough time kind of shooting upwards, right? I mean, look at his position right now. Just Slowdive has such an unbelievable advantage on the high ground. Oh, Checkmate almost hitting the one shot there onto Taejong. Just trying to check the Tracer player, but it's really hard. He's kind of losing him right now. And yeah, there's another kill from Slowdive. Lost one of your DPS, hitting some good headies too. He's got the Bob, deploys it straight on the floor. Coach Gun's back up. Orbital Ray now disappearing. Sets a ton of people on fire too. He's under a little bit of duress now, but the Bob to the rescue on the high ground saves Slowdive's life. Slowdive is just farming on the Ashe right now.
God. Yeah, like, you know the old strats that we used to see from something like the Diva and Winston on the first point, where you just popcorn from the buildings? I feel like we're seeing that from an Ashe, which is the weirdest thing in the world, but I'm also here for it. Coach Guns have been perfect to make sure that you can actually flex between the low and high ground. You called it out great in terms of this high ground control, giving such a huge advantage to Slowdive. When you got the high ground, like, of course you're gonna win these fights. But you send up there to actually take him out. Look at how long of a flank Tread has to take to even have a hope.
Oh, what a wall. Luckily, though, there's an extra door there now. Blade has been popped, but Haku is already dead. Slowdive is trapped there on the downpour, but it doesn't matter. Orbital Ray from Vision Esports as they wipe out Katsia at the final moment. 10 seconds to go, and where is the touch? Tread's going to be spawning last. The wave respawn ends up coming in, but I mean, Diva for Tread here to try and get something. A speed ring on to Checkmate. Checkmate might be able to get the touch, but there is going to be a wall standing his way. What a boot! Nice flail from the Brig, and that'll be it. Vision Esports are going to come back on Dorado. Oh my, this is the Vision Esports we wanted to see. This small little dark horse, the 15th place team coming into OWCS EMEA. And they've got one on the board against Alcatia. A little left hook there after a kind of a disappointing DC on Blizzard World. You can definitely feel how much they're ready to just continue this run in this series.
Those first two maps, pretty close. Felt like that victory for them was in their sights on that second map, but now decisively theirs on this third. Are we going to see a map 5 between these two teams? Is this going to be a reverse sweep from Team Vision? I feel like it could. I feel like we're on the cusp of seeing just a complete breakout performance from this team.
Yeah, I mean, they're no stranger to a map 5. Like we mentioned before, has been in one quite recently to get into the OWCS. So honestly, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, complete mental reset here from the team. It feels like Vision Esports looked good on this map, and Slowdive looked exceptional on the Ashe. Like,
disgusting.
Yeah, undisturbed on the high ground most of the time. And look at this play as well. The Bob just coming in clutch with the defense. I mean, looked good. Just continue playing the Ashe. I think Alcatia might want to ban that, honestly.
Yeah, I think you might have to. After we saw the Sojourn ban, you're probably feeling pretty confident in your options to play different hit scans. The Ashe showing up in such a big way.
All right, let's go to another map. We're going to jump into a quick break. The team's going to select the maps. They're going to select their bans. And we're going to roll on through and hopefully go to a map number 5.
Just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer. Of course, there's absolutely not. This is my match.
From Naga. Boop, straight in the bag.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Limp, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. Did the fight an Easter egg again? Another big down blossom. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive. But what? Aztec? What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Yeah, map number 4 coming up in just a second. Team Vision coming back, and honestly, if you look at the first 2 maps, Rose, pretty close. They're hard, like insane clutch from Tread and on Blizzard World to save the team on the Doomfist on the second map, and then Vision just destroying Alcatia on third. Like, yeah, this is a very close series. I mean, even the control, like, Vision dominated a map, and Alcatia just making it super close on the other 2 rounds. Like, insane stuff so far as we see. It is going to be an Esperanza pick and a Tracer ban for Vision, and Alcatia banning the Ana.
Yeah, I mean, this makes a lot of sense too, though. Taejong's been kind of farming on the Tracer, so maybe you just have to put a little bit of a stop in that one. And when it comes down to the Ana, I think that makes also a lot of sense. Like, if Simple's going to stay and you've got AOY and that's going to be coming in on the Lucio, you can't ban out the Lucio again. And so maybe at least you take out the option for them to run an Ana Lucio as well. Out the gates here, it's going to be the same story on both sides. Genji, Sojourn, Hazard, Juno, Lucio, a complete mirror here as we see those bans take full effect.
I mean, this is what Alcatia were beating Vision Esports on, this exact mirror. So we'll see if the same can be said for Esperanza and they can lock out the series. Good push from Alcatia. That was quick. Simple and Slowdive had no chance to react, and that's the team fight done and dusted already. Haku does end up falling for Alcatia, but he's going to be able to get back rather fast. Any additional picker will be perfect. You can see Labda knows it too. Has to dodge out of the way of Taejong. Eventually gets taken down by the Genji, so 2 picks for Vision Esports, but with the tank up and Juno as well, you're going to get a lot of time on the payload right now.
Yeah, and Labda can come back with a quick power slide. You can play at a distance anyway, but you can already see how much more comfortable Labda looks on something like the Sojourn. You also have the taxi coming through from Haku. Unfortunately, Checkmate's gonna get caught out a little bit. Plays a little over-aggressive sometimes, but it's okay. Like, you still got some decent progress if you're Alcatia. No ults just yet. Landon with the orbital ray.
Tread has no CDs left and is trapped in this corner right now. Has to get out. Oh, that was a Landon just randomly running towards Tread there, and Imo takes that free kill. Ow, the wall. So kind of irritating. Taejong kind of jumping into that one over and over again. All right, Alcatia reset completely. Is Vision found Checkmate, just super pushed and managed to find that good pick.
Checkmate's gonna have to be a little bit careful about that. You are only so survivable on the Genji, and you only have deflect for so long. So we are going to see Vision take that pick and turn it into a lead so far. Very slim one, but you can still take something with this if you can get some ults.
Yeah, orbital ray comes out. Imo instantly dies. Vision, unfortunately, 10% towards theirs. Would probably and ideally want to match that to try and beat Alcatia to the pick. Can't lose anybody else. Looks like Tread's going to go super deep. I mean, he does have the ult and walks off the heels. Perfect stuff. I mean, we're going to see this happen time and time again, Rose, where these hazards are going to get so good with these walls. Imo does end up using the ult too. Use the downpour to try and catch any stragglers, as Tread is the one that goes down. But it's a trade. Taejong falls as Checkmate just dashes through too. Hits one reset after the other as Simple also ends up going down.
Wow, this has been so back and forth already,
goodbye.
but Alcatia can finally make something out of this lead. Oh, Checkmate, though, was so close to being able to get that blade.
This is
and everybody's
scrappy.
just kind of moments away from pulling an ult.
2 beats being unleashed. Here comes the blade from Taejong. Labda is stuck against the wall. Like, unlucky. Taejong, easy pickings there. Like slicing through a barrel of fish for Taejong. And that will be the pick onto Tread 2. Easy kill on the Hazard. A very scrappy fight as Vision Esports eventually gaining control of the bot.
Perfect word to describe this. It was just seconds away from triggers being pulled on ults, finally getting the confidence to do so. The sound barriers, though, the nail in the coffin here for Vision Esports to actually grab a lead. But look at how so close before OWCS comes back in with this blade ready to go. And Vision knows that they have to set up on this high ground. They can't give too much ground here to OWCS.
And Chemi almost dies to Taejong there. Oh, it's just going to find just a vanilla pick on AOI. Sorry. That wall once again coming in big for Tread. Really smart with the walls, and Checkmate's able to capitalize on these kills. The Lucio kind of stuck against wall riding and then wall riding on a spiky wall. All right, Taejong. Checkmate is just trying to keep him in check right now as he pulls the blade. Well, unfortunately for you, Taejong, your deflected ran out a long time ago. Blade pull for Checkmate. They're trying to make this clean. Don't want to lose anybody. And lose they don't. AOY, the only one surviving for Vision Esports, as they do hit a reset, but that does mean OWCS are getting that checkpoint.
Tread even puts the wall up for good measure so that nobody can come out of spawn. And so there is the checkpoint. I love that you called out Tread just having good lockdown on a lot of these cooldowns. Tread was so good at the Orisa last year for OWCS, and that is a character that requires you to have really good ideas of how the enemy tank is using their own cooldowns.
Orbital Ray. Well, Simple almost got instantly deleted as soon as they use that Ray. Downpour ends up locking IMO in place, but still able to do damage at range with those needles. Lab does not falling. Bot now moving in favor of Vision Esports as Tread is chased away by the 2 DPS players.
Nearly ready to overclock.
Gets out though, and you know that Lab is going to have your back as soon as he ends up coming out of spawn. There's also another sound barrier available for Haku, and so Vision Esports can't actually make up too much ground with those picks. They have to scatter.
Oh, slow dive. Took a headshot, slid up the stairs, met with another railgun. Double tap to the head as Labda cleans him up. Okay, OWCS, they're going to get a couple of meters, but Vision Esports quickly able to regroup, and a kill onto Haku is good for one. Still more ground gained, though. Vision Esports kind of splitting up right now as there's free push happening. They're trying to punish as much as humanly possible, but they are losing people in the process.
At this point, you're stalling out time, though. 4 minutes left on the clock. You still have the lead with that first point captured. You're going to meet Vision Esports back in the middle.
What is happening?
All while, IMO just gets taken out. I think we're in deathmatch, Jaws. I don't think we're in an official
we're playing
match.
prop hunt. He was a lamppost. They were chasing him down.
This is just a new map mode that we're getting a sneak peek of for.
We should get competitive prop hunt for OWCS.
Oh my god, that would be sick.
I would go
like
crazy.
April Fools.
I'm pretty good at prop hunt, I'm just saying. All right, Vision Esports, they do have the sound barrier. They got the blade as well. They can beat blade into this fight. They need to clean one, as the bot being on their side of the map, and they still need meterage, is going to result in at least 2 fights before they can actually gain anything. AOY at any moment could just rip this one, and looks like Taejong's just going to beat him to it. Nice little slash and dash, and here comes the sound barrier. Taejong coated in green there is, unfortunately for him, now stuck in place. Beautiful use of the downpour from Tread. Locks a couple of members up of Vision Esports. And Labda and Checkmate, well, they just dash and shoot through them as their lead will extend for OWCS.
3 minutes left now, and it's starting to look a little grim here for Vision Esports. If there's any team that can clutch up in this moment, it can be them. Looking at this orbital ray, this is going to be a big thing that Vision Esports can look at as an engagement tool, but look at Trent just blocking him at the door. They can't even get out.
Good disengage. Here comes the re-engage from OWCS. Disengaged instantly from the orbital ray coming through from Vision Esports. They use one of their own as well as that sound barrier. Liner still ends up going down. Don't actually think he got the beat there. As Tread just tries to find the 1v1, but unfortunately for him, Vision Esports aren't going to make it a fair fight. A dogfight in this small room as Checkmate just dies to the needles being thrown at him. Again, these fights aren't clean. There's still meters being gained from OWCS here as Labda is just chilling on the point. 2 minutes to go. 97-45 is OWCS in firm control of this map.
Labda's a tank now. What can we say? Soldier with the disruptor shots, he can't step into that one. starting to stall things out a little bit with that hazard wall at the door, but Labs is ready again with this overclock. Had a big shutdown of the slow dive last time.
Oh, what a slash. Checkmate carves AOY in half, and Taejong also took the majority of damage from that first slash as well, so an easy cleanup kill for Checkmate. A double blade kill, and with limited time remaining, Vision Esports, unfortunately for them, their chances of staying in this match are crumbling right now in their hands.
Does the overclock change anything here for Slowdive? Slowdive was such a big key to success on Dorado on something like the Ashe, but Labda has had his number the entirety of this series so far when it's come down to the Sojourn versus Sojourn. Overclock at these sight lines is going to feel great, but you got to weave it past these walls on the high ground.
He just can't play the Ashe here. It's a little bit too slow. Overclock's coming in, good boop there, saving Slowdive's life at least for the time being. Oh, 180's Checkmate twice to end his life with that railgun. Only a minute now. Danger zone for Vision Esports. Can't lose anybody, but Labda still finds two. These fights are so scrappy.
Landed still also.
And he's still stalling. Landed is still stalling. Someone kill it. Okay, got the wooting online there as Landon just strafes in the skies. 40 seconds to go, and Vision Esports now, Rose, they need to be perfect.
Perfection in 35 seconds is a lot to ask, but you've got the orbital ray plus 3 other ultimates to back it up as the downpour is already available. You've got the blade and the sound barrier. You think 4 versus 3, that should be enough, but you gotta clutch up with these downpours.
Imo just was diving in and got half HP instantly. A good railgun shot, though, does end Lander's life as this railgun combo with the orbital ray, rather deadly. There is a blade for Taejong as Lab just ended up going down. They're going to try and make this a clean fight. They invest the sound barrier, and a late sound barrier from Haku only lands on 2. Himself and Tread now over health, trickling down for them, and unfortunately, they're not going to have anything for this blade. A dash and slash in for Taejong kills Haku instantly, as Vision Esports might have found their way back in this series, and they might have just done it. Imo's going to come back on the Mauga for some additional sustain. It is now Checkmate versus the rest of the team. Labda cleaned up by Taejong, and Vision Esports come back on Esperanza to take us to a map 5.
That was so close until at the very end there, Vision Esports once again had firm control over the end of that map. It was looking grim. I mean, 35 seconds left. You know you still have meterage to make up for it. You barely just captured that first objective when you already saw OWCS beat you to the punch like 6 minutes ago. This is incredible. What clutch factor we're seeing from Vision Esports. We're going to a map 5. How exciting is this?
Yeah, look, I don't want to say it again, but they're used to these map 5s. Oh, look at Lapta there as well. So sad, just trapped in that corner. It was like hovering too, so couldn't even try to move out of the way. Yeah, insane stuff from Vision Esports. Checkmate had some decent blades in this map as well, and like you mentioned, Rose, Labda had been beating Slowdive on the Sojourn head-to-head. The Ashe was very much in favor on Dorado, but a couple of clutch plays coming through. I mean, I thought it was looking rather slim when Vision Esports made the play at the very last moment, and Imo jumped in, half HP on the hazard, went down first, but a ray into a railgun shot, killing Landon. Vision Esports wipe out the majority of healing from OWCS and then claw their way back. Perfection was required, and perfection we got from Vision Esports. Look at how close this game was as well. 2.7 KD on either side. Similar damage, similar death, similar healing. Yeah, an incredibly close game as map number 5 now is on the table and is all in the hands of OWCS once again for the map pick and the first ban.
These maps have felt like it could go either way, though. Even when we take a look back to Blizzard World, where we said, oh, Team Vision, they've got this, right? Surely they don't fumble this impressive defense for the Ana Zen. And then out of nowhere, you see OWCS come through and sideswipe it away from them. This map 5, I don't know who's going to actually take this, because I think it does come down to the hero bans and where we actually get taken to. OWCS has had the read when it's come down to the first map of the series, but can we actually go to another control map to finish things out? You almost think that they would want to have that at their backs.
We'll have to wait and see what they want to choose. Looks like it's going to be Lijiang Tower. Okay, we're going to a little bit of a classic here. Map 5 banger. OWCS versus Vision. And where do we ban? Do we ban... Well, what do we ban,
Do you ban
actually?
Lucio? Do you ban Juno? Maybe you ban out Juno. Maybe you ban out, like...
Yeah,
okay,
but
maybe don't
bring
ban
it
out
back.
Hazard. I
mean,
think maybe...
we've seen a Juno ban already at the start of the series, but one more obviously can come through. Each team can ban a single hero once in the series, so we can have a couple of Juno bans. OWCS still thinking they can maybe win the Sojourn head-to-head. I mean, at the very end, it was the Sojourn that did make the big play, which was sniping Lana from across the map with that orbital ray. So, yeah, yet to be seen what OWCS want to go for here. Or maybe they even go for even a protection ban. Maybe they ban a tank that isn't Hazard to say, hey, we want to continue playing this. We think this is our best comp. And I'm getting word into no substitutions from either side. So, same 10 going into the next map and the final one for the series.
All right, so I expect then we're going to see Lucio's if it doesn't get banned out. I think also maybe a Genji ban could be on the cards if you want to take that away from somebody like Checkmate. You still have a lot of flexibility in the rest of the Team Vision roster that I don't think a Genji ban necessarily hurts you a whole lot. But it's hard to say. It's really hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's been a lot banned already, to be fair. So some of those target bans that you're like, hey, yeah, let's target this. You can't do that anymore, right? Maybe we have to just match them in the mirror again. Maybe it's going to be the same kind of mirror. We'll have to wait and see as the teams are submitting as we speak. OWCS in the Hazard 1v1s too. It felt like Tread was winning. His ults were a little bit more impactful than IMO's. And IMO going in super early, super aggressive on that final fight, cost him his life. But if you're laying down a big ultimate like that and it's easy team kills and like team wipes, then hey, sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself for the betterment of the squad. And it's I'm just getting word too that actually OWCS are banning Genji. So Rose, you were correct in your assumption here.
It's interesting because I actually thought that maybe it would be Team Vision that bans out the Genji because of Checkmate, but I do think that Checkmate's Tracer is good enough that you can kind of guarantee that you're going to ban out a really big piece of the puzzle here for Team Vision, while also making sure that you could play something like Tracer Sojourn or Tracer Ashe. Lambda, of course, the Sojourn has looked beautiful and will probably continue to in this final map. But if you are then Team Vision, you can't ban out a DPS. So do you think about banning out a tank? Tread Hazard has looked very good.
They are going to ban the Kiriko. So we saw Juno banned on Samoa, and so both teams were running the Kiriko. It was one of the stages was very one-sided, 100-0 for Vision Esports. The other two were pretty clutch from OWCS. So it's going to be Juno Lucio again, no Genji, so we expect Tracer and Sojourn, and then Hazard for the tanks. That's at least what I'm expecting, although we could see a little bit of something extra here.
With you. No, I'm with you. I think all of these teams have started to figure out that there is a good rotation of DPS that you can rely upon for these rosters. So Tracer, Sojourn, Genji. I don't know about the Pharah here, but I think that you will always expect to see some rotation of those four, plus I guess Simple and AOI being the difference makers of what we see in this backline for each team.
Round one, capture.
Simple. Okay, Juno. So no Ana. I was expecting maybe like a speed ring out and then switching over, but no, Simple going over to Juno. So mirror match. Just a complete skill matchup for both teams. We know OWCS, they want to just, as much as humanly possible, press Vision Esports to their limits and just push them all the way to spawn. That's exactly what they are doing. Slow dive, picked off, forced away with that wall. Can Taejong hopefully get a pick? And it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Has to recall there. Almost got Lambda, but Lambda saved the slide for his own benefit.
That's going to be a first clean capture here for OWCS. Yeah, and a very, very quick re-engage here from Vision Esports, only losing slow dive on that first engage.
All right, do not get one-shot challenge if you're the backline.
Difficult? Question mark.
It's very epic when you just randomly get one shot across the map, but Hopefully that won't happen. Taejong hit the recall, putting a pressure on Labda, now trying to checkmate in at the sidelines as Alcazia. A lot of health bars going dangerously low to critical levels, in fact, as Tread struggling to stay alive. That is going to get a pretty early rate here, but the same could be said for Simple. A sound barrier launched in for Vision Esports as they try and overwhelm Alcazia in their backlines. Haku is 1% away, but no, Taejong actually loses the 1v1. Labja just takes him out with a railgun shot directly into the dome, and Haku's not going to be able to, doesn't even need to use the sound barrier.
Yeah, Labda has no fear. You get locked down by something like a downpour in these first few maps. Labda doesn't care. You get run at, and Labda's just gonna headshot you with one of these rail guns. Like, this is immaculate. Alcazia already looking at potentially last fight territory for this round with the overclock. The sound barrier is still in their pocket, as you called out.
Oh dear. Nice disruptive shot. Not sure they can get. Oh! Hoo, hoo, hoo. Slide a little tickle in the headshot and a railgun to the body. That'll do it. Sound barrier from Haku only hits 2. It only hit 2. Haku, that is a grave mistake. Landon did end up getting it, so Landon's going to be able to survive at least for now, but Slowdive just going to chase him down. Disruptor does find the kill. Alcazia, they got 90%. Slowdive just went, honestly, bananas there. Haku hitting a 2-man sound barrier, though, is not ideal.
No,
didn't hit Labda,
not.
didn't hit Tread.
No, it's really not. Like, if you're gonna use a sound barrier, you absolutely want to make sure that it's gonna be hitting your tank, because your tank is just the bastion of defense you need for a lot of these big fights. Plus, Tread's been able to walk onto the back line and get some big picks as well. Not out of it yet, but AOY now, onus on them to be able to throw their own sound barrier into this fight for Vision Esports before IMO gets taken out.
I mean,
come on, AOY, can you get it online?
Haku already dead. Nice position from Landon too. A little bit of damage, a little bit of healing from those pulsar torpedoes as Taejong finds his enemy tracer. Oh, good boot onto Tread. That'll be a sound barrier earned there for Vision Esports. Good neutral fight. This is, man, these are scrappy affairs. Scrappy affairs. These fights are going on for a lot longer than you'd expect.
Way longer, but also can turn on a hair. As we already see Alcazia back and ready to go. They want to have at least like one more engagement after this if they lose, but it's got to be an eco push for them. Vision Esports is sitting on basically 5 ultimates.
You've got downpour too, both hazards. Oh, here comes the orbital right. Surely it's got to be a win here, but it looks like Vision Esports done a good job, at least for the time being, of disregarding that ultimate completely. Oh, nice wall. Tread blocks himself in, making sure he doesn't get instantly eliminated as the downpour did connect. But Alcazia, they do end up flipping. Vision Esports, they're going to get a touch. There's a Lucio, there's a Tracer alive, but Alcazia are going to try and stop Vision from doing so. No, there it is. Taejong does a triple blink over, hits the recall just in time before he gets eliminated. But where's the retouch? Where's the retouch? There it is, 100 to 81%. As this is looking dangerously similar to Samoa to start the series, Rose.
You know, I can't even call that a CU9 though, because there was a boop ready. Like, Lucio was there.
They didn't disregard the point.
No, they were like, you saw the attempt, right? AOY was there, but ended up getting killed before actually touching, and yeah, Taejong didn't make it either. That's too bad, is what we'll call that one. But Alcazia now with a 1-0 lead. Let's see if they can extend it and finish out the map here and the series.
Or is Vision Esports gonna 100-0 Alcazia like they did on round number 2 before?
Possible.
Doesn't look like it though, because Tread just leaps in, slices AOY in half, and that'll be the fight done. Symmetra for checkmate, by the way.
Yeah, this is a huge thing to have. I mean, you just want to make sure that you can get into these fights fast, and it certainly caught Vision Esports by surprise. You had the teleporter early on to be able to make it to that point, and I think if Vision went, whoa, I don't think we expected this at all. Checkmate's gonna stay on it though, just to have these big rotations.
Charge the beam up on the hazard is so easy. You can do it on the wall too. Yup. Little TP. Checkmate's in trouble. Unfortunately for Symmetra, a short range teleport. There's not exactly a lot of mobility. All right, slow dive. There we go. There's a couple of kills. All right, Vision Esports are going to cap eventually as OWCS just trying to stall. 20%, you take that. That's as good as you can really get it if you're attacking into someone that just capped first. So it's a good spot for them to be in. And now it's hard to set up, right, if you're OWCS. It's hard to get the Symmetra in position because they're just going to get run over.
Even if you put the teleporter down, the teleporters don't always have that much HP, and Checkmate's still very squishy. You saw that armor. Oh my god.
Holy Kobe from
Did you
Taejong.
call that a three-pointer, I think, from that far away?
That was a half-court shot. Matt's pumping his fist right now. Basketball mentioned. That was a stick and a half from Taejong.
Okay,
Surely
it's not 100 to 0, but maybe we take 100 to 19 if we're Vision Esports.
Sure, yeah, close enough. TP here coming through from OWCS, but Labda, as soon as he exited, he was already dead. Cut in half. Uh-oh. Well, Simple's down. Good start, but AOY making sure they win this fight quick and cleanly. Sound barrier invested, a good use of it too. Losing your Juno that early on, your healing resources are going to be strained pretty thin. And kind of stalling out Tread here a little bit too. They actually got to kill Tread, that's the thing. Like, it's all good and well, you know, stalling out the tank, but you actually have to kill him. The Orbital Ray is going to make that rather difficult though, as Landon ends up coming back, using that speed ring out of the spawn. And here comes the flip, although Vision Esports aren't going to exactly go down without a fight and make it 70% in their favor.
Orbital Ray advantage going to Vision Esports as well, as Landon used that as the re-engagement tool. But downpour plus the overclock, and even more importantly, maybe we take a look at this photon barrier being up for Checkmate. It's just a great way to make sure that you can play a little bit more aggressive in this fight with this giant shield.
Yeah, I mean, that will be a back off. And the wall. Good luck getting healing. No chance whatsoever. Double DPS ultimate though from OWCS. That's a big investment. So that wall cannot be used, although to be fair, it doesn't last too long against the Orbital Ray, but it can't be used to kind of get out of dodge as soon as Vision Esports go for a recontest.
Yeah, but you're still looking at last fight territory here if you are OWCS, so you're putting a lot of eggs into this downpour basket, but if you can get even IMO, just one person.
Double downpour, Orbital Ray. Oh, we're playing Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen. Labda finds two, Tread with the wall with the pick, and here's the final fight. Tread just needs to stay alive. This is going to be a quick reset here. Vision Esports are going to be able to get a touch, but it's going to be a late one. Both supports and Slow Dive are spawning in. So it will be up to AOY to get the pick, but look at the spawn advance. OWCS here just going to push all the way to the spawn. The sound barrier from Haku as well. They could just lay it down. The teleporters use, and they are going to. 5-man sound barrier from Haku. Where is the touch? Simple has already fallen. A denialer of the reverse sweep. AOY's got the sound barrier, but where you at? Both support, both DPS ultimates are used, and AOY lays down the beats. A good little snipe there from Slow Dive, and they might just be able to keep in this one. Slow Dive sniping two. Tread falls off the map, trying to go for a reset, and somehow Vision Esports keep themselves alive.
Oh my gosh, it felt like that sound barrier was just a little too early. Overextension from OWCS getting punished. Vision Esports, they have control of the point back, but they've got IMO on this Mauga. Is that just gonna get sauced by this Orbital Ray from Landon? Got that beam from Checkmate too. I think you just melted.
Landon's just gonna run it down here. IMO's not going to survive all too long. Look at the damage coming through from Checkmate there. Someone's capping as well for OWCS, so there will be overtime triggered if they need it, but I don't think they actually do. Landon's caught off here. Used those little pulsar torpedoes, but couldn't quite get them off. A lot less healing now as Slow Dive ends up coming back in. Tread's also going to fall as Vision Esports once again comes in clutch. How is Slow Dive doing this over and over and over again? Vision Esports are going to take us all the way.
I think if we knew the secret to Slow Dive's success, we would all be Grandmaster in Overwatch.
We'll be champion, not even Grandmaster.
Oh my god, yeah, what the heck? I want those kinds of skills. I want that confidence. Yeah, Slow Dive absolutely clutching it out there. As soon as we saw IMO go down in the Mauga, I think we both went, that might be it. But you know what, Slow Dive? We weren't familiar with your game. The Ashe, the Sojourn, it all looks really good. And this has been like the biggest wrench into OWCS plans. Can Slow Dive keep it up? Because if they do, this is a Vision Esports win and a pretty big upset.
All right, final round. Map number 5 going all the way to 3 rounds on Control, just like we started this series. Slow dive back on the Sojourn. No symmetry here for Checkmate. Not too much of a shock. Just back on Ye Olde Faithful Tracer. We can't go down early, though. That recall almost recalled off the map. Got to be careful. That was an aggressive dive there from the Lucio. My word, I'm surprised AOI didn't get punished for that one. Alcatia, though, in control. Are they going to cap? Are Vision Esports going to allow this to happen? No. Taejong is there. Unfortunately, has to recall. Kind of loses out in the 1v3. And now the push can continue. Tread low. Dashes back to point. Taejong there for some backup damage. Trying to pepper Tread as much as humanly possible. Strain Landon too, and Haku. They're just trying to kill Tread, but it's looking almost impossible right now. The Hazard is just going to leap out the window to safety as Taejong searches, hunts for his next target.
Oh, Checkmate is so low.
Someone's going to die at some point.
Target on the block.
Okay, that's a really good pick. Okay, take down the carry. Carry down. Slow dive. Dead. Alcatia. All right, they're in control, but honestly, anything can happen at this point. Anything can happen at this point in this series. Doesn't matter who caps first.
Well, now that we see the first capture go to Alcatia and they haven't given up control yet, we are already looking at 45% capture progress for them. Orbital Ray, Sound Barrier maybe, you've got the downpour plus the Pulse Bomb. All things look like it's coming up Alcatia's way right now, but Landon cannot stay alive.
Yeah, Landon was 1 HP and Taejong there just with the tickle from like super far away with the pulse pistols. Ends up taking the kill. Soundbite from Haku though, hits 4. Are Vision Esports expecting this? Are they prepared for it? They're getting chased out as Checkmate steals that mega health back and actually finds a flank. Same with Tread, but Tread is super low. There's no healing resources coming at him as Landon's only just coming back in and used that orbital ray on the point. Landon takes down Slow Dive, so a lot less damage now for Vision Esports to really throw at Alcatia as the point is yet to be capped. Vision Esports eventually find that flip as Haku ends up going down. 80% now for Alcatia, and that's a 1 fight, Rose.
Oh, but that felt like such an overinvestment of ultimates. Like, you already land and go down so early. I get the idea of seeing if Tread and Checkmate can kind of even up the score with their ults, but then you see, we're losing people, and Haku invests a Sound Barrier anyway. Would have loved to see all of this online for this next fight, but now Vision Esports, this is their moment to shine.
Oh, there's no way. Imo there, stuck in that doorway, couldn't move, as Labda just filled him full of railgun shots. A rotation here from Alcatia, and Vision Esports need to make a decision. They fight or they flee, and it looks like they're going to flee for the time as AOI peeks his head around the corner, and that just might be it. Taejong also ends up falling down, but oh, Labda gets booped off the map. The hazard wall, the micro boop from the hazard wall boops Labda off, but Slow Dive ends up falling yet again. Alcatia still will control the point and 5% to go. Imo makes it back to spawn to get healed, but Luku is in the back line. It is Checkmate making their lives a living hell as AOI had to force the touch, had to force OT. A Pulse Bomb does end up connecting to Tread, but Tread is alive and Tread has ult. It's all but losable here for Alcatia. I don't think Vision Esports are staying in this one too long as they finish the series how they started it, going to all 3 rounds of control as Alcatia, they find the victory on Lijiang Tower and get the series win.
That was such a close series, though, through and through. Alcatia had to fight hard to actually find the series win at the end of the day. And I think if there's anything we could take away from this match, Zoe, it's that Team Vision cannot be underestimated going into the rest of this first stage for OWCS.
No, they can't. And I love to see them so evenly matched. Although I do have to say, I mean, yeah, clearly we have a winner, but it somehow didn't feel like anyone's really winning. It was just such a brawl. Everything just came down to like those last few like team fights, and they could have gone either way. And holy clutches we've seen in this match as well, like
that was a certified
and whatnot.
Dog fight.
It was. There was a lot of bargain bite on that server, but quite frankly, it should make you excited for either of those teams moving forward here in the round robin, because they can clutch it out. The potential's there.
The potential's there. Hey, we'll bring back an old phrase. Talent's there. Talent's there, guys.
No, potential. It's
Potential
2025. We're talking the potential, the concept of an idea of talent.
What? A concept of an idea of the potential that there's talent there?
Yep,
I
that's
mean,
the sentence.
Exactly.
You're not wrong. So like the clutch factor from both teams is just a little crazy. Like Slowdive had insane performances on the Ashe, on the Sojourn, finding key picks where they needed it. But the same could be said also for Checkmate and Labda, and also Tread. On this point, Checkmate staying alive this entire time. Tread comes back on Doomfit. Like, oh my.
We chatted about the
I ran out of
Taejong
words.
heading into this as the hot new prospect, right? How do we feel he performed?
I mean, really well in a match that is like dogfight, deathmatch, brawl, heavy, fighting all the time, no one stopping, like crazy. Like it's perfect for a Tracer player because you can just take over the game. That stick was illegal stuff onto Landon. Probably shouldn't have hit, but it did. Yeah, insane stuff. And that's the big thing about Tracer players too. If you can find calm in the madness as a Tracer player and just find flank, picks, damage, whatever to set your Sojourn up, you are doing a lot of heavy lifting, and I think Taejong was doing that. And I'm excited to see them in this season, in this stage start of OWCS. Can they just calm down these like dogfights? Will it be a continual deathmatch for the matches to come? I'm not sure, but overall, very impressed with the DPS line from both teams.
Yeah, we actually see the Vision again just tomorrow, I believe. They're going up against Sakura Esports, so that's going to be, I feel like, probably fairly even matched as well. So I hope for another close series.
They got
Tread
tape on them.
getting themselves the player of the match. Yeah, Tread on that Hazard looking really, really good. It's great to see Tread getting another chance here in the big stage for OWCS. This player has been grinding, okay?
Yeah, he really
Absolutely.
has. His walls look sick too. The Doomfist clutch obviously is insane on Blizzard World, but the walls were just unreal. And that's what's going to separate a lot of good hazards from like the okay hazards, I think.
And it's not just the walls, though. I think the aggression from Tread or seizing the opportunities to go after a single target in the backline reminds me of how Tread performed on the Orisa and OWCS in 2024. It just always finding these opportunities to see a Tracer or to see a Sojourn or to see a Lucio and go, I'm just going to take you out now. I'm going to walk straight into you, and there's nothing you can do about that. You just have to deal with me. So fantastic stuff from Tread. I think we can expect to see a lot more from him going into the rest of the stage.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our regular season standing after just 1.5 days of play, although this match lasted long enough for it to be an entire day in itself. Genji, Sakura Esports finding themselves in the bottom here. Vision Esports, yes, they took an L, but man, this could have been a dub. What a sentence. But honestly, though, that was such a close match. They should be confident heading into the rest of the season.
100%. Like you came in as like the bottom placing team, right? You don't really have any pressure on your shoulders, and you just took out Katia to a map 5. Like, hey, you play scrappy against other teams like that, you're coming out on top. If Taejong can just land another like alley-oop pulse bomb, 3-4 of them a series, you're good, you're chilling, you're vibing.
Doesn't matter how you get the victory, as long as you get the victory. I personally have no honor, so I don't expect that from our teams either. Now, coming up next, though, we have an opportunity for Genji to redeem themselves and a first look at a revamped Twisted Minds roster. I'm very excited for that, and we hope to see you on the other side of this. welcome back everyone. Let's get set up and ready for our second match of the day after the first one lasted for what felt like 3 days. But to help me set this one up, I got a very special guest. It's Rakatak joining me. Rakatak, it's so great to see you, to hear you. Love what you've done with whatever's going on there. It's a good look, it's a good look. Let's quickly chat about you. What's going on in Rakatak's life? What are you up to?
So I'm not playing for stage 1, but I've been blessed with the opportunity to support Genji. So there might be a little bit of Genji glaze in here, but I'd say I'm not that biased in my opinion.
Okay, but you're still playing in collegiate, right? With the Winthrop. So you're not rooting for the homies who's there, like UV, Zeru, Infected also?
Yeah, so it's me, Zera, Infected, Wheats, and UV. So that's all in NA. EU, I mean, you know, I found my team. I found
okay,
my,
so it's a different regional biases. Okay.
Yeah.
I love that for you, Rakatak. I really do. Well, I hope to see you playing in stage 2. You know, there's always opportunities with the system we have in place right now. Let's talk about Genji though, because quite frankly, since you want to glaze them, I give you a big opportunity here. They did underperform yesterday. I think people just wanted to see a lot more from that team. Gas them up. Why should we have hope? Give me hope and cope.
So I think just the season itself, you know, it's like what, 1-2 months long. We got a lot of time to work on. You know, Genji lost, it was a fluke. You know, Liquid lost, probably was a fluke. Nightmare lost, also was a fluke. So there was like a lot of flukes yesterday, I think, and it was just a bad day, bad auras around.
Okay, so it's just everything's a fluke, nothing is real, and no team can be trusted.
Yeah.
Is that my takeaway? You know, I'm running with that narrative. I'm here for it. I love that. Well, it's a long season, a long year, and that means we need plenty of content, and you're one of the lovely people who are providing a lot of content. So I want to use the opportunity to plug the stuff you're doing on and off screen to the people to see what they can expect when they are heading to your YouTube channel, which I'm personally a very big fan of. I'm even a bigger fan of the thumbnails you're using. They're interesting. We actually grabbed a couple off of your channel, and we want to put your knowledge of your own content to the test to see if you can navigate your brain palace to recall what the heck was going on in there when you posted that. Okay?
All right.
I will get started in just a second. I just need to quickly... Okay, so my question for this one is, who are the 2 people featured in this thumbnail? The tiny people, obviously, the ones which are being held.
Definitely.
Who was it?
Definitely an Infected on the left side and Tree on the right side. I was probably carrying them in a video. It's pretty common for me in ranked. Maybe not recently. I might have dropped a little bit, but I'm thinking Infected and Tree.
Like... Maybe not carried, maybe it was a hand-holding situation. Let's see. Infected in Tree. Yeah. That is not correct. In fact, it's PGE in Tree.
I was 50-50.
It could have been anyone. All right, let's take a look at the next one. What was the title of the video used for this thumbnail? Do you want multiple choice answer, or do you remember? We prepared some multiple choice for you. A great look, by the way.
Maybe multiple choice. I know it has to do with something with DPS. I remember putting that in the title.
All right. So A is supports aren't just healers. B, who needs a healer? And C, supports can play DPS too. ...
C. Final answer.
Perfect. Yes. Bravo. He remembered what he wrote some time ago. What is this game? This is peak content. Next one. Who are the 2 heroes featured in this thumbnail titled Rating My Viewers Awful Overwatch Clips? Lovely.
I'm guessing
one is kind of obvious.
Like, is it? I can't actually get any. Maybe.
Yeah, you see that it's like right on top of the blur. Do you see the little beep boop?
I see.
I literally just gave it away by my.
The beep boop? Oh, Bastion on the right. Maybe.
I helped.
And then I'm guessing Orisa on the left.
How does that look like Orisa to? Orisa is a massive yellow blob. This was so clearly just a shadowy figure. This is Reaper.
Oh.
Incredible.
Well, it looks like I'm a fake
Very
fan of myself.
Disappointing. You're actually a fake fan of yourself. Okay, next one. What was the title of the video used for this thumbnail? Was it fanfic theater, Overwatch edition? Or was it, so I read fanfic of me and my teammate, ... Or was it, I shouldn't have read this, ...
I'm guessing B. I think the second one.
It's correct. Was it good fanfic? Would you recommend a read?
It was interesting. It was interesting. It wasn't like, it wasn't too weird. It wasn't too in depth. You know, it was baseline. Okay. It was pretty good.
Okay. Is it like romantic fiction? What's the category?
Yeah, I think it was
romantasy.
I mean, yeah.
Cute.
Played on teams for a few years together. Good fanfic.
I can see. Yeah, that there is content there for sure. Okay, last one. What was the amount of time shown in this thumbnail? Was it 7 minutes and 16 seconds? Was it 9 minutes and 7 seconds? Or was it 6 minutes and 17 seconds? I assume it's minutes, not seconds. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing the 9 minutes. I'm guessing the 9 minutes.
You're guessing wrong. Also, again, beautiful still image of you.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Dang.
716. Dang. Fake fan of yourself.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I think overall you did well though, because you know, you drop those posts and then you usually forget about that. That's how I do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, but you're supporting Genji here. Any final words? Any like cheerleader moments for the team? What can Genji do to get the dub today? Hit us up with some key to victory.
I think Genji's got it all in him. I mean, I'm here for you. You know, Mag, Sauna, Crispy. You know, Top Dragon, Kaneo, whatever you want. You want water, some cookies, some ice cream, pizza. You call me, I got it. I got it for us. Let's win.
Damn, I need a friend like you. Where's that support when I need that? Like that's the winning formula. Genji, you got a real fan here. Make sure to check out all the stuff from this beautiful gentleman on YouTube. Is it same handle for all of your stuff? Twitch, X?
Yeah.
Where can people find you?
Just Rack Attack across the board.
All right. And what's the last four of your social and your mother's maiden name? No? Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. I'm trying a side hustle here, but I know, and I love your mother.
Big supporter.
There, I said it. Big shout out to Kim. She's a real one. She's a real fan, and so are we of you, of your mom, and of the teams which are about to play. So make sure to tune in for all that action. Rack Attack, you will be a featured co-streamer tomorrow, I believe, as well. So thank you so much for joining us here for a quick chat. We hope to chat to you again very soon. For now, though, we gotta hand it back over to Rose and Jack. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Rack Attack. Yeah, wow. Committing identity theft on broadcast. I could never. Nice one, Zoe. It was a good try. It was a good attempt. Yeah, Rack Attack. Yeah, obviously kind of a fan favorite player, especially his time in the Overwatch League, and just continues to be just a stand-up guy. And Genji, you know, he had some nice words to say, but yes, like yesterday, Rose, when they faced VP, they're gonna need a lot more than cookies and milk and like whatever treats that Rack Attack's gonna serve up, because it wasn't a close game, and it was a bit of a disappointing showing. And now they're up against Twisted Minds, another partner team who has an incredibly stacked roster.
Hey, what Rack Attack said, fluke. Just a fluke.
Fluke
it's day
watch.
one things. Day one things. Everything is gonna be okay. Genji still has the pieces to be able to find success in a matchup like this. As we take a look at the roster again, Top Dragon, Sauna, just two fantastic DPS players. Top Dragon, one of the top prospects from last year in OWCS, but then you also have this Kaneo Crispy backline that was also stocks rising last year, and Mag coming back into the OWCS ecosystem. This is a really well-rounded roster.
Yeah, a very, very stacked team. It was just a very slow start. Let's have a look at Twisted Minds, though. Not seen on broadcast on the OWCS just yet. Look at that subs bench as well. They got a very big roster this time around. Psycho, Quartz in for DPS. Hardy and Funny Astro from Space Station Gaming last year on tank and support. And then Irony coming through as well. And they also have UB, TVNT, and Ben Best on the subs bench, which is quite an insane roster on the face of it, because you have a ton of flexibility in the tank role, in the DPS role, and so it's like any kind of meta, any kind of bans, like we're ready for it.
Yeah, I'm honestly so surprised to see Yubi on the bench for this one because Yubi last year just had a phenomenal tracer. I think the Symmetra play for Twisted Minds also caught so many people by surprise. And if you're going to have somebody like Hottie in that tank role, you might want to consider having that Symmetra as a pocket pick later on. But when you take a look at the bans, maybe this is why you've got Mercy and Tracer as the bans for this.
That one chatter was right all along.
I know, the Mercy
player
ban.
hates Mercy. Yeah. Twisted Mind's banning Tracer and then picking the map, and then Genji banning the Mercy here. It would normally be seen as a protection ban for coming through from Gen G, but I believe they banned second. So interesting stuff. That does mean, obviously, Juno and Kiriko, etc. couldn't be banned. So I would imagine we're going to just see a lot of Sojourn and a lot of Genji coming through here. And I'm excited to see Hardy, once again, a brand new kind of tank that he's definitely got to grips with. Pretty aggressive player, especially when he's got Funny Astro right behind him, speed boosting him wherever he wants. So yeah, it's going to be a good match. And, well, we're jumping in a little late, but, well, we're chill here. As Genji look like they capped 50% already, as Mag is coming out on the Mauga.
Sana on the Venture, I need to get my eyes checked. What patch are we playing on right now? Well, this is kind of wild to be jumping into right away, but it seems like Gen G has a firm grasp on the situation. Got double support ultimates coming up here from Kanale and Crispy, and Twisted Minds just trying to get back into the scene.
Yeah, I don't mind the Venture pick whatsoever, honestly, especially on this kind of map. Very easy to escape the hazard, and very durable too. Whenever they do use an ability, they get the shielding. Don't have to actually hit anything, so... Here comes the Orbital Ray, though, coming through from Kanale, but Mag is already dead. Sound Barrier from Funny Astro. Very nicely timed, so everybody's going to be able to survive all the incoming shots with the damage boost on Water Ray. Irony does end up falling, but Quartz in a good spot to kind of take over this fight. And he's just so far away, was able to skedaddle away from Sauna and is setting up the rest of his team a success. But Gen G smartly only using Orbital Ray in that fight beat Blade and even the Venture. Like, good luck surviving this. They're going to run down Quartz whenever they get the chance.
Yeah, there's no shields really on the side of Twisted Mind. So if you can lock down somebody like the Sojourn without Power Slide, maybe you don't have the mobility cooldowns on the Lucio or the Juno either, then Sada may have a really fun time with his Venture ult.
Oh, goodbye, Irony. Okay, Irony down. Funny Astro trying to escort the rest of his team to safety, but the Sound Barrier and the Blade as well as Venture, like, everybody throwing in every ability at once. I mean, they only need to win one fight. Tectonic Shock doesn't do too much, a little bit of damage, but that's about it. Hardy once again bites the dust as Gen G control the point, and now Sauna can just annoy Quartz to death pretty much. A good pick onto Top Dragon, but it is two supports against the world right now to try and stall, and now they're faced with the cage. Nice of Mag just to greet them with a hello and farewell. No chance to touch there for Twisted Minds again, as Gen G starting off with a bang. This is what we expected yesterday, and they're finally delivering.
Yeah, but is it too early to make the call? Because we have to see how the Twisted Minds roster is going to come together. I wonder if maybe they... I was gonna say they were expecting something like the Tracer ban to come through, but like they're actually the ones that banned Tracers, so... this is all not quite making sense in terms of the hero bans right now. Hopefully they can pull out something big, especially when we just take a look at the name power that's on this Twisted Minds roster. But it's a new season, it's a new year. Everybody's still finding their footing when it comes down to how these rosters play together. Maybe Gen G just needed to wake up a little bit after that beatdown yesterday.
So they need Krusty to smack him in the back of the head or something. It's definitely knock some senses, that's for sure, because Gen G, rather dominant first showing. Like the Mauga pick too. Mag kind of flex into that, and I really like the Venture in that comp. Venture very sustainable, just with those shields plus the Mauga too. It could be a very hard character to lock down. There's the first cap as well for Gen G, just kind of beating Twisted Minds at their own game. Of course, Twisted Minds and especially, you know, Psycho, Hardy, Astro, they're used to playing the game at a turbo speed, like, you know, 1,000 horsepower level speed. They want to get Hardy in people's faces so he can start swinging on Ryan or whatever hero he so chooses. So Gen G coming up, you know, looking a little bit better today. I'm pleasantly surprised.
much better. I'm also very pleasantly surprised. There were a lot of high hopes on this Gen G roster, especially being one of the partnered teams in the ecosystem. And falling flat yesterday, I think sparked a lot of question marks if that's going to be the same Gen G that we see for the rest of the stage. But this looks like a much better litmus test versus another top team here in Twisted Minds. And Top Dragon, even though that Tracer got banned out, still looking fantastic on this Genji.
Yeah, we'll see how they try and push Gen G here. Gen G just giving them a little bit of space. Looks like Hardy is going to try and stop Mag from getting into the backline, but a quick dash in from Mag, and then Top Dragon also dashing in himself, using that shift to get into the backline and get out again as soon as the kill comes through. Kineo falls though. Crispy onto the sideline with Top Dragon, is unable to keep his fellow support alive, but it doesn't seem to matter. As Sound Barrier unleashed, a 3-person hit from Gen G, so they're just going to roll in. Astro almost gets flung off of the map. A nice proactive boot there to try and push Astro off. It does end up landing and only hitting himself in irony, as Gen G stalling this one out to close to 99 as Sauna unleashes that overclock and is hunting for heads.
And it's going to be enough to push Twisted Minds all the way back to those spawn room doors while still leaving Top Dragon with this blade to actually close out this round.
Nice little blade coming through though. Look at Hardy's health bar just disappearing before anybody could seemingly top him up. Top Dragon just slicing through him. I mean, that's it. This is the Gen G we expected to show up. Twisted Minds just crumbling like a lawn chair in a tornado. Gen G are going to take the first map.
That was decisive. I know we didn't get a chance to see the first half of that first round, but I feel like we have the complete picture. We have the complete picture. Gen G looks so much better in this match today and gives me a lot of hope to see this going forward.
Yeah, let's go. Gen G.
Pretty good.
They're in it. 2-0 against a Twisted Minds who a lot of people were ranking, you know, number 1, number 2 on the power rankings. So coming out the gate strong after a very disappointing loss to Virtus Pro yesterday. Hey, what more can you ask for? We know as well that the top 4 slots and top 5, even some of the players were saying yesterday, are very competitive in EMEA. It's no longer just Space Station Gaming with Hardy, Astro, Psycho, and the lot, like, just dominating, just kind of running over everybody. I mean, Ents gave them a run for their money last year, but it was a Space Station Gaming region. But this time around, this competitive top 4 is going to lead to rather interesting results as we just continue this stage and as we get to that first LAN in China later down the line.
You are seeing half of that Space Station roster here,
right,
with Hardy and Funny Astro. Yeah, but the fact that the pieces all got split up definitely makes this season of OWCS very, very exciting. Even just taking a look at Ents and how they got split up across the atmosphere, I think it's going to be intense. I would even go as far to say not just the top 5 teams are close, but top 6, I think, is something where we could really see the whole stage get blown wide open.
It's interesting too because Gen G also banned the Mercy there on map 1, which doesn't, like you said too, like didn't really make a whole lot of sense. I mean, Twisted Minds, when you pick the map, you pick your ban first. So Twisted Minds went in, they ban, and then they also, they pick the map, Samoa, and then they ban Tracer, and then Gen G get to then ban their hero and they ban Mercy, which is a bit strange, but I think if you dig a little bit deeper into that, it's like, okay, Astro, not known for the Mercy, but his Mercy is pretty damn good. Same with his Brig. When you think of Astro's name, you're like, okay, Lucio player, right? Very, very top tier, like world-class mechanics on Lucio. But the Mercy can come out from time to time. I'm wondering if Gen G were thinking maybe Twisted Minds come out with like an Echo Mercy kind of comp. I'm not entirely sure because I don't think, with how slow that comp is, it would really work in the meta currently. But maybe that's kind of what Krusty was thinking on the Gen G side of things. Obviously, it didn't matter in the end, and now they can't ban Mercy now. So I don't know. In a way, maybe are they also kind of saving their support bans too? Like, not entirely sure. I'm going to ask Krusty about this after the broadcast, I think, because, you know, maybe it was to ban the Mercy from Astro. I'm not 100% positive. But as we go into the next map now, it's Twisted Minds once again picking the map and picking their ban. They can't ban Tracer now though, Rose.
I think you're onto something when you say maybe they're just saving some of their hero bans for later when it's going to matter the most. You look at how far our just previous series extended, 5 maps, you think about a total of 10 different hero bans across the table.
Sure.
And at a certain point, you kind of start to run out of options that would favor you strategically. So
Right.
maybe the mercy now is, well, we get a chance to save a ban for Juno or a ban for Lucio a little bit later on, but you are actually going to hit Funny Astro where it hurts most.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're kind of, you know, again, I don't think they're really throwing away the ban here, but if you are, like, that's a massive W because you won anyway. So, yeah. Big look for Gen G coming out the gate strong. What are they going to ban next? Will they start targeting Astro? Because, like I mentioned, a very, not the biggest hero pool, but more like main support, right? He's going to play Brig. He's going to play Lucio as much as humanly possible. Maybe a little bit of Mercy. You know, we have seen it in the past, but doubt we'll see it here. Next map, okay, you ban whatever. We don't really care. We're just going to ban Astro out. We're going to ban Hardy out, you know? I mean, sure. Okay, ban the Hazard. Is he going to pick Ryan? Maybe not. I think Ram is fairly decent now, kind of on the verge of being meta and being like very pickable. We've seen it in other regions. So yeah, interesting scenes here as Twisted Minds end up going down that first map in what was quite a convincing one from Gen G.
Yeah, it was super convincing. And I think when you take a look at the next map that ends up getting picked, you're gonna have to try to think of something that's going to benefit you, but also not going to actually your own team.
Just got word, it's actually Colosseo. So we're going to a push, and it's a Colosseo pick here for Twisted Minds. We're seeing a lot more. I said it the other day. I'll say it, I'm a Colosseo hater. I don't like playing. If we load in, I'm like, okay, I want to play Runasapi, I want to play Esperanza. Like, please, I prefer those two maps. But it is Colosseo picked for Twisted Minds. They removed the glass, sure, whatever. Spylo got his win, but
so then maybe I was gonna say, like, does Sojourn get banned out or something? But that's actually not
Twisted Minds are going to go Genji.
Okay.
Genji ban and then a Juno ban for Gen G.
Wow. I mean, I get it, right? I think when you look at Top Dragon being able to play something like the Genji, you want to take that out of the pool, but then you open up Top Dragon to be able to play the Tracer or something. But banning out Juno also makes a ton of sense. But I think when you look at this Crispy and Canale backline, I don't think they're fazed by this at all. They would love to be able to play anything else. We saw a lot of Ana coming out from Canale yesterday to varying degrees of success, but you could still go like Kiriko Ana or Kiriko Lucio or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's probably what, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that's probably what both teams are going to do here. They're going to go Kiriko Lucio. Astro obviously is going to go Lucio here. It being a push map as well, you need the speed. If you're playing a slow comp on this map, you need to win these fights like very decisively. Like you can't lose anybody. You have to win them for, like 5 players alive and 0 players on the enemy team. Otherwise, you're not getting too far. With the Juno out, you could definitely play Ana, I think. It is a real possibility. And like you mentioned, Canale has played it before. And Ana on this map does have a tendency, especially when you're, you know, pushed your limit a little bit and you're playing back, the Ana does become very powerful because you can play on the high ground. You can play these long straightaways as well in the center of the map. But as we expected, Twisted Minds, initially at least, 15 seconds to go, of course, before the doors unlock, but Kiriko, Lucio.
And if this Ana doesn't work for Canale, we can see this flexibility onto the Kiriko as well, just to be able to match that. But I think Canale loves this Ana a little too much, so we will see this as the first attempt as the doors open. Sana also picking the Symmetra just really quickly to try to get Genji out of the gates a little bit faster, and they are going to be the first team to set up on this high ground by the push bot. Look at this beautiful positioning from Canale as well, but you have to find a way to actually bait Twisted Minds to play within your sight lines.
Right, yeah, and that's the game plan here, yeah, for Canale is I want to survive up here as long as humanly possible. We're going to let Twisted Minds push a little bit, so then I have an angle to hit a nade on the front line. There is a cleanse on Twisted Minds, and that cleanse cooldown is still like very, very close to nade cooldown, so you have to be timing that pretty well if you're the Kiriko. Looks like Canel has foregone the high ground now, so they are dropping down. They recognize the fact that Twisted Minds aren't going to be the ones that are aggressing, aren't going to be hard pushing. So they're going to try something different, and Quartz gets caught out. Clean dive in there from Mag.
Oh my
Mag needs help,
god.
though. Mag is dead. Okay, well, that's unlucky. All good, though, because Sauna might just do Sauna things and clear up the backline. Irony falls, and that'll be Genji getting that push going.
Yeah, it's fine. If Mag sacrifices himself for the greater good of removing one of the best DPS players in EMEA, I think that's fine, right? You saw the opportunity, you pounced on it, got the Sojourn out of there, and it just opened things up so wide for Genji. You've got the Nano already as well, so as soon as Mag comes back...
Oh!
Never mind.
Yeah, you jinxed that one, Rose. I know what to tell you.
I really did.
Sauna dies here as well, surely. Reese on the health pack. Psycho's got more than enough to follow that up with the yeah, there we go. Okay. Well, Canel's going to be able to get back, but will his team survive? Doubt.
No.
Yeah, there he goes. I'm pressing X many times to doubt that one. As Twisted Minds now get that bot. Canel dying randomly like that. Yeah, not a good start.
I think you can see Canale throw out the nano boost here, and if they don't win the fight, I think you have to switch. This Ana is just so easily diveable. You only have one sleep dart. If you're not precise with it, then you are vulnerable. And same thing with those antis. You already called out the timing between that and the cleanse. But you can also only use the nade once to save yourself or to save somebody on your team.
Oh, really early beat from Funny Astro. Hits 3 as they just try and force the issue into the back line. Nano onto Top Dragon, who's closing into that overclock, is actually just going to run down Hardy. An aggressive beat there from Funny Astro. Shades of Spitfire there, and shades of Space Station Gaming. They just get bit by that nano boost. Good defensive nano. They survive. They get a team kill. They have 4 ults for the next fight. Looking good for Genji.
So much damage amplified from Top Dragon as well. You were just able to chunk out the front line and make sure that damage was going to stick. And Genji still keeps 4 ults. Look at how far forward Top Dragon is playing.
That is an early overclock. Top Dragon just dashing into the corner there, trying to avoid those spikes. A good pulse bomb onto the Lucio, who's stationary. Caught with that ult, but, well, Genji going to shrug that off. Nicely timed Saran barrier from Crispy. And that'll be Genji's checkpoint, surely. There's no one for Twisted Minds to actually stop them. And Twisted Minds, they're just kind of folding under the pressure right now. Genji have every single answer required for what Twisted Minds are throwing at it. Oh, the stick? That's Suzu.
Yeah, I mean, that looks so good, though. Genji just continuing to dominate in this map so far. You still have this downpour, but it gets a little bit harder with something like the rush.
Oh, Astro. Oh, almost gets dominated by the wall. Sauna comes in with the final tap. Here comes the overclock from Quartz, but it's going to need a little bit more than a single kill. Dashes back up to the high ground, though, as Canale ends up falling, and that is what you need from your Sojourn. Oh, Crispy. Yeah, don't mess with the best, son. You're going to die like the rest.
Quartz having Sojourn meta feels like it should be coming out Quartz's day 9 times out of 10, but it's so hard to feel like you can actually find footing in this match when you just don't have any tanks to stand behind. Genji are pumping up the pressure and just the aggression level in this matchup, and it's making it very difficult for Twisted Minds to actually find a defensive position to hold from. Ooh, maybe they get some progress on the line here, but...
Yeah, can't quite get him. Yeah, it doesn't look like Mag was able to get in there. Mag is super low, though. Oh, gets nanoed. A bit of a miscomm there from Canale and Mag. Mag was dashing out as Canale hit the nano on him to save the... I was going to call it Mauga then. Hazard. Thank God it's not Mauga. Downpour available, though, for Genji as they just continue to stall in mid.
Just waiting for the perfect opportunity. I mean, Sauna taking a health pack. Maybe now is the time. Oh, Top Dragon. Big pick.
Oh, that downpour is absolutely massive as well. Just locks Astra in place. Top Dragon finishes off the Lucio. And hey, that'll be Genji once again. Just coming up with the goods. A classic Colosseo moment when you wait for the Sojourns to find picks. And Top Dragon comes up with one before Astro can hit the sound barrier.
It's like the good old days of the first time we saw Colosseo release into the servers.
I'm gonna disagree with that point. I don't think it was the good old days.
3-minute,
4-minute first bloods. I will nope.
No, it's like the good old days, but better, like version 2.0.
Sure.
Or actually, maybe like 3.0.
The good old days of Colosseo will be Merit hitting a triple collateral with Railgun.
Exactly. I always think of that. That's the best moment ever.
I'll give you that one. Psycho is out of there. Pulse bomb in hand, though. Downpour for Hardy as well. So, Gen.G, how do they navigate this? Are they going to wait for Twisted Minds to make a move again? Looks like Hardy and Mag just giving a nice little... Well, just bumping chests at the moment, just holding their arms crossed. You're going to try and make a move. Oh, long-range sleep. There. Oh, that was close to... That was close to an Ajax, Crispy. Still landed the sound barrier, though, as Top Dragon, with the overclock, snipes Hattie out of the sky. Still has to be a little bit careful, though, as that rush from around the corner could be deadly. Looks like getting easy capitalization here for Twisted Minds as Psycho runs them down. And eventually, a team fight was found, but it took a long time. And they suffered a couple of casualties. And with only 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go, and the checkpoint for Gen.G, and with how close the spawns are, Twisted Minds, they're not going to get a lot of space.
No, and you need space for this overclock. You want Funny Astro to have the time to build up to a sound barrier. But right now, you're looking at Mag getting closer to a downport. Canale having that nano already.
Oh, the nade.
You need the nano.
Quartz is on the flank. Quartz is on the flank. Nano boost on to Top Dragon, though. Top Dragon does that one better. Quartz goes down. Top Dragon still dicing with death, playing up against that wall, and without the heals, without the LOS of your Ana, that's a quick death for the Sojin. And now they've got the space required, exactly the same as what's in Matt's head. Now we'll see if they can actually gain that checkpoint, and with Funny Astro with a sound barrier, they might be able to do so, but it looks like Twisted Minds are going to think otherwise. They're actually just going to back off.
You just don't want to get got at that point. The respawns are so close, and if you're caught with your pants down, this is just the end of the map, and you go down 2-0. So Twisted Minds smartly back up here, wait for a good moment to be able to go for something like the sound barrier, and they know the Psycho has the pulse bomb, so something they can throw in to just give themselves a player advantage if that is damage that sticks.
Yo, Mag with a short leap. Psycho looking for a pulse bomb target. Looking like maybe he wanted to go for Mag. There's the sound barrier, though. Hits 5, and they push Mag into a small room. Pulse bomb on the ground. Good enough damage for one, but Irony is caught as well. Ends up getting a downpour laid on top of him and a pulse bomb from Sauna. An easy connection. Looking like training range bots out there, all stood in one place. Top Dragon still finds picks, though, Rose, with Quartz dead. Twisted Minds, they're going to have to continue to force the issue here, as Mag is so close to the spawn, ends up coming back and touching before they get checkpoint.
Yeah, just waiting for some of those reinforcements to come back. You don't want to give up the checkpoint now. There's a minute and a half left.
Don't give it up. They gave up checkpoint, but they didn't give up the lead. Still 2 meters advantage here for Gen.G, as Hardy now on his lonesome has got the downpour and is going to lay it in, as Crispy 2% away from the beats. He does manage to land it. Here comes Top Dragon with the overclock as well. Every lining up for it. Going to try for a Merit-esque play, but Twisted Minds aren't going to give him the option to do so, but he's going to settle for a nice body shot onto Psycho. 1 minute to go, and Gen.G still in the lead.
Just barely, and right in the nick of time before we saw the lead go over to Twisted Minds. But Top Dragon coming up big in that last fight, at least to be able to stop the bot where it was. But Twisted Minds come back with this pulse bomb, maybe another sound barrier here, as Funny Astro is charging that up so fast. But can they get there before Canale hits this rush?
Nope. No, they are not. That was an easy answer to that question, Rose. Irony pretty low too. Gen.G just pushing Twisted Mind all the way back to the spawn, but Crispy ends up going down. And Hardy has been trapped with Mag on the other side of the wall. Both tanks could not get healing in that situation. Quartz finds 2. At 71 meters for Gen.G, they've extended it a little bit more, but it is 23 seconds left in this time bank, Rose, and Twisted Minds, they need a couple of fights here, as Gen.G, they're going to go for a fast reset.
Yeah, they need to. The respawns are still close because that bot is over that halfway point. Mag close to the downpour. Top Dragon's actually come back on the venture. A little bit more mobility to make sure that you can actually get even closer into the back line with Mag. Big dives coming through.
They can't layer these ultimates either. Quartz has got this overclock. They've got a pulse bomb. They've got the sound barrier. They've got the tools required, but they cannot lose anybody. Psycho afraid to lose his recall there. Otherwise, he can't go aggressive. An overclock being launched in by Quartz. There comes the downpour. What a flick from Quartz! Sort of didn't see that one coming. Quartz with a 180 flick onto the Tracer, and they might have just done it. Canale also ends up falling in a clean team fight here for Twisted Minds. 5 alive and 5 dead for Gen.G as they make their final push.
There's still one more contest that can come through from Genji, and it's going to be Mag switching over to the Mauga to see if that's enough sustain. Top Dragon and Crispy still have to actually respawn. It's going to be the Echo Lucio.
3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. They're going to get on there just in time. Mag pops that cardiac overdrive. The wall is going to separate him from his team, but he can sustain himself for the time being at the very least. Asuzu comes in to try and save him, but the focus fire from Twisted Minds goes onto the Mag. However, the downpour is going to lock them all in place. Twisted Minds with a comeback of the century there as they take down Genji on Colosseo.
Wow, that could not have been any closer. I feel like all of these push maps that we've had have just come down to the wire. Very different look than what we saw yesterday as Genji ended up getting, I think, full capped.
Yeah, they got full cap by VP yesterday. So yeah, they've been in the workshop for sure.
Yeah, and it looked like it really could have gone their way too. After getting that early lead, they just couldn't hold on to it. As Twisted Minds, I think they're finally starting to get a grasp of how to actually play as a team. They haven't played an official match yet. This is their first time getting a look at them.
Oh, just give me these quartz highlights into my veins, please. Just give me a drip of all of them. Just ridiculous shot there. The sauna shot, that's going in the montage.
Oh, my jaw went on the floor. I could not believe the flick either.
And that's what you expect from these top-level Sojourn players as well. You've got to hit these clutch railgun shots. And, I mean, here it is. Look at this. Boom. Dodges pulse, hits the railgun. Some of the very best to ever do it on Sojourn. And some of the top Korean hitscan players were saying as well, Quartz is one of the best, if not like top 2 hit scans, and especially on the Sojourns. Just an insane player and doesn't crack under pressure either. And that's exactly what you need. We minimum of a map 4 as well. Not going to be a 3-0 with Genji in the server again. This is going to go the distance. I got a feeling. Another map 5 potential. It's Genji's turn now to ban first and pick the map, Rose. At some point...
Sojourn's going to get banned.
Sojourn's going to get banned. Yeah. Sojourn is going to get banned.
Ooh.
And this is what we were kind of harking on about earlier too. Mercy ban for Genji to start off the series, and that was the second ban too. So they weren't protecting anything. It was... Again, I don't want to call it a throwaway, but it felt like it. And then they come into this map, they're like, okay, we're going to ban Juno now. So... Sojourn at one point will get banned. Is this the time to do it halfway through the series when you've got your own map pick too? Because in my head, you go, okay, let's go to a map where Sojourn isn't as good, or maybe an Ashe is better, or a Widow maybe is better. We haven't seen a lot of Widow, to be fair. And then save the Sojourn ban for later on. And I'm actually getting word in now that Genji, they've picked Suravasa as the map, so we're going to a flashpoint. So Sojourn, very good here. So you could ban Sojourn here.
The Sojourn ban is happening. If it doesn't, then you're really confident, I guess. But I think the Sojourn ban has to come through. There's so many good sightlines on Suravasa. We see Sojourn as sort of like the must-have meta pick on this map a lot. And after the beating he just took from Quartz, I think you have to take it out of their hands.
And it makes sense too. You're going to a Sojourn favored map, you ban Sojourn, and then if you get your map choices later down the line, you go, okay, let's go to, I don't know, you can still play on Dorado, but Ashe is a little bit better consistently on Dorado, so maybe we go there if we get to pick a map. And yeah, so I just heard now as well, Genji, they ban Sojourn, so makes a whole lot of sense. We'll see what Twisted Minds want to do. Where do they pick for their ban? They're going to go with Ana by the sounds of it.
Makes a lot of sense too. That's definitely a target at Kaneo. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like this is the second day that we've seen the Ana, and I'm just still not super impressed with how Ana is fitting into the comps.
Ana's quite slow here too, I think.
Yeah, I think you would always want Lucio Juno, I think, on a map like this. Maybe you look at something like the Kiriko as well, but you just need the mobility, and Ana is very, very slow, as you said.
Right. All right, we'll see how it ends up going down. Suravasa is the map. We're going to Flashpoint, and it's 1-1. Twisted Minds and Genji finally finding their footing after a disappointing loss. Disappointing showing, too, not even just the loss, against Virtus Pro. And everybody kind of knew they had it in them, right? They did have that dog in them. We know Genji are going to be good. Yeah, we did. No one predicted VP. Yeah, that is true. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was like, sorry,
Krusty.
VP.
My hands. Krusty, if you can hear me. If you can hear me, Krusty.
Yeah, right?
I mean, I think Krusty's leadership too, and being on championship winning teams in the Overwatch League, like, he is the guy that you want.
Argue against that.
Exactly. He's the guy you want to rally the team around and like, hey, it's okay. We're going to go again. I've been in this situation a bazillion times. There's like no situation in Overwatch that Krusty hasn't been in. And it was a good, like we pitched it yesterday too, a good like old Shock versus Gladiators, Smash versus Krusty kind of matchup, which went Smash's way that time around. As we're just loading in now, getting the players in the lobby, and we'll be underway with this one. Do you think we'll see any other kind of changes here, or do you think it's just going to be Juno, Lucio, Hazard?
Yeah, I think like Juno Lucio, Juno Kiriko, Lucio Kiriko, I think all of those different support combinations are on the table. I think it would be very surprising to see a switch away from Hazard. I think even Mag going over to the Malga, you get a little bit of a cleaner line to the recontest with something like the overrun from the Malga. Just lasts a little bit longer and covers a bit more distance. But you saw where that fell short. I don't think we're going to see the Malga again. And Mag's Hazard has been holding up fine versus what we saw yesterday. I think Mag has really turned it around. So Hazard, some combination of Juno, Lucio,
right? Yeah.
Kiriko.
No Soj, so probably Tracer and
Ash?
/ or Genji. You could play long range scan again. There are no substitutions, by the way, so we're not seeing any Twisted Mind subs come in. We're not seeing Ben Best or anything like that. And I did want to mention too, actually, in Stockholm, I was speaking to Krusty and like, oh, you know, what are your plans? Like, what's going on? Like, what kind of team do you want next year? Like, how well, like, what's the process of you kind of picking up a team and looking at players and stuff? And he said, you know, going into next year, I want to be on a team that I can kind of help mold, you know? I don't want players, I don't want like a full roster of like, they've won OWCS, they've won everything, they've won Overwatch League, they've won this, they won that one. I want players that, yeah, some of them have won stages and regions and stuff, but I want a team that we can really mold into like a championship level roster. And I think he's got that with Gen G here. And I think he's kind of got his wish, right? He's not going onto a team that, he's not picking up, like I said, a lot of players that have, hey, I've won the Overwatch League twice, I've won this. Like,
yeah.
And I think he's done an exceptional job with the roster so far, even though they had a disappointing showing yesterday. Of course, here's the graphic that they released the other day. Top Dragon, Mag, Sauna, Kanale, and Crispy. And Kanale and Crispy, worth keeping in mind, and no Overwatch League experience. Like, they haven't been around as long as someone like Sauna, and especially like someone like Mag, and Top Dragon the same. Didn't have that Overwatch League experience. Has been around for a long time, mind you, back in like Armament in 2017 on Gen G A, Gen G B, Gen G Esports. Like, the guy has been around but didn't touch the Overwatch League, and is now playing against some of the best to ever do it, and with some of the best to ever do it. So in people like Mag. So yeah, it's an exciting time for Gen G, and I'm happy Krusty is doing well as well.
Well, I mean, you kind of talk about Top Dragon never getting a chance to play in the Overwatch League, but that's also because he was too young.
Right.
Like, he's still such a young player. He has so much potential, and he was certainly one of the DPS we were looking at last season and going, Top Dragon's going to be a big star. We don't know when. He's still putting up great numbers this season, but his time is coming. It's kind of reminding me of even just a couple of years ago when we were looking at a player like Tree, or just like these really like young talents that are getting their first shot at Overwatch League after waiting in the wings for so long to actually hit that age. So I'm excited to see where this Gen G roster can go, and I love that you touch on how this coaching, it kind of is their dream to be able to build up new talented players in a game.
Yeah, and just mold them into a championship winning roster. Let's get into the game though, which we finally got the players into the lobby and raring to go. And yeah, I mean, Top Dragon was on, obviously Gen G was like Seoul Dynasty, and like they had the Tiger Nation as well.
Mm-hmm.
So he was on the periphery, but like you said, the age limit kind of rolled in at certain points. But he's 20 now. He's chill. He's vibing. He's got his whole career ahead of him, as we are graced once more by the wonderful pigeons.
You know, I was thinking, we haven't seen enough pigeons.
We have.
I know it's only been one day, but We need more pigeons. So thank you.
I was trying to get Matt to pronounce like the phobia of pigeons yesterday, but I don't know. I don't think he could pronounce anything more than 2 syllables. So it's an impossible.
Wait, what
feat.
is? Ornithophobia.
Ornithophobia. Yeah, that's it.
Because ornithology is the study of birds.
Exactly.
So then ornithophobia would be the fear of birds. It makes sense.
Okay, Quartz.
Thanks, Zoe.
Quartz
Call me
on
smart.
the Ash. Well, she's not wrong. Quartz on the Ash. Tracer for Sauna. So yeah, a little slower for Twisted Minds.
But Quartz is a hit scan player. I think even if you ban out the Sojourn, Quartz can show up on the Ashe. We've already seen it last season, and if you want to just stay in that hit scan role, the Ashe makes a perfect substitution. Still gonna play roughly the same, you just don't have the same escape mechanism in the power slide as you do for the coach gun. But it doesn't mean that you can't still play at a distance here.
Yeah, look, Genji right now are trying to encapsulate Quartz in kind of an Iron Maiden-esque item here, because they are just trying to find every angle to jump on Quartz, but he's got the backup required. I mean, Irony was just glued to his hip. It will be Genji eventually killing Falling Astro, so a lot of their mobility now dead. And there goes the hit scan, and that's the problem with these hit scan comps. If you are playing the Ashe against the Genji Tracer, you need the picks. You need them quickly. And you expect Genji to cap the point first, because while Quartz, can kind of sit up on the high ground, it's very easy for Genji to just kind of overrun them. You are relying on Ashe finding the initial headshot, and then maybe Psycho kind of following up, or just a little double tap.
Yeah. And the Juno Lucio backline is going to help you close the distance so much faster. You've got the amp it up from the speed from the Lucio. You've got the speed ring from Canale that you can just continue to cycle through. And look at this. Maybe first flashpoint capture for Genji. You got somebody that's stalling the point, but for how long?
Quartz is down. Psycho gets the retouch there for OT, but fortunately the rest of his team, they are long gone. Prehistoric. As Twisted Minds gets, well, dealt with pretty handily there by Genji. Nice little point cap, 100-0 for the first one.
And no ultimates expended on the side of Genji. That means they're rocking into the next flashpoint with at least 4, maybe 5 if Mag can get this down 4 ready and just get a little bit more poke damage. Twisted Minds are sort of kind of up.
There you go.
Without a paddle until Quartz. There it is.
There it is. That's the pick. But Quartz under a whole heap of pressure now. Yeah, how do you survive against the Blade? You can't. Top Dragon finding a double, as the Bob was sent out by Quartz to try and give him and the rest of his team a little bit of a reprieve. They did make it kind of difficult, though. Top Dragon and Mag did die, so Twisted Minds, they're going to attempt to cap, but Sauna's already back.
Sauna's back with the pulse bomb as well, so land that onto somebody like Psycho. You're just chunking them down so fast, and the rest of the reinforcements are back from Genji as well. Twisted Minds cannot stay in this fight. They're gonna have to wait for this Kitsune rush.
Oh, here comes the rush, the downpour, the orbital ray. Mag's in trouble. He's attempting to stay alive, but here comes the sound barrier. Nicely timed by Crispy. Astro's gonna lay one down as well, but now Hardy's trapped in place. Mag is just demolishing him in the front line. Hardy had nowhere to go, though, and no cooldowns left to attempt even to stay alive in that fight and attempt the contest. Psycho dead, and there's the point for Genji.
That was expensive, though, on both sides. Holy cow. We just saw everybody hit the Q at once. Only Psycho going to keep one in the pocket. But Twisted Minds have to kind of, again, play this waiting game. Can Quartz actually get a pick to open things up for Twisted Minds to actually get in and capitalize on that? It's not just going to come down to that damage. It's going to come down to Psycho actually getting value with this blade.
Nobody's on fire right now. This might be a good opportunity for him to go in, but it takes a lot of damage on the entrance. And
oh, he's dead.
Mag just, well, I'm just going to put a little spiky wall here, and you're just going to run into it a few times. Rose, this is looking really bad for Twisted Minds right now. Astro just begging to reset, finds the kill. It's on a Genji. Top Dragon will be back, and this is final fight, and this is point. I still don't know what to call it. Map point, I guess. 2-0. But then it's like, is it map
whatever
point,
it is,
match point, whatever. It's 2-0.
All means the same thing.
And Quartz is dead, and that's
the flashpoint for sure. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't even get back at that point. Quartz was going to be the final hope for just being able to get a touch, but even then, it's so difficult to actually get back as a full team of 5. Quartz is even going to switch, go over to the Cassidy. Wanted to have that option to try to come back as a Tracer, but gives up the Ashe completely. Cassidy at least has that mag grenade, helps to hinder down some of these more mobile characters, but you still have the same problem. How far is this goal going to actually get you?
Help him! Help, Quartz. Yeah, we're good. Got him out from behind the wall. All right, okay.
Gymnastics lessons.
You know, a little bit quicker in this comp now, right? I mean, Ashe normally has to sit all the way in the back line, just like popping shots in, throwing dynamites. Quartz is playing with fire here on the side of this high ground. Still hits a heady though. Blade popped by Psycho, and looks like Canel's in the firing line, but Top Dragon's going to pull one bigger. There's the rush, a late one. Irony in trouble. Teleports away. But Sauna takes down Quartz. Genji is still in control. This has been 2 100-0s. Can they make it a third? As a Top Dragon just taking the game into his own hands, although has to escape. Little support now as they do end up backing up. But reinforcements have arrived.
The cavalry is here, and that's for sure. You're without Canel right now, but the downpour is just disgusting. Mag is finding such good value with even being able to get one target nailed down with the downpour, and the rest of the focus fire from the team is making that ultimate look even better than it already is. We are now in final fight territory for a 3rd time on this map, and Twisted Minds, they have a sound barrier and not much else to their name right now.
I know my boy Krusty's screaming right now. Enjoy, of course. Could be a 300-0 as Gen G approach the final fight. Funny Astro's got that sound barrier, lays it down exactly the same time as Crispy. Deadeye available from Quartz, but he's under a lot of duress right now. 4 players from Gen G just looking directly at Quartz in the eyes, and they kill him off. It's not a 300-0 as Twisted Minds managed to cap that point in amongst the chaos, but it's still 4 on 5. Sauna with the pulse bomb. Control of the point, still not in Gen G's favor, although they are attempting to cap. Canel does end up going down as Mag chases down the funny Astro on the sidelines as Irony now is in trouble. A nicely placed wall there doesn't quite catch the Kiriko. She slips past, but Gen G are now in control and Psycho's dead. Who's the next to touch? A High Noon is going to delay time here for Funny Astro to go for another one, but he ends up falling over, and now it's up to the Cassidy to try and get onto the point in time. A Hinter Grenade isn't going to do too much as Mag just sits there and just tanks every single piece of damage that Twisted Minds are throwing at him. A 99% will tick over to 100, and we'll call that a 300-25 there. Gen G, 3 points to 0, find themselves on match point.
Looking like a repeat of that very first map, 200-0 for Samoa, and now we get a chance to look at basically 300-0 on Sorabasa. Coming up really big for them. I think Gen G are just able to push that aggression so much that these big, chaotic maps are going to be favoring them a lot.
And I think this is where the bans really come into full effect, because you're forcing Quartz on what is normally like a Sojourn fast map. You force him onto the Ashe, and then you go, okay, if you can't get a pick, we are going to run you over. A Mack truck versus a little Prius. Like, the Prius ain't winning. The Mack truck is going to run over you 10 out of 10 times. Not even 9 out of 10, it's 10 out of 10 times. You're going to get crushed. 18-wheeler versus the 4-wheeler. It's not happening. And then you're like, okay, that's not working. So Cassidy, makes sense. Genji Tracer, people jumping at us. Look, they're slinging around like they're Spider-Man, and a Hinder Grenade will help. But not when 4 people, like, you need to unlock some sort of like fragmentation, like an actual, you know, there's the red grenades in Worms that like explode and they do the little explodies. Like, they need one of them in Overwatch for Cassidy to survive against the oncoming damage. Like, it's just not happening. So Gen G, honestly, that map, I think was all down to the bans. 100%. The map pick and the bans, and Gen G just kind of played Twisted Minds at their own game.
Yeah, I agree with you. Also, these bans are so big.
What is this? What is this? 9 to 32.
Yeah, we're gonna just like again chalk it up to the fact that it was basically 300-0. Twisted Minds didn't ever cleanly win a fight. So I think that this is what you should expect out of the stats here. I don't think that there are any surprises when we take a look at the KDs on both sides. I think you're absolutely right. Bans, so important. I'm so excited to see these kind of come to fruition and deliver what we wanted out of the strategic element of the bans. And as we take a look at our next map, we see Dorado, Sojourn back on the table. But I think this actually the ban speaks to something even bigger when it comes down to this Twisted Minds roster. Who plays the Tracer? If a lot of these maps are going to be Tracer Genji, Tracer Sojourn, Genji Sojourn, you've got Psycho that plays both. You don't really have a second Tracer player on the team. Even looking at Yubi's best hero last year was the Symmetra. Still found some good success on the Tracer, but not quite the same as when you take a look at some of these Korean import players.
No substitutions, and we are going to Dorado. Twisted Minds pick, and they're going to ban first. I'm going to make a small prediction here. I don't think Genji banned Lucio at this moment in time, because I think Dorado's a pretty good Brig map, and Astro can play Brig. Astro was the first person that actually came to mind when it came to the pick and bans, or sorry, the bans. Sorry, I keep calling it pick and ban. We are picking the map technically, but and I was like, okay, Astro and like players like Astro that are more known for like one character, they might struggle a little bit. Astro's Brig is also incredible. Definitely his second best hero.
Very good.
But it's not exactly like super comfort. Like he wants to play fast. That's just how a lot of the rest of his team have done it in the past too. Psycho, Hardy, they were on the same team together. So I don't think you ban Lucio here if you're Genji. I think you ban something else. I would even expect you ban Ashe. So you force a Sojourn Widow from Quartz, or you go for... No, I think that's it. What you go for.
Hold on, we got the bans, and these are spicy.
Okay.
We got a Hazard ban from Twisted Minds and a Brig ban from Genji.
Hazard ban and Brig ban. So what does that mean?
So you want to go dive. You want to go dive on Dorado, but then you can't play the Brig. You have to play like
Lucio, which is
Kiri Lucy.
Fine. I think that's... Yeah, you play Juno Lucio, you play Winston if you're Hardy, and then you go Tracer Ashe or Tracer
Genji?
Well, no, because you've got Quartz. I think you stick with Raw Hit Scan. Well, we'll see. I mean, they're in spawn right now. Hardy is hovering that. It looks like Genji coming out with some incredible spice, like Diablo level Taco Bell sauce spice, you know?
Yeah.
Like Crispy on the Zen, we saw a little bit earlier today, and Mag on D.Va. So this is kind of what's appearing to be now, like, you know, stock standard kind of at a point, at the very least, defensive style.
Wow.
And Top Dragon on Pharah, which she's very good at.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Dorado play from Genji yesterday, and we ended up seeing a little bit more of like it's still kind of like the wrecking ball a little bit, but you had like the Echo, the Tracer, on a Brig backline from Kaneo and Crispy. Obviously can't play the Brig because it's banned out, so playing the Zenyatta also makes a lot of sense. Just have the double flex.
Oh my word.
So much burst, but Quartz being able to play the Widow here is pretty big.
I clenched there. That was very close to Crispy's bold dome head. Yeah, I think it's nice for Quartz being able to play the Widowmaker. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Ashe swap though at some point. Crispy does end up dying to Hardy, and this is going to be the danger, like we mentioned time and time again, for the Zen.
Yeah, it's so squishy. It's the perfect target for these jumps from Hardy, and Hardy's, I would say, second best tank hero is going to be the Winston. So it really plays up their alley just to have this really powerful dive. Quartz can follow this up, especially on the attack. If you get one pick on the Widow, it really opens things up for you pretty tremendously. And even if you just get a body shot or something, that's plenty of damage onto a target that Hardy can finish up the job.
Not now, face it, we're in the game.
Come on, face it.
Decline the invite. There we go, we got it. And this is going to be the big problem as well with Quartz on the Widow. It's going to be hard to get a pick on somebody because the Pharah is playing near skybox / like on the roofs. Everybody else is hypermobile. Good luck. It's just not happening. And Crispy is now on the Kiriko instead of the Zed. So an even harder target to hit because she's so slippery. Her hitbox is kind of weird too. Yeah. So, okay, there it is. Quartz going for the swap, going onto the Sojourn. This makes way more sense to me.
It does, but I think you still have the same problem where you're going to have difficulty being able to get a big flick shot onto a highly mobile target. You have the defense matrix. You still have to actually weave those railgun shots past.
Okay, well, Rose, there's the shot that you wanted.
It is what I wanted, but you have to have those types of moments, and you still have like 2 minutes you have to get through, get this first point.
Nano boost onto Top Dragon, and he's got Barrage. I don't think it lasts too long, not even using it even. Oh, the defense matrix? Sorry, where'd that go? Oh, funny Astro with the Goomba stop straight on top of his head. But over eagerness there by Top Dragon, but he wasn't going to get out, so, you know, lay down the damage, hopefully get another pick. Kitsune Rush also being used as Mag uses self-destruct. Can they kill the Pilot Diva? A nice little nade onto Mag is going to make sure he gets back in the mech, but a quick Pulse Bomb instantly ejects him out once again. So now Baby Diva versus Primal Raging Winston. I know who I'm taking in the boxing ring, that is for sure. Sound barrier for Funny Astro. They're just trying to guarantee this push. They don't really care about expanding ults, just got to get it. There's only a minute remaining. And you can build up those ults for the next fight. You're all chilling. Mag's even coming back on the ball to touch. Not sure if he's going to stay on that too long, but we'll see.
Well, it's a good attempt. I also think that Mag has a little bit more comfort on something like the Wrecking Balls. If you wanted to play dive versus dive, we did see Mag bring out this choice yesterday, but he's kind of stuck. He can't get back into spawn. I mean, he can't get away either, so he has to go back and regroup with the rest of the team, but this is giving up high ground control over to Twisted Minds, where now Core's doing enough damage, gets the overclock online, wants to have these sight lines to have big impact with this ult.
Well, I mean, the danger with the Wrecking Ball is, like, can't really kill him is the problem, and he's just going to be perma-slamming the backline, and then what can you do? Well, you can just let the fire finish them off, or the fire hits a shot, and then the Wrecking Ball goes in, Tracer goes in. It's hard for really them to lock down the Wrecking Ball. I mean, I'm sure everybody's had this before, like the one Wrecking Ball on the enemy team or your Wrecking Ball, just 0 deaths at the end of the map. It's taken 1 million damage, but they always survive, you know? And Mag is definitely, he is him when it comes to the Wrecking Ball.
That's true. I mean, look, you're just bowling into Quartz right now, still so nimble to be able to get away. And the cart is at a crawl at the moment. Finally making its way past the halfway point of his second objective. And of course, with a pick is good.
I'm not sure how Crispy died there, but with the railgun, we know that for certain, but I'm curious what events led up to that situation. Nano boost onto Top Dragon again, and goodbye, Kiriko. Nice Suzu timing, actually, from Irony, but unfortunately for him, there's still plenty more rockets where that came from. Good movement. Really good movement, actually, from Top Dragon. Oh, Astro. Wrong place, wrong time, buddy.
Uh-oh. Ooh, he's dead.
Yeah, Primal Rage has been popped too. This Primal's not getting too much done, sadly. He's got a bubble, but probably wants to save it for the exit or stall the payload, which is exactly what Hardy's going to do. Minute and 30 seconds to go, Rose. That's Overclock used. That's Primal Rage used. And look at the ults from Gen G now.
Yeah, Genji's starting to work up to almost the full slate again. Mag just holding down that front line, but Top Dragon wants this angle for the Fair Barrage.
So nice.
No nano, though, to keep it up, but you might find enough.
What a boot.
Like the big slam.
Oh, what a big boot from Top Dragon and Mag there, combining up. Well, little Mario Brothers just booping people around. Oh, the longest range barrage you've ever seen. I think one hit Hardy, but it'll do, because that one finished him off. There's a minute to go now for Twisted Minds. Hate to break it for the Twisted Minds fan, but this ain't looking pretty. Gen G, they've still got mines. They're going to have nano. They've got pulse bomb. Astro's sound barrier. It's going to have to go. It's going to have to hit 7, I think, for them to make this fight even.
And even then, it's looking so rough because, like, Mag's got mines. It just makes it more difficult to actually get to the point. At least Sound Barrier can help to negate that a little bit, but you still have Sonnet that's wreaking havoc in your backline. Wants a pulse. Got the nano from Canale coming up shortly as well.
Dash up to the high ground, slam, nice boot from Astro, really a good presence of mind there. Pulse bomb, well, it goes wide, but all good because you've killed Quartz already. And there goes Irony. The chaos has broken down, and unfortunately, Twisted Minds, they've been thrown in the washing machine, and they just keep on tumbling. I think with the 2-man sound barrier from Astro, that's going to signal the end of it, especially with those mines on the point, that is for sure. OT was triggered by Psycho, and he still has a pulse bomb, and he kills Top Dragon. Spawn position's pretty close for Gen G, however, and with a nano boost to spare, Gen G are still in good shape. Psycho is just trying to put pressure on the back line, but Son is there to test him. Could be a triple blink over the high ground here for Psycho, looks like it. Or at least trying to force Crispy to do something. Crispy, Suzu's himself. Canale's dead. Nano boost applied to Sauna to try and mop up this mess that has been created by Twisted Minds on the point.
some big splashes from Top Dragon as the rockets hit the back line, and
They gotta
now
kill
we
people.
see some. Oh my gosh!
There we go. Nano boost was used by Kaneo. They needed that for Top Dragon to stay alive. Overclock from Quartz has already killed 2, but can they kill more? There's a 3rd from Quartz, but they got to kill Mag. He's swinging, he's spinning, and winning right now as Kaneo comes back into the fray. Same with Top Dragon in a couple of moments, but they've got to kill Mag. Eventually, they get it done, and they're going to get it popping on 3rd point. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, but my word, that was a struggle. Good on Quartz, though, once again, clutch master.
I do feel like it was inevitable. I think just after you see Mag trying to spin to win on the point, there's just no other approach that can happen with Twisted Minds having those lines for Quartz and just having Hottie's bubbles. But still, yeah, wow. A minute left now for Twisted Minds. A couple more ultimates to their name now, but not looking like it could be a full map completion.
Kitsune Rush. That's an aggro one from Crispy. He's trying to get out.
Oh,
Does manage to. Mag is one speedy wrecking ball through that. Surely he breaks like the speed cap in Overwatch at some point. Good slam onto Quartz. Rockets follow up. Yep. There's Sauna too. As soon as that slam comes in, you are as good as dead if you have no mobility CDs. 30 seconds to go now, Rose.
Yeah, still some ults here for Twisted Minds to work with, but it's just looking tough. I mean, Top Dragon can barrage at the door. Kaneo's gonna have Nano soon. You got the Mines to also delay a little bit more, and it's the last 15 seconds. Twisted Minds have one more shot at this, and they need perfection to finish the map.
10 seconds.
Do they know?
I don't know if they know.
Well, they know now.
Now they know.
Slam into the back line. Didn't end up getting Quartz there, so no collapse. Crispy is so far up. Teleports to Mag. I think Crispy was trying to teleport to someone else, but I think Mag appeared on his screen. That's what I would imagine would have happened there. Barrage mines, a lot of explosive ordnance ready. Primal Rage ripped. Kaneo really low. Barrage comes in, but Quartz takes the headshot. Top Dragon down. Hardy pushes Kaneo all the way back into spawn, but importantly there, Kaneo survives. Nano boost in hand. Quartz goes down with the ult as Kaneo comes back with a little bit of vengeance there from earlier on. Nano boost deployed onto Sauna as now Twisted Minds. They've only got Hardy on the point to try and stall, and that'll be that. Stopped on that final corner of Dorado. Gen G now with the round to set up their success in the series. They're close to wrapping this one, Rose, and if they can perform like they did in that round, it might just be an easy affair. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
You got it. You got there. I'm inclined to agree with you. I think Gen G look so much better today. They also seem to have clear targets in their sights. Poor Quartz. Mag is having a field day on this wrecking ball. Like you already banned out Quartz from being able to play Sojourn in the last map, and now Mag is making Quartz's life a living hell. Always getting bopped up by the wrecking ball slam, and you know how sometimes we see patches where like the tank's lives are really hard. You just get all of that CC. I feel like that's happening to Quartz right now, and
DPS players have been
that's
complaining for years about how hard they have it. So I mean, in their eyes, they've always had it hard, but we all know the support players have it hardest. Let's be real. Yeah, let's have a look at the defense for Twisted Minds. So Quartz, yeah, foregoing the Widow, no surprise. Don't want to play Ashe. You got to play someone with mobility. But like you rightfully pointed out, Rose, all the CC, Mag, Slam, and like, you know, even the boot from Top Dragon as well. Like, if Quartz uses that slide incorrectly, if he uses it early, he's dead. There is not much to save him.
yeah, you're just a target. You're a dummy flying through the air, and it's going to be very easy for the rest of the team to focus fire you. There's a lot of just some responsibility, I guess, on Quartz's shoulders.
It's basically to stay alive. Like, that is your number one goal, is just to stay alive and be a threat too. See Mag going skybox. Finds Quartz.
And slam.
And roll away. Yeah, perfect. The Wrecking Ball playbook. Up in the sky, I slam, I roll away. Up in the sky, I slam, I roll. Oh, there he is. There's the slam.
Yeah, slam.
There's the shoot, and there's the roll away. There you go, perfect. Yeah. He's crazy. It's like I'm telling the future. Oh, Hardy's dead.
So easy.
Hardy is very... I think Hardy booped his little head on the veranda there. That is not the death that you want to see on the side of Twisted Minds, because now you have no pressure applied to the backline.
We can even just move this car forward as we've swapped sides now. Everybody on Twisted Minds has gone to the spawn room doors.
That was almost a double melee kill from Mag. All good.
Ended up sort of.
Sort of there, yeah. Hardy's back.
Yeah.
Slammed, booped his little head again, and Hardy's dead. All right, this is a very quick push from Gen G. That small mistake there, hitting the leap, but hitting the little building and not going too far. This cost Twisted Minds a great deal.
It's going to cost them the point if they're not careful. I don't even know if Twisted Minds can actually come back and recontest this because Psycho just respawned. Mag is still back there holding the spawn room doors. Has the mines as well. That's his checkpoint. Mag is stuck though.
Nice body block.
Die for that.
Yeah, nice body block from Hardy. You see Mag like, okay, I know. They're just giving him a wave.
Yeah. At a certain point, you can't keep getting away with it. Gen G already got what they wanted out of that push, which is that first objective, with very little resistance coming through from Twisted Minds. And you still have 4 ults here with the nano mines at the ready.
This is an insane ult from Irony. Like, an insane ult.
Master's dead.
He was like, I'm gonna use it in spawn actually, guys. Okay, they end up pushing Rose, but that nade from Kaneo is gonna hurt. They end up pushing, and Mines from Mag is gonna separate the team, so Quartz can't really be a factor there. Gen G push on. They're gonna have high ground control if they want it, and with 4 minutes in the time bank, that Irony rush into the spawn versus a comp, that rush there was basically only to kill Kaneo, who is the least mobile.
That was like a Leroy Jenkins moment, you know? Yeah. Irony's like, let's go.
Like holy reference. Audience are gonna get that one.
Someone's gonna get it. The real ones know.
Oh, sound barrier. Nice presence of mind there from Top Dragon. Using that shift to get away. He's out there, hunting for the Tracer. Sauna down. Rush on the high ground. Astro pretty low. Mag hunting. Railgun shot does land on his body as, yeah, the rest of his team, unfortunately, feeling the kill feed right now. He's going to try and get away with his life. It's a wrecking ball. Of course he will.
Yeah, it was an easy escape there. But you still don't want to give up too much ground. So Mag is holding the front line, just kind of waiting for everybody to come back. Sana still has Pulse Bomb, but this is where things can start to get a little bit tough for Gen G. That's why it's good that they have 3 minutes heading into the final couple of meters of this point. They're going to need a little bit more in the tank to actually get this payload over the line. Because right now it's coming up Twisted Minds. They've got all the ults.
Good Suzu. No CDs, by the way, on Quartz. Just keep it in mind. Astro ends up going down to Top Dragon, but here comes the overclock from Quartz. He's going to find a couple of shots onto Mag, but he's going to be booped and no slide, no problem for Mag. Hardy and Psycho at least clean up the wrecking ball as they now go rejoin the rest of their team on the point. Because all meanwhile, Gen G were pushing.
Yeah, Gen G are just kind of keeping Twisted Minds there. Like, they're just holding them at that defensive point. Astro's dead again. How does he keep dying to this?
Oh no.
Is it just a Mag wrecking ball moment, or what is happening?
I mean, you're getting booped and you're getting kind of booped around as Lucio. If you're not grappling onto the wall, like skating, it can be tough to really get back. All right, Quartz dodges out of the mines. They force the recall of Psycho, though. Not good. And Mag might look for that. Pulse Bomb, swing and a miss. Asana ends up going down to a Primal Rage off camera.
Well, at least this has not been picks that are getting punished. Like, even though Funny Astro went down so early in that fight, there is still no progress from Gen G. A minute and a half left, and they still just have a couple more meters left on this second point to actually finish it out. But they're working up to their ultimate, so like very good eco push there in that last one. They're able to get out the Primal Rage as well as the Pulse Bomb, and now they go in with this with their own Kitsune Rush. Unless Irony decides to pull the trigger early again.
Yeah, straight on the high ground, but hey, they kill Kaneo, and that's what's important. Genuinely 3xing the payload right now as they... Okay, Psycho's there. All good. No one panic. Everybody take a quick breath. Top Dragon, though, in a good spot. Barrage, and he knows a few people are in bank. And Psycho and Hardy, the tallest barrage of all time, but hey, it's creating space. Quartz ends up taking down Top Dragon, but there's 0.86 meters to go for Gen G before they cap this point. Astro and Quartz now, the lone survivors for Twisted Minds, to try and keep this competitive, but Mag is just going to keep on rolling, keep on spinning as Gen G find the cap.
It's just pure grit at this point. The cap is gonna come through. You called it early, but like you knew it was happening. You knew it was coming. There's the cap now. 2 minutes left for Gen G to actually make it to that final checkpoint, and it is looking good. Nano, Mag's gonna have another set of grenades, or mines, whatever you want to call them, explosive things to throw at this.
I mean, to be fair though to Twisted Minds, I think Mag is going to have a bit of a harder time on this point as the ball, because there aren't as many avenues, but it doesn't really matter. He can take high ground over and over again and deny Quartz the space.
It just has to be annoying.
Exactly. And there's the OC as well. Overclock used by Twisted Minds. Oh my word, Crispy. He's good.
He's so low still. Please help him. Okay, we're all good. Help.
Oh, Quartz got Suzu, and he's ignoring Mag too. Rightfully so, ignoring the Wrecking Ball there and trying to go for someone else. There's the Nano though on top. Dragon, now you have to be worried. Sound Barrier coming in for fronting Astro, hits 4. And now Top Dragon looking for a small flank route as the mines are deployed on the point, and everybody from Twisted Minds has to scatter. A nice little swift step there from Irony to land himself straight on top of Quartz to get the healing in, but is it actually going to be enough? The payload is still going. The mines are being quite a deterrent for Twisted Minds to actually see themselves in this fight, and they're not even going to get there to touch. Gen G get the win on Dorado, as only one went down in that fight. Gen G, with a complete turnaround what we saw yesterday, end up taking down Twisted Mind in a 3-1.
What a good turnaround for them. They absolutely got the revenge that they wanted, and this is the Gen G that we were expecting to see in the first stage of OWCS. Zoe, what a pleasant surprise. We got a chance to see Gen G really bring it in this match.
But it shouldn't even be a surprise, right? Because again, expectations were high for this team. They definitely underperformed yesterday. That said, that's not to take anything away from the team they played, of course, because they just looked really good. Today, Gen G, much more cohesive. I love the focus fire. You touched on that as well, Necker. Like, they were very clear about their win conditions. They know whose life to make difficult, and well, rip Quartz. That was just a rough one to deal with him. Also, it's always a good day if you can see Mag rolling out on ball. So I'm happy. Very well done.
It feels like,
look at some of the highlights.
Some of these dives, honestly, with the Mag ball, it's like you open the doors to Tartarus and then you see this comp. Like, you're like, okay, well, now I'm in there.
Oh, well.
If you're at hit scan DPS, it's just like, okay. I think Quartz, despite the amount of pressure he was under, and especially this map, he was hitting some freaky shots. Like, it was absurd. But the amount of pressure he was under, he was still performing as you'd expect Quartz to perform, getting very, very clutch kills, getting big multi-kills with the overclock. It's just, especially when we move to maps like Surabasa, Krusty, the coaching diff, and the map pick and ban really came into full effect for Gen G today, and they looked like a brand new team.
Dude, I'd love to pick their brains about those hero bans, though.
The Mercy one I'm very confused at, but
the Mercy one was just mega confused. Was that just to mislead us all? Like,
I don't know. It felt like
only Krusty knows.
You're like, okay,
only
well,
Krusty will know. Yeah.
If they're banned,
Maybe even
first,
Krusty doesn't know.
There was a special term for that in the Overwatch League that I'm not going to repeat on broadcast, but yeah, it was the Krusty pipe coming out, that's for sure. And like, I think with banning the Mercy, it's like, if you ban that first, you're like obviously protecting a support, right? But if you're banning it second
ban, yeah.
Exactly, it was a second ban. So I'm like, okay, the Astro Mercy, sure.
Yeah, funny Astro in shambles.
Yeah, Astro was like, no, I
wanted to like avoid that Farah Mercy. Yep, right.
Which I think it's too slow in these comps as well. Like, but.
Listen, this was a good look for Gen G. That's what we expected to see from that. On the other side, though, are you surprised this was the first look we actually had on Twisted Minds?
I think maybe just a little bit surprised. I think when you look at the name power of the roster that Twisted Minds has, you go, wow, Hottie was like it was literally the best tank in EMEA outside of somebody like Vestola, and now you have him on your team, and you have all of these very powerful DPS with so much that are like they're the all-stars of their role. I think Quartz the best hit scan, you've got Psycho, one of the best flex DPS, and you put everybody on a roster and you go, yeah, I think I expect them to be one of the best teams in OWCS, but maybe first match, fluke moment.
Everything's a fluke.
People are calling fluke.
According to Rack Attack, everything's just a fluke. You know what wasn't a fluke? Mag's performance today. Mag Ball, always great to see. I loved seeing that Hazard off against Hardy as well.
Yeah, look, everybody, every year, this is Mag's year, guys. We're doing it. Mag is going to come in from Runaway.
This is the second day of broadcast, and you've already used that phrase.
I've said that twice.
3 different people, yeah.
He's gonna say
No, but this is the Mag
But this is
storyline.
it.
It has been since 2020. He comes into the league. Everybody's like, this guy is like the next. I was going to say bumper. I mean, bumper energy, I guess, with the Ryan and like the main tank energy. But like, it was like this guy is the next like prodigy tank player, and he just didn't really live up to that. And over the years, everyone's like, okay, maybe it's this year, and it's kind of become like a small meme. But like, genuinely now, like Mag over the course of OWCS has improved a ton, and on this Gen G squad looks really good, like really solid. Understands the hazard matchup super well, can play things like the Wrecking Ball, which you're not gonna really be banning a lot. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think Mag is looking fantastic. Not too surprised to see the player of the match here.
Kitty.
First cat on broadcast.
The
Let's go.
word you said. That is
Bear,
a good-looking
say hi.
kitty. Hi, Bear.
Say hi.
Bear's my player of the match, personally. That is a gorgeous-looking cat. How was I not aware that you have such a pretty cat? Well, I'd rather stare at the cat, but I also need to bring up the standings.
Sure.
Which the people will riot since we took the cat off camera. Don't like that.
We should get another third.
I like what we're seeing now. Gen G in the upper echelon here. That's what we expected. Twisted Minds falling down. But for how long, right? This was just the first test. It is a round robin. They have plenty of opportunities to prove themselves.
Exactly. Like, we expect, and everybody's been saying it, okay? Word on the street. It's not even word on the street. Like, everybody's been saying it. The top 4 top 5 of EMEA is competitive, extremely competitive. So seeing Gen G here at a 1-1, it's only day 2 of week 1. Like, yeah, it's all going to shake up, and it being a round robin, everybody's got more chances to boost their rankings a little bit here.
And I mean, honestly, this will come down to so many of those teams, as you just said, right? It's so competitive. And after the first look we got on Team Vision today as well, I'm even more of that opinion. It's actually insane.
Yeah.
Like, there's no team I can super confidently put in that bottom. I think Sakura Esports might be making a case for them as of right now, but we don't know, right?
Change.
Season is long. Exactly. And if you get hit with the right bans, or you make the right bans and you just have a good day, everything's possible in the world of Overwatch. We are, however, done with our EMEA part of the day. Sheesh. Listen,
you're good.
talking.
Hey, you casted today. You deserve a rest, so I'm gonna...
Was that a cast though?
Yes, it
I
was.
saw everything in
You
5. I saw
Everybody
everything in
was-
5 pixels. I was popping off.
No, everybody was hogging. Trust. Everybody was going
Hog.
for it.
What's your biggest surprise of the day? What's your let's do a top team, bottom team. How about that? Why does that sound sexual? I don't know, but let's dig into it.
It didn't have to be until you brought that up.
I had to make it weird. I don't know, sometimes it do be like that. Okay, Jack, what's the top and bottom? Now I can't unhear it.
What is my top and bottom? Anybody can be either, so.
About the teams to specify.
Top team of just of the day? Or
Sure.
like of the leaderboard. Okay, let's get through this segment, because otherwise people are just going to start losing their minds.
Exactly.
Gen G was my top of the day. There you go. Gen G, everybody. I don't want to put like Team Vision down there either, the bottom. Like, I don't know. It's hard at the moment. I think if it was like just on the rankings currently, I'd probably say Sakura Esports are the bottom team at this very moment in time. But with the meta changes, with patches, with pick ban, it can all change. But I think right now, I would say VP. Probably top, but just for today, maybe Gen G.
What about you, Rose? Who do you see it?
I don't want to name a bottom team because I think it's so.
This is so
early.
nice. But that's the point of the segment.
it's
I want
so
it spicy.
early.
I want things to age really badly and then call you out on it.
Okay, well, you actually
I need
do want to do something
content.
that
I'm
aged really
desperate.
badly.
Yes.
My prediction that I was going to tell production earlier on is like, if Gen G loses this, I think we have to put Gen G at the bottom. Like that would be the team that I would consider at the bottom.
Very fair.
Because like they're just not living up to those expectations. But now I don't have an option because they didn't lose. They won this matchup. So I don't have a bottom team to give you, but I think my top team right now, I think I have to look at Virtus Pro and the Ultimates as fighting for that spot at the moment.
That's fair.
Fair. I feel like I've gotten nothing. out of this segment. So I'll just
This is
move on to
great.
a break.
We got laughs.
That's it.
But I'm down to go for a break, because otherwise this segment's going to
Same. Let's do that before it
Crazy,
gets even more weird. We have Bear on screen, so all is well in my world. Bear, hi, bye. We're gonna head into a quick break now. We're also gonna say bye to Jack and Rose as we're now heading over to all things NA. We have Avidity going up against Amplify next. You don't want to miss it. See you on the other side.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to Did you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
everyone. It's day 2 of the 2025 OWCS opening weekend. I'm Zoe and I have the utmost pleasure of guiding you through the day. We just got done with the EMEA matches and we'll dig into all things NA in just a minute. But first, let me catch you up on what's happening in 2025. Of course, we're coming in with some big changes, but also with things that just stay the same. Starting with the most important PSA, of course, it's about drops. Connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account and get all those goodies for the hours watched you're seeing on your screens right now. Drops will also be enabled for our featured co-streamers of the day, so make sure to follow us on social media to keep up to date on who is currently featured and who you can go and say hi to. Right, so that's the most important part. The second most important part is, of course, bans. That's right, we've talked about it a lot. We have hero bans in the mix now, which have very quickly changed everything you ever knew about Overwatch. How very dramatic. But let me quickly run you through how the hero ban system works. The hero bans do occur before each map, so during the match draft, and an individual role cannot be banned twice in a map. And an individual hero can only be banned once per team in a series. That makes sense? I think that made sense. Yes. So you see it on your screens, pretty straightforward. We've seen some interesting takes on those bans, protection bans. We saw very targeted bans against individual players or team compositions that are most likely to occur. And then we had a lot of question marks as well, just in the previous match. So this is where we get to hopefully have a chance to talk to the players and to the coaches about what they were thinking. It's going to be a long season though, so we have plenty of opportunities for that. That leads me to the schedule. Let's take a look at what we're up to all year long. We're having 3 stages and 3 live events. We started it all off with the open qualifier, which we're already way past. Now we're finding ourselves in the regular season in stage 1 that will be played out in a round robin format. That's right, so 8 teams per region got to this round robin portion of our format, and the top 6 teams will then find themselves in the playoffs, whereas the bottom 2 teams, and this is where it gets interesting, are forced to play through relegation matches. I'm saying this with way more joy than I should, but honestly I think that keeps it spicy because it can be partner teams finding themselves in this position as well. So partner team could just get knocked out of the OWCS circuit after stage 1, and then they have to fight their way back into this, which is really, really cool. So everything on the line, all those matches are extremely important. Now, the top 2 teams from each region through those playoffs will make it to our respective live events. That's right. So then we're headed into international competition for a trophy, a title, and of course some cold, hard cash, because apparently we're paying them out in pennies, as one does. Yeah, but that's all so far in the future, man. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. We only just kicked things off in stage 1 with a regular season. So let's chat about what went down thus far in just 1.5 days of play. And of course, you guessed right, I will be bringing on yet another guest because I'm so very social this year. This guest is willing to share their thoughts, hopes, and dreams with us. So let me bring her in. It's Tiny Shiny. How are you doing today?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful. It's such a good day just to see like all the growth in OWCS, and a lot of these teams continue to step it up.
That's right, that's right. Let's talk about the competition then. Can you give me some way too early predictions, which I'm sure will be aging really, really well? Who impressed you? Who do you already see coming out on top without a doubt?
Honestly, I'm on the timeless hype train. I've been watching Chopper play with Rocket for years, and seeing them put on the show that they did yesterday against Team Liquid. Like, honestly, what's really stopping them from taking stage 1? I think Space Station can stand in the way, and potentially Nightmare, but we do get to see that match later on today, so that one will be a good team to look forward to as well. But I also think that there's like this kind of good divide between where that these teams currently stand, and it's not necessarily as defined as many squads think that they are, and this first match of Amplify and Avidity will be a good taste of that.
Yeah, let's talk about those 2 teams, as we haven't gotten a look at them just yet. How do you see this one shake out? Is there any particular player that you really want to keep an eye on?
Yeah, I think with both of these teams, their Avidity, we got a little bit of a look at Stage 4 of last season, but they're coming back this year with just kind of refreshed and ready to go. And honestly, I think I have to give them the edge because of that, especially because of a new pickup that they had. So we had Zomba, just turned 17, now eligible for play, and he's been around for years competing, especially most notably for his Tracer. And we've seen Tracer have such a dominant spot, especially after that recent buff that she got. Zomba can definitely help lead the way for this team, but it's not like Amplify is going to let that go down easily. This has been a core team of players that have known each other for years and years and kind of just came out of nowhere. Like, I remember trying to find information on this team before, and I'm like, who are these people? Where do I find them? And this is because that's that first big step for them. They were able to get in a last-minute call to phone. She picked up, and here she is, helping lead this team forwards with some incredible Sombra play that we haven't seen any other players attempt so far.
Yeah, I'm personally also a huge phone fan, so I'm so happy to see her back in action on the OWCS stage now as well. Now, Tiny Shiny, before I let you go, where can people find you? I know you will be co-streaming the action. Of course, you're also an incredible, talented caster who's covering Calling All Heroes and so much more. So how can people stay in touch with you? Where can we find you?
I'm on both X and Twitch, TinyShiny19. I love talking about all things Calling All Heroes and Collegiate, basically an encyclopedia at this point. So we'll be following all the action today, rooting for our players, and it's going to be a wonderful season. I'm so excited.
So am I. Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat and walking us through this next matchup. So yeah, make sure to follow Tiny Shiny because that's definitely a person we want to see and hear more of. Now, two fellas I would like to hear and see less of are Mitch and Matt. Alas, you don't always get what you want. So let's hand it over to them to get us into the action.
And again, they don't have to put us on camera. Like, they don't have to do that. We can
Yeah, that's just rude. I was here like all day yesterday, and so he was extremely nice, and then all of a sudden just throwing strays at us. I mean, that's not right.
Was she that nice? No, I don't think she was.
Yeah.
I just think you have rose-tinted glasses about how all of your interactions went down, or you just weren't aware of the subtext.
Yeah, that's also possible. I mean, I could have just missed the context of all the interactions yesterday altogether, but I'm pretty sure I was on the ball yesterday. I was with it. We had 3 awesome NA matches today. I think that last one, they kind of talked a little bit about it. Will definitely be one that has a huge impact on the standings, but we're gonna get to see some teams we didn't see compete yesterday show up today.
Yeah, I mean, I think as much as Tiny Shiny sort of, touched on this, I do think like this Avidity roster is mostly untouched from what we saw last year. There are a couple of departures. It's slightly different, but in general, we were talking up yesterday how good Timeless look, primarily because they stuck together. Do you know what I mean? They were able to come out and, put it up against some, a really quality opponent with, really well-known names, but they were able to prevail because of that time they'd spent together. So I think it makes a big difference here. Here's your Avidity roster, of course, as we're heading into this next game. Again, we did get to see a little bit of them at times last year. I would have called them like a mid to lower table team in the NA in terms of OWCS, but that was last year. It's a new year. This team's had time to continue to work on their fundamentals and overall play. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're capable of. I think Amplify is definitely an exciting prospect. A team that, Matt, they just scraped in through the Swiss stage.
Yeah, but looking at kind of the upper bracket of like the phase 2 of the qualifier, right? They went up against Timeless. They ended up taking a map there, but ultimately losing the series 3-1. And they didn't really have an easy road to get here, right? They kind of play Supernova for the spot to get in. It goes to a game 5, and they're able to come out on top. So they kind of had a trial by fire there in the loser bracket to make it all the way here to our top stage.
And of course, as was mentioned earlier, these bans cannot be repeated again throughout the series. It's important to bear in mind as Malga and Tracer respectively going to be banned here, of course. Amplify's logo just blending in perfectly, I think, to our graphic. But yeah, curious to see what they come out with. Again, not having Tracer available does obviously open up Genji.
We go back to 12 Sarisa. He was like flying there for a second. Okay, no, what do you think? So.
See how this plays out now. Now, Phone is they're our Sombra player. Like, that is their go-to pick here. So perhaps a little odd to see it here, but it's definitely something that's in their wheelhouse. So
we saw a little bit of Sombra yesterday, but it was really when we saw teams bring out like ball style comps, right? But Sombra can still be, look, in the hands of a player who plays Sombra all the time, it can be devastating. We've seen that, you know, just think of like Lip, right? Somebody who's like, you know, Sombra, not all of the time, right? But a Sombra specialist, like when you can get somebody on that level and the hero is tuned just right, you can do lots with it. So a hack there on the Zomba off the start, not able to finish off the kill.
What to bear in mind though, you cannot just like translocate back to a translocator that you put down, you know, yonks ago out of trouble. You are partially visible and you can only throw it to short range, and then it sort of obviously makes you, you know, invisible. So it works a little bit differently. It's kind of hard to just get out of trouble scot-free entirely. But so far so good. Wub goes down here already, so that's a key part of the DPS offering here, and a very experienced player by this point, down on the side of Avidity.
If you see the Sombra as well, like not even, you know, pick up kills, but just put some damage down or hack in the back line, it's still extremely useful, right? You're always kind of playing for Avidity here with the, you know, implied threat that the Sombra could be just about anywhere, right? Behind you, getting a hack off, you know, doing this, doing that. So it definitely makes you play a little bit more passive, potentially, than you would even just the threat of the Sombra.
Wub here, one of the first casualties of that previous fight that definitely hurt Avidity not to have them in the mix. That is pretty scary. The dive in there from Gap. Wub is at least able to slide on away from it, but that would have been curtains. Had it connected. Here's a sound barrier now for Amplify. They're holding, of course, onto that downpour, and they're going to let it go straight away, but Gap is eliminated before that ultimate can really take hold. There's Kitsune Rush in play here, and with what was leveraged in that fight, Avidity, I can understand why they might struggle to win it out here, but they do need to make a flip happen relatively soon. Crazy Cat being looked at. Winter, she's still healthy as you like, and this is now getting up to 50% for Amplify.
I mean, winning this here for Amplify and being able to control the point and keep this going is massive, because they end up using their sound barrier and they get like nothing out of it. It basically doesn't keep anybody alive, doesn't connect with anybody, but still everybody able to stay here towards the point. Nice EMP there from Phone, but it's a sound barrier from Nimwai that hits everybody.
Yeah, perfect response, and a blade there. Could have been so much more for Zomba. Still, Twals is at least able to get rid of Crazy Cat, someone hard to pin down at the best of times with that downpour. But Zomba's quite low here. Avidity still need to actually convert and get a proper flip here. Amplify have had a chokehold on this point, and these fights are unconvincing, drawn out at best for Avidity. Look how low Twals and Zomba are. They have no ability to actually chase these kills, and they'll give Avidity a chance to regroup, and they still not let go of the point.
It's so impressive from Amplify being able to control this for that long. In Winter, she's going to pop the overclock here, see if he can find any type of damage, and Wub's going to use that overclock on the other side of things, deals with Gap, and they flip the point. So finally Avidity able to get something going.
Yeah, Amplify spending that fight with an overclock for Winter. She's not able to turn the tide, so finally Avidity have to spend essentially one iteration of every single ultimate at their disposal to try and flip the point back, maybe two in Wub's case.
The thing about the fight previously, right? Like, I mean, it's kind of ages ago at this point, but Amplify is like 35% on the point. They end up using the sound barrier. They don't really get much of anything out of it. They're able to just kind of keep this stalled all the way until 93%. I mean, that's absurd.
Paul's getting hacked constantly, getting hit with the virus, always just pressure being applied, also heal pressure as well as far as Avidity are concerned. Sound barrier here for Amplify. I think they might be looking just to close this one out now, as Winter's already dealt with Scuffed. And Gap is more than happy to give their lives, I think, for the cause. Flip will having momentarily now. I think Wub is off in the periphery. We'll have to try and keep this alive. Nenwai as well. We'll have to get a touch here as we're about to head to 99. And Amplify are going to be staggered out with the late death there. Rather, Avidity, excuse me, on Wub. Nenwai can't even beat. Oh, the Ajax already. It's all gone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's a brutal way to end the round, but the hack cannot obviously use that sound barrier while it's going on. The disruptor shot from Winter right around the corner. Winter and Phone teaming up to take out Ninwai there towards the end. So Amplify off of a really awesome stall for an extended period of time, and then they win a fight there at the end to secure that first point in their favor.
I'm liking this Amplify team. I mean, they came into OWCS as such an underdog. Being able to beat Supernova in like a epic 5-map series. I don't think expectations were that high for them here, but this is a really important result. Like a win over a pretty established team at this tier of play is huge, and frankly they look vastly better in that first round now as we head over to Beach. We'll see the Sojourn locked in for Winter here.
Well, it's also maybe a little bit of like pressure off, right? You're in the loser bracket trying to get in, like there could be some extra pressure there now that you kind of know, like, hey, we got some games to play with here. play a little bit more free. Is that they already kind of just, it's going to be Amplify getting pushed back just a little bit there, but they're still able to come up with a kill as Phone gets in the background and takes out Wub.
Yeah, listen, you and I don't think it's going to be the end of the world here for Amplify, providing Crazy Cat can stay from NY. They get chased down here. Paul's traded out. It's pretty fevered back and forth stuff, but Amplify, despite not having any healers for quite a while in that fight, are able to flip the point first. NY reacts pretty effectively here to the fact that they were being hacked and might have just revealed Phone again. Still Amplifying control.
Are so annoying. They're so annoying to deal with, right? You're the Lucio out top, you get hacked, like that's drawing the eyes of your teammates back to you, try and help, then the Sombra's away, you're trying to figure out where the Sombra's going. It's just a nuisance that, if you can deal with it as a team, right, and like kind of neutralize it, then you have a massive advantage in terms of, damage output and just kind of pressure out Gap on the other side. But if Phone can keep getting behind and causing chaos, can definitely lead to some more good things for Amplify.
You can see now having a mobile tank with burst damage could really make it hard for DPS to actually predict when they need to pull out of these engagements. I don't think they were ready at all for the dive in from the hazard there. Still, Avidity in control after that earlier flip, but Amplify healthy enough. Gap though under some serious pressure here. All well and good to have that damage reduction, but yeah, needs to get a bit of healing, and that is now coming in from that periphery. It's Crazy Cat trying not to expose themselves too much if possible. I like the jagged wall there to break off one of those entrances, but Amplify need their DPS to start to go to work here.
Yeah, but you're stuck in a really difficult spot here if you're Avidity. You're gonna have to kind of like play out of this position. They end up using both support ults. They probably feel like they absolutely need to, right? So the orbital ray on the other side is used by Crazy Cat. Now an EMP comes.
Yeah, but it doesn't interrupt the downpour. EMP came through, but Twal's already got that ultimate off. Still, the aftermath though heavily favors Amplify. Still the numbers advantage here. One very, very low with no choice but to stand out on the point. This is a bit of a mirror of the previous round though, as this time Avidity have got a nice buffer of 70%. Despite committing both of their support ultimates in that last fight.
I was gonna say, typically we hate like when teams like layer support ultimates, but you see the position that they were playing from, like they're kind of trapped in those corners, like both on opposite sides from each other, like the entire team. You needed to battle out of that position or else you were just gonna get wilted down. You needed to use both support ultimates, but another fight here gonna be gone in favor of Amplify. It's gonna be Phone and Winter using the overclock there, take out a player, Gap as well. So they take the kind of tempo here, they push up to the spawn, they get another fight win.
I quite like this from Amplify. That's a pretty cost-effective way to win the fight. Avidity have both of their DPS ultimates, but they are at risk of being stuffed essentially by a well-timed sound barrier from Ewan. They're going to pop it now straight away. Just as Zomba's looking to go in for it. Winter able to avoid the blade for the most part, but does get caught out. Zomba's going to have to be satisfied with the one kill, but Winter had already struck at the heart of Avidity, taking their Lucio out of the mix. Now with Zomba down, it's a 4 versus 3 favoring Amplify, but they give up the point. You see control of it here, presumably to chase some of it off of it, but I don't know if that's a flip that you can really afford at this point. They could have had that one and could have had the lead as well in percentage. Now the fight started to break down, and then why? Credited with 3 eliminations.
Well, Gap was going to die if they would have tried to contest the point. Gap was extremely low. The overclock was coming in from Wub. I think what they were trying to do was back out a second and let Crazy Cat end up getting that orbital ray, right? With the orbital ray, you kind of could have pushed back in once you healed up the hazard, but they end up all falling before you're able to get that key ultimate.
Avidity now cycling back through to some of those ultimates. It's an early orbital right here for Amplifiers. They need to be on the point, but Phone elsewhere. Phone is down. Ninmoy's able to pick them off. Inexplicably off screen. Amplify now down to only 4. They have a downpour, but what's the follow-up on that ability going to look like? Tors has just developed theirs, and I think they were, just looking to throw it at a single target off screen. Crazy Cat there just caught as they try and float to the help of the rest of their teammates here, and there it is, Avidity back in control. Sound barrier there for Nenwai got a lot of value as Amplify were throwing hand after fist to try and get back into this round. Here's that EMP for Phone. Can it get them out of this situation? Scuffed is down, but so many members of Avidity were out of the range of that EMP. Winter, though, could be a difference maker here. Nenwai does end up going down to a virus, but Wub is tucked, staying pretty safe. And Avidity, we're going to force a 3rd round.
Dude, another player or 2 alive there for Amplify. That could have got real interesting. Avidity, I think it was 3 players get hit by the EMP, a few of them quite low. I think it was just a Lucio there at the time. Maybe you could have made something out of that if you're Amplify, but Avidity, they battle back, tie us up here in our first map. See if there's going to be any changes. It looks like potentially Wub here hovering over the Cassidy. So obviously Cassidy extremely good against flankers like Sombra. So could just be a pick here in terms of, ditching the Sojourn, going with the Cassie, maybe see if you can get this Sombra early on, give yourself a huge advantage.
Yeah, and don't forget, Translocator is now directional, as opposed to you just TP'd back to where it was that you placed it, like 10 seconds prior. So it's
you
really
like
hard for
leave it on
someone
one
to
side
avoid
of
it.
the map and just become unkillable. Yeah.
And she has to preempt the grenade here from Cassidy to a great degree, because if she gets affected by that hindrance, she's not going anywhere. She's slowed, but she can't escape.
Yeah, Ramontra here as well, so they're actually going to ditch the hazard as well, play a little bit more of a static kind of like Death Volley style of comp, right? With that Ramontra in place.
It plays nice with the Cassidy as well. Also, it does give Cassidy like a wall to play with to some degree, I think, which is going to be quite helpful. Wab, though, picked off. That's one of the weaknesses, of course, of the Cassidy still, is that he is susceptible to enemy tanks, primarily. They'll want to close the gap, and without the Cassidy, Avidity have a Ramontra Genji setup.
Well, you think in the past, right, where when Cassidy has been strong and played in the meta, you typically have like Ramontra or Sigma, but also like a Baptiste, right? Needs a lot of resources because it doesn't have a lot of mobility to stay alive. Probably even amplified here in the sense that like there's so much burst damage with Hazard, right? So we'll see how they go about trying to keep Wub up.
And it's not a lot of burst healing for Avidity.
No.
It's kind of the issue. It's more sustained. They want longer fights. This time they've got it. A lot of do-si-do here between these teams as Avidity really trying to outmaneuver, amplify, and avoid their soft underbelly from being exposed to the dive there from a Hazard. Plays out well this time. Wub's able to walk away with 2 kills. And now we're starting to see their comp do what it's intended.
Yeah, that's the way you go about things there, right? That's kind of what they wanted to do, have Wub just be able to keep him alive, take out 2 players, and you didn't really get a ton of percentage here for Amplify. So with double support ult here for Avidity, they're going to use that Orbital Ray go in early, and it's the Orbital Ray used by Crazy Cat, but it's late. Just used after the one from Scuffed on the opposite side, and they just run them over.
And it's not a layering of support ultimates this time from Avidity. It's honestly a pretty clean result. This comp makes better use of Orbital Ray than the Hazard setup as well. I mean, God, those were like some of the first applications of Juno we ever saw was actually in Ramontra-based comps. And then, Malga, Orisa later on. It is really hard to beat this brawl style. Somehow, Wub stays alive a little bit longer than I otherwise would have expected, but you start to make this spawn camp pretty punishing as Amplify have limited ways to adequately flank this.
Yeah, I mean, there's Amplified a pretty tough spot, right? EMP used there. Maybe you think you're going to be able to break it open, but Nenwag with a sound barrier connects with 3, and then the blade comes through, right? For Zomba. So now they actually gain some space here. They get up towards the point. They're going to have to win this fight, though, Mitch. It's really important.
Deadeye there from Wub was probably hoping to peel some of the pressure off of Zomba, but Winter was completely unbothered by it. And that's a beautiful shot. Scuffed. Blown to smithereens. Nicely done for Amplify, and not a moment too soon to really get back into this game, especially in a fight where Avidity then spent a massive barrage of ultimates to try and win it.
Yeah, 2 kills from Winter there. She connects with a player to like the right of the point, and then I believe it was Scuffed actually got hit with Gab's ult, so stuck in place, and then just a nice long range railgun shot cleans him up. So see now, how much value can you get out of this Annihilation, right? There's so much mobility here for Amplify. They actually go and engage you with a sound barrier.
Balls also has that Annihilation. Here it is. We pop straight away here. They try and get in there quickly, but Amplify are able to disengage, but not entirely. They kind of don't move off the point, really. They hope that a small rotation is enough to get them out of harm's way, and at least Gap's been able to use his proximity to find another kill. That's really hard to beat a Ramontra ultimate here, and it won't be enough to win Avidity the round.
Look, when Ramontra pops Annihilation and he gets into that effective range, like kind of how the point is set up here in that square, he's really almost impossible for anybody to deal with, right? The Annihilation keeps going, Nemesis form keeps on rolling and just can put out so much damage, and the survivability is nuts.
The ultimates in for Amplify, it's probably going to be the Orbital Ray they're hoping to develop as quickly as possible. Twirls, of course, is susceptible to hack while he's blocking a Nemesis form, but still has that damage reduction through the duration. Some very satisfying headshots there for Wub, but none that claim kills. They do, though, keep Amplify's hatches battened until the Orbital Ray comes in, that is. And now they want to throw down. Very low as 12, but an Orbital Ray probably should save them here. And Nenwise coming into a sound barrier. Throwing that down straight away would be great, but it looks like they actually got EMP'd out of it. It doesn't seem to matter. Avidity, half the numbers. And it's quite the brawl on Samoa. Avidity, though, will come out on top after, man, what felt like a slow start.
Definitely a slow start. I think the EMP there was good towards the end, right? I know the sound barrier is gone, but I wonder if you could have EMP'd a little bit earlier and played around the EMP, preventing them from orbital ring, right? Like you had the orbital ray kind of like preventing them from matching, right? End up using your own EMP, and then hope you're able to get like a kill or two in that time span, right? And then just figure out how you kind of deal. It's a last fight scenario at that point, right? So you figure out a way to kind of deal around the sound barrier.
If you EMP, to turn off the orbital ray for a moment, it probably does give you a window to kill Ramatra.
I mean, preventing them from also using the sound barrier at the moment, right? So like potentially using it like in combination almost with your orbital ray as you like moved on to the point could have been a play there, and even getting more aggressive, right? Because you were able to get the point with that orbital ray towards the end, like you just kind of moved in behind it. But with both support ults on the opposite side, they just kind of walked on in.
How are you feeling about the Sombra?
I don't hate it.
Plays against these comps, because we saw it first against the Hazard setup, Matt, and then against like a Cassidy Ramatra look.
Yeah, the Cassidy Ramatra I think is a little bit harder for it to deal with, obviously. But I mean, how many maps can you play Cassidy Ramatra? I mean, there's just not, you're not going to run that like 24/7. So I think like playing it with the Hazard setup, right? EMP can be really effective. It was great early on, right? Just putting pressure on the backline. The constant hacks can be pretty annoying. You do lose some of the burst capability though of like the Hazard Sojourn Genji combo.
And you can see just like in so many of these moments how hard it is to know whether or not you're out of Hazard's effective range. So often like players are grouped up, especially as you have to in like a Ramatra setup, and
because you're out of his effective range, and then he just leaps from like across the map and just slashes you in the face and you're dead. I mean
much like Winston's leap, like you can do a lot to adjust the trajectory and like distance of that slash, but if you're grouped up together as well, it does mean that like your Lucio, for example, if he takes some incidental like poke damage and gets to 80 HP or less, like he is a free kill for the Hazard.
Winston leap and Hazard leap, I don't even think Winston, it's like he's got like cement blocks attached to his feet compared to Hazard. I mean,
in terms of mobility, sure.
In terms of mobility, I mean, maybe they're like height, right? Or you can with Winston, but both teams here fairly even, right? I know for map number 1, we'll see though if Amplify can kind of turn things around. I thought pretty good showing.
Well, I want to point out that this is Amplify's damage stats with a Sombra on their team, who generally isn't safely able to put up the same amount of damage as like a Sojourn, for example. Of which Winter was great. She, had some really key moments, especially with those railguns that flipped a couple of the fights on their heads. Again, it does feel tough, I think, for that Amplify roster when the Sojourn is not there. Then, like you have to make a fight work. You do have the larger scale of damage that Hazard can provide, but alongside the Sombra, who's more of a facilitator and a disruptor, it can be sometimes hard here to break through with the healing throughout of like a standard Lucio Kiriko or like a Juno comp can give.
I'd also say probably the downside, Havana will be the next map for Amplifies, right? Is Phone wants to play the Sombra all the time, but obviously we're in a world in which there are bans. Like, is there a world in which they ban just like a damage dealer just to protect that category, right? To allow you to kind of continue to play the Sombra, potentially, right?
You can not only protect the category, but you can protect the Sombra by banning Cassidy.
Yeah, but I mean. Yeah, I guess you could, right? You could ban the Cassidy, you could do both, right, at the same time. But a map like Havana with that sightline, who's playing Cassidy there? I mean, you talk about, let's get another community poll. Who's throwing your games? The Cassidy on Havana. I mean,
clearly I'm just out of touch. I don't think their first phase or the last phase, Cassidy's very good at all. There's definitely like some applications, through that second phase of the map. But there are a lot of heroes that look really good. Like this is a map where like we see a bit more Ashe in general. Yep. You can really punish, the play through the chokes in the second phase of the map, and her range is just generally pretty good. And there are flank routes for Sombra throughout the map, although much less in that last phase, right? If you're attacking, third.
Well, a lot of teams struggle to even complete last phase, right? So if you're almost like, hey, we can complete the map, you're feeling great, right? It's like, hey, let's get the first 2 checkpoints. Whatever happens at the end happens at the end.
I do think like one of the signature characteristics of this map is just how long the wide open expanses are on first and third of Havana. It's quite unique, and it's necessitated, like even in metagames where maybe like shield tanks were not very good, teams have picked them up saying like, bro, it is so hard to get out of spawn and fight against this. But then when they pick like poke attack side comps, they can sometimes get, you know, dominated by the spawn hole from defenders if they actually play like brawl comps. So there is a little bit of maneuvering that has to be done to like make sure you come out with the right comp. And sometimes you just walk out with a brawl comp and they're playing poker. It's like, oh.
As you mentioned it, I'm so curious how like Hazard plays in those long sight lines and like jokes. So interesting. So Amplify actually gets rid of the Ana here. So that's like, what, you're almost trying to ban out like a Winston based setup, right? Potentially, like Ana we've seen combined with Winston a good amount, but that also opens up the Sombra ban on the other side. So Amplify obviously has to be comfortable with the Sombra being out of this, so Phone gonna have to pick something else up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough question. It's like, okay, how often are we gonna be able to ban Sombra? Because let's say like maybe next map there's a ban of DPS that sort of closes that category out to protect the Sombra, but also is this like Sombra's best map? You know? Yeah, I mean, I like that.
Out of the way.
I like the Mei a lot here. Mei is pretty absurd with, again, these like longer, narrower parts of the map.
Yeah, so we're right into the action here, right? So Amplify on offense. The Mei has been good historically on this map, like on the defensive side of things, right? Thinking like trying to get out of the spawn and blocking off the doorways. It'll be Amplify using it here on offense here, just trying to split some players up. Kills just being exchanged on both sides. It'll be Avidity winning in the end, but like not really winning. Like they win the fight, but you know, you end up losing too many players and the healing is completely gone, so you have to back out.
Yeah, we've seen scenarios in which like teams will go for that spawn hold for upwards of 2.5 minutes. Like it'd be really oppressive there. But those are rare situations, especially because they're playing with like this Hazard comp who Hazard has to play on corners and try and use verticality where possible. Wap here is in a decent spot, at least to be a nuisance poke wise. It's really only Winter that can challenge them. And that's still something that you need to respect if you're Wap. But the Sojourns are a really key part of the game plan, I think, at this point in the map.
Twelz has to be so careful here though, right? I think if you are Amplify, like that's the player you're going to target. Like completely open area, you have the Mei wall to split off. The Hazard has to play virtually perfectly here to live.
And you can see that, like, you know, not always does Hazard want to stand and have a protracted brawl, not against the Nemesis form Ramatra, right? But the Annihilation's been built here. So we're going to play inside the orbital strike, but you can see that Twelz still wants that, and he wants that Annihilation. They want that Annihilation to time out. They don't want to just stand in there and give it for an indefinite duration to the Ramatra. So they actually leave the safety of the orbital ray in order to set that condition up. And then by holding onto a beat here, seeing Ewan go down, I think they realize this is not necessary. So another decent defensive hold as Avidity gives some ground and actually outlast an Annihilation of all things.
It is, though, double support ult here for Amplify, right? They do end up holding on to these. They end up switching off the Ramatra anyway. They're going to be playing with a Mauga here. So Mauga Mei with a Sojourn. So Avidity used a lot there, right? The orbital ray comes on through. They end up using their blade. Early on, they use the Hazard ult because it's a Blizzard, actually. A Blizzard plus the Annihilation that kicks things off.
You know, the Twelz kind of needs to ignore Gap to some degree if they can. They can't really beat the Maugas. These stomps are really difficult when they're spike guarding, for example. Wap just needs that room, needs that space. Sojourn really farms Mauga, obviously, for those rails. Can, you know, do that really consistently. So that's obviously something that Gap needs to respect. We saw Mauga dip off in playtime when Sojourn, you know, got buffed to increase her projectile size and how she charges with critical hits. So, you know, as you can see, Mauga a bit of a battery for the railgun.
Yeah. It's a weird comp for Mauga to play into, especially on this map, right? Because it's so open, and you know the Sojourn, the Lucio, and the Juno are really slippery. Trying to take them out is it's going to be Winder next with another. So we'll see here as Amplify, they're going for it. It's going to be Overclock plus Blizzard.
Who's going to be caught in this? Orbital Ray. I mean, no matter who's caught in the Blizzard, Phone goes down. She's able to throw the Blizzard out, but no one's really effective because Avidity have one of the most mobile compositions outside of a true dive comp that you can have in this game. It's so hard to deal with. And a blade here for Sombra on the backside at least forces the deflect. And yeah, you're going to walk up here on the Sombra after they have used the slide. And I don't know if Mauga is going to be the answer here. It's just too easy for Wap to farm this.
I liked the Ramatra, because Mauga, you want to be able to use that stomp, go on a target, collapse. There's so much mobility on the opposite side. It's not like you're going to stomp on the Lucio or the Juno or the Sojourn, especially with this much space between the teams. It's really difficult.
Nenmai might have to beat into the cage here from the Mauga, which puts them at some risk. Okay, well, they do. So Twirls and Scuffed are the only ones that actually get sound barrier. Outside of it, though, was the issue. We have a switch over towards Avenchi here for Phone. She's able to find NY pretty quickly, and that is a nice little cleanup here. So Amplify showing they've got plenty up their sleeve to try and overcome that first point.
This part of the map, the Maga might be a little bit more effective, right? Because you can close the gap much easier. There's not as much of like wide open space for you to like rotate out if you're the Luso, Juno, or the Sojourn. So maybe you're able to make better use of the Maga here, as it's going to be Amplify already controlling that high ground.
And I want to point out that Cardiac Overdrive can't be shut down because Ana is banned on this map.
Yeah.
So there's not an option. It's not always the go-to, but I mean, Ana and Sojourn against Malga makes him pretty impotent. Still, Wipe here trying to play from the top of the brewery, if possible. Orbital Ray here is a bit of a problem, and 12's linking a little bit too long in the eye of the storm. Except it wasn't calm at all. No, it was teaming with Amplify players. So again, like this, we've seen this a bunch last year as well. Like this, you know, set up with the Malga and of course the Venture. It's a pretty hard dive set up and also creates inherently a lot of space for Winter.
A lot of survivability too amongst those heroes. This NY goes down here late, so this is another good thing for Amplify. But between with the Cardiac Overdrive Venture gaining shields, right? Maga's just survivability. It's really difficult to dislodge these two characters.
That's a lot of space created. Phone, she's living on the edge there. Got some good damage though. Will need to be tended to at some point. Gap, as you know, that side room doesn't really give you too far to go. There's really nowhere to escape. They are going to get out eventually, but Wub wants to drop down behind, wrap around, and Winter is thawed.
So Avidity get a hold, and coming into this last fight, potentially mid-sheer, you're going to end up with a Blade here and a beat. So really nice here for Avidity. That really their point A defense being able to hold for so long has bought them a little bit of time here, right? Because Amplify, they won that first fight relatively easily. You'll see Crazy Cat now go over and play Kiri here.
Playing here for Zomba. Gotta be careful of that disruptor shot. Wub was able to do enough here in Crazy Cat. I mean, this is what we saw yesterday in NA as well, Matt, as the Kiriko could be exploited. I mean, if Rupal struggles to deal with Sojourn, then, you know, sorry, but it's going to be difficult for anyone to find success there, I feel. Crazy Cat here with a switch, or at least they thought about it. This has delayed them coming back a little bit now, so we're down to 10 seconds. Amplify have one last chance, but a healthy bank of ultimates here to leverage. They've got that cage fight, but Gap just can't get healed up. Remember, this is no burst healing in this Amplify comp, but oh, Phone is down. Perhaps they're trying to go for a solo foray there, and the timing got a bit jumbled up there for Amplify because Gap wasn't ready to go in. Still, cage fight gets its value, and Twirls is caught within it. Scuffed and NY go down, and Winner again bails them out.
Winner with some clean shots there, right? The turn and burn on the Scuffed with the headshot. Phone coming back on Tracer just to get back. You're going to be able to get a touch here. As Wub takes out Human. You're going to get a touch here from Zomba, but can you get everybody else back?
Yeah, or you can get a couple plays here at the very least. In Jacket War, okay.
Then
watch that sight lining for Winter. Crazy Cat going down, and NY is pretty big. Again, the Kiriko doesn't have anywhere to swift step to, so she really lacks some mobility in situations like this. Still, Amplify able to prevail. Avidity gonna have to run it back to the drawing board here for this last phase of the map, but only a minute 24 to play.
It got a little dicey there for a second as the NY gets wanted, and 12 uses the ult and kind of power blocking in the corner. Ooh, and look at this, we're gonna get an Orisa head-to-head. So an Orisa matchup here between Gap and 12 towards the last part of the map. This seems like it would be brutal to play, you know, whether it be Maga or Hazard into. Need a little bit more survivability.
It is the Hans mirror. Okay. Scuffed picked off though. That's another nice one for Winter. And we look to even the odds here for Avidity. Viper's definitely been playing second fiddle to Winner so far, and she's far from, man,
she is farming. Yeah.
She's flying. What is going on?
Farming right now. I mean, that's what, 3 in that fight? 3 in the fight previously? Sheesh.
But we've seen so many different tank compositions. This map is interesting in just how different the brewery phase is, you know, compared to the first and last ones, right?
Yeah.
We've necessitated Orisas for both teams. We're taking spaces an absolute premium here.
Amplify, this might end up working out in terms of like ultimates here for this fight as well, right?
Because they have all
with a pulse bomb, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like it when I have all my ultimates too. It's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, we've seen you in the talent takedown. We're not exactly sure on that one.
You're talking to an ex-MVP. Have you ever been MVP in talent takedown, bro? Or you
My own mind. I was the community
You need to lower
vote.
your voice when you talk to me. That's
I was the
crazy.
community vote, but you guys didn't count the community vote.
Bro, I ate and left no crumbs at you when I was on Diva, bro. That's unreal. You was playing to me like that.
Yeah, you were
Chat,
paying
get the
for all those-
receipts.
You were paying for all those bot votes. We know.
Bro, this guy is the talent takedown mascot.
The mascot of the. What is the? How do you become the mascot of the talent takedown?
Well, easy. You just call one of the team the dwarf.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I think that I really brought the talent to the talent takedown.
I mean,
the issue is the teams that I went up against brought the takedown portion. they brought the takedown.
I don't know, man.
And there was that one year where you guys put Avril on my team as like a double agent, and he just took down our team from the inside out. I mean,
Yeah, that guy set thrusters to warp feed that year. That was inspirational stuff.
he was like,
especially 'cause-
when he was like, I'm playing Wrecking Ball, I just turned my music up and I just gamed.
And people wonder why we haven't done that in years. Because we are psychopaths and we can't just have fun in a show match. It had to be so serious.
Or
Poor
you
Johnny,
can just say that
poor
one
Johnny,
team
he's
ends up
still
with
on
Jake.
blood pressure medication after that last talent takedown. Like, he hasn't recovered. He still twitches when I look at him funny, man. It's weird.
Dude, Amplify finishing the map though, right? Even though they don't have any time in the bank, the way it was looking, I mean, it didn't even look like they were gonna get point A, right? So pretty impressive to fight all the way back here. So they'll play close up. This is where the Mei can be even more effective, right? We talked about the Mei on offense, right? But the Mei on defense historically has been where it's been way better.
Yeah, especially here, right? We can section off the attackers a little bit and create these little pockets of isolation. It ends up being quite a brawl, though. And when you fight inside like this, I guess it's a little hard for Phone to set up that kind of, I guess the disruption via the wall that you would normally see. Avidity able to break through slightly quicker than Amplify did, in fairness, but it is either way a bit of a nasty brawl. And I tell you, these Celestial skins go so hard, by the way.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they go, they're sick.
They go dummy hard, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I need to just log in, just get those, figure out who's paying for it. I don't want to do that. Maybe. Anyway, my wife can get some Twitch subs or something. Hook me up, but. Oh damn! Just walking. I mean, this is. I mean, now you're going back to the. Why? I don't know. I actually thought the Ramatra was pretty good. I think the Maga, like maybe you go to the Maga in the second part of the map, right? But I think the Maga here might be tough.
I think that I think the Venture also was a little bit hindered on this part of the map, Matt. Like,
yeah.
I really liked it, obviously, through the brewery phase, because there's tons of ways to wrap around, but here you have these straightaways that tend not to favor such a, close range hero in general.
So it's going to be very close here. Avidity being able to potentially take it off of this is the one benefit for Amplify is like these fights have gone so fast. They haven't really built up any ultimates. It'll be 12's using Hazard ult. I don't think anybody gets caught in it.
No, it's unclear, really. But that delay is enough of a window for a lot of teams that have mobility to sort of clear the area. And 12's very aware, I think, of their mortality in that situation. Tough to get through these Malga comps, and Kayak Overdrive getting popped here. Keeping Gap and Co healthy enough. Crazy Cat, though, couldn't do too much about the Blade, given they just don't have the overall health pool to withstand it. But a sound barrier comes in here from Ewan for 3 people. There's going to be a lot of pressure headed over in that Lucio's direction. Scuffed sends a orbital ray backwards, and that will work out for Avidity. They are going to be on this first checkpoint here. And a healthy time bank.
Somehow Amplify was able to keep Gap alive on the Maga for what felt like forever. But Ewan goes for the sound barrier. His Gap is extremely low. Drops maybe a second or two before it comes down. Lands with the beat. That allows Avidity to end up using their orbital ray, and that's when they're able to take the point.
Zomba trying to put some pressure up on that high ground. I think really just deny Phone an easy way to get to the rest of Avidity. There it is, Winter, though. Hits hard. Wub just blown to smithereens by this overclock, and the rest of Avidity don't fancy taking this fight. That's a fight, by the way, with sound barrier in it. And they can't really convert that whatsoever.
Well, Winter just turns corner against Insteel, right? And no way you can battle against that. His Gap ends up. I like this. They push in, they use that cage fight, they get a decisive fight win, right? Gonna completely reset Avidity here. And now start to push up and get a hold, right? Holding in this closer quarter area with the Maga Venture gonna be way more effective.
Oh, you can't be affording that. I think Nenwai doesn't expect Amplify to It's so hard to that little spawn camp, but we also see this on Eichenwalder. Defender attackers quite often surprised at how far defenders will go to secure that kill.
Yeah, I mean, they need to kind of stack together fragments here on defense. That's a tank.
That's the combo. That's the combo right there. But again, between like your lead and the wall, it's like 130 damage. Like you hit a couple bone spur shots and you're Gucci.
Yeah, but poor Winters, she had no chance to even react. I mean, that's a flanking 12s from the high ground, and just that kill, I mean, just opens everything up for Avidity. So, I mean, you see the power of Hazard right there. Just able to turn the corner, just insta-kill, essentially, a Sojourn, even with Phone using the ult on the opposite side, trying to push them back. Sojourn, just a large portion of the damage, especially for Amplify.
Yeah, but in the context of what Amplify have done, you know, on that last phase of their attack side, they might have done enough here. As lackluster as their defense of this part of the map has been so far, especially with a barrier here, allows them to deal with 12s who could not get off that ledge for whatever reason. Amplify able to disengage and wait this Kitsune rush out, and they'll be back with a massive advantage, albeit no ultimates, but they frankly don't need them. Avidity know they're in no position to fight, and Wub can't join up with the rest of their team.
They're so split, man. I mean, they have like 3 players up on the high ground, 12's coming up a spawn, Wub was on the opposite side, and this is just going to be, you know, easy pickings here for Winter and Ewan. So they're going to be able to finish off the rest of Avidity. That's a really important fight win for Amplify, right? I mean, it was like 3:30 on the clock. They've already gotten 2 minutes off of it here. And then they also, the Kitsune rush, right? Huge ultimate there for Avidity. They just kind of kited out where, you know, they get that first kill in the 12s and then just let the Kitsune rush. I mean, what, you gain like a, you know, a meter or two of cart progress, like great. You know, it doesn't really matter here to Amplify. They give up that progress and then go down and fight where the rush isn't available.
I want to point out, those fights are really hard to win, Matt, when you have to flood back into this phase as defenders. It's really hard. Still, they've done an excellent job. They had a sound barrier to facilitate for it, in fairness. Wub and Phone both at least strike here, so bonafide 4 versus 4. Suzu used there for gap, and now it's going to be a cage fight that has caught Scuffed and 12s within it. Nenwai also apparently had to dive in to get a decent beat off, and again, it's a great way to force Lucio into a risky spot in order for them to have a half-decent sound barrier. Who's going to back up gap here on the card? There's plenty, apparently, of support here, and including a Kiriko, so Avidity will have to full commit into trying to clear the Malgrin. They don't have the sticking power.
Who's going to back up the Mog? I mean, who's going to kill the Mog on the other side, right? I mean, Gap just basically standing down there on the cart. Pretty healthy. Nobody able to kind of burn down that Mog rather quickly. It'll be Kitsune rush from Crazy Cat used from the high ground here. Just trying to buy some time here, just to dwindle the clock for Avidity down. So Avidity will come out on top in the end here. They'll end up getting the second checkpoint. And they'll see, you know, a minute and 40 here, Mitch, is not a lot of time at all. I mean,
Amplify's not enough.
Yeah, that's why we were talking about a little bit before the game, right? Like, just, you know, if you can get to this part of the map and complete the map, I mean, you feel so good about your chances.
If Avidity lose one fight here, I'm calling they fail to win the map. This is a really annoying part of the map to lose momentum on, if at all. Right now, though, they have it. They need to make good use of it. Punishing the Kiriko for lack of mobility is a good way to do it. Zombie, though, living very dangerously, and yep, Tectonic Shock is going to claim that kill alongside the Malga damage. Avidity trade up in numbers here, and they should at least have Zomba back off respawn soon enough.
We'll see the Amplify. I think your goal here is, like, if you can get a fight win here somewhere on the bridge, right, and get some of these ultimates out, you feel fine about the game going in overtime very close, right, because you have a massive spawn advantage.
Okay, there's a rush that was thrown right in front of Gap. It's going to be a sound barrier that comes out. Zomba's blade! Oh, okay, close one. Phone is going to escape, though, and there it is. Zomba and Wub are down. That's Amplify with a must-win fight, beating out a Kitsune Rush Dragon Blade combination at that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to use your sound barrier to do it, right? But Ewan lands a good sound barrier, keeping everybody alive. And this is exactly what I was just talking about, right? Winning a fight here before this bridge. Avidity, if they earn some ultimates here, are going to be forced to actually use them. And then you have another fight in your spawn, essentially an OT, and you have a massive spawn advantage. You probably have an ultimate or two. So that fight was really key.
The outlook's not great here for Avidity now. Gap goes forward. They seem to have a sense of it too. 12's got caught out. My goodness. Again, that quasi, I don't know, fragility of Hazard really showing up there for Avidity. They do at least get Phone for their troubles, and this will be a drawn-out fight. There's still the chance Avidity can finish the map with time, but it is a slim one. Winter just dominates Wub in the neutral. Heads upstairs to clean them up, and Zomba is able to use that window now with the sound barrier to claim you, and Gap is low. Cardiac Overdrive not available for them now, and the healing of Crazy Cat just doesn't get them there. Scuff though does go down eventually. Both teams without healers now. 12's back on the Diva. Zomba wants to force this Sojourn away, but can't afford to take the risk, and Phone comes off spawn. Knows there's a low health Genji that could be picked up.
They gotta wait though. Amplify needs to get everybody back off of spawn. They need to get healed up there in a perfect spot. Very close there. Wub has to be careful. I mean, you have a cage fight here, pole spawn combination.
Oh, I tell you what, in any other world, that's a stick. Still, I think Phone's gonna have what they were looking for. Yep, Nenwai eventually goes down, but of course it was Wub that was dealt with, and we have ourselves an even series here. Amplify in that random Orisa mirror that just occurred in a cosmic pocket on that last phase of their attack. They looked fantastic, and that lead they built there, they converted that to win the map.
Getting the final point here on Havana is massive, right? If you're able to, you see the type of advantage you have on the defensive side once you switch, and there, all you really are playing for, hey, let's win one fight. Then you get into OT, you can start stacking some of these ultimates. Just think about the respawn, where you spawn, obviously, on the defensive side to the offense. The offense has to close that entire gap, right? Uphill, around the corner, tight choke. On the defense, you just walk out. You're basically on the point. So,
it's a
huge advantage
that they pushed through, Matt. That last phase of the map.
Dude, they almost got full held. Like,
no, yeah, not once, but twice, right? I mean, they were all the time here. With this Malga Venture comp that on the first phase of the map looked extremely questionable, and we thought it was going to be their undoing. And then, of course, it looks great through the brewery. And then a switch up to this Orisa comp. Winter, I mean, she is dominating. Like, I don't know. I don't know if we can really pull her individual stats, but I think she's having a utterly outsized impact on the game here. And I also want to point out, this was the one chance that Avidity had to ban a Sombra. That's it. She's going to be in the series now for the rest of it.
I thought Phone looked really good playing all these other different heroes as well, right? I think if you're this team, you don't exactly need her to be able to Sombra the entire time. Obviously really good at it, but looked totally capable on the Tracer. We saw May, Venture, right? Bunch of different looks.
Here goes the breakdown, of course, in our stats. And how about that? Avidity obviously just able to dish out so much damage, but as the healing differential clearly has lended itself to Amplify being able to come out on top. But these are the kind of stats you'd expect from a pretty long map that was, by and large, close. But Avidity have to look to their DPS line and go, do we have the star power to neutralize like an opponent's high impact, DPS play that is starting to run away with it? Because Phone can play May, right? We saw that from her. We saw the Venture. They all looked good and offered probably more of a utility focus for the team, but it was really the output, of course, of the Sojourn of Winter that I think that went well and truly over the top, and also kind of overshadowed Wub in a big way on multiple occasions.
That's where I thought you were going. Winter's just been absolutely farming there, specifically on Havana. I mean, it felt like every fight, whether it was like overclock or not, like 2-3 kills. I mean, just a sick game from her on Havana. And can you keep that going, right? Does it force the other team maybe look at like a Sojourn ban, right? Just to take it at our hands. I mean, really tough spot.
There's an interesting dichotomy here, though, because if you want to try and counter the Sombra with a Cassidy pick, you obviously have a tougher time against Sojourn if you're playing out in the open on any of these kind of maps. So that's the risk, I think, of taking the Sombra threat seriously enough to dedicate a counter to it.
The wheels are turning in your head today. I mean, you're on the ball. I mean, you gotta get doing some coaching for an Australian team. Get those picks and bans in. You'd be dynamite.
I did that once. I have no idea why they asked me, but it was a good time. Shout out Masterminds GC.
Once they brought you in, they probably were like, "Why'd we ask this guy?"
It's too late. I was in their comms, Matt. It was too late. They weren't going to get rid of me.
Nah, you weren't Jake in their comms. You were you in their comms. That was the difference. Nimbani a map pick. So Nimbani a lot of high ground, right? Could be this map definitely favors like Genji, right? More than like a Sombra per se, where a lot of high ground control. Also some longer sightlines. Maybe you can play like Ashe here, right? If you get rid of Sojourn, do you try and play Ashe? I mean, that's a viable option.
Yes, I mean we've seen Wub play the Ashe, no doubt about it. But this is also
you try and play a Winston-based setup here as well, right? We saw the Ana ban, so that's like Ana typically kind of goes in hand with the Winston. So maybe you try and play like a Winston Ana with like an Ashe. Like we've seen that historically, and I think we saw it in EMEA the other day, up on the high ground, right? Just play that crossfire. That's always been a really strong setup.
You can like play a Juno shell with a Winston. Obviously, it is a bit weird. We've seen some teams go for it, but defensively, I think Winston is really hard to look past on a map like this. We do also like get to see a bit of echo action here, right?
Yeah, true.
Especially on that attack side, being able to wrap around and nuke someone down pretty quickly. That's really important. Can also really dissuade Winston. Winston has to play really carefully with his bubble, because if he thinks he's going to get focusing beam, he has to bubble in order to sort of shut that ability off. So there's a little bit of interplay in that kind of situation. But
the focusing beam as well becomes a little bit stronger now with the latest patch. So it's a little tweak, right? But it just kind of changes the mental of some of the players when you have to drop the bubble and whatnot.
So we've seen our bans here. I do want to have there's a whole discussion to have. I think,
okay, yeah. What are they? What are they?
So our bans are Avidity are banning Brig.
Okay.
And Amplify are banning Diva.
So a lot like how we see on Dorado, right? When Ana comes into the mix, you do see a Brig in combination with it, right? The Brig really good to kind of protect the Ana from potential dive. So that's a ban here from Avidity. It's their map pick as well, right? So potentially. We did see the Ana ban, I believe, was from Amplify, the last game, so maybe wanted to take that away. The Diva ban is quite interesting because I think teams have, at least from what we've seen so far, have tended to go over towards the Winston in a lot of the situations that you could kind of use.
But a good Diva team can make life a little hard for the Winston comps, right? Just because she, like some tanks can, apply a lot of threat to the Winston, and obviously can transition between high and low grounds much more seamlessly than the Winston can on virtue of having, slightly lower cooldown. Obviously, we know Winston can game that by dropping down to the high ground, yada yada. But interesting. So I think those bans, though, in concert, it almost shut down the dive comp entirely. It's like, yeah, you can play the Winston, but obviously then you won't have a Brig in your own backline. So if you're in a dive mirror, things get really awkward, or like a Winston dive mirror, excuse me. I don't think that Hazard is as deep a diver, so to speak, as Winston, and can operate a bit more towards the front line because he has that front-loaded burst damage that still allows him to be a threat against the more durable or higher sustained heroes. But we're just going to go back to these Hazard comps.
Yeah. Zamba, interesting enough though, does end up ditching the Genji. Will actually play Tracer here. So we were talking about maybe you see more Genji here. It'll actually be Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, the flank lines are longer, so having someone a bit more self-sufficient is probably favorable there to Sombra. No surprise to see a Sombra, though, for Phone, suffering a great deal of scrutiny early here. And able to be healed up at the very least, but looking to back up. Jagged Wall thrown up here means a Gap can't S-key back and has to drop off the high ground instead.
But look how fast Hazard can actually get that spot, right? You think that's a situation where a Winston in the past would have to use a leap to get up that, just climbs the wall and still holds onto the leap as Zamba takes out Phone off the rip. She was low for a very long time. She got healed back up, maybe got a health pack, but then still took some more damage, maybe trying to battle that Tracer on the side. So Avidity gets a hold here on defense early on.
So something that's invariably going to happen here as Zomba tries to check these flank angles is that they're going to run into this, the Sombra a lot. Phone switches off the Sombra, clearly feels like that's a very unfavorable 1-versus-1 situation. They probably are going to duel a lot and ends up going for the Genji here.
This allows her more easy access to the high ground, right? Can play with the Hazard. See if you can put some pressure on these supports.
And this is the classic Hazard comp now we're seeing from Amplifier. Doing though, picked off again. So hard to predict the burst coming from Hazard, especially when he just mantles in front of you and you haven't been able to keep eyes on him. I think this is going to fizzle out pretty badly for Amplifier.
Yeah, this is going to be another fight that they end up losing. And, these fights are, they're really not doing much damage at all in these fights, right? You kind of take a look, at the top of the, the scoreboard, right? But you can take a look at just terms of ult charge gained, right? You have a good idea of what's going on. They're not really able to get in position to even burst the target down, right? Typically, this would mean like Winter's not able to generate a lot of charge, right? We saw from Phone's POV doesn't connect with a dash here in combination with the Hazard. So a lot of things going right here for Avidity early on.
I also think like Hazard is terrifying to Lucio. Like just having like this reliable, easy to hit 80 damage nuke essentially is just so scary for Lucio to deal with. That's a pretty late beat there from Ewan, but no two ways about it. Now though, without most of their team, Amplifier, had to try and find a way through, and this is pretty scary because they have just spent through those support ultimates, they've spent through the downpour, and they are no closer to capping this point than they were at the start of the round.
Okay, so, but looking at it like this for Amplify, right, is you end up using your beat in Rush that gets out both of their support ults. Ideally, you would like Phone to be at a Blade already. Right now, you have an opportunity to use this Blade with nothing on the other side, but still needs to build up to the Blade. So even though you end up using both your support ults, you get them out on the other side. Now you're solely reliant on the Blade or this Overclock coming up huge.
Avidity are really comfortable here defending Wub or keeping him alive at the back of the formation here. Twelves is such a threat generator in the front line. Winter, unfortunately, she's one sliver of health and will be dealt with there. But it's hard for Amplify to get to the enemy Sojourn, and also the sightline sucks for Winter.
Yeah, they want to get the next one started.
Yeah, bro,
this one's over. Get the next one going.
That's BM, face it. Holy
man, that is brutal stuff. Like, hey, look, we know this one's gonna end. Let's just get on. Gotta get that ban process going. Come up next. Phone's still working towards this Blade.
If Tolls survives here, this is bad news for Amplify. That was probably their best chance so far to have a big pick on someone like a Hazard. Tolls is able to get away and also build up another downpour. Still, Amplify on the point here. Downpour is not exactly the most exciting, but Phone eventually gets picked up. Crazy Head also down to torpedoes of all things. I would say Amplify might have had less kills than I could count on one hand in that attacking round.
You're playing around that blade from Phone towards the end. She finally gets it, and it's just dealt with rather quickly as soon as the blades popped out. It's just there's nobody home. I mean, you just deleted there by Twolls using some of the abilities of the Hazard. So you get a little bit of progress here for Amplify on offense, but that was kind of ugly.
Yeah, realistically, that's often how things pan out on Numbani against a really staunch defending side, and you could see the difficulties for Amplify in accessing the backline, especially Wub Sojourn, play out in real time. I mean, Winter had to slide across the upper causeway and jump in the direction of Wub, winning the 1v1, but left with like a sliver of health. It's very, very difficult to disrupt the defense when they really settle in, and that's also something that Amplify can abuse. Sombra from the higher ground is massive pain in the neck, because she can essentially get these hacks off without being interrupted in doing so, and constantly sort of, force you to syncopate your pushes.
Yeah, we'll see if the Sombra can be quite effective here. I think though for Avidity, I mean, this should be a fairly easy take, right? Zumba on the Tracer here and get a really awesome flanking route, right? Potentially put some pressure onto Winter on the other side if you force it Sojourn off the high ground, right? It's about like kind of taking them off of that high ground and pushing them back towards that spawn area where the bridge is. If you can get them to drop down there, you get on the point. It's really GG after that. That's kind of the action you're trying to get.
You can see the true effective range of the jump slash there from Twolls as a gigantic blade just appears out of the wrist of the Hazard. It's clear to see when you see it in the third person. So, Twolls gets into the fight. Zomba not really able to assist them there. Mostly just sort of sitting on the card and hoping to build up some capture percentage here. They need 68.8 to Avidity, and Phone might have overextended into this one. Gap as well. Of course, has the mobility to get away, but they don't have the disruptor of Phone until she's on respawn.
And Zama just being a nuisance, right? Going back, touching the point constantly, bringing these players back for Avidity, but this is the fight he wants up against Winter up in the high ground.
It's a lot of heal pressure that's being put down as well. Everyone's getting stripped down to about half HP by Zomba, and they're just going on to the next person every single time that happens. Phone is back, but Amplify is still having to operate with only 4 players, and eventually Wub sees the Sombra drop into his sightlines and does the deed. 41.3% here for Avidity and counting. Ewan has no escape here. Wub doing a very good job of making sure nobody escapes his purview. And that'll be the map here, folks. All over but the crying for Amplify. And Winter eventually drops. Here we go. It's going to be a 2-1 series now as Amplify, as good as they looked there on Havana, don't seem to have it all together when we move on to Numbani. Arguably a more difficult map to attack on, but still, it's represents a bit of a drop in momentum from where I stand.
Yeah, quick work there. As Avidity, they move to game point. I thought like Zomba putting a lot of good pressure, like you mentioned, just healing pressure across the map, right? Everybody kind of split on the other side of the map on the defensive side. So Amplify pretty split. You're putting down damage on everybody. You're constantly touching the point, dragging players in different positions, and then the one-on-one against Winter up in the high ground, really difficult for a Sojourn in that close quarter to battle the Tracer. And as soon as you win that one, then Wub can get high ground, and it's just free.
We see it play out here. I mean, this was as we saw the defense come out from Avidity. Zomba on the Tracer looking excellent. And some people ask, like, oh, isn't Genji strictly better because he can climb up the walls and all that sort of stuff? But it's important to bear in mind that, Tracer can stick around more in that backline, be more of a nuisance, can sort of operate on some pretty conveniently located health packs as well, either sort of at the back of this point A or on the underside of the high ground. There's a bunch of options there.
Who's asking you? Isn't Genji better because he can climb? Is that what Griffin's asking you? Because if Genji better, he can climb up walls?
Matt, it's okay. I know you don't want to ask the question and be exposed to it, so I'm trying to answer it for you without forcing.
I was confused if Genji could, I was like, did they just take that away and give it to Hazard?
There is there is a discussion, I think, about if you really want to have great verticality on that map, but considering that you do want to be able to transition high and low, pretty frequently. The Trace is just great there. It looks really, really good, especially in the hands of Zomba, who strayed away from it for much of this game, preferring to play the Genji, but can see what a difference it makes. And I bring this up because obviously Phone, she switches over to the Genji. She's preferring to play the Genji on that attack side.
It's funny when you talk about Tracer. It's like there's heroes that there are definitely bad maps for, and bad to the point that you don't see them. A bad map for Tracer is just one that she's not picked 85% of the time, right? That's there's not necessarily a bad Tracer map. There are just worse maps for Tracer than general, but typically it's been a hero. I mean, God, since the beginning of time, you could just fit into any, and literally just put in any composition, be good.
Yeah, she is utterly ubiquitous. There is probably no more frequently picked. Well, there are probably actually Lucio might be up there, but she's definitely one of the most frequently picked heroes.
All time in Overwatch Esports, it would have to be her and Lucio, I would say. Yeah,
easily. Both very powerful heroes in their own right for a very good reason, and also powerful in ways where map geometry, topography doesn't really matter too much. Esperanza coming up next. That's definitely a map where you could bring the Tracer in once more, though the Genji comps have definitely been pretty common lately in that classic Hazard shell. So I'm curious if we see some bans here that make an impact, because obviously now you can't be banning Brig anymore. So
no,
God forbid we get Winston comps here. You could go for that. Or will we get a ban that's targeted at disrupting this this Hazard comp?
You wouldn't want to ban the Sojourn, right? Because Sojourn's actually really good, and also Winter is playing phenomenally on the Sojourn, right? So there's no real reason to get that out. Do you consider banning Hazard? I think one team did. No, actually, no, not in this series. But could you see a Hazard ban potentially? That'd be quite interesting.
It's really uncommon.
It is uncommon, but you've seen already that Amplify has been willing to play Maga, the Ramatra. They played Orisa, right? Could you just get rid of that? You try and think of some of the other things they could get rid of. It really, it also impacts Avidity on the other side, but it also negatively impacts their own team. So maybe
that's the problem, and that's why Lucio doesn't get banned that much, right?
Right.
Because it's I guess you could sort of force it some weird circumstances where both teams have to play Ana Brig dive comps by banning Lucio. But it also hurts you. Both teams really, isn't that the hallmark of a great design? I think that both teams sort of feel the need to have it. So the Zarya ban here, now it's a protect ban, but in the past, she actually fared pretty well when Junker Queen was in the metagame. So that's maybe something down the line. If we start to see Queen pop back up, Zarya being able to cleanse off bleeds and knives and all that sort of stuff could be good. But the Juno ban probably means that we're going for a Lucio Kiri comps, which in turn I think means that the Sojourn pressure on Kiriko is something we should be looking at very closely, because over the last couple of days, she's been the hero to exploit Kiriko the most.
Yeah, absolutely. The Sojourns can just do so much just over the course of the map, especially putting down damage on the Kiri. Not really a great way to get out, like the Juno has, in terms of mobility. So interesting. It'll be Avidity with walls. They'll actually, interesting. Hazard's not banned, but both teams don't come out with the Hazard here early on.
It is an odd one, especially I can understand maybe why you prefer the Malga comp in some cases, but
I feel like Amplify's comp here has a little bit of an advantage, right? The comps that we've seen against Maga historically that have worked is not necessarily been D.Va based compositions. It's been know, maybe you can play like a ball and something like highly disruptive, right? But it's really been, you know, just matching that Maga. Maybe you can play like a Sigma possibility at range when he was strong, but really the strongest thing against Maga has been kind of matching it.
Oh, Phone got lit there. Yeah, she's got to be really careful. There is that, man. I also think that Sombra, I think that D.Va is one of the most susceptible heroes against Sombra, alongside Doomfist, right? It's harder to disrupt her. She gets to eat you and get like a ton of free charge. You see it with Virus after Virus, like get easy kill pressure down, and yeah, in general, like make your life sort of pretty brutal. Because obviously the big reason why you want her is the mobility, right? The ability to peel, but if you get hacked, you can't peel. So, and you also can't put any pressure down either. Like, what do? You just try and we'll do this. You just try and escape, but you're going to get hacked again as the defense matrix finally expires. This ends up being a monumental stagger.
And I guess we've also seen Twals play Hazard pretty well throughout the series, and them even play Hazard when there's like Maga on the other side, right? Like on Havana. So, like playing the D.Va here, right? It's a little bit of a gamble, which has not worked out so far, right? Amplify already with 40 meters on the board.
And I don't love D.Va on this map, because there are very few ways for you to reset. Like, in this part of the map, yeah, you can get off the edge, but there are like really few ways for you to just jump off the map. And that's a big problem, as you saw the Amplify just like hack the D.Va twice.
That's
and as soon as she's desuited, Phone just pieces out.
Yeah, already checkpoint. I also think, I mean, going on it, like Maga, I feel like is infinitely more stronger than D.Va while inside of the Kitsune Rush as well, right? It'll be Kitsune Rush here for both teams.
Yeah, we're about to find out exactly how their matchup looks, but I definitely would like to be holding the twin miniguns if I was in that case. Here's the dive, of course, the sound barrier applied, and one just gets turned on instantly. Everyone just beats that Sojourn down. And Avidity have not really been a part of this game yet. Not wanting to chalk it up here, I think, to the D.Va only, but that sound barrier comes out, and the timing is fortunate for Avidity because there was an EMP that happens just a little too early.
Yeah, the timing's actually pretty good for Avidity. Pretty fortunate there that it seems like they're going to be able to kind of stabilize here, prevent the bot from moving forward. But first push-wise for Amplify, I mean, that was sick, right? You know, being able to get 63 meters on the board is huge.
I mean, you know, there are stats, of course, for how frequently the team that takes first checkpoint first wins the map on push, and it really favors them. That aside, like Avidity also are pretty committed to this composition. They don't seem to be inclined to switch it. You can see that the Suzu has to be used for all manner of things, like a virus. It cleansed off there from 12s. Okay, that's fine, but something like this, a cage fight, like there is no escape for the D.Va. There's no survival.
Yeah, you're not going in there to kind of help that D.Va stay alive, right? And this will be an overclock from both Sojourns, but I mean, how are you getting rid of this Mog? You see, yeah, just stomping on players. Now you finally deal with it, but can you actually get this bot? His kills just being exchanged. Now you just have like a one-on-one here. It's like Zamba with Phone now back in the mix, right? Against Winter. So I don't think anybody's really going to gain much out of this fight. In fact, I think you're going to see the next fight basically be in the same exact spot. Now, that's a huge kill, though. So now you're not going to have Phone for a little bit.
Twals come off respawn at the right time. Remember how early in the fight they got picked off, so they actually come back in a pretty fortuitous moment. I mean, Sojourn still farms Malga, right? So that is obviously why, you know, we asked like, oh, okay, how do they deal with Gap? I mean, it's still pretty hard for Malga not to get his face punched in every time he peeks out into the open, but still, I mean, you can see the limitations of Kiriko in the brawl comps as well, Matt, because everyone's grouped up. You know, Swift Step doesn't actually get her to safety at all. But Phone has gone down here. Sound Barrier going to be used to Amplify. They're trying to win a fight with 4. They really want to try and put this to an end for Avidity as quickly as possible. Crazy Cat and NY both traded out here. Twals doesn't want to fully commit on towards Gap here, but was able to stay scarce and away from the Malga for a while until they decide to run straight into him, and he just eats up the mech. Self-destruct used there. Twals able to get the remech and ideally back into the fight.
Yeah, both supports die for Avidity, right? So that's when Amplify decides they want to push in behind the Maga, but 12's going to get a remech, and you're actually going to be able to get both supports back. So quite fortunate here for Avidity.
There was a chance to want to chase Gap down map and finish them off, but Gap's able to get a mega health pack and keep fighting. Crazy Cat, though, was the healer that was supposed to be making actual use of the Kitsune Rush. They die amidst it. Because they can't heal themselves, of course. Avidity do very well in a situation where, like, that Kiriko ultimate could have turned the fight against them very quickly.
Did you need the sound barrier there towards the end, though, from Nedwire? Like, you end up actually, the Kitsune Rush drops from Crazy Cat, and you get, like, the first 2 kills. I mean, you're getting a little bit weak, but feels like that's a one fight that you potentially could have ended up holding on to that sound barrier because you still have a decent amount of meters to go even after you get the checkpoint.
That's true. I mean, yeah, it's not as simple as just, you know, getting a butt scratch and being even in this game. We need to win another fight here if you're Avidity. That's a good way to do it, though. Great dive there from 12s, just descending upon Winter, and the mobility advantage that Avidity's composition has, I think, is really starting to show itself now that they can fall back to this high ground after taking the checkpoint, and they now have this advantageous position, a situation where they can really apply the thumb screws to amplify and now get into the lead.
Yeah, I think Amplify's got to calm down a little bit, right? You kind of just jump onto the bot, try and prevent them from taking the lead, and Avidity, they just back up a little bit, play a good, clean fight, and then, you know, win it. Now they will take the lead. So Avidity still marching here through the map. See if Phone, if she can land like a big EMP, like we saw like a huge EMP make a difference in map number 1. This one connects with 3, but it's gonna be Wub taken around right away.
Yeah, because somehow, Matt, Scuff's able to avoid the EMP or at least get a Suzu down really quickly. So Avidity now have a 3 versus 2 scenario with a pulse bomb there that does a good amount of damage to Gap, and it's another consecutive fight won by Avidity. I love the EMP, but you have a mass cleanse for your team, and everybody in Avidity was grouped up.
Yeah, and I mean now it feels like you're in a really tough spot if you're Amplify. I mean, first 4 minutes of the game you were dominating, right? 63 meters, nothing, and then you've got nothing the last 3 or 4 minutes. I mean, it has been all Avidity. See if Winter can bail them out.
I think if Winter has been as good as they have been across the rest of the series so far, she can put Amplify back in this game. Kitsune Rush here, though, for Scuff, there's a bit of an issue. Forces the sound barrier out of view, and that was a Suzu there for Avidity. So without that ability, but it buys them the window they need, and Winter, who would have been the most dangerous in that fight, is now down. 12's buys so much time and is able to get a remake here. And he's not going to be able to be stunned out of it, coming out with 700 HP, and Gap is already chunked very, very low. The tides have turned against Amplify. Now Avidity threatened to run away with the series.
Is there anything you even think about switching to here if you're Amplify, right? Can you move away from this type of comp? Really, I think you'd be looking at, with the way the series has gone, switching in terms of the tank, right? Is there anything you do? Typically, you'd say Zarya is great against D.Va, right? But Zarya is there banned from the map. That's going to be 3 kills already in favor of Avidity. They're looking to close this one out, as you may not even get an opportunity to switch to anything different that's meaningful.
I mean, I guess Zarya is good against D.Va, but I still don't think she's good wholesale against this composition, right?
Yeah, it's not like you'd feel good about it.
I mean, that is almost as bad as me saying that Grace is better than
why don't you just play
body, right?
Why don't you just play like you could be just play Hazard, just go back to playing Hazard,
right? Exactly. Or something that can strike before the Malga really gets to have an impact, because Malga wants to elongate the fight, right? That's his MO. He wants to out sustain you. And the D.Va, of course, can dive, but burst damage is pretty conditional for her. Those micro rockets have to be right in the correct spot. And look at this. You've got the mobility to disengage briefly after losing a player, getting rid of Ewan, but the trap is set, and Amplify at least have a cage fight to draw all of Avidity into. Should be a pretty one-sided fight win, but we walk back into another engagement where there's another really impactful Kitsune Rush available to Avidity.
Sure, you win it for Amplify, I mean, but that feels terrible. I mean, you kind of get doubled up there, right? In terms of you know, the meter of the bot, where you ended up getting 63 right off the rip, and then as soon as Avidity gets control, I mean, they rattle off 100 and just about 125. I mean, now you're gonna have to win what, 4 fights, get back in this. You're gonna have to be deep into OT.
35 seconds left, 4 ultimates on Avidity. Those are not good numbers as far as Amplify are concerned. Can they drag this out long enough to build something key, or does one EMP shut the entirety of this Avidity roster down? Zomba tries for a pulse bomb there. Again, when you've got an embarrassment of riches, you can afford to expend a couple of ultimates for speculation's sake, if anything else. Scuff is hacked right now, but actually just kills Foam with kunais. So that's a danger for Sombra always when trying to fight Kiriko. She is lethal at that range. And Avidity don't really have to spend the war chest. They do anyway, because, well, the game's over. One way or another, Amplify show some real gumption, I think, in that second map of the series, but it turns out that what we saw in Havana was really just a one-off. Avidity, a little too clean.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Amplify played pretty good throughout the entire series, right? But Avidity in the end, just way stronger. I feel like towards the end, there needed to be a change from Amplify, right? You can't give up 125 straight meters and just kind of keep going down the same path, where may just try I mean, Hazard's been really good throughout the, for a very long time now. Whether, it be before we started here in, stage 1 and qualifiers and whatnot, you may as well have just kind of tried to go back to it.
I thought it was a really interesting look, though, for both of these teams. As we said earlier today, this is the first time we get to see both of them in action. I think this was a good show of strength going up against each other. I am very impressed with the hero swapping that was going on. I think this is probably the most heroes we've seen in play, like unique heroes being swapped to in play thus far in OWCS, and there were some really interesting choices. I like to see the Sombra in the mix there for Phone. We know how good she is on that very hero, and promptly, of course, it also gets banned. So once again, our new system coming into play.
Yeah, I mean, we see a Sombra ban on this map is Havana. Oddly enough, that's actually the one that Amplified plays so well. And I think it's got a lot to do because Phone, she has a pretty deep hero pool as far as we can tell. I also think the Venture with the Malga, much as we saw last year in OWCS, is really, really good when you are fighting in those more claustrophobic scenarios, because it's just hard to avoid this overlapping area of effect damage. And Venture makes great use of Cardiac Overdrive as well. It's a bit of a no-brainer. But as we get towards the end of the map, we see Esperanza, a map that's typically been dominated by those mobile front lines and really mobile comps in general, right? Now, whether there's a discussion about whether D.Va is the go-to here and strictly better than Hazard, but against this Malga comp, you can see that it takes a bit of skill from Twirls to play around, an enemy tank threat that is going to, destroy the D.Va in a straight head-to-head here. But once you circumvent the Malga, once that charge comes out, Malga can struggle to get your attention. He really wants everyone looking at him, and if he doesn't, then he feels a little bit useless.
Yeah, no, totally. I also think we mentioned it a little bit on Havana when Sombra was banned. Phone, she looked really good on the Tracer and the Venture. So maybe actually ditching the Sombra in some of these situations, feel confident in some of the other heroes, because she looked really good.
Also, where Phone didn't get to play Sombra, Winter in that match also super stepped up. Winter and Sojourn was really, really impressive. So there's a lot to be excited about for this very team. But then if we're looking at the winning team here as well, I was super thrilled to see Zomba in action. Kid's been grinding, finally eligible to play. So it's really, really cool to see that showcased. And Zomba also earning themselves player of the match.
Really strong Genji and Tracer, right? I think the Tracer we highlighted a lot on Numbani being just a nuisance in the backline, and it was definitely the performance was definitely needed today, right? Because you mentioned it, so we were talking about it throughout the series. Winter was, she was crushing on the Sojourn, right? So needed somebody to put a lot of pressure on her, open things up a little bit for Wub, and Zomba definitely did that today.
I also think it's really important for Zomba if Avidity don't want to have to switch Cassidy to try and counter, the Sombra, which I think is a terrible idea, then it's up to Zomba to actually, counter the Sombra a lot of the time. And they do so on the Tracer really effectively over these last couple of maps, right? You do have to try and track the Sombra on her flank routes and catch her out, and sometimes duel her, because in a straight fight you usually are favored because she can't hack you. You will always disrupt her in doing that. So I think Sombra understood their role really well there and was able to basically nullify the Sombra, for the entirety of the second half of the series.
How do you feel like both of these teams stack up to the rest of the competition, as we've now on the second day already started to see quite a bit of different looks?
NA seems like it'll be pretty competitive, right? It seems like we have some teams that are going to be clear cut at the top, but the closest is going to be that battle to try and not get relegated or sent into the relegation bracket, right? I think there's going to be a lot of competition there that's pretty even across the board.
I think this Avidity team are solidly mid-table so far, right? Especially in their qualifiers, they went up against Shikigami, for example. They went up against Supernova. These teams that I also felt were competing for that part of the table, and looked pretty comfortable against them. So this team lost to Amplify.
They 3-0'd, yeah. They 3-0'd Supernova in that qualifier match, so it was quite a dominant showing there already. And now, of course, with that victory, they're putting themselves on the board, currently in third place. We have two teams that we have not seen played just yet, so of course there will still be some movement. And also, it's just the second day, man.
Yeah, I mean, see Nightmare and Liquid with those 0-1s. They're not going to be 0-1 for long, right? You imagine they get in the win column, so really competitive top to bottom here in NA.
I mean, yeah, especially with how Liquid started, and obviously, you know, it is pretty important to be stacking up those wins, you know, when you can, because like you guys mentioned, falling down to that relegation zone is pretty scary. These are really important games for Avidity to win, because they're the kind of team that we're looking at, like alongside Timeless, like they're for me like an outside chance, right? I'm also looking at the winner of the Rad and Shikigami match to join them as like the 3 dark horse teams that want to break into that top echelon here in NA. That's all kind of where our storylines always come from. Why do you think like we got so excited about Nightmare and NRG, all for the same reasons, like trying to break into that top, you know, spot and get past that tier break is one of the more compelling storylines we get here in OWCS.
It's also why the Timeless win yesterday is like so important, because if you're like looking at the standings, it's like, okay, we're supposed to beat all these teams that you kind of have like in this like, you know, mid-table garbled up like, you know, group where you think all these teams could beat each other. You're like, okay, where do we find 1 or 2 other wins against those top teams, right? And to already get a win out of the way against a team like Liquid, I mean, that's good for Timeless.
That's what I love about how stacked this competition is. There is no free wins. You know, very often you look at it, it's like, well, that one's probably a dub, but like, not really. The competition is very steep and you have to have a lot in your pocket in order to come out on top, especially now that we do have the hero bans and of course also the way our map vetoes are working. So you got to be prepared for everything. We just found ourselves in an Orisa mirror match, okay? This is where we're at in the world of Overwatch. For now, we're heading into a quick break. And on the other side of this, we're going to see Rat and Shikigami in action. You don't want to miss it. What's good, everyone? Zoe back and pretty lonely, actually. But you know what? I have the power to change that because I can just bring in guests all day, every day. Apparently that's what I do this season, and I got a good one coming up. It is no other than my personal favorite queen, and she's bringing a cat. It's CB. We are blessed today. We are blessed. What's the name of the cat?
Oh, chat, I'd like you all to meet Echo. She's not too interested in being here right now, but I did want to introduce you guys and maybe get some chat meowing. So, you know, a bit of a tradition when I'm around.
Is that a CB chat exclusive? The chat meowing?
A little bit. We do it a lot in in the Calling All Heroes circuits. I like to get that going whenever I can. So
I'm here for a good meow. Why does everything sound so bad today? Like my mind is in the gutter. CB, help me get out of it.
I can't help you.
Let's talk about something
else. You made me spit out my drink earlier today. I can't. Like...
True. Okay, well, you know what, CB? I'll drag you down with me. How about that?
Sounds good.
But maybe I can save the situation. I can force us to talk about video games. How about that? Let's talk about Rat and Shiki. They're coming up next. Opinions, thoughts, wishes. What do you want to see from these two teams?
Well, I mean, like, first of all, both of these teams have a lot of Calling All Heroes representation on it. You got, you know, Peace and Z over on Rad, and then you got Regime over on Shikigami, and I'm so excited about the sheer amount of CAR representation that we're getting in North America and in EMEA. You know, getting to see all of my girlies, gays, and theys playing up on this stage makes me feel like such a proud mom, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. And I think for this one, I mean, if I'm gonna go, you know, jump the gun and go straight into predictions, I kinda gotta lean more towards Rad because Peace's Genji is so clean you could eat off it.
Okay, serving it on a plate. Do you think that's something that might be on the ban list then?
I kind of suspect that, like, it's one of those things where, you know, Genji could potentially be on the ban, but Peace is also a very flexible flex DPS player. You know, they do also have King on this roster, you know, former Overwatch League talent who could come through, you know, play some other things as well. It's kind of hard in a ban meta because, like, Genji is just like the finisher for a lot of these fights.
That's right. We haven't seen either of the teams play, so we don't know what they have in the back pocket for us either. So it's going to remain exciting up until we see it on full display. For now, though, CB, you know what I do with my guests? We're playing games because we love games. We're all gamers. This is going to be a fun one. That we put together a string of emojis, and you have to decipher the message and figure out which Rad or Shiki player it represents. Because you're a young person, right? You're down with those emoji thingies.
Yeah,
like all those.
Totally.
Yeah.
Very young.
Cool. So young. So young. This one's for the kids out there. Let's bring out our first one. Who is
that's gotta be Graveyard.
It's so easy, actually. Production be better.
Yeah.
Disappointed.
This is supposed to be hard? Like it'd be a hard
one.
Man,
it ramps up. It might get harder. I haven't seen them, so I don't know. Next one. Okay, come on.
King. I already said his name. Like, that's gotta be King.
Crazy. We just really want people to succeed on this show. That's how I go for those. Okay.
I wonder, could this be Peace, perhaps?
Gee, how did she know? That's crazy. Peak content. Okay, it's gonna surely it's gonna get harder than that. Surely. The minus raw is.
All right. Oh, okay. Zeb. For a split second, no, I was gonna say Zebra, but I'm like, he's not playing. Like.
But also, why is
minus
it
raw? There we go.
So it's Zebra. We're not sure. Okay, we got another one for you.
Oh, I should. Oh, wow. Oh, this has to be Z's.
Yeah, Z's. So many.
Yeah,
Z's. It's 3 of them.
That's my girl.
Could have misled you and had it be a rise or something like that. Okay, I know which one that is.
I don't. Shark.
That's a curve. It's a
microphone.
It's a curveball.
I'm on a rule. I don't have a Wikipedia tab up or anything.
It's not a player. There we go.
Oh, it's not a player?
That's
okay.
why I say this is a curveball. Also, that's a really cute looking shark. Can we talk about how cute the shark is?
Yeah, it's an adorable one. I gotta
make a
get
guess.
up on this one.
It's a caster. Come on.
Oh, it's a
CB. Jaws! Wah, 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 wah. Okay, one last one. And if you get that one right, you will be officially my best friend. You talked about this personality yesterday on Twitter or X or whatever.
This personality. Oh.
This personality.
Oh, I completely forget.
How can you forget about our Lord and
in
Savior?
My old age.
It's Nori. It's when Nori banned May.
Oh,
he has his own trading card. We mentioned it yesterday. That's right. It's one of the moments of all times.
Yeah.
my
Nori
cat.
has actually been the shadow cabal behind all of the team bans. If you guys didn't know, the players don't actually pick the bans. It's still been Nori the whole time.
He's actually in charge of everything related to Overwatch Esports, and it's going really well. Yeah, there's a limited edition. It's even like, look at that, Nori card. Well, CB, I think you did pretty well. Not that it was very hard.
I feel like I personally let you down by not getting Nori though. Like that's.
Yeah, I think you just lost the entire game based on that last guess. The Jaws one I can overlook because he's just one of the many white male casters starting with a J. Like, you honestly, that's kind of forgettable.
That is a weird pattern. Like
it is. We picked them by name at this point. I think
it's either
the Johnny, the J,
it's either
the
J
Jaws,
or M.
all of that stuff. Yeah, we have a pattern. You know what? Let's bring in the M's. Make sure everyone watching to follow ZB. She'll be calling so much of the action this year and calling all heroes. Are you co-streaming as well?
I'm going to be co-streaming tomorrow alongside OC, so be sure to come and check both me and her out. Shout out. She is also great. Love her. And
Streamlink?
Yeah, that's going to be also co-streaming throughout the year, so I'm looking forward to it.
Perfect. Is it just at ZB? Is that where how people can find
at CB Chan on Twitter, Blue Sky,
Chan.
Instagram, Twitch, all of the above. See you all there.
All of those. CB, thank you so much for watching. Yeah, check out CB Chan's channel and show her some love. Speaking of love, my favorites are coming up. It's the M&Ms. Matt, Mitch, take it away.
Thank you very much.
She might have lost points on the not getting the Nori one, but she made them all back on not getting the Jaws one. I'll tell you that.
That's, I mean, I was
plus 50 in the column. The
That-
game's up to
honestly,
10 plus 100.
That's mogul moves.
It's awesome to see CB on the show. It was great seeing her in Stockholm. Me and so I got to hang out with Connor, the voice actor for Hazard. He's awesome as well. So it was a good time.
That was a great time, and we're running back this year as well. That's what these teams are playing for, of course. Our OWCS finals are going to be in Stockholm once.
I thought you said they were playing for a good time.
I'm having a good time, Matt. That's all I care about.
Some of these teams near the bottom of relegation, they're playing for a good time.
Look,
Some of
it's
these
day
teams,
2. If
some
we're
of
not
these
still
teams
having
are
fun
going-
at this point,
they're
bro,
going all the
like
way.
we need to think about what we're doing in our lives. You know what I mean?
I'm excited for both of these teams, right? It's awesome to see. Like, we did a little bit of calling all heroes. I think like not last year, maybe the year before, but awesome to see. Just calling all heroes representation across like all the OWCS, like in NA, right? A lot of great players kind of coming on through, making their names. Great to see rep on both sides. Ooh, look at this. So we had an Ashe Queen ban off the start. We have not seen Queen been played. We've not seen Queen, at least in the games that we've done, been banned. So that's a little bit of an interesting one thrown in for Shikigami.
Yeah, and I don't think this is necessarily targeted at Zeb.
No,
quietly. This is
that is if they would have picked first, for instance, right? We don't have it here.
I am
like
pretty
it was actually
sure-
Rad first, so
I'm pretty sure I've seen Painkiller, obviously the other tank on this Rad lineup, play Junker Queen, but yeah, it's a protect ban. Don't worry about it. Okay, so these teams, on paper, I think are actually pretty close together. Rad are, in my opinion, the most promising young team that we have in OWCS NA. There are a lot of them, right? Yeah. This team is kind of sick. King, by the way, has had experience for years at the top level. He played on the bloody Vancouver Titans. Let's not forget that. You know? Lep also had a stint on the Houston Outlaws. So we have players that really have been around for quite some time. This team only lost to one other team in Swiss. It was Timeless, and it was like a 2-1 in a best of 3. Outside of that, especially for their like qualifying games, they breezed through. They definitely deserve to be here. The Shikigami team, I think, is really solid as well, but they lost to Avidity and they had obviously there's a lower bracket, a second chance to qualify through our open qualifiers, and they did eventually make it. But I definitely favor Rad Esports as a lineup here. I think they're going to be very, very good. And yeah, Painkiller is in the lineup, so I guess there's an outside chance that the Queen was targeted. But
also, the Queen actually is the second ban, right? So Rad Esports, because they get mapped this for the first, they also get the first ban, right? So that's the Ashgon, and then Shikigami the second ban, right? So potentially, we'll have to see how the series goes on, right? Though I think if somebody's good at a hero, right? I don't know if I'd like go and target and ban that right off the rip, right? Control is one that kind of like is really like back and forth, like ebb and flow of the game, right? You can kind of just play it close, especially like on Samoa with how some of these points can get contested. Feels like you would want to save it, especially for a situation where you get map pick end of ban, right?
We were talking about it though, like it's such a often requested feature, Matt, and it's more often being used actually to protect heroes, not ban them. So it's just not technically being used. Really.
I also think that like people just haven't really figured out the best way to approach it yet, right? Like, if somebody on the other team's really good at a certain hero, like, do you target ban it first? Do you kind of wait? Like, how much do you want to play the advantages? I think there's still a lot to figure out with these teams, but it's Krana gonna get that first kill here. Another kill there on Solo, just kind of dodging over the point with a disruptor shot. So Rad Esports, a team like you mentioned, really excited to see what they can do. A team that, when you kind of look and you have all those teams that, maybe like that middle table, so to speak, in NA, this is a team that a lot of people think can play in that upper echelon.
Yeah, I think so. I think these, and like guys like this and Timeless are knocking on that exact door. I think they're really, really good. So far, a great start to the fight.
Kicked the door down yesterday. I mean,
that's right. Look, that looks sick. I do think this could be a season for upsets. I think overall, like this region is less top heavy now with how Liquid has sort of changed in their composition and in their construction, and there's much more of that reliance on local talent than those import slots. So for me, that's even the playing field to a great degree. Rad here, though, looking very, very solid so far. Chronic, basically untouchable throughout so much of this game, and has been dishing the deeps.
Yeah, it's quite interesting you mentioned that, right? Because for years, it's like, oh, well, this player is the best in this role in NA, right? But then you're also like, you have like a Korean main tank or a Korean like DPS player. It's like, okay, well, now that we kind of, everybody, right? For the most part, like not a large amount of imports in NA, like, okay, like let's kind of see like if we even the odds a little bit, like where things stack out.
Yeah, I think that has kind of happened here, but Rad Esports, the Kitsune rush in this fight by Graveyard, they have the orbital ray, and they just absolutely shellac Shikigami in this fight. And now Shikigami down to one more chance with a sound barrier ideally, but a mild stagger on Solo that puts him in a different spawn wave. So it will be last fight territory on this first round. And Rad have barely had to part with these ultimates.
And interesting for Shikigami to actually not play the Juno. We see Juno played Juno and Kuriko like probably an equal amount. Lucio seems to be kind of all the time, and they probably play the Kiri because you're playing the double flanker DPS, right? You're playing Tracer Genji, but to just ditch the Sojourn that fast, right? Like, okay, we're not going to win this battle against Chronic. We need to put pressure on.
97 and counting, Matt. Shikigami need to put it together. Drunk to develop a blade, might give them an opening here. Okay, it looks like we're just pinning Solo in place with that downpour. Lep does get caught out with the pulse bomb, and they weren't immobile. That was just a nice stick there from Danny. King still repping the skins from yesteryear. I see him in that Titans livery. Has to deflect there because obviously 80 burst damage is not something he wants to deal with. Solo eventually does go down, but he's made so much space for Danny and Drunk to go to work.
You had to back out if you're Rad Esports, right? As soon as Lep dies at the hands of Danny with the pulse bomb. Fortunate for Rad Esports, you don't end up trying to use the sound barrier in that situation, but you back out. You have your own sound barrier to use with a blade combination, and you've already killed Drunk. So this is a huge advantage here.
Drunk here, also one of the few Chinese nationals, at least they identify as such, in the OWCS NA. Shikigami also have a South Korean player as well, Rise, who's not in this match, but they've got a few options here. A lot of regions represented on their team. Right now, they're in North America, and they are getting taken to task here on this first round of Samoa. Chronic goes absolutely wild here. Again, another situation which the Sojourn player kind of runs away with the round.
Man, we've seen some sick Sojourn play in NA thus far, right? Last game, Winter, right? This game, Chronic, Chopper the other day. I mean, just some Seeker as well, like just some sick play from the Sojourn strat in North America. It seems to really be, because it's like the Sojourn's like the brunt of the burst damage, right? No, it's kind of like the tip of the spear of the burst damage, right? Like those railgun shots coming on in, and then the Hazard Genji causing chaos, just dashing through, just finishing players off. So when you have a player like Chronic playing this well, Rad Esports, they get that first round, makes it a lot tougher on Shikigami.
Absolutely, and they look really clean in this Hazard comp. I think like we're looking pretty closely at a lot of teams to see how they've managed to adapt to this setup, which is, arguably one of the strongest. They've also been playing, of course, this Kiriko now in this round, but we saw the Juno earlier on, an orbital ray against a Kitsune Rush, so they confidently won that particular fight in the first round.
Both teams going the Kiriko now.
Yeah, Z's switching over this time around. Again, you probably like that wall climb a little bit here, I think. King, no,
He just minding his own business over there. Just gets absolutely deleted.
I mean, that combo is really powerful. That full burst damage, all cooldowns combo from Hazard can guarantee kills on those 200 HP heroes with great ease.
What's the poor guy supposed to do?
I mean, nothing. I mean, you ideally deflect. I think you can you can actually deflect the jagged wall projectile before it turns into a wall, which is kind of fun. Obviously, it's really hard to pull off, but there's not a lot of counterplay.
Just do that. Yeah, just deflect the wall and fight back. I mean, that's. That kill is crazy, being able to get King off the start, but it doesn't even result in the point, right?
No, I mean, the rest of Rad sort of dive in, they trade up, and crucially, they find solo. They've been putting a lot of good pressure here down on the Hazard. And again, when you don't really have that spike guard available, look how squishy you are. And again, once again, I'm seeing a Kiriko getting killed by a Sojourn in the kill feed. That was both Rad Esports DPS just descending upon Graveyard's position. And she seems like the hottest commodity on this map to sort of dive in and pick off. That's classy stuff from Chronic, completely unperturbed, by the way.
This feels too easy, though. It feels too easy with the Sojourn in the mix. Like, I don't know if you can just drop the Sojourn and be fine with this type of composition. I mean, it's a lot to ask of your damage dealers, right? To kind of close the gap, put pressure on the opposite, team Sojourn, but then also your supports. Like, there's no threat, right, for Rad Esports of like those players getting bursted down at range, right? So they can play a little bit freer. Where I know for Shikigami, Graveyard, and Regime have to play so carefully.
Well, it's such a late switch to the Juno map that Graveyard might not have the chance to ult this game, especially if this Kitsune Rush gets converted. And look at the health bars on Shikigami's side. It is.
Ooh, that was the ult as well. You said right solo, like trying to jump, like at the ult in mid jump.
That was a downfall. That's tough to see, honestly. Shikigami are running out of options. They never had a chance to dispense that sound barrier, and it will be again their final hope for Samoa. Can they get Regime in a position to put them in the upper hand in this next engagement? They're dealing with a beat from Lep as well. Chronic with an overclock. It's looking dire.
I mean, could you even use the Hazard ult, right? To even prevent some of these players from coming on in? They actually use the Hazard ult. Doesn't look like it connects with anything.
It's defensive though, so I think that's fine from Rad as long as they dissuade any dive onto the backline and create that space for Chronic, and he's using it to great effect. Regime gets picked off first. Chronic has no reason to move. King looks extremely comfortable out there, and that was a very one-sided Samoa here. Rad Esports again delivering, I think, on our expectations that this team is one to watch.
I just don't think you can not play the Sojourn. Like, the Ashe, I think that was banned by Rad early on here, first map, so maybe they thought there was going to be some Ashe play from Shikigami and playing some of the high ground here, but that Sojourn play from Chronic was sick, and I also think you just lose out so much on the damage, especially like in the tank battle, right? I know the Hazard's trying to get position and trying to jump on in, taking a railgun shot that's like massive, right? Kind of changes the way you would even play and think.
I do think this composition is pushing teams more than ever to be extremely coordinated, right? Because there are some very glaring weaknesses it has. I don't think that Hazard is indomitable in terms of his survivability, right? There are windows in which he's really strong, but he can be exploited if you have the know-how. Solo is also having a real difficult time, Matt, getting past Painkiller into the backline. Like, he is struggling to dive Chronic, for example, right? Who's gonna be a target. But even when there's a Kiriko up and you're playing double dive DPS, this team is struggling to get into the backline and punish Z's for this pick. I mean, it's Tracer Genji. They cannot touch the Kiriko.
No, and I mean, if you're not going to be able to get to the backline and get the supports, and like the Sojourn's just like raining terror with the railguns and like overclocks, like you just have no chance of winning in that type of setup, right? So I think you have to play the Sojourn, or you have to ban it. Like, now potentially, right? You get your own ban first here for Shikigami. Maybe it's a ban of that Sojourn right off the rip, but that's only one map, right? You can only get it gone for one map, right? So it's not going to be forever. You're going to have to figure out a way to play against it.
Yeah, I guess you could ban the Sojourn. That would be very odd to see, I think, because a lot of teams sort of default to the Ashe, but not every Sojourn player has a strong Ashe. As far as I've noticed, some sort of lean more in like a Sojourn direction. I think like a good Seek is a credible player, by the way, but I think he doesn't prefer to play the Ashe as much as like a Widow Sojourn. Like he just has a slightly different bias as a hit scan DPS.
That's pretty high KD.
Yes. Yes. This is the problem. This is what I'm telling you. Like, there's zero backline pressure that Rad Exavidity, that Rad Esports are having to deal with here.
And the damage doesn't look like it's that much different, right? But I mean, it's a significant bump in terms of healing and damage, right? For Rad, your healers are staying alive obviously longer. You're going to do more HPS output, but just the damage, like, is that burst damage that results in some of those kills.
Absolutely. I don't know just how targetable a team like Rad Esports are, because even if you have a really good against a really good hazard comp, it's like pretty hard to ban that out to such a point where you end up playing something else. Like we've seen like Juno bans leveled. Okay, play Kiriko.
They just play Kiriko, yeah.
If the Kiriko is banned, right? Or Lucio ban we're just not seeing. Sometimes we're seeing the bans used to dissuade a switch to like a Winston dive comp. But in general, like, I don't know how Winston is supposed to generate nearly the same levels of threat as a hazard does.
Yeah.
Also, Winston's not good at intercepting enemy tanks. Like, he doesn't have the capacity to like displace them at all. So he just has to hope he dives better. And in some situations, it works. Like last year, we were seeing Winston comps brought back in out of nowhere to counter Wrecking Balls setups, right? Just dive better with your team. But yeah, I just don't think that's an option. And Mbani is the kind of map where like you can make an argument for it, especially now with Shikigami banning the hazard.
Right, but then on Rad they ban the Brig, right? So if you ban hazard, you think you're going to play Winston, you would play Ana Brig backline, but you see the Brig gone. So do we see Ana Lucio potentially? I don't know. I mean, how are you going to protect this Ana if that's the play?
So I mean, God, I'm thinking back to like the Virtus Pro team of last year, who had like Garlo and Kanale, who wanted to play Ana Kiriko like constantly.
Yeah.
I do think that like you can't play an Ana backline without Brig. I just think it's a terrible idea.
But sometimes what do you think about on defense not playing the Ana at all and now playing Kiri Lucio?
I mean, it's much harder to catch Kiriko on her own, right?
Yeah.
That's for sure. Shikigami do want to play like a defensive Winston combo, yeah, with the Lucio Kiriko. And you're also up against a Diva, who Painkiller has way more upfront burst damage, especially in like a tank 1 versus 1. Solo has to be really careful because there is no burst healing here at all. And there's no, oh crap button to save your tank like a Nano would give you.
Yeah. I also think there's potentially like the Kiri pairs pretty nicely with the Diva, as opposed to like I always kind of think like Winston pairs really well with the Ana, but for Kiriko, like the Kiri Diva like pairing is like typically pretty good as well.
Look at Solo's health bar. It's not changing. It's not moving. So if Solo doesn't have health, he can't create space. Like, you are literally trading your health for space. That's the transaction you engage in as a tank. And Solo cannot be brought above 30% health for so much of that fight. Yes. And the healers die at the end, right? It's not like there are no healers.
Yeah,
it's the DPS that end up dying first because the healers are too busy just desperately trying to patch Solo up.
they're the healers who are like, no, the DPS in ranked are like, who are they healing? And the healers are just staring at the back of the tank like that's their entire game experience.
Yeah.
It feels probably what it's like there for Shikigami, where you just have to, because like Painkiller, right, can take this space using the defense matrix, like slowly like walk up, take some high ground, right? Like there's avenues to create space other than having your face pelted with bullets, right? And that's really kind of the only option for Solo.
Do you know what else is sick against the tank who is always at half health? Focusing beam.
Yeah.
Very good.
This is why they don't let me on trivia shows, because I'm too good.
That's it. I mean, you know, like, you're so dominant in the Family Feud. You've carried that over here. Regime's actually the one that goes down to the focusing being first here, but bro, I mean, Shikigami, yeah, just don't have a super durable setup here. Solo's been able to develop a primal rage here, but how do you really disrupt anyone with a primal rage here? Like, who is really going to be juggled? Who can be juggled?
He's not. It's just playing basically for the extra survivability that you can get potentially, right? Because the survivability, like, but even think about it, right?
So it's a
Typically, combo
in the same sense.
Yeah, you would always combo like Nano, like with maybe a primal as King goes for a kill on Graveyard, trying to hide in the trees. Doesn't find it, but no, now both teams about even, right? You know, 4 players up on each side. Painkiller extremely low. You're not going to get the mech back. I mean, that's huge there for Shikigami. Like, you absolutely needed that kill.
That's really nicely changed. Danny does well. Painkiller is very, very low there. The bubble gets thrown down by Solo at just the right time to make it really hard for the D.Va to do any work. So that's big. That's a huge stop, I think, dealing with that D.Va. It takes a fair bit from Shikigami, but not in terms of ultimates. The Primal, I thought, gets pretty reasonable value in the end.
Yeah, it actually kind of did. You know, being able to get that D-Mech and then finish off that D.Va, just push them back towards the spawn. That is huge. See if Drunk can actually get anything going, puts a pressure on the back line. We talked about how important that was in map number 1. They didn't get it.
King, it's always a tough game against the Sojourn. Danny's been pretty good here. Gets the sound barrier applied to him as well. So now doesn't need to worry about any sort of lingering threats. Still 4 up for Rad. They've been able to get out of the limelight, so to speak, and return with a sound barrier of their own. Look at it, Chronic to have an impact. King as well, of course, has to play in such a way as to avoid Danny's scrutiny, which is tough on this phase of the map especially.
What do you think about Rad, though, playing the Echo? Like, Echo pairs pretty well with the Winston. Nice stick there from Chronic, but Chronic was so good on Sojourn in the first map. You'd hate to kind of take him off it. This is going to be Lep using a sound barrier. King cleans up the Ree, so this should be that second checkpoint for Rad Esports. And I know right there when I'm talking about, like, oh, would you like to have the, you know, Chronic on Sojourn? Doesn't really matter, right? You wipe the floor with them, but looks so good on it in round 1. They had no answer for it on the Shikigami side. Surprised they switched off of it.
I think it's really easy to bait like the Sojourn dash with Winston. And also, I think the Chronic would rather go and try and dive backlines instead of play shield shooting simulator against the Winston, right? There's like windows where like Sojourn is like turned off because she has to try and break through like that. I just think the Tracer probably gives you a bit more flexibility to ignore the Winston and try and hit the backline harder with your D.Va comp. Here's King with a dupe, by the way, of the Winston. This is pretty sick stuff. There's not much Shikigami can do, and there you go. That's how you juggle. Danny, nowhere to go back inside that spawn room, and just the pure level of disruption being inflicted here is tough to argue with. Pretty Graveyard, probably better off just not swift stepping there and allowing themselves to fall into the abyss.
Pretty clean primal from a damage deal. Now able to get, you know, the 2 there, just with the knock off the side as Danny's going to go over to Genji, so they drop the Sojourn yet again. This is pretty similar to what we saw in the last map, except in combination with a Hazard. This time, Winston, you have the primal. Kind of final fight territory here. This would be a brutal time bank to give up.
Solo keeping... Oh, okay, yeah, kept low so long. I think Solo just has no choice but to primal there, as it would have been the end of them. But still, again, it gets them a ton of value. Drunk, I think, able to beat Chronic is pretty massive. Solo hoping to get a D-Mech here and really stagger out Painkiller as long as possible. That definitely is the plan. And it might come to fruition here as we'll probably see a D-Mech on the high ground and Baby D left out in the open.
Yeah, Painkiller's going to have to jump off the side, so you're going to lose some clock here for Rad Esports. Still a decent time bank potential, though. For them, it'll be sound barriers to match coming into the next fight. No threat of a blade either for Shikigami, so see if Rad decides to go aggressive with that beat, maybe hold on to it. Then also Chronic with the whole spot. Landed a good one in the previous fight, ended up resulting in a kill, allowing them to get the second checkpoint. Potentially trying to do it again, although it's going to be a lot harder to access the backline.
Chronic v Drunk as well has been a bit of a battle that's played out extensively over this. Oh my goodness, that is dirty. Drunk there, here with the old one clip. A humbling moment for Shikigami's Tracer player. And now the Kitsune Rush, Rad Esports go for the throat. Swift Step has to be used there by the Kiriko, and Graveyard benefits from the sound barrier just in time, but Rad Esports, I mean, the blood is in the water and they are absolutely going for the jugular. There's Regime out of the picture now. I think Danny's slinking around, over there. Tried to dash onto the cart, but that'll be it. Rad Esports, 1:23 left in the round.
Yeah, good time bank there for Rad Esports. Really not a ton of defense from Shikigami. So we'll see now with Rad on defense. Man, they have looked so strong today. Like, can they put together a first point hold, right? Really start to make this a little bit of a statement game in terms of where they rank amongst all the teams in North America.
And the Diva composition has done pretty well, I think, at, handling Solo, handling the Winston. Obviously, she has that capacity to turn around and peel a little bit better than Winston can because she has inherent disruption and nice burst up close. But again, every time there was a Primal Rage, Rad didn't have a great answer to it. As soon as, the cooldowns were burst by King and Solo realized they would die to a focusing beam, they hit that Primal and they start to go for it. So I will say, King, like you mentioned, pretty clean on the Winston dupe there. That's one of the, a huge boon that Echo gives you outside of that ability just to nuke targets is to, get a 300 HP tank and build a Primal very easily.
Yeah, typically we see some of the primals from the damage dealers, and they don't really resemble a tank, right? But King that time, right? He was able to knock Danny into a corner in the spawn, kill him, then kind of go around the opposite way, knock, I believe it was Graveyard off the side. So some sick plays there.
All right, bit of time to work with here for Rad. They are going to keep this Diva composition on defense. And let's see what Shikigami can do. Still no Sojourn for Rad. Again, which is it would be pretty reasonable, right? To see someone take it. King, there's clearly the belief that this Echo, threatening as it is to Winston, is a better answer than the Soj. Even defensively, which to me is interesting. Let's see how it plays out though. This Drunk, of course, really dispenses with any idea of stealth as they try to wrap around Chronic. Having just one clipped him at the end of that last round, I'm quite sure Drunk has a score to settle here. Chronic's more than happy to throw down again.
Yeah, just put some pressure on the Drunk, right? Just pushes them all the way out. I believe Lek was there to help Chronic as well, just trying to check, make sure not coming on a flank. He actually hears that blink, right? So he hears the blink and they'll chase. Yeah, that's 3 blinks, potentially even looking at a recall, but they know that you're not really going to play aggressive there for Drunk, right? You use all 3 blinks, you've gone down to the low ground. It's going to be a while before you see him back in the action.
You see how important shutting down those Tracer flank ankles is. Yeah, the bubble's pretty annoying for King to get through, but eventually that one comes crumbling down and there's just not enough DPS here to back the rest of Shikigami up. So they've lost over a minute here, just trying to posture for that coast control. And this will be dragged out a bit more now with Z's just randomly kunai Drunk.
Yeah, as see now Shikigami can get another push here on offense. Maybe they're going to continue the same type of way, right? I know maybe see Drunk tries to take some of that high ground control, like wrap around the stairs, but the Diva playing on the opposite side, right? Typically you'd see kind of in a Winston shell, for instance, right? The Winston on the side opposite here from Painkiller, and then the Ana set up here, but everybody's set up on this side. It's actually going to be a self-destruct use here just so Painkiller can get the mech back, stay alive.
Drunk's down, loses another Tracer 1 versus 1, but King has been removed by the Sojourn, who's definitely the natural predator for the Echo here. But it's Chronic, still having a big impact on the game. Not only does he get rid of the Tracer, but both backliners. And now that attacking time for Shikigami's been cut in half, Solo also doesn't really have anywhere to go except over the edge.
And that's the Kitsune rush from both sides, right? I know Z's and Graveyard both use it. Graveyard a little bit more aggressively, right? And they try and go for the high ground. They do get Painkiller, but the mech get right back with that D-mech and self-destruct combo. We'll see what they decide to do with the sound barriers here. Is Shikigami trying to set something up? Potentially now just ditching the high ground altogether.
Okay, good pressure on Z's here. They have to Suzu themselves, but then, yeah, switch step back to the rest of their team. Forces the dive to reset, and oh, the beat comes out. Now, Z's doesn't benefit from it, but it doesn't matter because Regime is down. They die with their beat. Oh, please kill the Kiriko. Please kill the Kiriko. Another Suzu. Oh, that is so frustrating for Solo.
Man, that's tough.
I think there's a disconnect there, though, because the rest of Shikigami is still in main.
And you get the kill on the Drunk here. It just doesn't seem like they're able to coordinate this dive really at all, right? Like between like Solo on the Winston and then Drunk on the Tracer, like they're never really able to collapse on the targets. It seems like they're really disjointed. And now we see a Zarya. So we've seen the Zarya banned a few times. We actually haven't seen it selected, but now the strong Diva comp on the other side, they're going to be using this Zarya to try and break through.
Okay. You just circumvent the Zarya, I think, most of the time, but this overclock here might be the difference maker. King already picked off. Obviously, it's pretty scary for Painkiller to have to try and answer this. And the Kitsune Rush is half-heartedly employed, at least, to try and, for Rad to try and end the game here. That's not to be. Z's ends up going down to what was a Ren. Oh, I see. Z's swift steps, I think, to that player and gets right-clicked down by Solo. So the Zarya switch gives them the results, standing on the Sombra as well.
But no, the time bank is so good for Rad Esports. If you're Rad Esports, constantly take fights, like push all the way out, constantly take as many fights as you possibly can here. Just keep dragging out the clock. Painkiller's mech is getting deleted though by that Zarya, so I wonder if we'll have to see a switch of the Diva here shortly. But Shigami gonna have to make up some time, man. Minute 23 in the time bank for Rad Esports. You're gonna be pretty much flawless from here on out.
Absolutely, and Solo just doesn't have enough healing. There's a big question about whether this Kiriko Lucio setup is really equipped to give Zarya what she needs, right? We saw her like in like a Baptiste ultimates, like really high healing throughput with like immortality frames that maybe last longer than just a Suzu. Because once the shields come down for Zarya, she normally is surrounded by foes.
Yeah, Lep already with a beat here too, right? You can play quite aggressively. I think that Shigami may not suspect that they have beaten Kitsune pretty close to being back on the menu. So this is good for Rad Esports. Any type of stomping of the payload, like it seems like Shigami, they need to be hyper aggressive here to try and make up some clock.
Painkiller now, the role for them has to change because no longer are they actually tasked with fighting the enemy main tank. They want to try and avoid Solo, unless their shields are down. Oh my goodness. That's the burst damage. That's the problem. And no amount of the Kiriko Lucio healing is going to protect your frontliner from that.
Now, once the bubbles are gone, right, the Diva can kind of go in, put down some damage, and then like King over the top with the beam. I mean, the Zarya just no chance of survival.
All right, grab available here. Solo throws it out, saying, folks, don't yeet it into the Diva. Okay, or we just die.
Well, I
That's
mean, you
also
just
fine.
die to the Diva. What do you think about Graveyard switching over and playing the Juno here in combination with some of this? So they ditch the Kiri. You're not going to play for the Kitsune Rush. Play a little bit more, stable on the ground, right? With the potentially that orbital ray, right? With that Zarya.
I think it's more dangerous against a cop that's diving you. There's a grab onto the wall. Okay, sound barrier there for Lep, though, the prescribed response, and it's good. Gets them through that Zarya ultimate. And Solo spent much time charging up. They are at 100 charge right now, which is pretty critical. But again, it's Danny's overclock that has to give them the edge in this fight. But 15 seconds are left in the round, and they've lost it drunk. So now Chronic starts to lick his lips and look at the back line of Shikigami, Graveyard, and Regime are the ones that are going to be in the firing line here. Self-destruct, but Zarya doesn't have the mobility to chase that. So it will be a free remake here for Painkiller. And this has just been staggered out.
But it's brutal because you have to use all these ultimates to get out of your spawn if you're Shikigami. You go into OT, and then you're going to have a dupe plus Kitsune Rush on the other side. We'll see who King goes for.
That is, who do you copy? I think he copies Zarya anyway. The bubbles are too good. Bubbles are so good for your Diva as well.
Bubbles for your Diva, yeah.
Yep. We have a Zarya duped here. Painkiller does eventually lose the mech now. King not exactly charged up, but some bubble value there. And another one in hand. King goes and finds Solo. And a grab, I think, from the dupe Zarya would, end things here. You are just grabbing your opponents off the card. Elsewhere, though, Graveyard gets rid of Painkiller. There's actually a push. Oh, the orbital ray is going to be there. It's going to time out before King gets a touch. Here comes Lep. Graveyard disintegrates under that level of pressure. And there's nothing Drunk can do now without a cooldown for recall available. That's the map, folks. Rad Esports with another convincing showing, this time on Numbani.
Yeah, and it's a different showing for Rad Esports, right? They're able to play a Diva composition, right? Chronic doesn't play the Sojourn. King on the Echo looked really strong. So that's what's impressive for me about Rad, right? It's not just these hazard comps that we saw in map number 1. It's clear that they have other things they can go to that are equally as good.
Yeah, and I think despite there being like some bans aimed at the backlines, right? I don't think that seemed to have a huge impact over the game. There were plenty of teams who aren't bothering to bring Hassad on to Numbani whatsoever. Again, because it is like the extreme of long sight lines and pretty light.
Or like, if there's an Ana in this, do you think it goes like differently? Like, I think it would be hard to argue it would, right?
No way.
With the bands that came through, right?
It's just so diveable. And without a brig, like, you just pack it up. Like, what?
Oh, I'm saying, let's say on a brig. Let's say Ana Brig was on the in the game, right? I don't think you can say like, oh, that alone would have just turned the tides. It seems like it's a little bit larger than that.
Absolutely, but I have to point I have to ask the question about, you know, you want to play like the Winston-based comp with like Lucio Kiriko. It is really difficult. That is so hard, man. I don't know what you're supposed to do, especially against the tank who's like actively hostile to you and beats you in the straight head-to-head. I think Shikigami got themselves in a pretty bad position. So I like that from Rad. Maybe they read this. Maybe they realized Shikigami, hey, they want to probably play Winston dive. They're going to do it even if we ban the Brig. And so they did. That prediction paid off.
Shikigami also, we should probably note, had a really difficult road to even get here, right? They end up losing in like the round 1 to Avidity, so they have to kind of play through some of the loser bracket. And they have to just run the table, right? All the way through. So it's not a team that like kind of clear ran through the top of the a winner bracket, right? Got a great bracket, kind of cruised on through. This is a team that like forged by fire. They are in the loser bracket for a long time, right? So now battling back through some of those, getting up to this level, and they're running into Rad Esports, which we thought would be a very good team, and it looks like they're going to be a powerhouse here.
Yeah, suffice to say, they're going to give Shikigami more trouble than the ASU Sun Devils. I think this Rad team is like
most likely
very good. Yeah,
I haven't seen the ASU Sun Devils, but
Angelic's on that roster. They almost qualified again. Like that was it was a 3-1. Shikigami won that, so yeah, they'll be a factor I think this year in future open qualifiers. But look, I think pretty simply like Rad are definitely the stronger team. So now it's up to Shikigami to ask themselves. We have one map pick, left. I don't feel like Rad are bannable. I don't think you can really punish them with that. I do think bans get way more relevant when teams are on like fundamental parity but have different styles. That's when it gets like really exciting. Here, I think like you might try and just give yourself the best comp, the best chance of winning, and your map, like the best map. I think that's going to be really important.
But what would you want to pick here? I mean, you're looking like no, I was just thinking like the push maps, right? Like Esperanza, probably no. Coliseo's really good for like Sojourn, right? Like clearly map 1 with the way that went. You might not want to go revisit that. Okay. It's a C6. Okay. Yeah, so you can play like so it'll actually be the Lucio ban. So Lucio ban, then they ban. That is an interesting one. It's like, hey, we've been. Are they trying to save them from themselves?
No,
so to
I mean
speak?
Shikigami are still trying to force Ana Brig because they banned the Lucio this time. Like they're still trying to get that, but it's been read by Rad. They're like,
but then there's a Winston.
Who's gonna ban Winston? So you can play Diva in the dive shell, right? With the Ana Brig, you can do that. Yeah, I do think Lucio is pretty important in this map. Yeah, so here you go. Okay, so Hazard in... This is really interesting. Hazard in the Ana Brig shell with a Widow for Danny.
Yeah, so we'll see. Rad Esports here on defense. It doesn't really... I mean, look, Lucio goes out. They just put the Brig in, right? They're going to keep it with the Juno. So
Bring Juno.
Yeah,
Okay.
so they'll actually go bring Juno on the other side as well. I think Danny probably switches here. Probably. Okay, so they're going to go Genji. So they really don't want to play. Now, when Chronic has played the Sojourn, they have gone really in a position to play total dive. But like, I don't think like Brig doesn't necessarily fit this though, right? Like Brig is definitely more of a protector for the Juno here, right? But doesn't exactly like you get more value out of the Brig if you have the Sojourn as well, right?
Exactly.
Like play around
Protect
both.
the Sojourn.
Yeah.
Here it's like I don't quite know who Graveyard is trying to cover for here. Juno might have to play in a slightly different way for Shikigami. Maybe actually like make the Brig sort of more relevant. Right here, they're looking pretty comfortable. I think the Sojourn is going to get dived very heavily. That's obviously the main target here in lieu of... Or the Brig, like sometimes you just focus the Brig down to start these fights. Chronic, though, clearly has a lot of room to breathe. Shikigami have managed to shift the card up somewhat, but King's in their backline now, and that Juno's in a lot of trouble, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you're protecting Regime that type of position, right? The Brig not really close, even if they were. I mean, well, you're going to use all the health packs on it, but Danny comes up with 2, so starting to make an impact here on the Genji.
Chronic rotates back to Big Earls and not towards the defenders.
Look at that. I mean, the Brig there from Lep stands strong. Somehow able to live through all that. I believe you have Z's there as well. So even with Danny coming up with like 2-3 hills there, still not enough.
You've got to think the Shikigami were really hoping to get to play some Winston this map. Still, I guess like the core tenets are the same. They want to play this really all-in dive style. As Regime picked off, King goes down for his sins, but getting rid of the enemy Juno seems pretty good when, again, Shikigami want to be using the hazard as a blunt object. Solo, though, gets knocked for 6, and once more, Shikigami have to regroup. They've lost half their time bank already.
It'd be interesting, like, to see what Shikigami looks like if they're able to play like a Winston with an Ana in the combination. Clearly seems like, at least like from what the map selection and ban, like they're kind of trying to do, right? Just not able to do it throughout this series. I mean, Rad Esports kind of read them like a book.
Yeah, they knew what they were walking into. Make no mistake. And it only takes one ban. You ban the Brig or you ban the Winston. You just ban one of the pivotal parts of that composition, right? And you make it unplayable.
This is one of the, it seems to be like, you know, for Rad Esports, one of the better teams we've actually seen like target ban, right? Like have a good idea, read of like what the opponent wants to do and like how you're going to approach getting rid of it, right? It seems like they've done a really nice job throughout this series.
I do think that like sometimes the map that gets picked is a huge tell as well. Like when you see a team like try and actively pick like Numbani and Route 66, you know,
Owen Dorado, what do you think?
Right. Like you can tell they have a real proclivity for trying to play those dive styles. So, you know, you have screaming. Surely these teams are screaming each other on like a somewhat regular basis, given like where they stand. So, yeah, I mean, Rad Esports here reading like a book. Shikigami down to 45 seconds, and again, no more map picks after this. That's going to be booted out of the series. Not the auspicious start to OWCS here in 2025 that Shikigami were hoping for. Danny's going to try for a blade and does catch Painkiller. There's more damage than the Hazard expects to be in the front line, and the rally clearly dissuades King from going for any more. Shikigami are going to get through here, battered and broken as they are. They look like they'll have this checkpoint.
Oh, Chronic hits one. I don't think, because you don't have the Lucio, I don't know if there's not enough speed to actually make it back. So no rally available for Rad Esports, no Orbital Raid, Danny with a blade on the other side, and just no response. So Shikigami finally break through. Graveyard's gonna play Ana. So Ana Juno, a combination we haven't really seen so far. Typically when we see the Ana, we've seen it in combo with a Brig, so this will be a different look.
Again, I'm betting that VP last year tried it. The refusal to play like Lucio and Juno comps at the beginning was funny. Danny's down though. Again, I think it supports the Genji to a greater degree, but just because you're attacking doesn't mean you're any safer. I think with this Ana, you have to play from a really obvious spot, and it's very easy to push Ana out of line of sight, even if you're not trying to kill her, Matt. That's what Painkiller's doing. He's like, all right, I wonder how much I crater Shikigami's healing output by just threatening the Ana for a second here.
And also, how much pressure do I have to put on the Ana for them to react? You see, they're just a leap, and then Graveyard is forced to kind of run around the corner.
I mean, you sack the Ana in this comp. You basically say, okay, well, good luck, Graveyard. If you can see us, shoot us.
Live for as long as you can.
Yeah, 100%. And again, the hope is that it takes resources away from Rad such that Shikigami can out-muscle them, but Rad also aren't full committing onto Graveyard. They do now late in the fight when it suits them.
Well, also at some point, right, with your team dying and seeing the health bars dwindle, like Graveyard has to come out, right? Graveyard has to come out and fight. So even putting this pressure and backing Graveyard up to positions where you don't have like line of sight of the rest of the team, eventually, right? Painkiller just kind of like the same, song and dance over and over. Painkiller jumping up, Graveyard running away. Eventually, you're going to see your teammates start to die around the corner. You have to just stand there and kind of commit for Graveyard, which ultimately result in death.
Just quietly. Shout out to Connor, the voice actor for Hazard. He's got some serious vocal range, bro.
Dude,
I don't know who's built like that. The death scream when you fall down is like crazy high pitched, man.
He was trying to convince them that I should become a hero, which I obviously agreed with. But it doesn't sound like there was much buy-in from anybody else in the room.
To be fair, I do think we probably have space for like the white collar criminal in Overwatch, like the Mr.
I thought you were gonna say like an Italian, dude. We don't have like an Italian mob hero.
Oh, do we not have an Italian? That is so true. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we might have an Italian hero. I just don't know.
Come on, bro. Oh dear. Here it is, King. Found Graveyard. Solo got nanoed, so he's being studiously ignored by everybody on Rad Esports, and frankly, it's working pretty well. He also gets caught in the downpour. Painkiller makes sure to hold him in place here, and this has been a systematic deconstruction.
Yeah.
Like a weird French-Vietnamese fusion meal at a double Michelin-style restaurant. Shikigami are in pieces.
I feel a little bit bad for Shikigami because I feel like, you know, there are moments, right, where they're able to, like, obviously win fights, you know, get things going. But it also feels like they never really kind of got a chance to play what they would have liked to play throughout this series. Which, I mean, look, that's Rad Esports doing a good job in terms of like using the ban system to their advantage, right? But also feels a little bit like we don't really, you know, this series we don't really know like a lot about Shikigami coming out of it. Like they've had some moments against Rad. We think Rad's going to be very good, but it'll be interesting to see against other teams what Shikigami's you know, can do. But I also think now this puts out a little bit of a playbook, right? About like, hey, you know, when you play Shikigami, this is exactly what they're trying to do. Like, if you go with these bans, you can rattle them a bit.
And obviously, it's a long quote unquote stage for Shikigami of opportunities to test themselves against so many of these different teams. I do kind of want to know what Arise is up to. You know, that's a play that we don't know nearly as much about, but I think they're at ISU right now. So in theory, they are like a Sojourn player. They've got a pretty nice hero pool apparently, like Ashe, Sojourns, some of those like even less like go-to hit scan DPS right now, because Danny Souls as they've looked, Shikigami like are trying to force like a Genji Tracer sometimes, and I definitely feel like they lose out to Chronic when it comes to that Sojourn impact.
I mean, Chronic has also been sick on the Sojourn. It's like not like, oh well, you know, they picked Sojourn and the other team didn't, and like they're kind of like just, you know, being able to use that hero more effectively. Like Chronic's also been hitting some crazy shots, right? So I mean, you're going up against a hero that's extremely strong in the meta right now, also piloted by somebody who's on a heater.
Yeah. Chronic here, just nothing overly aggressive. No sliding forwards here, just wrapping around the corner and keeping that consistent pressure down. Fleet dart from Graveyard, unfortunately, just has no impact on Painkiller. It's on the wrong side of the Big Earl side, and there goes Drunk. Chronic gets rid of the Genji. Still, though, nice little crackback from Shikigami, I've got to say. So a big part of that is getting rid of this Jumo in the Rad Esports setup. And when so much of the fight matters happening up in the air, like, what is the Brig doing? It's so hard for Lev to get involved.
Well, Solo has to actually go back and try and protect the supports, right? You know, King doing work on the Genji, going after Graveyard and Regime. Like, there's no help, right? You know, you're not playing the Brig in this setup now for Shikigami. You've committed to playing the Ana with the Juno, so you have to have, that, you know, your Hazard go back and play kind of defense, so to speak, where you would love to have the Hazard putting pressure on the other team's backline.
Oh, that was good. Oh, no. Go home, you drunk. That was brutal. Hit with a whip shot. Trying to dive on towards Lep, of course, and again, that's what the Brig can offer you in this setup. Shikigami opts or prefer not to play it. Unfortunately,
the range on that is wild as well. I mean, when we see you know, Graveyard get taken out there by Painkiller, I mean, it looks like Painkiller's ages away, but the swing.
No, yes, it looks like
a wide range to it.
It looks like one of them laser swords from Halo. Like, it's literally like, it's big, and you can see it only in third person just how long the range is.
I can't believe you disrespected the energy sword, calling it the light
energy sword. Sorry. I'm more of an Overwatch guy.
That's insane to me. I don't know. I get my information from J3, so I was like, you know, he told me it's the energy sword, so.
That guy. Oh, man. His blade looks a pretty good one as well. Disrupt the shot thrown down to force King back, but he's happy to get these cooldowns out. Regime has to go for an orbital rake here, and, well, it passes by pretty inconspicuously, I'll say.
Who's the nano for here? Is it potentially for, I mean, you kind of have to use it on Solo, right?
Solo.
It feels like that's going to be, yeah.
We saw it last time, right? Okay. Spike guard used here. Chronic pressured a little bit, but saves the dash cooldown to get away. Downpour available for Painkiller. Can he trap in one on the high ground? Yes, Danny is sat still. Painkiller able to go up there and just eviscerate him. And Chronic is charged up, ready to rumble. Regime with nowhere to go. Graveyard soon follows. Rad Esports are the real deal, folks. They're here to stay. And they got a roster to fear. A solid 3-0 against Shikigami.
That was a nice try from Graveyard. I don't know if you caught it, but they ended up nanoing Danny with the overclock when he was stuck inside of the Hazard ult, just trying to keep the Sojourn alive after getting a kill up on the high ground. But just too much from Rad Esports in the end.
Yeah, I mean, very early on in the series on Samoa, I was like, okay, maybe it was a bit of a comp diff, you know, like whatever. But then it started to get a little dicey there. There was just no pressure. I mean, it was a comp diff, but then I was like, surely if they make the switches accordingly, then it might look different. Narrator's voice, it did not. But still, there's there's some stuff to discuss here. I mostly just am very, very impressed, of course, with the winners taking this away. Chronic and King looked so clean. Chronic on that Sojourn especially, like, he was running away with things.
Yeah. This is kind of why I said yesterday I was excited to see Rad play, because I feel like I use the term ponied up, right, which we've had a discussion about, but it feels like they've really, like they're making this like, you know, really young, talented roster of players that haven't really reached the highest of heights here, but are probably like the next up, I think, you know, in NA.
Good sir, no disrespect on King. He's been in the league.
Yes, but again, Vancouver Titans roster was loved, but not. No, sorry, they weren't good. They were pretty trash, but they were loved, right? That's, but you know, King has.
They were in our Overwatch league. They were in the relegation that happened in our brains. They were not. They didn't have relegation. But
yeah, I mean, again, one word: breadsticks, right? Like they're the breadsticks guys. That's all I need to say. But here, I think it's a different story. They can be serious.
The people
they can also,
that's what's important.
They can create their own reputation from scratch, Zoe. I think that's the best.
They can. Yeah, no, it's just on the other side there, like, what do you take away here if you're Shikigami?
I think they need to work on things that are, you know, not. It seems like they really wanted to play like that Winston almost kind of dive comp. You know, they play a lot of the Genji Tracer throughout this. You're gonna have to play some Hazard. You're gonna have to figure out the Sojourn type of component to it. So I think some of those things you're gonna have to look at, because a lot of teams, you know, in this league now are gonna be able to look at what Rad Esports did in terms of the bans and be able to do pretty similar stuff, right? So you're gonna have to play it, or you're gonna kind of get punished for it. So it seems like they'll have to adjust.
I don't think any quality team should be hamstrung by any hero ban. I think you have to be agnostic to that. And that's so much of the conversation about how teams were built coming to this year. Like interviews, for example, with Caceres was like, yeah, we want to make our team as like unbannable. That's exactly what the Timeless guys said in the interview yesterday. Like, we're unbannable. That's why we're so good. I just don't think at this level you can afford to be a team that is actually affected negatively by any hero ban across the board. They've got to shore that up.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the teams showed that even if they themselves are banning their best heroes, they still manage to win it out because they have more than that in their pocket. Now, Chronic, of course, looking good on that Sojourn, but doesn't have to be on that Sojourn. We know he has a lot of depth in his hero pool as well, so he can easily flex over to other DPS heroes as well and just make it work for the team, which looked very cohesive.
The Sojourn was really good. The Tracer, when needed on Umbani, was also extremely effective, right? We saw a lot of times, you know, being able to take out Drunk in some of these duels. So just a really good overall showing from Chronic. And like we kind of discussed, like we know King can play a lot of different heroes. We've seen it in the past. You know, in the Overwatch League, we've seen him like last year at times. So to see him paired with a damage dealer, it looks like you know, one of the better rising young players. It's cool to see.
Absolutely. And we actually have King now standing by for an interview. What are you laughing about? Didn't have a better transition? Is that it?
No, yeah, Matt's just rude.
All good,
Matt's just rude. He's rude.
He's just rude. You know who's not rude? King is not rude. That's right. That was my transition. We're running with it. King, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. First of all, of course, congratulations on the W. You guys made this look easy. I want to chat a little bit about hero bans with you because, quite frankly, it looked fairly targeted and it really shook up Shikigami's approach there. Who's making the calls there on what to ban? Are you coming in with a playbook? Is it more just on the fly? And who's having the final say?
Honestly, I think it's like our coaching team. If anything, I'm the last person with bans, but I think it's like a team thing. Like with scrims and stuff, I usually just let them do their thing. But yeah, I'm out of the loop in bans, but it's all my team.
And you guys looked incredible today. A lot of like hype around you guys in North America right now. And I'm sure you've scrimmed all the other teams. Where do you think you guys kind of rank in terms of the standings? You know, that we don't see, right? In terms of scrim standings, you guys kind of talking amongst yourselves. Where do you guys think you rank amongst teams in NA?
Ooh, I will say it's pretty different on day to day, but I will say like I'll give the scoop, but maybe like top 2 on like good day, maybe like top 3, like top 2 for sure. But we still have to iron stuff out. Yeah, we just have to iron it out, and we could definitely show people like we can make some upsets.
Okay, so if you're thinking you guys are in a top 2 team, you're also thinking about like the future and actually getting out to some of these international events and taking on the rest of the world. How do you kind of feel like NA this year stacks up? Because one thing that everyone's really boasting about in NA is like sick, unproven young talent, but the global landscape of Overwatch has changed a lot. You guys go out to an international event. How do you think NA performs in general?
If I'm being honest, like I think NA is like pretty competitive like this year. Like I think like every team, like if you look like one by one, like it's really competitive. So like the top 2 teams are like gonna be like really strong versus like other teams for sure.
Well, with today's performance, you and the team definitely showed that you came to play. We can't wait to see more of what you guys have in store for us. Thank you so much for taking the time, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Great to hear it from King. I feel like I just get all the Maryville players to chat with.
I was going to say,
It's just like the
Dante
collegiate.
for me.
I wonder how they're splitting the time. Like, is there an overlap in any collegiate tournaments with this? Because
you remember last
that would
year,
cause
like
some
we had
trouble.
to push our start time
we had to do that.
a fair bit because
That's
we had,
right.
like, collegiate overlaps as well. I
That's
mean,
right.
That team is like Squid's on that team, Vision's on that team as well. So yeah, there are a couple of players.
And then you have Infected is out there as well. So it's like
collegiate stuff I think doesn't really historically I don't know the collegiate schedule this year, but historically
you're a big
it's
history
like kicked
guy.
off like in like February, like end of February, so maybe soon you start to have.
I mean, person asking about that is like
Might be a problem
Tiny Shiny.
soon.
They could tell you.
Yeah,
That's right.
You just
That's
have
right.
so come on, man.
I'm sorry. I'm just not great at my job. What can I do?
But you are great.
Who is good at their job though? It's the people on the top of the scoreboard. See, nailed the transition this time around. Timeless, of course, really surprised. What? Thanks. Timeless is a big surprise for us, and we actually get to see them in action again. And I'm very, very excited for this one. I want to see if they're the real deal.
They were just the most tilted team, I think, after like how their results panned out last year, because to be fair, they had a ton of expectations on them because they came out as like one of the most known like pro-am tier 2 teams, I think, in sort of all of Overwatch. So the expectations were really high for them. The way that they sort of played through these qualifiers, they have got to be like, the best non-partner team at least, right? And we saw what they did to Liquid, so I mean that's not even the limit for these guys. They've been playing together for so long now. Like it's time to get some big results. It's time to get this team to LAN.
But I mean, last year is just a total gut punch for them, right? Of like every step, like they get close and then just get like knocked down. Where it probably feels a little bit like, okay, well, nothing worse can really happen like at this point, right?
It was but the best part was
it couldn't go worse. Like
it was as soon as they got picked up by TSM.
Yeah.
They just disappeared. They just lost like all these important games. It's crazy.
But like it can't go much worse. Like they have a better shot now, more games, right, to be able to play. And I think you just kind of have to take the mentality that like you were so close last year, we can definitely get over the line.
Yeah, and they're riding the high, right? They had a phenomenal start to the season, taking down Team Liquid, as you just mentioned, Mitch. Let's see if they can keep it up, going up against Nightmare, and that is what we're going to see after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. hello, fellow Overwatch enthusiasts. Let's get ready for our last match of the day. Timeless will be taking on Nightmare. Timeless, the team that exceeded expectations in their opening match against Team Liquid. And Nightmare, they're coming off of a bit of a beatdown against SSG yesterday, so let's see if they can recover. And to help us make it make sense, we have the one and only Anyan dropping in. So I hope we get her on our screens in just a second. There she is, one of my absolute favorite persons in the whole wide world. How are you doing?
Well, it's currently 9:30 or 9:08 in Korea, so the earliest I've ever woken up, maybe.
A true gamer moment. Well,
And also,
Anyan,
sorry,
I'll
my
let
mom
you
says
let you
hi.
get back to bed. Oh, hi back to your mom. I love your mom. I'm tight with everyone's mom apparently. I love that. Shout out to the moms. Well, okay, now we got the formalities out of the way, Anyan, and I will let you get back to bed very soon, if that's what you're up to. But first, I want to talk a little bit about your journey, your OWCS journey, because before we're talking about this upcoming match, you're currently playing for 99 Divine in OWCS Asia, and you guys actually won your first match of the season 3-0, making it clean. I think your next match is in a few days. So how's it feeling over there? What's the competition like? What's the practice like? How are you?
It's good. It's a new experience. It's cool. I will say, like, our scrim schedule's been a little bit relaxed, but I think hopefully we'll ramp it up more when we start, like, later into the series, and also when we play in the Asia tournament, hopefully.
Are you guys in a team house or like at least all in Korea right now? Because it's quite a mixed roster, right? You have Singaporean players, Taiwanese, Thai, and then you yourself, who you just said you're in Korea. So is everyone over there or?
Well, we're all over the place, as you said. Like, some people are living in Singapore. I'm in Korea. Someone's in Thailand. So it's like pretty diverse.
All right, cool. How did that roster came to be? How did you end up on this roster?
Oh, well, I just reached out to them first because I was here. I actually originally didn't come here to play in Asia. I came here to study Korean, actually, but, you know, it just turned out this way, so I'm happy with it.
Just can't keep her away from the video games. That's what it's like. Just don't be so good, Anyan. Maybe that would help. Now, I'm actually really excited that I got you to chat about this particular match because Nightmare x Timeless, that was actually the team you were on prior to joining 99 Divine. Obviously, that's neither of the teams we're going to see, but we are talking about Timeless and Nightmare, so I thought I'd bring it up regardless. Do you have a favorite heading into this or any players that you're looking out for?
For me, at least, okay, on paper, I think Nightmare's roster looks better, but with the performance yesterday, I think I'm leaning towards Timeless winning today, but we'll see. I think, because Chopper played really, really well yesterday, as well as, like, everyone else, but I think, you know, I think this could be a close game for sure.
What was their main issue, do you feel? Were you able to identify anything that went wrong for them in particular?
I didn't really watch it that closely, so I'm not completely sure, but I think what could help, it kind of seemed like Lethal started waking up halfway through. Like, they took a map off. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but I think Nightmare's DPS could definitely, like, carry them to winning, or at least making it very close. So we'll see.
I mean, they have the talent, right? Like, those are like household names in Overwatch for many, many, many years. So we know they have what it takes. Let's actually take a look at our talent, or rather community predictions, because I know they've been watching that match closely and they're always falling for recency bias. And this time is no different. So they got Timeless winning this one. I mean, that's fair, right? Because Timeless performed really, really good against Team Liquid. Did that surprise you at all?
Honestly, it didn't surprise me that much because I heard from other people that I think they didn't get. I heard that they didn't get much practice in before, so I think they probably, you know, they need to practice more. That's what I think.
That's right. Anyan, coach, put her in. That's right. More practice makes for better games. Them some facts. I leave the last words to you, Anyan. Anything you want to say to the people supporting your team this season?
Well, please watch Pacific Overwatch. That would be great. Please watch my team. Support Pacific. Hopefully we could get English broadcast too. That would be awesome.
I I would love to cover the Pacific action as well. 99 Divine definitely on top. Anyan, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your upcoming matches. And we're now ready to hand it over to our casters, Matt and Midge.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from Anion as well. And yeah, if you're interested in seeing some of the Pacific action, I do know they have featured co-streamers. Commander X Unter and Avril are their partnered co-streamers for the Pacific region. And you best believe Kev is probably going to co-stream every single one of those games.
He's got the best time zone for it, right?
He is a psycho too. I love him.
That's also true.
That's where you should head over there to check out those games. Kev will treat you right. He's a caster. He knows exactly what he's doing. So make sure you put that in your calendar and head over and follow him. But let's jump into this game here. Timeless versus Nightmare. Timeless look great. They are Chopper, Rocket, Riker, Lucamino, and Squid. And my goodness, they came out of the gate swinging with a 3-0 win against TL. Yeah, they were sick.
It's absolutely nuts yesterday, so we'll see if they can kind of continue that play, because sometimes it can be, getting hype and up for a game like Team Liquid is, you don't want to say easy, right? But the level that you're gonna have to play in the game, right? You're gonna have to reach another level to be able to play with them. Where against Nightmare, we'll see how they come out. Like maybe they come out a little bit flat.
Round 1. Capture.
All right, Nightmare had a difficult game. They had to play against a very chilled Space Station Gaming who, were better probably in most aspects of the game. But hey, that's out of the way now. And you are looking at a matchup between two of the strongest non-partner roles here in NA OWCS. Who will prevail? Will it be Timeless going with 2-0 lead, which would be incredible in terms of qualifying, of course, for our challenge in a couple of months' time, and see how it plays out as Rocket doesn't have much success early on here. We're actually seeing some Ashe playing. There aren't so many Ashe teams in NA, but Lethal, definitely someone to be feared on any hit scan role.
They tried to commit onto Kuffa to get that kill because he takes a ton of damage at the start. And, nice job with the supports of Nightmare to keep him topped up and get him back in the action. And, because they go in for that kill, they end up losing Rocket, ends up falling during that action. So good start here for Nightmare. And yeah, look, the Ashe Dynamite's going to put a lot of healing pressure on Timeless. And so they make a change here, actually. So you're going to have them play a Kiri now, bringing a Maga into the mix. So Maga against the Ramatra.
Yeah, look, I think the Ramatra just durable and pretty frightening because he has his own form of damage mitigation map. But then if he gets amidst someone and into Nemesis form, he's a force to be reckoned with. So something to interrupt him inside block, perhaps. This stomp is such an important part of Malga's kit if it hits, which it didn't there. But Admiral just dangles himself within Chopper's field of view for a little too long.
Yeah, as it looks like, a few players still low here. Lucamino on 1 HP Chopper, just desperately trying to make something happen here. But Riker with 2, the Maga able to stay alive for a while, but I don't think it's going to be enough to flip the point here, Mitch.
Okay, we got a game in our hands. This is legitimately really nice. Kafra, I think, is on his most comfortable role, Matt, and Zera's on the Genji. I think once you've got those two things lined up and Lethal is just being himself, you've got a really strong setup on that Timeless don't want to play the hazard into, which to me seems like a concession. This is a very good sign for Nightmare.
And Onion mentioned, right, it felt like Lethal started to come alive towards the end of the series yesterday. And we know that you can kind of target Zero with that Genji and try and maybe ban it out or get things to work and ban it out. And they don't do it here early on. You see it pay off.
Okay, that annihilation here comes out from Kaffa, and he makes a huge amount of space. Now, though, the crackback is coming in. There's time to have a Kitsune rush to set them on a collision course with Nightmare. But it's a great sound barrier from Admiral. Lucamino ends up going down. It buys enough time that Nightmare are able to outlast the rush and come back in with a counterpunch of their own featuring this Dragon Blade. Wow, what a convincing start to this game. Nightmare firing on all cylinders already.
Not what I think anybody would have expected, right? As Nightmare comes out. Quick work there of Timeless. So we'll see if Timeless can bounce back in this next round. But Zero on the Genji, very difficult to deal with. Lethal starting to come alive. And like you mentioned, Kuffa playing some of these heroes that maybe a little bit more comfortable with.
Really solid. Lethal might actually stick to this pick. It might be the correct kind of map for it as well. I do think we saw Timeless do this on Samoa already. Try for the Moira Lucio composition on Volcano, especially. So you're going to run this back again, and I think it was fine. That was quite a back and forth map in the end, and I don't think it was the answer. We'll see how it fares against Nightmare's setup.
Yeah, we'll see Nightmare playing the Cassidy, right? If they can just kind of hold this ground here, just play around this Ramatra. We've seen some teams go to the Cassidy on this map, right, where the effective range of the Cassidy becomes a little bit better.
And again, consistent headshots would be good, but a dive on towards the Cassidy makes Lethal maybe question this pick. Because again, if he's spending all his time shooting at a hazard and allowing Rocket to get up close to him, that's when that dive susceptibility of Cassidy begins to rear his head. And that'll be Timeless getting off to the right start on the right foot here. With this Moira top that wants to go fast and hit hard.
Yeah, we saw Squid play the Moira yesterday. We were like, oh, like, is this just kind of a little bit of a pocket pick for this map? But potentially it's like the survivability and the close quarter natures of this one, right? That's potentially why you play the Moira is you deflect the off orb though. Zero, not going to get actually any type of damage off that. Everybody just kind of avoided it.
Some ticks, some value. I wouldn't say it was crazy, but there's Chopper dealing with Admiral. Riker was very, very low there.
After this one, yeah. You know, not going to have that one.
And that's the problem is that, like, yeah, the sustained healing, not quite there, right? You see, like, Riker just ends up being a little bit low there. Squid opts to go for a damaging orb, and I guess you might even feel like there's a window to go then when Moira only has her left click heals to work with. Either way, Timeless had that lead, but yeah, losing Riker early in that fight sets them back a peg.
Well, this is what we talked about yesterday with the Moira composition, right? It's like pretty difficult to kind of keep Riker healed up, right? The Kira you can heal at range. The Moira definitely doesn't play the same way, as that's going to be UV dropping the Kitsune rush, and then the Ramatra and the Genji just clean up.
Nah, I mean, that rush with the Ramatra Nemesis form is like he's hitting the speedball. Those punches coming in very, very quick, and that gets Nightmare into the lead now. Timeless actually get to build up their first set of ultimates, which for a Moira is shocking.
Yeah, I mean, typically Moira, right, you just pump out a ton of HPs, but that's also if everybody's playing together. Like, there's no kind of like deathball look of this, and actually it's going to be a coalescence, a nice fade over the top, and just takes out Lethal from behind.
It's so aggressive. Fortunately, there's another fade available here for Squid, so they can fade away from the annihilation. That would be a problem for anybody else. That does time out, but not before Riker is again the casualty. And off that coalescence, I mean, there's not really enough for Timeless to be going on with. Getting rid of Cuffler was huge. Perhaps an overextension there. But Chopper has been pretty huge on the Sojourn over the last couple of days. And that extra damage to get rid of the enemy frontliner is big. It's a huge component of this flip back for Timeless.
You're going to take the lead here for Timeless. And then also you're going to have a pretty sizable advantage into the next fight. So things starting to look better. Swing in Timeless's favor is just about everything to work with. The one thing that could change it, right, is if Nightmare, maybe you get Lethal, lands a nice railgun shot at range, but it's going to be an overclock here for Chop.
There's a brief window there to punish Admiral before he had a chance to use the sound barrier, but it wasn't to be. Could have been a tough one here anyway. Either way, Zero just ends up getting so segmented from the rest of their team, and Riker might have had something to do with it. He eventually drags Cupper down, but Nightmare really had no tip of their spear in that fight. Walk back with a blade though, and maybe Kitsune Rush to pair with it. This is where Nightmare have to get back into the game though.
Yeah, both sound barriers used in the last fight, right? So without the sound barriers, these blades could run wild, and especially because you're going to be about 90% on the point when this fight really starts to kick off. You're looking at last fight, right? So somebody can get good value with this blade. Could be it.
Rocket v Zera, Genji v Genji for the round. At least that's the way I see it. 98 and counting now. Nightmare might have to be the ones that go first here. Rocket, though, dashes across, goes for the blade. There's a rush there and the dash away from Lethal, but Rocket's able to match that with the dash of his own. The Coalescence comes on just in time, and Squid emerges from the fade quickly enough to put Zero to bed alongside Rocket. That's 2 off the blade. Timeless definitely get the better end of that deal. But Nightmare gonna have a tough time sitting down after that round.
Not pretty from Timeless, but a good bounce back. The blade from Rocket, good there towards the end. The Coalescence took a while to develop. The first one there for Squid, we were kind of like laughing about it, but the both uses that we saw got really nice value out of it. So Moira, typically, we've seen that from them, at least in the 2 times on that point. We'll see if they start to go with it again. No, Juno out of the game, and Squid was nasty on it yesterday, right? So we'll see if this is a Moira pick they continue to roll with.
I think back, Timeless were playing the Moira comp a fair bit on Samoa, and it was Chopper that constantly was killing RuPaul, who was playing the Kiriko, right? That's how the whole conversation started about, like, okay, is there a way to, like, shore yourself up against like an enemy Sojourn who's having a good day, which, by the way, Lethal, I mean, any day that ends with day is a good one for him when he's out there on hit scan. What can we sort of do to protect our Kiriko more? Timus instead opts just to not play it.
And Zero's going to play Tracer here instead of actually playing the Genji. So Genji can have no issues with Moira, right? Like Moira can just kind of track the Genji down with ease, right? In terms of putting down damage on him.
Yeah,
like,
she just outskills with the right click.
Yeah, maybe that's why, but also Zero, I mean, pretty good on both heroes. His Genji, though, was like phenomenal. Like, people were target banning it yesterday, so to see him just opt off to it, it's probably because of this, right? Trying to take these duels.
Yeah, and I think we felt that maps where Zero was not able to play Genji, Nightmare did not look nearly as effective.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say.
You know, it's not an issue yet, or at least it's not an issue that's been exposed. Zero also able to stay in step with an enemy Moira and chase her after those sort of fades come through outside of, you know, Genji doesn't always have the dash available. Can't always look to punish that. Great start here though for Nightmare in general. Ultraviolet, a ton of output over the course of that engagement. Keeps them hale and hearty.
But that's what's awesome about this format, right? You can't just be, I'm great at Genji and just get by. You're gonna have to play absolutely everything. You know, Zero, although not on the Genji, gets a first blood.
That's beautiful. And a pulse to follow it up. He watches for the fade cooldown and Squid pops it in the end. It's an easy confirm on the Moira. Nightmare here as well. It's been a pretty back and forth game, but they are fighting here for the map. It would be huge to start such a way against a team that we have recently become hyping up very much. They themselves had a bit of a shakier start here at OWCS. And a win here would really throw our top four into utter disarray, I've got to say. Lethal's forced back here.
I mean, we'd have no idea, really. You know, it would be like, we'll see you next week what happens in terms of the top four. But I gotta say, Lethal, you know, doesn't get any kills so far in this fight, but the damage output is good. It looks to be he's playing much better. Onion mentioned it, like, came alive towards the end of the series yesterday, but starting off much better than he did the other day.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at him really closely, quite critical of it. They also had to play, like, Lijiang Tower, I think, the kind of map where the Lethal was having a tough time just, you know, getting the lay of the land as a hit scan player. Here, Nightmare look excellent. Timeless had better figure it out now. They've got that coalescence, but again, it's taken Squid, you know, a decent amount of time to build it up. The pressure from Zero has been pretty immense. Oh, shit, look at Rocket. That would have been disastrous for Timeless. They keep their Genji alive. Here's a spike guard thrown out. Even Downpour used. Can they get Riker for their troubles? Cole is trying to keep him alive. Luke doesn't want to use a sound barrier if he doesn't have to, but he may be forced to go for it. He doesn't pop it. Riker traded for cover though. Luke now with a beat, gets it onto 3. Rocket now goes in with the blade, but Admiral had a sound barrier of his own. Rocket's not getting out of here alive. He'll give you the big tip. Nightmare are threatening to run away now after a very hard-fought Samoa in a 100-0 shutout on downtown.
Both beats end up used. I actually thought Kuppa's use of the hazard ult was sick. It kind of forced Timeless into a really rough fight. Even though the coalescence from Squid able to get in there, keep the hazard up, it's not enough. It causes absolute chaos. We go into OT and Nightmare close it out in a shutout there in our final round.
Well, we got a game on our hands. I mean, this is a Nightmare that could easily have been a part of an org, you know what I mean? And despite that not planning out the way they would have liked it to, they've been able to amass a strong team. And a lot of that was the loyalty that, you know, guys like Lethal, Zera, Clear, Admiral have all had for this roster. This was a top team in NA last year, starting to take the Toronto Defiant to 5 map sets, like genuinely put some serious pressure on them and the rest of the scene. And they've been able to distill that and take it into a series like this against one of our favorites so far here in OWCS 2025 in Timeless. It's a great start. It is a control map, so we're not getting ahead of ourselves, but they look very good.
This should be a wake-up call, though, for Timeless. You get that win over Team Liquid yesterday. You're super hype. We're unbannable. We're the kings of the world. And then you kind of like drop map number 1 the next day. Like, you kind of can like look past people, or it's tough to get the same level of energy, right? Like, no, it's not to say that you put in, I mean, well, you kind of do, right? In terms of competition, sometimes you kind of play to the level of your competition, and like you just kind of have a feeling about yourself for the game, especially going up against somebody like TL, where it's kind of tough to replicate that, especially going up against another team that you may not hold in that type of regard, right?
Yes.
Where Nightmare comes in, they take advantage of it. They already lost the game. They know that they absolutely need to win.
I think one of the weak points for Nightmare yesterday was Kuffa. I think he was getting punished a lot, and also just finding himself in maybe unexplored territory in quite a few of those fights. He looked very, very good. Not just gassing him up because he's a countryman. I think moments like this as well, like great idea just to go for the downpour on the enemy hazard, knowing as well that like they have to run in and get a touch at that point. It forces a coalescence. And then he just trades out. It says, okay, well, I got a free Moira ultimate. We have a sound barrier to match theirs, and they're the ones that have to pony up in this fight and actually show us they can touch and actually throw down.
It's also still, it still like messes with your head as well that they can go through walls, right? Like in the hazard ultimate. So like, you know, what you see it kind of used in that type of close quarter scenario, you're like, there's just one guy there, but like, you know, you can also hit the players that are kind of on their way to the point.
Yeah, it's a great point. Outside of that room, there could have been even more caught by that in general. It's a great showing from Nightmare. We'll have to see that again after we had some doubts. Space Station Gaming kind of ran them through, honestly. It seemed a little bit comfortable for that team, despite there obviously having been a map picked up by Nightmare there. They look much sharper today. Definitely went back to the drawing board. And I think this is, I mean, let's be real. This is the kind of team that has to have a chip on their shoulder. You know, don't want to be overlooked this year. Want to make a strong statement earlier. And this, in my opinion, is a great way to do it if you can't get a win against SSG yesterday, of course.
I mean, especially you watch Team Liquid lose yesterday and you're like, hey, we can kind of play with anybody, right? Like, why couldn't you? Like, you see the outperformance yesterday and like, look, we expect Liquid to play better. They will play better, right? But you're like, hey, why can't we mix it up and find ourselves in the top 2 of NA or, you know, top 3 of NA, right? Like, you know, end up at like a Clash of Champions going to China to play. So like, I think there's got to be a little bit of extra motivation there, right? Yeah. That this is not, in years past, it's like a pipe dream, right? Like, okay, yeah, you know, we can get there if, you know, 2 players get sick, one guy's got a DC on the team, right? And like the whole
the other one's got a warrant out for his arrest. Yeah,
you know, but like this year, it's like it's realistically within reach for a lot of these teams in NA, which is quite fascinating.
And I think it's twofold. First, I don't think that Casperus and Danny were able to build a stronger team in Liquid as Toronto Defiant were last year. And these Nightmares, these Timelesses, these Rads have stepped up in a big way, right? So it has the effect of compressing, I think, that sort of gulf between that our top 4-5 teams sit within. Ultimately makes for a much more compelling competition. That's to say nothing about like how these teams go internationally, right? That's a whole separate topic. But here we have legitimate competition from at least 5 of these 8 teams, if not more.
I agree. I also think though, like that's not even a shot on like the Liquid, like replacing someone in merit. Like there's not many players in the entire world.
There's no team that gets better after someone leaves it. None.
Right. So yeah, I mean, by just, you know, that happening, it's going to be worse, but you still expect them to be, you know, at the top of NA. I think they'll figure it out. No, it's just a little bit of a rough go yesterday, and I think also, you know, for TL, right? Those seeing like Timeless now dropping this first map to Nightmare. Maybe it's like, hey, we gotta step our game up in NA, right? There's just more than, you know, 1 or 2 teams we gotta worry about. So the ball was gone in map number 1, and it was actually a ban that came through, and we'll see it now. Yeah, we'll actually see now it's gonna be played by Riker here.
So in the past, the way to beat the ball comps was to dive better than them. We saw teams basically were forced to play like Winston comps to dive the ball and hit the backline harder. Now, Doom is banned, so that's not an option. I don't know if Nightmare can match that, so I'm very curious to see what Riker can do. Ball is such a nuisance. I mean, and if he garners enough attention, basically he makes things unlosable for the rest of his team. There's a real fine balance you have to hit. Garner that attention without getting picked up. But this team also has Ana, so they don't want to be dived to themselves. It's a bit of a tightrope that needs to be walked here for Timeless's comp.
Yeah, they also, with this composition, get Lethal off of the Sojourn, right? We were talking about Lethal kind of stepping this game up. They actually go with a Somber here, which is definitely a pick target at Riker, right? Trying to get hacks onto this ball. And even though we saw Riker go and do some damage, cause some chaos, it's Nightmare getting control at this point first.
I also think that this might be one of the first Flashpoint maps we've seen Lucio banned. And we also talked about this. Like, would anyone dare to do this? Because it hurts them as much in theory as their opponents. But here we have it. Both these teams are playing.
Probably some support players who are pretty happy. Like, hey,
yeah,
down and not play Lucio.
Well, you say that, but then, you know, Squid doesn't really have anyone to sort of speed him out or boop away a ball if they come calling. Do you know what I mean? Or rather, the backline of Nightmare at least have a Brig to work with, but Squid is still diveable. Anyway, here's a rush. So Nightmare have that lead early on. Lethal's also very close to an EMP. Lethal, not only a really prominent hit scan player, can't do it all. That EMP comes down, Chopper and Squid get caught, and they are completely flattened.
Yeah, connects the 2 players. Lucamino, I mean, you have to use that Kitsune rush, right? Just the threat of the rush to keep him and Squid alive. And This looks like you may be even thinking about this next point here for Timeless. They get pushed down to the side. We'll see if they just kind of play for next. Riker will get on and get a touch, so maybe not.
Yeah. Packed there initially. Forced back. Also, the jagged wall makes it a little bit tough for Paul. Paul doesn't like being knocked around, doesn't like being displaced as much as that is his MO. But Ultraviolet does get caught inside the minefield here. That's mostly over on the point. Chopper, you thought he had a decent window to work in, but immediately Admiral accosts him, flattens him. Zera gets in there with the blade and deals with Chopper in the end, and Squid does not last any longer. Nightmare, in theory, would have the ability to clean this up, but there's a Wrecking Ball that is back in play, given his extreme mobility coming off spawn. And Chopper's actually switching to a Cassidy.
Oh, they get lethal towards the end of this somehow. He's like really low, and he's, I guess, kind of working his way back towards the rest of the team. Ends up falling, so going to be a little bit there on the staggered spawn, so it's going to buy the Timeless team a little bit of time. Yeah, I mean, you're going Cassidy. I mean, Cassidy, you would like play with like a Bap, a Brig, like a not here, Ana Hiri with the Cassidy.
Because the Sombra is such a problem, I get it, but also Cassidy can't always play with the Wrecking Ball in such a way as to bait the Sombra into a hindrance grenade, right? So I don't know what the plan is. I'm not over the moon about it, but it doesn't really matter. Rocket is at least able to find Zera, and that player advantage might matter more than a comp match or mismatch, depending on your opinion, honestly. Cuff is down. Chopper was able to pick him up there. That's a great follow-up on a sleep dart. The Squid was able to connect, and so Timeless are able to keep this going. Lethal deals with Riker though, but it shouldn't hurt them.
Losing this point for Nightmare though would be like quite brutal, to be honest. Like they had a really good stronghold on it early on. Just the one chaotic fight doesn't go their way, and then Timeless potentially turns it into a flashpoint. So it would be quite brutal to give it up. As heading to OT, Cuffa gets on, gets a touch, but gets slept.
Okay, big EMP. That is monumental. Nightmare had to convert on this point. They can't afford to lose, but Cuffa gets caught by a pulse, and that EMP ultimately doesn't seem to be a difference maker. Lethal's virus gets caught by the edge of the masonry there, so essentially the Sombra doesn't do anything from that high ground, and a great start from Nightmare eventually gets sniffed out, and Matt gets snuffed out on this first checkpoint.
Brutal way to lose the first flashpoint. I mean, you have control just about the entire time. You get it to 99, you lose one fight, you just get ran through there. It's Timeless. Maybe it's a little bit of a different comp than what we're used to, right? But making it work. Nightmare now going to play the Winston. So the one thing here as well, no Kiri on the side for Nightmare. So the bio grenades from Squid are hitting real hard.
Uncleansable. Great point. That Winston bubble becomes that much more important against this kind of thing. Riker's power drive gets baited there by Cuffer as he does look to go in. Zero low right now, but still looking to try and control Rocket, who was happy to play lots of Tracer yesterday as well. Okay, Electric Cowboy, I like to see it. The Deadeye interrupted those. Shield Bash saved just for Chopper. But Zera again gets caught inside the minefield. Rally is about to time out now, and Riker was hoping to create another kill opportunity with a knock into those grenades. But the Chopper Cassidy now, with all this zone, all this space to work with, you can see how it can have some game with the ball.
It just feels bad as well to not have a hit scan, whether it be like the Sojourner Warrior, like a Cassidy of your own, to match Chopper, right? Able to just go through with 3 there. No real pressure at range. It seems like they're starting to put together how to keep him and the rest of the backline kind of topped up through a lot of this dive that's coming through from Nightmare. And Lethal so good on Sojourn in map number 1. Really had Chopper's number, right?
Yeah,
where now you have to play to the Sombra.
Does Zera have a Sombra? Because they could both use ults in this fight and then switch, so Lethal can play hit scan to punish Chopper with a range advantage. But if they don't do that, they're playing 2 DPS that are pretty susceptible both to that Cassidy grenade. Did I hear? I like the idea from Zera, but he's dead before he hits the ground.
Paul's mom goes right past Chopper's ear. It's like, just gonna dashes out and tries to get the pulse, doesn't connect. It is a flip for Nightmare though, so you do end up cleaning it up. Riker here, I believe you have Squid and Rocket too, so although there's a few players from Nightmare that were on the point, it's gonna still be in Timeless's favor.
This is why Hero Band is go-to.
Yeah.
Like these comps are... okay, Lethal's switching to the cast now, so... No longer do Nightmare have a Sombra to try and shut this ball down. I don't like the pick into the Wrecking Ball, frankly. I think it's pretty scary, but Lethal can, of course, inflict hindrance on Riker with the grenade. Cuffer's able to survive a pulse bomb, which is big. Zera, obviously having used his one in that previous fight to little value either. Now sees us get into overtime for Timeless. They've got a minefield to work with. Riker should just set that one up in theory in the middle of the map, but he gets booped back by the whip shot by Admiral, who's controlling this space so well. So the minefield doesn't really end up where Riker wants it to be, and now Timeless are left pretty naked after the fact. Look at that.
This is a good swap though from Nightmare, right? We were just talking about how good Lethal was in map number 1 on the head scan. They make a change to get him off of it, like the Sombra. Well, the EMPs weren't like extremely impactful, right? You weren't following up on hacks, so you may as well just ditch it and end up playing a Cassidy. So they'll play Cassidy with a Brig here. Can protect the UV in the backline.
I love that, like, inadvertently, a Lucio ban has forced a Cassidy mirror. There's like multiple steps of abstraction you have to get to before you end up at that result, but that is how things have sort of shaken out here. Oh my, that is speculative. I mean, you as an Ana player, you throw those out just to see if you can get it, because you'll have it back on cooldown by the next time it's relevant. But that was a nice little hit. Don't know if it's going to be the difference maker here. And that's what happens when you play Cassidy into ball, folks. It sucks.
They tried to follow up on some damage down on the bio that they put on a Kuffa, but they weren't able to kill him. Zero and Kuffa still alive. You have this Primal. Do you consider using it? Maybe see if you can kind of keep this going? No, they end up holding on to it. You're going to give up this Flashpoint. So that's a 2-0 lead for Timeless.
Okay. Again, these have been very close fought points, especially the second
they
one.
could have gone either way. I mean, Nightmare's up 99 to a little bit at the start of the first one.
I do think that Riker having a Wrecking Ball, in his arsenal, one that's really good, is something you don't want to overlook. There are definitely corner cases where that can be very annoying, very hard to deal with if you don't have the right comp, especially if there are like the right support or DPS bands in place to facilitate for it. Either way, it's up to Nightmare here. They need to dive better, but they only have the Tracer to combine with the Winston. Zero, who's slept, by the way, and then just, the Ana combo. You've been there before, Tracer and Ana players respectively. It's pretty easy.
You gotta get Riker healed up though before you can make a play for the point. Is Kuffa just trying to separate this backline, right? You get Lucamino low, you see he's just playing inside of his bubble, just occupying both of those supports.
Yeah, the Primal is big there, I think. Otherwise, he's in a little bit of trouble. You've got both supports looking at him. Time for the Electric Cowboy. He rides again. Oh my goodness, Chopper. That's a fantastic second kill. The Winston bubble though, kind of the antithesis to what Cass wants to do, but now, we have a fire rate increase, of course, inside that haste field. It's a little bit too close to Zero there, but the investments in Chopper were monumental, and they ultimately pay off.
I mean, you need them to pay off, right? I mean, if you're going to put that many resources into a player, I mean, you better be able to get the point, right? So Nightmare now will have their own opportunity where Lethal potentially walk up with that Deadeye. We saw the last time, no, Riker in good combination with Rocket, right? Just a pile driver onto the Deadeye and Cassidy, and then just some Tracer bullets to try and finish him off. We'll see if they try and do this setup again. Looks like potentially trying to do it from the high ground.
Tougher, a little bit low for this kind of play though. Minefield comes out before the mine arms itself. Lethal's able to get rid of the important one. Another shot would have been good, but again, Chopper sees Lethal low and knows it's just a body shot that's needed to claim the other Cassidy. Timeless don't have to let this point flip at this stage now, especially with no one to really control Chopper, but he himself isn't incentivized to drop to the point. He waits for his tank to do the dirty work for him. Shield bash from the rally gets used on Chopper, who now has a Deadeye to use, so you don't have any way to interrupt with that ultimate. And there's big damage going in Kuffa's direction. Okay, I like the bio. You do have a way to interrupt. Sorry, you've got a sleep dart and a pulse bomb dropped on the sleeping Chopper, finishes him off. Rocket, though, finds one of his own. This is starting to turn into a bit of a brawl now. Riker's nano, though, that's a problem here for Nightmare. They don't have any way to kill this ball. And so Timeless get themselves to 99%. Nightmare scrambling for answers, checking the top drawer. It's just some bobby pins and lint for them at the moment. And it's going to be a pile driver immediately onto Zera. Lethal is going to return onto the flank here as Sombra and try and find a way to shut Riker down. But it's going to be tough, folks. I'll give you the straight. Lucamino here at least has an ultimate to throw in. That's going to be huge as well for a Cassidy playing inside of it. The fire rate increase is not something you want to overlook. No Suzu available, and the Bionade does hit, but Lucamino just stays out of the line of sight for a while and gets back in there. Kuffa's down, translocate to the high ground for Lethal, doesn't get him out of Riker's range. He chases the Sombra down and removes her. She is the natural predator for the ball in this situation. Desperately, Zera trying to stay alive, but Timeless have just outdone Nightmare on this map. Man. Lucio ban on Flashpoint creates a bizarro timeline of weird comps.
And you see that Nightmare is playing the break because they're trying to protect against the ball and keeping the Ana up. But having that Kitsune rush there has just been really impactful for Timeless, right? Having Chopper being able to play inside of that rocket as well. Seems like you're getting much more value out of that, where the Brig on the other side is a very reactive pick, right? You're having to pick it because of the damage and just the chaos that the ball is causing.
Yeah, again, I mean, you know, the shield bash stun is like pretty relevant against like a number of people, right? Especially if you can close on a Cassidy. It was used very aggressively there by Nightmare in that like last fight, and they didn't really have a purpose necessarily, but they just needed to have the rally in play. So I thought it was fine. I mean, we got to see a ton of interesting stuff. I mean, Ultraviolet is an incredible Ana player, something that like we're really generally excited to see. So I'm glad they eventually switched over. Very, very different comps for so much of the map. This last point, we saw a lot of Lethal's Sombra, which looked very impactful early, but he was forced to switch because, well, they needed some way of dealing with the enemy hit scan.
And the stats are very similar between these two teams, right? Outside of obviously the KD and the deaths, where Timeless is able to finish off a lot of these kills, right? You know, turn that damage. I mean, look at this. I mean, Nightmare with more damage and more healing, right? It's just Timeless able to kind of capitalize on that damage, obviously a bit better.
It is Kiriko Ana versus Brig Ana as well. So, you know, pretty impressive that the Brig Ana comp is able to keep up with the healing to such a degree for so long. But they'd have less of that save potential as well, right? Like there's no Suzu available to the Brig Ana composition. But it is odd to see like double the deaths, but like same damage and healing, right? That means we have like a lot of very close situations. I also,
which that game was very close, right?
Timeless have a Wrecking Ball, so he's gonna take a ton of damage. It's kind of what he does a lot of the time. That also will inflate the healing stats of the team with the Wrecking Ball and so on and so forth. So either way, it was hard fought, it was close, and I'm really glad we got to see those wacky bans. Now, Lucio obviously can't be banned for the rest of the series, but we know that this Wrecking Ball could come out on some other maps potentially.
And Nightmare bans the ball in map number 1, right? So they don't have that availability, but I feel like you can actually eliminate the ball via map selection.
Yes.
Like there's maps that are just no non-starters for Wrecking Ball, right? Cannot play.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a bunch of maps in the pool that you can kind of hey, if you want to try and play it, go for it, but like it is not the recommended approach. Where maybe that's the path, right? Like, okay, we ban it on one map, and then if we get map selections, we go to maps that we know the ball's not as dominant or prevalent on. So maybe that's the thought here.
Yeah, we probably just end up in like a hazard mirror, I think, if that ends up being the case. Dorado as our next map. I don't know if that's necessarily somewhere you want to be playing the ball. You can.
It would be fascinating if you got rid of like an Ana here, for instance, right? Like if you get rid of the Ana, if you're let's say if you're Timeless, right, where you kind of you throw a wrench in like a Winston based setup, and then you play whether it's like Kiri Lucio with like a a ball type of setup. I mean, there's some things you can probably do along those lines.
Yeah, we've seen the Kiri Lucio with Winston comp, right? But I think that Winston comp loses to the Diva setups just because there's no burst healing, right? Or necessarily like get out of jail free answers for the Winston, even though he's generally really powerful on their map. I do think like, Diva's very viable here on Dorado. It's very clear that the Nightmare are trying to send the game in a very specific direction. This only tells half a story. I think the hero bans also will really start to inform what we should expect coming into this map.
There's no way you can effectively ban the ball without banning the ball, right? So like there's not another hero that like relies like, oh man, we don't have Juno, we can't play Wrecking Ball, right? Like you just I mean it's just who cares, right? Your Wrecking Ball is just there, and then you're kind of throwing everything else around it. So it has to be map Dorado. We've seen ball played on Dorado, to be fair. We've seen ball actually do decent on Dorado. So it's a Nightmare map pick. They get rid of Hazard. So this is ball Winston Diva, right? That's kind of what they're trying to go for here potentially. You want to play a little bit more static with a Amaga. And on the opposite side for Timeless, interesting enough, they actually go with the Widow ban. So Lethal has been playing really well.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to interrupt, but you don't want Lethal to play Widow against you. I think that is terrifying. No way. Okay, so this basically puts us squarely in Arnabrig Winston territory. Lethal also like a really accomplished Ashe player. Something that we've seen less of from Chopper.
I mean, Chopper on Sojourn. Why put him on anything else, right? Sojourn, Cassidy. I mean, not really a great reason to, right? So, see, Timeless on attack first. Do not imagine we're going to see an Ilaria here. Ilaria, it's been kind of completely forgotten about in terms of play time. It'll be on a Lucio here. No Brig. Protect that as Chopper. Let's see if this was just a Sonic. Yeah, we're going to go back and make a swap here. So same with Squid. So
okay,
yeah.
Kiri Lucio here for Timeless. All right, let's see how it plays out.
Nightmare playing more of the backline I thought we would see, right? With the Brig and the Ana. That seems to be the kind of combination with the Winston. But there's both supports gone right away. So Riker makes his way to the high ground. I mean, like,
Nightmare have a more defensive comp, right? Which kind of works for them based on this part of the map. But Timeless can really pile in with everybody for dives like that. But we saw where Riker was. He wasn't that deep on that ledge. And still, Admiral and Ultraviolet both got blown to smithereens there, which is really hard to do against a Brig Ana backline.
Well, once the Brig Ana backline falls as well, the Ash is going right next, right? It's not like the Ash is going to be able to make it out with a coach gun and stay alive.
They don't have safe positions to play for any map. Brig Ana gets demonstrably worse in this phase of stage 1.
Kaffa trying to make it back, trying to get some healing, right? Takes a boatload of damage trying to go up and contest the cart.
Ultraviolet trying to find a way back into the map, trying to find a way to get safe haven. That's a long-range bio here. Kaffa, though, doesn't really know who's up there. He lacks the information to commit onto Chopper, even though he's bioed. So instead, he just tries to peel back a little bit and then just exposes himself. Timeless say, ooh, we've got Kaffa's attention. Let's blow him up now. Riker does go down. Timeless, again, they don't have that sort of burst healing to get their Winston out of trouble when they need to, and that might hurt them here. Squid down, so it's just Luke Mino healing, and Timeless a turning tail.
Well, it's huge there. You get that kill on a Squid because he's got a Kitsune rush, right? You can use it as soon as you get to the cart, and then you may have considered fighting that, right? Because Luke Mino, you're still there. Everybody kind of reasonably topped up, but Lethal actually hits a dynamite that connects with a few players, so the taking damage too much for the Lucy to heal up and then continue to fight for, so you back up.
Okay. Lethal setting that Bob here as well to threaten the fallback position for Timeless, so they're not even safe up here, really. Kaffa wants some info. Goes up for a peek there. Timeless slowed up a little bit, but they have now the rush and beat, so this is definitely when they're at their strongest. Let's see how it goes from here. Is Admiral's the one that actually gets nanoed. Still, despite that, the pressure is too much, and that is the combo of support ultimates from Timeless that allow them to be real aggressors here. Kaffa lives for now, but he's definitely on the endangered species list. He did buy enough time at least for Zero to get rid of Chopper now. Primal Rage will again stall things out further for Nightmare. Zero, though, low. Can't quite get to the health pack as Rocket brings him down.
There was no chance Admiral was going to live there. It just, even with the nano boost, right, just got blown up. Trying to stay alive here. Nice pulse bomb sticks there from Rocket. They end up going to use the rally anyway.
Yeah. Admiral pops it here. Will this work out? It at least allows them to filter out here, and it's tougher for Rocket now to... Well, he's dead anyway. It would have been tougher for him to have any purchase on any backliners. Chopper gets that high ground. It's a big spend here for Timeless, but this Lucio Kiriko composition, he's going to at least get them this first checkpoint.
What do you think about that? Trading the rally for, I guess, essentially Primal and Overclock. It was like, man, if Kaffa was alive, like, you know, he dies at the hands of the Pulse Bomb. It's really nice from Rocket, but the rally could have been massive there, you know, especially, in that type of situation, you know, keep the Winston up, but to use it once he's dead, it obviously didn't result in much of anything.
I mean, look, I think you want to work harder to give Ash a good vantage point. Sojourn not so dependent on it, so maybe saving it for this fight here would have been better. But Nightmare has shown us that inherent defender's sort of positional advantage is enough for them there to turn around and to flatten Timeless, or at least get rid of Luke Mino early.
So no cart progress at the moment. Nice bio that connects on Kaffa up top, so that's going to force him down from that high ground. You can be such a nuisance on this map with Winston controlling the high ground. So you want to try and push him back here if you're Timeless. Take control of this area, especially going up against an Ash.
Now, Rocket did notice Lethal coach gunning up, but doesn't look to press a little bit deeper despite there being the absence of that sort of mobility cooldown for Lethal, who used it yet again to knock Chopper away, but here they come. It's going to be a slide forward from Chopper, who wants to be in the action here, but the Winston bubble is perfectly placed. Nothing Timeless can do to see past it, and they spend a sound barrier for nothing.
Not even much of a response needed, right? It's just the Bob that's thrown in by Lethal. Nothing else really used there. From Nightmare to continue this high ground hold. This is where, right, you now have Chopper switching over and playing the Ashe, where, like, the Sojourn, you need to get the Sojourn up to the high ground to even, like, take that duel, right? Versus the Ashe, where Chopper now trying to play this Ashe can be a little bit more of a threat at range.
But again, it's still pretty tough to play from the low ground. Here comes that dive. You probably have less sort of mobility to escape Winston dives as well. Although Coach Gun could be handy, create that space for you. Riker doesn't want to primarily, he doesn't want to have to use it, but he might have no choice because eventually Kuffer's going to come for him. Slept. Nice connection there from Squid. And in the meantime, Riker does primal. He is able to deal with Ultraviolet. That now means that Kuffer's got far less to work with to keep him alive. And Riker wants to continue the fight. Squid has been popping off. What a sick fight from them.
Yeah. A backline, they protect Chopper there from getting dove, but then also more importantly, you know, Riker ends up getting Ultraviolet. Everybody from Nightmare that was up on the high ground has to concede that position, give it up, and now look at this. Chopper on one side of the high ground, Riker on the other. This is the position that Timeless have been playing for on offense for a while.
They'll bounce up there from Riker to give him the space to get healed. He does see Kuffer go towards his backline and decides, well, he would have liked to have peeled. Instead, it's going to be a full disengage with the rally in play. Timeless do not want to challenge that. So again, it's another, man, low impact use of rally.
You match nanos here. Yeah, and rally, I mean, I guess rally gets you the high ground, right? You rally, you back up, you get a little bit more high ground control. Like, I think it's just whether you deem that worthy or not.
Kuffer gets Nano here straight away. Squid surely is going to match and give it to Riker, but Chopper's under pressure. Another sleep though from the Ana. Kuffer will lose so much of his time in ultimate here. Meanwhile, Riker got rid of Zero, so that's a trade up in terms of efficiencies for Timeless. And Bob is a problem for Winston. Kuffer has to step out of the bubble to contest and gets brought very, very low. Elsewhere though, Rocket is down. Perhaps just got a little bit too far into the... Well, Admiral wasn't in the backline. What am I saying? He was up on the high ground doing God knows what. Lethal though is down. Here's that rally. Good bash here. Onto Zera. Pulse Bomb looks like it just wasn't able to find a valid target at all. And Kuffer's really hoping to build up a primal. That's what you hang your hat on here for Nightmare, but the burst damage is too much. And Timeless are going to get a crack at finishing the map here, but only just.
Dude, UV almost made a sick play. So at the start of that, when Nightmare ends up using their nano on a Kuffa going into the backline of Timeless, Squid actually used the nano onto Riker, but he gets no benefits of the healing, and he's like half health because UV hits him with a bio, like almost at the same exact time that the nano is coming down. So he actually gets no healing, and then just like the damage reduction, but nobody's there to end up trying to finish off Riker, where if you would have actually been able to capitalize on that, I mean, that's one where Nightmare would have been able to hold. Almost a really sick play from Ultraviolet.
Coupled with Primal that he never got to use in that previous fight, and that beautiful bio. I mean, you can see, wow, we are back in that Ana era where she's having like the lion's share of impact on these fights, if it's like sleeps or facilitation via hitting these fat biotic grenades or even just throwing nanos out. And you've got Squid and Ultraviolet putting it all on show.
And no Kiriko for either team, right? So nothing to be able to cleanse these bio grenades that come on in, so even more impactful. I also feel like there's a slight edge here with like Lethal on the Ashe as opposed to Chopper. Not saying Chopper can't do it. As soon as I say that, he takes out Ultraviolet, but I know Chopper has been so good on the Cassie and the Sojourn, and it feels like Lethal may have a slight edge when it comes to heroes like Widow or the Ashe.
Yep. Oh, you might be right, but Timeless have a pretty good spot here in terms of how their ultimates have come out. Riker gets nanoed, goes in, Primal off the back of it. That's like 10 plus seconds of raw disruption that Nightmare need to deal with whilst trying to get their ducks in a row to adequately defend here. Riker nanoed. Where's he going with that? Kuffer also gets the same, and he's looking straight at Chopper, who has apparently very little backup. Riker, on the meanwhile, is sleeping it off. That's Ultraviolet being able to put him to bed. He will wake up with a vengeance and a primal rage, though. He's got some work to do. All this just to try and get some pressure down on Lethal. But Squid, once again, another runner, getting them back into the game. Zera is down, so now there's no backline pressure, really. Riker tanks the hit from the Bob to try and stop him short, but he will be able to stand right in front and look pretty scary for the card. Defensive Bionade from Ultraviolet. That was very, very dicey, but still Nightmare are kept in this fight, and Luke Mino's rally has now expired. Lethal drops off the high ground, playing on the corner now on Timeless, and they've got a Bob of their own who's out into the open and will force Nightmare back, but it's a little too far to the right to push towards their spawn. Squid got rid of Kuffer, Squid got rid of Zera. This Ana is taking over the game. That is massive. And Nightmare have run out of options here. They've just got to throw all their players at the checkpoint. When they can't get it done, Nightmare fail to end Timeless's run and give them a map completion.
Oh man, Kuffa was so close to Primal. I don't know if you saw it, 99, and he gets hit with a bio and doesn't end up like having he probably thinks he's going to live long enough to be able to get that Primal, but it is Riker who pushes out the support, a bio that comes in from Squid on the Kuffa. They kill him, and Squid is able to deal with 2 more as the Ana on Timeless starting to turn up.
It's crazy. It's not easy as
That's
well.
sick.
We've seen plenty of Ana, play against these heavy dive compositions, Winston Traitor, even Genji sometimes. You have to navigate the Winston bubble pretty effectively. Have to dance that a lot. Hitting these sleeps, especially when the Winston is, affected by the enemy nano boost. Such a huge value play to make. We saw it on a couple of occasions. But Squid is getting pressured down and is also, as many Ana players know, is adding meaningfully to the damage and kill pressure tally as well. Like, you do hit hard enough if you hit those consecutive shots, and the threat of you defensively bionading and potentially splashing some anti-heal on someone who's diving you is really important. So Ana almost feels like Iliari in that sense, in terms of you do want to do damage if you have a moment to start, shooting darts at your opponents. Really nicely done by Timeless, but a very, very close game.
Hero bans are so awesome. To be able to see all these different hero combinations in one series, right? We see more compositions really in a day than we did sometimes in a year, right? I mean, it is like night and day. Just it's changed the way you build teams, it's changed the way series has gone. It's just an awesome addition.
The Kuffa is giving his barrier to Lethal to try and give him at least a staging ground up here. But now he's low and can't give line of sight to Ultraviolet without exposing himself to Chopper and Squid across the map.
Squid Squid thinks he's an Ashe, right? So he's taking damage from both players. Oh, okay, a little too far out.
Yeah, that's a bit of an overheat, Matt. I appreciate it though, but you linger out in the line of sight against someone like Lethal for too long, you're going to get put in your place. And that really is a gut punch for Timeless's composition. Diana is the centerpiece, and without her, they are going to get bundled out of this first phase.
Yeah, you just have to hightail it out of there, right? Not enough healing with your Ana. Dead on the ground, so you'll wait for Squid to get back in the action, but you see the high ground fight there between the Winstons. Kuffa does not want to let this spot be given back to Timeless, because this is the spot that you want to get Chopper in position, right? That's probably the best Ashe spot on the map.
He's not giving it up. Kuffa is so annoying right now for Timeless to deal with. Riker's got to spend a cooldown getting out, and still, Timeless have to filter out through a choke that exposes them to clumping up into a ultraviolet bionade. Kuffa as well knows that discretion is the better part of valor when he's anti-heal, and he just backs on out. Nightmare are in no hurry here. They have so much tempo, and that pick on Rocket is going to secure this checkpoint.
And some kills staggered towards the end of this. You're going to be able, if I'm Nightmare, you go and try to take this high ground right now. Looks like they're going to try and send, Lethal up to the high ground. You get some of these other players as well. Deny this space from Timeless. They can start to put a pretty good time together as a little City Mode 3P there. Trying to peek around the corner.
Yeah, I don't think Lethal saw anything particularly, but this is an annoying position to clear out. Lethal can fall back relatively safely here.
Well, it also forces the Winston to come up here and not play for that other side of the high ground. Look at this. I mean, you just have
he's not playing for the card either.
Players up here. Yeah, exactly. You're just the Winston's kind of just wasting time over there, and they nano Riker over in that position.
Yeah, Riker just got whip shot backwards as well, so every cooldown's being used to waylay the Winston. That's a nano that goes for nothing. Out of frustration there, it looks like Timeless throw a lot in Riker's direction, and he can't make use of it effectively. Back upstairs he goes here, but Nightmare just seemed to have the edge when it comes to these dive comps, and now we understand exactly why Timeless is so diligently trying to ban it out, but this is just not a map.
For Timeless, though, you get that high ground, right? It's not pretty, but you get some of that high ground back. You did give up a decent amount of car progress, though.
Good stick. Animal's not escaping that one. He tried to shield bash away, but Lethal trades out and gets through to... Oh, this is so troll. Oh, man. This is just going to force the Brig to keep a shield up and deny all this space.
Own personal firing squad there up on the high ground. The bad part here is all his friends are dead. It's now he's being just juggled all the way back. So you end up getting some more time off the clock. Nothing really. I mean, what, you get a little bit of meter here for Nightmare, it's not great for Timeless, but it could be much worse.
Lethal is clowning on Riker. First, he forces a nano onto the Winston, which gets no value. Then he forces Riker to primal because he doesn't respect him. He just walks up at him and they're sort of 1v1ing. Riker primals and still Lethal survives because he gets a Girl Scout cookie in midair and is back in the safe zone. He gets knocked back there by Riker. That's so annoying. Timeless here, have to get the supports within line of sight, but that's it. Chopper going down because they couldn't be seen by the Ana. Squid and Lucamino are forced really to play out of the game entirely. And they're caught in between the play now. All right. I had the run there from Admiral. That's pretty good, but they've lost Lethal. Doesn't matter if they get the backline down, though, and that's what Nightmare were planning. This attack side here, starting to pick up a head of steam now. Nano is going to be thrown out here onto Rocket, of all people, who's just slept. Unreal. What is going on in this fight?
Yeah, they go to actually wake him up, and it's Riker actually jumps right on top of Rocket and ends up dropping a bubble on him. I mean, sick timing there from the Winston and Timeless. So, dude, this is like more than minute 30, minute 40 off the clock already. So, Timeless with this high ground starting to put it together. It's not been pretty, but they're starting to get it going.
Yeah, it looked ugly. They looked pretty inefficient, but that fight is pretty massive. It gives them the high ground back. They don't have to spend ultimates to try and retake it, like a rally or something similar. They do have to deal with the nano here from the Nightmare side of things, as Timeless is just got kind of thrown away. UV again knows that Kuffer is going to be the one they want to send in with the nano here potentially, keeping him topped. I do think there's a little bit scary dealing with Chopper and then those dynamites here on this high ground, but there it is, nano, and sleep straight away. Kuffer's awake, but who's here? Okay, they don't really put enough distance between themselves and the Winston. But Lucamino moves up because they want to get rid of Lethal. They do with a whip shot. So now Nightmare, a player down. Kuffer wondering where his next move is supposed to be, as Timeless have strung 2 fights together.
When he gets slept, and those are just the 2 supports just staring at each other, healing each other, I mean, there's nothing he can do there. There's no way you can continue to fight that, right? You're not going to be able to out-damage that as a Winston. Eventually, you're going to fall. And that's the Nano gone. Nano plus Rally available here. They're actually going to Nano Riker as he goes in. Also going to have a Primal to use right after.
That's right, yeah, he can just primal this, no worries. Riker gets back to full health here.
Ideally, he would like to
a
get
lot
the
of
rally
space,
out.
wasted a lot of time, and he's back home.
Yeah, ideally you would have tried to get the rally out there with the primal, but you get slept, you get hit with the dynamite. It's a little bit risky, right, to continue to go that far.
Rocket on the chase, takes Zero down. In fairness, had a massive health pool advantage there. And here's that rally, you got it. Admiral's not able to use it to keep either Lethal or Zera alive here. So once again, Nightmare put into a really unfavorable situation. Pardon, and they've got 17 seconds left in the round. What do they have to work with here? There was a primal used by Kuffer for pure survivability. Zera can hope for something big off a Hail Mary pulse bomb, but Nightmare are running out of options.
Once Timeless got control of this high ground, it has been all them. You're relying on Zero getting like a hero play here with a pulse bomb.
Biding his time is Rocket. He's got one of his own. Zera's already quite low, has no choice but to step up and expend cooldowns in order to contest. There's an Ana for Kuffer. He'll be looking for a sleep on that one, but Zera goes down elsewhere. He found Squid at the very least. That is Ana out of the picture now for Timeless, and they don't have a rally to make up for the lack of that. However, UV out of the picture. Kuffer needs to double back, but who's going to heal him? He realizes nobody. He's going to get into the fight and maybe get some Inspire procs from Admiral and co. Chopper is now down, but the Winston bubble's a little bit annoying to deal with, and Lethal falls to Riker. But Kuffer has the tank advantage. He's the only one standing. The Tracer, though, is threatening him. Rocket with a recall. They will be back in the fight in no time. And there it is. The buy from downtown from Squid is massive. Little Reaper guy makes his appearance. And that's a problem for Nightmare, who don't have an answer this far from spawn. Timeless find their groove somewhere on Dorado. Not sure where it was, but those last 3 or 4 defensive fights looked very clean.
You get control of high ground. I thought Squid made some incredible plays, whether it be with bios or sleeps. And there at the end, at the start of that fight, you basically trade on us, right? With both Tracers getting the pulse bumps. But, I mean, you have the defensive side, right? So Squid is able to come right back in. You're able to, get that bio onto the point. It connects with 2 players, I believe. And then you just kind of clean it up. So Timeless really getting control of that high ground yet again. Even though potentially, not the, Chopper pretty good on the Ash. You would like to have him in the Sojourn, but you get him in a position, he can be just as effective as Lethal, and you're able to hold that high ground. It's massive.
Yeah, again, when you sort of have that high ground by default, or you just have easier access to it, the Ash seems really powerful. We saw Lethal make some really interesting use of the Bob, just like throwing it up on that other high ground just to force people back, which is, particularly interesting. But these last fights definitely got very scrappy. I'm very much Squid pilled, Matt. I'm not going to lie to you. Really impressed. I mean, Squid is going up against Ultraviolet, who is like one of the most seasoned players in North America, full stop, let alone as ANA players. So more than holding his own here, and has really great approaches to dealing with Kuffer, who was able to have a great game backed up by UV. A lot of their ANA util going his way. And for Nightmare, the worry is you've been trying to angle for a dive comp all series. You got it. You just got it on Dorado. You got potentially your ideal circumstances, and you still came up short.
And that's like a awesome map for it as well, right? You know, Dorado. I mean, you're like Winston, Dorado, Gibraltar. I mean, yeah, it's like the map in the pool, right? So, yeah, tough. I mean, what do you do now? I mean, you're looking at like, are you going like a push? Are we? Yeah, what are we thinking? Like any of the hybrid selections? I mean,
Esperanza, potentially. You could try there. I don't know if like I favor. I mean, Colosseo is not a legendary Winston map necessarily, so I think if you're going for a push map, it's probably going to be that. Again,
but you can play ball on Colosseo. We've seen ball. We've seen ball. Yeah, we've seen ball on Colosseo since like some of the changes and like they've opened up the map a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, the removal of those glass panes, I think, around the outside of that.
We just saw it yesterday in NA. Didn't we see? We saw a team played in NA yesterday. We were talking about it, but
was it actually these guys? Maybe.
Yeah, possibly was, but we saw it yesterday in NA. So you can play it here.
Yep. Yeah. Again, like I think your options have become sorely limited because while Esperanza, for example, features some high ground that you could sort of play the Winston composition. I think like the map topography lends itself really well to Hazard as well. He can vault up onto those bridges pretty easily. And just the way that his Violent Leap works gets him around the map pretty effectively. Esperanza is still going to be the choice though here on push. It's kind of the best bet if Nightmare are still angling more in that sort of direction of trying to play dive. But I mean, you could ban, honestly, if you're Rocket, like you could ban Genji here, force everyone to the Tracer.
They haven't done it yet, right?
I also think that like the Zero Tracer was really good last map. So I don't know if like he's a player you can actually ban out now.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like something that's like a thing. We've seen him play like other stuff outside of the Genji, and
it was a thing yesterday. I thought they looked much weaker when he was on Tracer, but correlation is not causation, as they say.
Right. One of the things that's like quite interesting when you the comps with Hazard are so designed around like burst damage, and you can burst down the opposing Hazard, right? Like we see that happen quite a bit. You can't really burst down Ball, like unless you like slow or stop him. Like you're not like he's not flying by, and you're just like doming him and he's gone. So it's like it's really difficult when like you are taking a lot of the burst damage, and also Ball like with the slams and stuff can be pretty effective in terms of doing stuff like that. Like where you're getting the burst damage kind of at you, but you're not able to burst the other team down. It creates a really weird dynamic.
Well, you understand Ball as well with his adaptive shielding just adds a ton of effective health and then gets healed under it with like those healing over time comps quite effectively. All right, the Squid respect ban, methinks. And I do think that Ramatra is Kuffer's preference, and on this map especially, is a hero that he wants to play. So, I like that from Timeless. I don't know what the purpose of the other ban here necessarily is for Nightmare. I don't know what they're looking at.
I don't even know how you would track this, and I don't even think it's possible. Yeah, I mean, it does kind of suck. I would love if there's like some way we could actually like tell where the bands, like a stat leaderboard of like who was target banned the most, right? And like on what hero, you know what I mean?
So Danny from Liquid has that. I think he like recorded in like EWC, he recorded every ban on every map, and then like was able to like create a graph. And this is like public information. He was able to create a graph based on the impact of each ban for each team that were involved in the game, like to sort of influence their drafting strategy. Didn't bloody help them very much yesterday, just quietly, but it is a thing you can do. I was
like, did they use that yesterday? I mean, come on.
I think it takes a bit more than that. Their strategy is great. You know what I mean? It's a great start. It's something to build off of. However, when the rubber hits the road, folks, you need to be ready to throw down on whatever comp the game throws at you. No Ramatra here for Kuffer. He will be forced to play something else. I feel like this should be a Hazard Mirror.
You would think
Or play Malga? That's fine.
You can play Malga, right? With no Ramatra in the mix. So potentially that's what we're going for. I'll shout out production. Shout out to production. They finally got it right and put me in first. I actually think that photo of me. Photo? That photo of me is Overwatch World Cup stop in Poland.
Okay. It's not as bad as I thought. I thought it was 2018, Matt. That's like a long time ago now.
Oh yeah, nah.
Okay. All right, we do have.
That's when they told us we had to dress as like substitute teachers to cast, so we all had like.
I remember. Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. I haven't worn a suit since. It's great. It's not true. I wish it were though. All right, we have our Lucio and our Juno setups here. So as expected, we have a straight mirror here. One of which Timeless, again, looked pretty good. I really favored Chopper. I thought it looked great, but you've got Lethal and Zera here on their, I would say, two of their stronger picks. And Cuff has already found access to Luke Mino and has bisected him.
I was actually going to ask you, like, who do you think this actually does favor? Like, in terms of the mirror? Like, I actually think that Nightmare's played really good in the mirror today.
You know, that's a...
Like, if you just removed yesterday, right, from your brain, pretend that you didn't know that Timeless beat Liquid playing a lot of these comps, and just looked at today's match.
Dead us? I think it favors Nightmare.
They looked really clean on this. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and I really liked Kuffer. I really liked them on the first map on Samoa, on the mirror comp. They looked really good on downtown. I thought Kuffer had a great map, especially. And I think that, like, Zera gets to play Genji. Lethal, versus Chopper is a very close matchup here, but I think overall, like, Nightmare might just be better in the Hazard game, which begs the question why they were trying to get out of it.
Well, I also think this allows Zero to play the Genji, which is definitely a comfort pick. We talked about how he can play the Tracer. You can definitely play it at a high level, but I think the Genji is definitely the thing that, like, teams are, like, scared of him playing, right? No, that definitely kind of strikes some fear in your squad. And then Lethal has played much better than he did the other day on the hit scan, so seems to be something clicking a little bit today for Nightmare, which even if they don't come out on top in this series, you're still feeling pretty positive about it moving forward. It'll be an orbital ray there from UV used towards the end of this fight as the team is basically dying, so you're not going to have that moving forward. You will have Squid to be able to answer the sound barrier on the other side with his own orbital ray.
Yeah, I think anyone I've ever asked, like anyone who's ever had experience playing against Lethal, just goes, yeah, he just ruins me in the server. Yeah. Like, he just joins a game and just claps me. Some of the best players in the world have all said that, which is kind of, because we didn't get to see much of Lethal last year, because he was kind of the fun uncle, of the team. We saw less of him in game. Now that it looks like he's getting a little bit serious, even though that might be hard to believe for those that sort of know the guy. Orbital ray, yeah, you don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole Nightmare. Kuffer gets a little bit too close trying to contest and frankly doesn't have his cooldown to get out. Okay, Admiral chases down Chopper, follows it up with his sound barrier here, and Timers all of a sudden look a little bit more rickety. Rocket at about 10 health. Was hoping to do something with the blade, but Zera's bites deep. Riker maybe the one thing to hang your hat on in this fight was able to find a couple of kills, but I do think Nightmares start to sharp this back.
This next fight, though, is going to be crucial. You get it actually within territory here for Timeless, where if you win a fight, you can kind of tie the game. It's going to be on Chopper, though. Land some shots with that overclock, and it's a pretty brutal angle, right? If they take the high ground from the low ground here, lots of incoming damage, so we'll see how they play around the Sojourner.
I mean, again, they just force the Sojourner to play off the long sidelines, and they're good. Right now, she's pretty scary. This is right where Chopper wants to be, and I like the attempt from Kuffer. An attempt was made. The Jagger Ball thrown out there to keep Chopper out of the fight, but he just circumvents it. Getting rid of Kuffer should be enough here. The rest should be tied up in stagger as Zera is not able to escape, but he dove deep for Luke Mino at least. Kills like that do matter in the long run.
I think the ideal scenario there was Kuffer's wall actually like kind of blocked some of the line of sight of Chopper, at least enough time for him to get out, but just jumps around the corner, clips him as he's trying to walk away as Hazard Wall comes down here, trying to prevent Kuffer from touching, but he's going to contest here. Did not want to allow Timeless to get the checkpoint as well.
Timeless, if they're tracking Orbital, need to get to the high ground now. Looks like that's what they're doing, so Nightmare, if they have to try and fight high-low setup, the Orbital is pretty bad for them here, so they're going to go for a dive. Can this be punished? This is tough for Nightmare. It's a scary part of the map. They go for the Orbital. Timeless are in a position where most if not all, should be able to disengage if they choose to do so. Riker goes for a downpour. They've got an orbital of their own now. Squid gets it, but Riker is trapped outside of it. Still, Rocket makes very good use of it. And I think that'll be enough here to give Timeless a lead.
I mean, just a sick play there with the orbital array. Once you try and kite it there for Timeless, they did a great job just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. They end up losing Riker, but their orbital array that comes in a bit later is huge. Allows Rocket to get 2 kills there and the lead. And now they're set up with a sound barrier here, Mitch, right? Maybe you train Force out, beat on the other side, get a free blade. You have your overclock here. Set up in a position where maybe you keep this going as Admiral gets extremely low.
Yeah, so much damage came on Admiral, and he does eventually get a reactive sound barrier here. The upside to that is that it comes out a little later. Timers take a face full of damage and now are on a hasty retreat here, and they should get caught, at least 1 for 1. Zero and Rocket both are down. And Nightmare, do they have confidence to continue to push up? Excuse me, Riker's so low that it should be a guarantee. And they do. This will give them some progress back while allowing them to stagger Timeless, and they realize that, so they run to the bot here and make sure they die there.
You're going to be 2 fights away, though, Nightmare, from getting the lead back, though. So Timeless does a great job there, winning that fight, extending their lead, giving them a little bit of a buffer to work with. And you're going to be in the same position again, right? You're going to get to this bridge. Chopper's going to have that overclock. We saw how it went the last time. Let's see if Nightmare can defend it a little bit better. And actually, a few players here from Timeless, they've gotten the forward spawn, Mitch, so they're going to be fighting from a completely different angle.
Yeah, that is a bit awkward. And that is going to give almost a lead here to Nightmare. At least it puts Timeless in a weird spot. So they have to kind of group up, and they've been split up a little bit. Chopper, though, still trying to put himself on the most advantageous part of the map, which is this straightaway. And he's got Riker in between him and his opponents. Orbital Ray ends up being deployed on the high ground, so Chopper dives in and says, well, I may as well put myself in a spot to make use of this. And Lethal didn't know what hit him. Knocked out into the path of that railgun shot. And Chopper gets to return here to his ancestral home, which is, again, the long sight line.
Is just using the overclock here towards the end, clean some players up. Wanted to make sure secure that fight, right? Zero's still alive on the Genji, could always cause a little bit of havoc. So I think now for Timeless, you have to have an idea that you're way behind in terms of like ultimates, in terms of support ultimates. So get as deep as you can with the bot into Nightmare territory. Try and get these ultimates out. You're still going to get another fight before they potentially could take the lead.
Back we go with the beat, crucially. Rocket down, and Admiral can hold on to this ultimate a little bit longer here. Which may not behoove him, because it's likely Luke Mino can build one. That is going to be the plan for Nightmare. Timers have to fall back with this. Cover very quickly wants to set the lines of scrimmage pretty far forward. Okay, hold on. Oh, buddy, Chopper now down to the wall. Riker has to dig a little bit deep there to trade kills, but there's no one else that will be able to punish that, so that's free, essentially. Timer's now going to set up behind this Hazard ultimate map. Going to try and stop the checkpoint from flipping. Here's that orbital ray. Downpour comes in. Lucio caught inside of it, but there is no Ajax from Admiral. He keeps the ship afloat. And there it is, Nightmare able to push through here. The Lucio ultimate ends up being massive for them, and they maintain, of course, those big DPS abilities for the next Stoush.
And that double support ult came in clutch there, right? You end up using the sound barrier when Riker's downfall comes down. And you have to have that orbital array as well to get over the line. And now for Nightmare, you're sitting pretty right. You're going to have a pretty sizable lead here, and you're going to be under a minute.
Blade? Okay, I don't know how much of a factor it's going to be here for Rocket. Lethal was able to strike deep in the heart of Timeless with that. And Rocket might have overextended. Gets taken down by Zera in the end. Blade being held onto by Zera, but no need to make use of it. I think we're heading to a map 5 here. Timeless have allowed this one to get out of hand just a little too far. A generally very close map. And with 90 seconds left, it's going to take everything for them to sneak away with the dub here.
This blade has to be good from Zero, though, Mitch. I mean, you're going to get this bot because of the checkpoint and whatnot. You're going to get it pretty close towards like mid-map, right? If you can get away with killing them with this blade. And winning that fight for Timeless, you're right back in this, especially because you have the orbital array. I mean, ideally you don't have to use it here, but if you do, I mean, you're gonna get right back in the action.
Okay, before the orbital array could really come down, the damage was done towards Timeless. Riker only gets that one kill here, but they are just not putting it together.
Yeah, the blade's too good. I mean, and they also hit just the icing on top. Lethal just takes out Chopper right away, just turns corner, burns him. So being able to get those kills to the start, it's probably going to be a hold here for Nightmare. It's Timeless. You still have Riker here. You're going to get some players off the respawn, so
they have a
he's going to get
staging
filled up a little bit by Squid. Yeah, so you're not going to lose like a ton of space, right? It's not like you kind of like win the fight and keep the bot going, but you don't really give up any space, which in this situation is perfectly fine.
That was kind of insane. Timeless.
Yeah.
In what should have been a lost fight, they still commit and keep Riker in the game, and he virtually gets 3 kills, credited with only 2 of them, but just goes ham. Still holding on to those ultimates. We've got 2 hazard ultimates in this next fight here. Timeless might have to win the next 2 engagements is the issue for them, but Chopper's already looking to wrap around, and UV doesn't have sightlines right now. Chopper knows this, so putting some damage on the rest of his teammates, that is a beautiful, stunning downpour from Riker. Catches all of Nightmare inside that small corridor, and by Jove, Matt, Timeless have a chance at this.
More than a chance. I mean, you got a sound barrier coming out of this. Wonder if Chopper considers switching here to get back faster, but he's going to get that close spawn, so really just going to have to turn the corner, and he's there. You have a sound barrier to deal with this orbital ray that comes through. Chopper goes over to the Tracer, so decides, hey, this fight's going to kick off way soon. Need to get back in the action.
Chopper's going to be there. Genji Tracer now for Timeless as they try and win the map in series here. This beat from Luke Mino is everything, and he lets them go straight away. Orbital Ray is going to be in play, and Nightmare are playing around it, but they've got Ultraviolet. Here's the downpour. It catches Riker and Chopper respectively, and nobody can bail them out. Cuffer's able to find 2 with a massive ultimate. Can Timeless win this with just the Genji and supports left? Squid's able to find Admiral with a torpedo, but Lethal's dangerous here from the backlines with an overclock of his own. And Zera should clean things up. We are headed, folks, to a map 5. Because how else would this go?
We knew this series was, we thought this series was going to be a banger yesterday. We were a little bit worried with how good Timeless was against Team Liquid, but man, this series has delivered on all fronts. Nightmare clutching up at the end. When it's like Lugamito and Squid and Rocket, I'm like, hey, this is doable. But as soon as I started to feel better once they got rid of Squid, I was like, he just lives forever. He's doing all crazy type stuff. Once they get rid of him, I started to feel better about Nightmare's chances of getting that hole.
I'm shocked enough the fact that we even got through Dorado with this kind of result. I thought that, that was kind of it for Timeless. Nightmare looked so much better than them for so much of the map. And we've seen these teams play extremely close Overwatch on basically every conceivable composition over the series. Okay, I lie. It's really just the Winston dive and the Hazard comps, but still, it's looked really good. Here, again, very much anybody's game. That sound barrier from Luke Mino in the last fight was perfect. But honestly, both Cuffer and Riker hit pretty impactful hazard ultimates. Sometimes they miss, sometimes they whiff and we overlook them, and sometimes they are absolutely crippling.
It's insane, the ultimate, right? In the fact that like the root, like we haven't had like really strong root abilities like in Overwatch, and it feels like a little bit. The root, it doesn't seem that long, right? When you just kind of look at the number, but like when you actually play the game, like it feels like an eternity that you're just locked down for. Just the crazy ultimate. We take a look at some of the stats here as we get ready for a game 5. It'll be Timeless's selection, Mitch, and Hybrid is like left, right? So Blizzard World, Eichenwald, Numbani available here for Timeless. It seems like we talked about it. Like it seems like at least today, right? Timeless is really good against TL in the Hazard Mirror. It seems like today, though, Nightmare definitely playing at a level that is equal or past that. So like, do you not want to play that? Like Blizzard World's been good for ball, right?
Diva.
Okay, so it's they actually said, another escort. So get another escort in the mix. So
I'm really curious of what the plan is, because I think our expectations on who would be better on what comps is flipped a little bit, because it felt like Nightmare were trying to angle for the Winston and sort of the Brigana setups, but they lost that map. We end up getting the Hazard Mirror. They seem to be better. I'm very curious about the hero bans here, because I think Ana can still be banned, right? She hasn't been banned yet in this series.
No, we did see an Ana ban. We did see it from one of the we saw it from Nightmare. So we saw an Ana ban from Nightmare.
Can you target that comp at all here then?
Like what? Like if you're trying to play like
well, I think you want to play a dive comp, if you possibly can. And I think, the Winston composition is probably where you want your bread to be buttered. You can play the Hazard Genji Sojourn setup as well. These hero bans could be very spicy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like fascinating what it could be. So hybrid Flashpoint combined into one, right?
Oh, so we won't see one. Yeah, we couldn't see that anyway.
Yeah, so we're going to get another escort here towards the end, right? So with Dorado already played, you're not going to play Havana, right? So the kind of just the only pick, right, is Route 66.
This frankly makes like getting to pick map 5 a huge deal because we kind of run back to the whole pool again, right? You just can't sort of repeat a map, but you have all the map types. So
yeah,
that in turn means that winning the control map at the start of the series ends up giving you a huge advantage later because you have so many maps that you can choose from across all of the game modes.
I am so curious what we're going to see in terms of ban wise from this, because Timeless will obviously get their first go throughout the process. There's what is like left, like has Nightmare banned has a Timeless banned the Hazard? No, so Timeless actually, so they get the Genji ban, the Game 5 Genji ban. So they get
that is clutch.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you potentially save something like that, right? Like we've seen teams like, oh, there's a really good player on X on the other team, ban it right away, then you don't have it for the rest of the series. Like, you know, you keep that Genji in your back pocket. Now Nightmare, they will ban Winston out of the way. So
okay,
this potentially sets you up for like a Hazard with like Tracer type of games, right? But I mean, you know, now, hey, there's like a lot of pressure on Zero. Like Zero's had a great series.
Target ban in the Decider is filthy, dude. My God.
So it's like, man, like, you know, you target ban somebody, like, but the fact that like, hey, he's so good, you need to target ban, right? I mean, that's awesome.
So in this series, Zero hasn't only played Genji. In fact, on, you know, earlier on, the Tracer looked really good. Dorado, it was. I think Zero had a really solid Tracer showing. That was, however, the map that, you know, Timers from behind or unexpectedly were able to win. So I do think the deck is stacked against Nightmare based on these bans. Now, it could be marginal, frankly. If Zero can have remotely near the performance he had on the Genji on this Tracer, then, okay, we're playing ball.
You're good, yeah.
And on defense, Timers want the Ana set up here. So the, okay, you're gonna play Ana Juno.
Yeah, but with no Genji, it's really difficult to access the high ground there, right?
Yeah, it's challenging. It's very circuitous, at least.
You can do it, right? But it's going to take a while with like the Tracer. I think the other thing, though, is that like Lethal playing the Ashe, right? So there is a little bit more long-range lethality and threat here.
And you'll notice, you'll see that the cutout of Luke Mino, he's just playing around the corner, not showing it all until now. And again, you're never going to have a great shot on the Ashe, on the Ana, excuse me, who's just going to be playing behind the sign on top of the burger joint. So I don't hate this comp. I really, there is not really much you can do to threaten that Ana position as Luke Mino on the Ana, not Squid this time. I'm curious to see how they get things done. Chopper as well is going to be hard to access, so we're going to put a real emphasis here on the impact of the hit scan, and man, I take Lethal in the head-to-head, I think, any day.
Well, with the long-range capabilities of Ashe versus the Sojourn, especially up on the high ground, I mean, that's a huge advantage for Lethal, and he's also had an amazing series. It is quite interesting, though, right? You're able to get this Timeless composition off of that high ground, and that's where it would have been devastating, right? No Kariko on the side of Nightmare, right? You know, Luke Amino can kind of rain down bios at range, right? You know, him and Squid can play far apart. It's really difficult to dive them because there's so much space and you don't have the high ground mobility like a Genji, but now that's all gone because you win that fight.
Disruptor shot there is trying to force Lethal off peeking the right side of that sign, but doing a lot here to keep Timeless honest. Eventually, though, Lethal has to go, and Riker gets in there with a nano boost. This is going to re-establish a very strong defensive setup. Now, all Chopper has to do is not just die out in the open to Lethal, and Timeless can start to lean into this. Luke Mino is going to be picked up. I like that. Look at how deep Admiral went for that one. Yeah. He's like on the Hazard, SS, no dams given.
Yeah, like the Hazard needs the nano, right? He just Lethal just gets swiped on the head, just ran through. Zero's behind here though with a pulse bomb, so this could be an opportunity, right? Like can he kind of get to a position to land a big pulse bomb on a really long flank? They lose Lethal in the front.
I think that's the relative immobility of Ashe here starting to speak a little bit. Also, Luke Mino is on the Lucio here, so they switch off the Ana play.
Well, and because he's on the Lucio, they don't have a lot of healing output. A nice shot there on a run by Chopper. but they're forced to actually use the orbital right there to keep Riker up. So that's actually, you know, quite big. The healing of the Lucio's not good enough to keep Riker topped up there and safe around the corner. They have to end up using their orbital right. So now you have a big support ult advantage here for Nightmare.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, there's no reason for them not to win this fight. That would be egregious indeed. Here it is, orbital ray in. Okay, look where it's being sent. Over in this direction means they want to get into the backline. Squid just does not have the mobility to get out there. This should be a wash. Timeless should invest nothing in this fight. They actually do try and go for a downpour. Fair enough. In for a penny, in for a pound, I suppose. That will be Nightmare taking his first checkpoint.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised as well that they swapped Lethal to the Sojourn. I thought he was like popping on the Ashe. I mean, connecting with a lot of damage, but I guess maybe just to play a little bit more aggressively.
Look, he got dove twice, I think, in succession by Riker, right?
Yeah, that is true. He died twice in a row to the hands of Riker, but one was at the Nano, so.
That is fair. Zera, we talked about him coming into this game. Can he have the impact he needs to on the Tracer? Gets into the backline and dispatches Chopper, the centerpiece for Timeless when they're playing these defensive high ground oriented setups. There'll be enough time here, at least for him to get back, though, as the kill kind of happened in garbage time with the cart moving through for that last phase of the map. That's still a good sign.
It's just the long-range threat of the leap, right? Just pushes Lethal down from that high ground position as Squid takes out UV in a huge battle up top. So maybe this is going to allow them to... I mean, this is huge, right? Timeless can win this fight and hold on to ultimates. I mean, that is massive there. Not even a lot of cart progress here for Nightmare, too.
The last thing they want to do, though, is to sort of use the support ultimates willy-nilly, and we'll set up the same situation as we had at the end of that first checkpoint where Nightmare had this, double support ultimate play. They could just press Q and throw themselves into the fight and have a huge edge.
So this choke can be very difficult to break through. Railgun shot here from Lethal into Riker, just trying to back him up, right? Trying to open up those lanes for the supports to get on out.
Yeah, there's nothing to see for Lethal right now. That's the annoying part. Until he can get some high ground, and he can have it, but he has to expose himself in order to do so. There's Zera going down again. Chopper on the move is nasty with these rails. Now I think you try and turn tail. Cuffer at least deals with Chopper again, not expecting the Bone Spur to have such efficacy at that range. An orbital ray will be committed here by Timeless, and hey, they don't layer support ultimates, but they do make sure they safely secure this fight win.
Still, this is time off of the clock. Down below 1:30 here. Nightmare in a position where you double support ult, right? You feel like you probably are going to have to use that because you're going to be below a minute. If you're Timeless, you consider saving some of this stuff. Come back with one more fight, win it with ease, and hold them before they get a second checkpoint.
Downpour here for Riker. I want to see it used in a way that sort of negates any ultimate advantage that Nightmare might bring into the fight. That would be, to me, quite impressive. Here's a stick from Zera. Again, just on Riker, who can be topped up, although it will take some time. Without Kappa, Nightmare don't have a great way to make any of that space that, frankly, someone like Lethal desperately needs.
The damage output from Squid in a lot of these games has to be crazy. I mean, we see him in the kill feed all the time. Final blows contributing on the Juno. As that time just takes out Cuff, and Cuff trying to make a play for the high ground, right? Absolutely needs to. He's going to try and put the pressure on the supports, but especially Squid, but it just takes him out.
I mean, torpedoes kill you around corners after they lock on, so it's actually really hard to predict when you should stop peaking against the burst damage, and then the torpedoes sometimes chase you a little bit, so they're great for finishing off these kills. Look! Oh, look! No! I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. Lugmino with the fattest Ajax. Oh, just as Nightmare were looking to try to end the game. Oh, it is, the spaghetti is on the floor. It's dripping from the ceiling. I don't know what it's clogged up the garbage disposal. I turn on the tap and it's just spaghetti coming out. What is going on?
They were like, yo, do that move that Violet did last year, bro. And he's like, yo, watch this. And just...
Bro, he can't even type. He's got money in the chat. Please.
Whenever Violet flew out the window, I mean, that was... Look, he was trying to keep himself alive here. Another chance for Timeless. Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world.
Orbital ray here. That's going to be used effectively for sure. Cuffer now with the downpour. That is just better, honestly. But Ultraviolet's gone down. Big stick on Cuffer's going to take him low, but the damage reduction goes a heck of a long way. That, though, has expired. He'll have to fight the old-fashioned way now. Who's standing on the cart, though? That's the concern. Riker at least is able to step up and keep this going. Lethal is still alive. Not a great sign, and
You know what? It happens. It happens. We live to fight another day here.
There are times when it happens and it's like, okay, it happened. There are then times when it happens where it's like, wow. Yeah, that's really rough for us.
You can bounce back. You have strong mental here. Bounce back. There's still only a minute on the clock. It's not like, Nightmare's going to run it through you. So Lucamino this time, though, makes up for it, right? Gets in the mix with, it looks like Squid there, and they're able to pick up a kill.
Okay, much better from Timeless here. Good, a very proactive defense here. Just as Nightmare was still trying to get, I think, in formation to wrap this corner. And that puts them now with that orbital ray advantage as well. So the map maybe have gone a little bit longer than they would have liked it to, but they definitely find themselves standing above Nightmare in terms of advantage here alt-wise.
And with 30 seconds here on the clock, you can play with your ultimates here. You can play quite aggressively, yeah. So they're going to actually use this overclock, see if you can actually get one. Riker takes out UV, where UV's not really close to that orbital ray, but still getting rid of the Juno. Pretty strong. Also gives you an opportunity for Squid to drop this orbital ray whenever you really feel like it. Somehow Lethal picks up Chopper, and then they use the sound barrier, so Nightmare's still fighting this.
The denial of that mega health pack that was massive there. Matt Rocket is able to kill Lethal once the sound barrier expires because Riker bullied his way past and picked up that 200 health. Zero low, boots back from the backline here, and Riker's able to get in towards Admiral. This should end the run for Nightmare, and Timeless are finally able to put him to a stop. Hey, there we go. Good beat, Luke Mino.
How many booms on the boom meter is that?
I mean,
give me 3 big booms for that sound barrier.
Is that a Costco Boys reference?
Yeah.
My God, of all times to throw that one in.
I mean, there's there's never not a good time for a Costco Boys reference, I think.
I mean, the boom was all mental for Timeless, I think, in this map. Let's not forget, they probably. I mean, first checkpoint Nightmare, fair enough. They had like massive support advantage, able to push through their ultimates. Yeah, that was a really unlucky beat.
They're able to hold them though, right? From completing the map, so they obviously give themselves a great chance here. Timeless. I also think if you're looking at the Nightmare perspective, look, we've talked about like Zero on Genji, Zero on Tracer. I think he's totally fine on Tracer. I think like obviously you would love to have him on Genji. He's great on Genji, but it's not like this huge chasm between his Genji and his Tracer. Tracer's perfectly fine, and you're going up against a player like Rocket, who is tremendous on the hero, right? So definitely think it's something that like, hey, if you're worried, like if you're a Nightmare fan, like you're gonna see, one of your players get target banned. I wouldn't worry about that at all. And I like the idea from Nightmare. It looks like they're gonna play pretty close up here.
Yep, makes sense. They need to shave as much time as they can off the clock without a map completion. Every single meter is absolutely paramount. Okay, so Timeless even on the would be surprised to see the island here on the attack side, but they are going to go for it at least initially. At some point, I think they're going to need a little bit of extra nitrous octane in the tank to get Riker where he needs to go.
I think it's just for the bio grenade at the start. Yeah, you're just trying to get a bio grenade at the start, maybe push them back a little bit out of the train car, but Riker does not care at all. I mean, he is so deep around that corner. I guess so. If you're Timeless, right, just pushing out those supports, getting a kill and trading it here, you have such a good spawn advantage. It doesn't really matter if he dies, right? It's kind of odd to say, but it doesn't really matter. Like if he gets a kill and you get a support and it forces the rest of the team to crumble on Nightmare, he's already back in the action, right? So Riker can go as deep as he wants there at the start.
That spawn advantage means he gets to play differently, no doubt about it. Nicely done for Timeless. They break that pretty quickly. And Nightmare, can't really boast like being ahead in terms of any sort of ultimate economy outside of, I guess, Admiral's healing, which is fair enough, but and they now have to filter out here through that choke, which means they take a bit of damage up front here before they can get through. And Zera has gotten to a point where he can start to threaten Luke, and Kuffa's there. Luke just runs into the wall.
Dude,
that's brutal stuff. Lethal in trouble, though. Still able to kill Riker before he goes, and that should be enough.
Kuffa's had a really good series as well. I know we've obviously highlighted it, a few players throughout this one, but in terms of his hazard play, I mean, this is a team that on Timeless, you look at the team Liquid playing this the other day, right? Just yesterday, and Kuffa coming in, playing hazard at an extremely high level, just matching this is really impressive and a good sign for Nightmare.
No, I think it demands a lot from you as a tank player. It's really fine edges that you have to traverse, and he's looked very, very good going back. He's been around for quite some time. Originated in Australia, a team called Mind Freak, one of the ones I actually founded way back when. Made his way to the World Cup on a couple of occasions with a really young Aussie roster. So,
and Nimble on Mind Freak, I remember they were in COD. Good Aussie org.
Yeah, but you know Naked, the manager of that team.
Yeah.
One of my guys. Yeah, good time. So, again, I mean, very experienced Cuffer, even though he really only surfaced into sort of Tier 2 more recently. And again, a big part of it is he's, I think, out there over at Redbirds. So, studying here in the US allows him to stay.
As we give the life history of Cuffa, we're already at like 1 minute and 20.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not good for Timeless.
I mean, I'm a little scared after Timeless had such a good run earlier on. Oh, the downpour is pretty good. Squid, though, not quite able to finish the job. They lost Luke here. Yeah, as we're waxing poetic about one of the Nightmare players, at least they're doing a good job on this defense side. They've got a sound barrier to bring to this next engagement as well, and Timeless just seem to look how sporadically spread they are. Chopper's going for a... he's giving it a good college try with his flank into the backside, but it was Rocket that's garnering much of the spotlight. Cuffer, though, yet still finds another one. I do think Timeless are going to get close here.
Yeah, and Rocket with 2 on the Tracer, like, that's the hero last year we kind of, like, fell in love with him on, like, just playing out of his mind on the hero, just coming up clutch time and time again. And they absolutely, I mean, we're talking about Cuffa's history and, you know, his family tree, because Timeless really doing nothing there. Now Lethal coming up from the, Lethal coming up from the high ground here. Using the overclock, and just gets deleted there by Rocket. So Rocket and Timeless really starting to heat up.
Yeah, Squid is down though. Luke Nito's about to fall, so there's no healing here for Timeless, and they are running out of it, Matt. This is scary for them. They have to get through here with just sheer grit and determination. I'm afraid that doesn't really get you far. It's not counted as currency here in the futuristic West.
You know, Riker here on the high ground, like, he might have enough health to get a touch. He gets kind of like knocked back here.
Okay, healthy enough.
Gonna make it.
Oh, I can't believe this is happening. Timeless and such a good defense side on this map, but they're getting shut down. Nightmare again, showing that dominance in the Hazard mirror, Matt. I'm so impressed, blown away by what they've shown us today. And again, a win against Timeless. Something well worth hanging your hat on. Nightmare. Incredible.
I low-key trolled so hard this weekend and just...
No, you went beast mode that last round, bro. Good shit. Yeah. Let's go.
It's okay, bro. I'll remind you, you can walk up.
Hey, victory fixes everything, alright? We'll be better next week. Alright. So we can
good
fix
stuff
everything.
indeed, guys. We're in your comms now. Zoe here together with Matt and Mitch.
Good job, guys. Great job, great job.
Let's see if they can hear us.
Good job. No one remembers the map scores, alright? We'll fix everything this week.
They only react to Jake, usually.
I just changed my
that's what it is.
daily routine so much.
But we could just keep on listening. I find this interesting.
Changing
the daily routines
You played the game. I didn't see it though.
Thank the Lord.
Perhaps
yeah,
the
that
breakfast.
kicked us, bro. So sad.
If you let me know you wanna like fight it, I can beat way earlier.
I don't know how long we're gonna play this one out.
That's a good point. That's a good point
Yeah.
that they're making.
Yeah, I think we could just turn this into a conversation. Matt, you and I, we got this.
Any map.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna pick like the
Yeah,
actual
literally, it was. Yeah,
they just
some good points being made.
You boys hear
That's all stuff I wanted to ask.
Something tells me they don't, Mitch.
I don't think they can hear it.
Something tells me I don't think they do.
That's fine. You know what?
A for effort. I think we tried really hard.
Routine, though. You know what I'm saying?
Same.
Is he getting swole like Dante? Is that a thing?
I think that's the pipeline, right? Because if he's playing collegiate or anything outside OWCS, that's
let's throw the highlights up.
It will mega buff. But yeah, let's talk about those sharpshooters we're seeing on your screen right now. Chopper had a phenomenal game. I mean, across the board, honestly, from both teams, that was a really stellar performance. I love to see that Nightmare glow up. I'm sure they came off quite a disappointment from their first match yesterday against SSG, which was quite a beatdown. Today, they looked so different.
It's actually so funny in that, like, yesterday we're like, man, Timeless, they beat Team Liquid, like they're gonna be top 2, and then like, oh, you know, SSG, they ran through Nightmare, and then all of a sudden today, like, who the hell knows what's going on in NA? I mean, they're just completely wide open, but that's awesome to see, right? Like, you want like parity in the region, right? You don't want kind of like one team to just win, and we kind of go through 8 weeks of competition just to be like, hey, they won, congrats. Like, you want it to be a region that feels like anybody on any given day can kind of turn up and take it. And Nightmare, I mean, look, there's a very close series, but I thought, you know, Lethal played much better than he did the other day, and I thought Cuffa was really strong on the Hazard.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, it's the Winston Anna Brick comp that looked best for this Timeless squad. And you know, we kind of had spun the narrative about like trying to ban Zera, but no, the guy's Tracer is excellent. Was really good on that map, and I don't think coming in I expected Nightmare to be so much better in the Hazard mirror. So it's such highs and lows for this time of squad after being so like over the moon after winning against Liquid. Then like
I love the
reality comes
respect
crashing
bans
in as
though.
another unpartnered team just slaps them around in a 5 mapper.
Whether they worked or not, though, I like those respect bans. I like that they had reactionary targeted bans. So it was like a preset strat, like, oh, I know this guy plays this a lot, and then you go from there. No, it was like the reactionary targeted bans, stopping Squid's Ana, who went nuts, and then taking Genji out of Zera's hands. Didn't work, but like I like the idea behind of it and what it adds.
But you couldn't see it coming in the fact, but like the fact that you can play. When you play against like a championship team, right? Like, like you're gonna have to come in like with so much energy. You have to play, at a high level, and then you kind of have like this big emotional dump, right? You end up beating Team Liquid, and then you're looking over like, oh, Nightmare, they got dominated by SSG. We'll just take care of them tomorrow. And then like something like this happens, right? It's a learning experience probably for all the teams, and that you kind of have to, come at your best regardless of opponent every day.
Yeah, and I mean, you only have, what, 7 matches per stage?
Well, there's
Trying to do
8
the-
teams, so yeah, you play one once, so
Do the
yeah,
match,
7,
yeah.
I believe. So yeah, I mean, like you have really limited opportunities to secure and cement your spot. I love
40
this,
games.
Like the Zera player of the match for me is like it's a no-brainer. I thought Kafka looked really good. Even like, yeah, I mean, the guy like really turned up in this series. I think he's playing against quality opposition. I think like Riker and he are cut from similar cloth in terms of like their origins and maybe what we expect them to show, but just great Hazard play. One of the most challenging tank heroes I think we've seen. You've got to have that under your belt.
And you know what? Look at the man of the hour with us as well for a quick chat. If you can hear us, that is. Zeru, are you with us?
Yeah, hello.
He is indeed. Zeru, welcome to the show. Congratulations on the dub. Let's talk about the mindset coming into this one. What was the prep looking like? How did you guys recover from, well, the start of the season, which, I mean, it was a bit of a beatdown, right? Just yesterday. Did you take away anything from that match that helped you prepare for today's match?
Well, as you know, Nightmare, we fielded kind of a new roster, so I think it was like a day before the Swiss started that we like confirmed our roster and like had a scrim. So right now, a lot of it has been like learning how to play with each other, and like kind of figuring out how everyone thinks, because a lot of my new teammates play a lot different from my teammates last year, so it's been a bit of a struggle for me. But going into the round robin, we've been practicing really hard and like making sure we're reviewing. And to be honest, like our scrim results were really good. Like we've been doing really well in scrims, but it feels like we still need some time to get adjusted to playing in matches. Like I feel like we haven't really been showing our true like selves in matches. So we just got to work on that.
I gotta ask one tremendous series today from you, but hero bans something new here for OWCS. When a team goes and tries to ban like a Genji and that's targeted at you, how does that make you feel? Obviously, I think it's probably a sum of respect, but then you're also like, man, I want to play my hero.
Well, I mean, it feels kind of good and feels kind of bad at the same time. I think I'm definitely a contender for best Genji in the region, and I think I can compete on the like world stage with that hero. But overall, like, I'm very confident in my other heroes. Like I'm really confident in my Tracer, my Pharah, like my Echo. Like I believe I'm a flexible player. My Genji's probably my best, but I'm not scared to play any other hero. I think it's fine.
Now, Zera, you mentioned obviously, there are components of this team that are quite new, but we have the maintenance of that, that Nightmare core from last year. You guys obviously, it's a big step up for you. You were out in Stockholm, you're on the stage, you even hand Space Station an L in the first game, out there. And then things get more challenging, I think, over the course, and you end up falling to the shock. What were your biggest takeaways from that LAN event, right? That huge opportunity to show what you're made of on the world stage. And has it changed how you think about like future opportunities to compete at events like that?
Well, Stockholm was a really big learning experience for me. Playing at that LAN, like I felt what it feels like to win a really important match and to lose a really important match. So I kind of just decided to take that experience and learn from it, so I can move forward and better myself as a player. I'm really grateful for experiences like that, because I'm really young still. I'm like 18.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's kind of sick. Like, is there one thing that you would have done differently if you could go back? And you probably will get to go back this year, right? If you keep playing like this, but what's one thing you would do different?
One thing I would do differently is, I guess, just not feel so stressed. Just go out there and have fun. Just like, it's important to remind yourself that at the end of the day, it's important to just be having fun, not put too much pressure on myself.
That's right. And nothing's more fun than winning, and that's what you guys did today. So once again, congratulations, Zeru, to you and the squad, and can't wait to see you guys back in action.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, bro.
Hey, bub.
Bye-bye. Also,
Right.
Zeru's hair.
Yeah, kind of
nice.
lit, right?
Yeah, it's actually, that's some...
Bro, I'm old and I still don't have that S&P vibe, that salt and pepper, man. I got to work on that. I mean, Zero should have just joined Sugar Free's team, bro. If you, all boys trying to have fun. They had lots of fun against them yesterday. Sheesh.
Yeah, fun is what it come down to. Also, I love that someone in the background just immediately loaded into the next match. Like, no chill. Just played it official. Don't care. Let's run it back. Let's take a look at the standings to see where Nightmare are standing after their second match of this round robin. As we clearly identified, there's 7 matches per team per stage, so not too many opportunities. So you really, the must-wins, you have to win them, and it is tightly contested. Like, we've seen a lot of good stuff from even the teams at the bottom. So those are no free victories.
It's a bit of a blown opportunity, I feel like, for Timeless, in that you gotta win over Liquid. Like, you would think, like, okay, you beat Liquid, you take care of Nightmare, but then you drop this and you're like, okay, now you start to look at some of these other games like that are going to be tough, like Avidity's, SSG, Rad. Like, you're gonna have to, like, win like two out of the 3, right? You're gonna have to figure out a way to get some of those wins. Like, even the teams that lost today looked pretty good, so it's not like any of those are going to be free wins. It almost feels like, you beat Liquid and you get that win, but now it's kind of gone for nothing.
The next 2 matches are quote unquote easier. Like, I think the next opponent is Shikigami, and then afterwards it's someone else, but it's not SSG. There's that. It's not. I think SSG is like the very last one, so they can, like, gain the confidence snowballing into that one.
Mitch introduced a pretty nuclear topic there, though. Like, what does this mean for Liquid?
You can't use transitive properties. You can't use that yet. Like, it's been 1 day. Let's calm down. We've only seen Team Liquid once. Yeah, but we only seen Team Liquid once.
I have got the launch codes on my desk, so, and I am not afraid to use them. I'm telling you. I'm just saying, high expectations.
Mitch is gonna make a TikTok of, like, like the excited like thumbnail face and be like, Team Liquid, the new LA Valiant, and like just
okay, well, I have good news and bad news, guys. The good news is
it over?
Okay, the good news is we will be able to run with your theory, most likely, because if we're looking at their schedule, it's not going to get any easier for Team Liquid, because their next match is
bro, they need to de-cheekify post haste, like, immediately.
That's a brutal start to the season. But I think if you're Liquid, you look at this and say, like, look, we slipped up against Timeless the other day. Happens. Let's come out. Let's, put yourself at ease, right? Come out, have a good performance against SSG, get a win. Now nobody's, talking all this crazy talk about us. You got to continue to move on throughout your season at the pace you would think.
I mean, they have the talent is there. I don't want to say it, but we know they are good. No, but I didn't. I just talked about the idea of saying it. But Liquid, like, there is a good reason why we're all hyped for this squad. There's a lot of name value. We know what they can do. They look disconnected. They didn't look well rehearsed. I think once they get an opportunity to warm up and play more together, just like we just heard from Zero, right? Like, they just didn't mash quite yet. They're new teams. Most of those teams have formed like mid-January, not very long ago.
This team, like Liquid, so the thing is that Liquid have plans to have all of their players together, like in the same house, like for a time. That is the plan. That is the plan for playoffs. So they need to get to playoffs, which I do think, considering like how this group
They're going to get the playoffs.
Is doable, right? We're not in like a circuit point system where like your placement affects how much you get. Like if you win the playoffs or if you come second in the playoffs, you are headed off to the next land. So they don't have to be flawless. Once they get everyone together, they need to have a plan to actually turn that geographical advantage into dominance in the server, because I don't think Liquid are going to expect anything less.
Are they going to be as dominant as like Toronto was last year in NA? No, I don't think so. But I think we have seen enough great play from all these players individually to know this team is going to work. It's just going to take a little bit.
That's right. I mean, the main goal for this first stage is don't be bottom 2. Don't drop into relegation. And then you can go from there. And there's plenty other teams which make a case for themselves for the bottom 2. So Team Liquid doesn't have to be it. That was really mean for absolutely no reason. Let's hype it up. This is the end of the show, right? We want to end on a positive note. I want to talk about how we all got blessed. Both regions got blessed with 5 map bangers. We had some really close matches, great new showings, again, showings from teams that got to redeem themselves after a rough start to their season just yesterday. We had great guests across the board, storylines for days, fantastic casters. So let's just do that again tomorrow, shall we? I'm ready for more action as we're heading into our last day tomorrow of our first week of play. So we hope to tune in again for that as well. But make sure to stick around because we're going to be raiding Vast. So make sure to send him some love on our behalf. It has to happen, Matt. So you can drop into chat.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Give my guy.
Okay, Matt's going to be there. I'll be. That's right. Let's glaze the man. With that, we say goodbye. Thank you so much for watching, and we see you again tomorrow.